Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, would never advocate or simp for far left communists, Adam Friended.
Hell no, of course. Kick those guys out. We need to get rid of, we need to go full McCarthy on these people. Full McCarthyism.
Yeah, you know, there was an X post today that really put me in a foul mood.
Oh, okay. No.
It was a person, this is a random account, so they have like no followers, and yet they posted this, they got 20,000 likes or more.
20,000 commie bots.
Yes. And they were saying that the reason that there's a lot of homophobia, anti-gay ideas and ideologies and feelings in Africa and in Asia is not because those societies were historically anti-gay. No. They only don't like gay people because white colonizers came in, colonized them, and made them hate the gays. And that's why they have problems like that in those regions of the world.
Yeah, that's
it's the white people's fault.
That's crazy.
And it really upsets me that there's this toxic, poisonous, far hyper left. Maybe we should start calling it the hyper left, extreme left, the alt left. There's the alt left ideology that is permeated in colleges, that is being taught to people and teaching them to hate America, hate capitalism, hate white people, and hate the West.
Yeah. All taught by white European teachers.
Yes. Yes. And
who hate themselves.
And I bring this all up because this is entirely relevant to this conversation. This is a great, hilarious debate. Wick has been doing some great debates here. And we have Destiny and Connor versus Econoboy and PissCo on this on something very related to this topic, which is the fact that the alt left was able to sink its disgusting claws into a lot of the internet conversation and sink its claws into a lot of media and journalists and colleges. And they need the left, the sensible left, the center left, the moderate left, the not insane left needs to shake free of the alt left and kick these people to the curb and burn them in a trash fire and never engage with this nonsense again. And I think until they do, it's going to be like the zombie that keeps getting back up and trying to infect the rest of the country with its sickness.
Well, they always accuse the right of not standing up to the racist, ethnocentrist, far right members of their coalition. They say, oh my God, you just want their votes in the next election. You cater to them, the Nazis, the KKK people, right?
Right.
But I'm sick of hearing that if they're not going to stand up to their fucking crazies, right?
True.
Yes, you don't have a leg to stand on if you're saying, oh my God, you need to sever yourself from these crazies, which I do see many people on the right constantly calling out the racists. I mean, there's so many people on the right that don't even like to acknowledge that there was ever any racism on the right because they find racism repulsive, even though the left is constantly trying to paint the entire right as racist. So just shut the fuck up about the fucking racists on the right unless you're going to stand up to your crazies, because you got plenty of crazies over there too.
True.
Yes. Yeah. And the only reason you're not standing up to them is, oh my God, you want them to vote for you in the next election. You're like, oh my God, we can't offend these fucking crazy people because we need them. They're never going to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay.
Right.
They're never going to vote for Joe Biden.
No.
Just piss them off. Call them out.
Yeah.
Don't be a doormat.
Yep. Okay. So right before we jump in this, let me just read this. Thank you so much, our Soya Father, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Woo, look at that.
And
new members.
Look at that. And the $50. J-Mac says, YouTube doesn't count membership for experience, and I hate losing, so I'm going to pay to win and secure my spot as number one. Well,
don't forget to read the first super chat. Don't we have a rule where we read the first super chat?
We don't, but I guess I will read it. Adam Friended, who's that guy, for $5 says, gimme that sweet XP.
There you go. Look at that. I was like, I'm going to be on top this time. And then J-Mac came in.
He just slapped you down. Yes.
I think I might
Okay.
still be in second. Oh yeah, look, I'm still in second
You're still
place.
in
They'll
second.
catch me by the end of the stream.
They will. They
I
will.
have to focus on the video now, guys. I can't have fun with you in the chat.
Yes. Okay. Let's jump in here.
Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today we are going to
And to slap PissCo in the face repeatedly, over and over again. All 5 of us. It's great.
be talking about what I consider a very important issue. Should we be courting the far left? What or who do we consider the far left? Which is more of a threat to America in general? The question was asked, who would you vote for, Hassan or Trump? And I think it's an interesting thought experiment to go through. There was some disagreements, so I thought I'd gather people together to hash those out and have a discussion on it. Just a note before we begin, I know there's some tensions are high in different communities and things like that, so I might be a little more heavy-handed on moderation than I normally would be, because I do want the topic itself to be discussed at least a little. But other than that, I'm just going to give the mic to you guys and let you guys go at it. We're going to hand the mic first to Econoboy, give his thoughts, and then we'll just kind of go around. Econoboy, start us off.
Yeah. So, for those listening, the topic is courting the far left. I take that to be essential.
This Econoboy has the voice that Sitch thinks he has,
What,
but doesn't.
what does that mean?
Sitch is always talking about how Sitch has an annoying voice.
Yes.
But Econoboy is literally speaking through his nose. I don't know how he
Oh.
makes the words come out of his nostrils, but most of it is through his nose. He has a very nasally voice. So, and I'm conflicted because Econoboy is a full-blown communist, right? He calls himself.
Well,
a
he says
socialist.
he's like a socialist, not a communist. He's making a distinction.
Yeah, okay, I got
Yeah,
you.
I agree with you. Yes.
He's a full-blown socialist.
Yes.
So, but someone who sounds as goofy as he does, I mean, that's probably good, right? Because it makes socialism look bad, right?
Sure. Listen. I think his voice is fine. Okay, we can't all have sexy voices like you, Adam. Some of
Mhm.
us in
Your
the
voice-
nasally crowd
Your
have been
voice is
cursed.
great.
Have been cursed with cartoon nasal voices.
Your voice is great. I swear, if Econoboy turned over a new leaf and embraced the free market, his voice would drop 2 octaves. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. That's the power of capitalism, right there.
Okay, maybe.
Really a political and strategic discussion about whether or not and how exactly we should or should not court the far left. And the way that I think of the far left, there's a lot of polls on this. Based on all the research that I was able to do, about 10% of people that vote for Democrats call themselves socialist, and about another 10% call themselves extremely liberal. So if we were to think Kamala got about 49% of the vote, that's to say that something like 10% of those people are either extremely liberal or socialist by their self-identification. And so I think that what that means to me is that we should take what those people say, those actually existing far left voters, seriously. That to the extent that they have demands, they should have a seat at the table. We should try to come up with some sort of coalition and platform that can balance the needs and desires of the far left and the very, very centrist in the party.
Guys on the right, you should do this too. This is a great sales pitch for the far right, don't you think, Sitch?
Oh, a seat at the table.
Yeah, a seat at the table. We have to accommodate everything. They want a white ethno state, but whatever, right?
I think
we all have to get along here.
when socialists show up and at the left party and they want a seat at the table, the host should be like, "Oh, right this way, sir." And he takes them through the entire restaurant. You see all the left people like sitting around eating, and then they go right out the back to the dumpster. And they just put them in front of the dumpster, and then they quickly close the door behind them and leave them outside.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the table they should sit at.
It's interesting that they don't really understand the gripes people have with socialism. It's completely invisible to them.
It's all capitalist conspiracy, Adam. You don't understand.
Oh, yeah. Just imagine the things that he's saying if the right was like, yeah, we really should be accommodating to the far right. God, these people lose their fucking minds.
Yep.
recognizing that we're in a big tent. And then when it comes
We're just in a big tent, you know, with the ethno-nationalists.
to anti-electoral leftists and anti-democratic leftists, which I'm sure we'll talk about on the show, I think that to the extent that those people have big platforms, Democrats should engage with those platforms. So if Pete Buttigieg wants to like go on Hassan's stream and espouse the greatness of his campaign or the Democratic Party or something, I don't really have a big problem with that. But I don't think that people like that should be part of like the inner party or should be invited to the DNC. Somebody like Mamdani, if he becomes the mayor of New York, probably should get a speaking spot at the DNC, but probably not people like Hassan, because it's not clear to me that Hassan is like, quote unquote, an ally of the Democratic Party. And what I'll say is one last thing. I'll say that, you know, I think Destiny had said at some point, he had clarified that essentially people who use the label of socialist should be treated like Nazis. I take that to mean that they should be like very harshly socially excluded from the broader movement of the Democratic Party or like the broader left. But I think that would be extremely counterproductive because, again, these are just a big chunk of the people of the Democratic Party. I think I get accused of wanting to shrink the tent because I want a primary.
They're not. They're really not. This is the problem. There's a lot of young Zoomer retards on the internet that have been sucked into this, but I do think a lot of that is because if you consume left-wing political content on the internet, it's like 60 to 75% of it is going to be socialist. There isn't a lot of options away from that.
Yeah, exactly.
Primary pro-filibuster senators, right? on ideological grounds. But I think to say that we should shun basically everyone that calls themselves a socialist in the Democratic Party, that's to say that we should shun essentially 10% of the base, which is, I don't know, I just think that's much more counterproductive than just trying to build a coalition with them.
Okay, thank you, and we will get into it as we go.
Well, and another problem here is that all the, let's just say hypothetically it's 10%. Even if that's true, that 10%, the majority of that 10%, they only would align themselves with the Democrats with the goal of, they have an end goal of subverting the Democrat Party. They have an end goal of subverting capitalism and liberalism and replacing it with socialism or communism.
Yeah.
So why would you want to align with that? If 10% of the, I mean, I don't know what the alt-right numbers are. 10% seems high. I think 10% is high for socialists too. But if they had comparable numbers, the idea that you have this conversation where the right is like, yeah, let's just align ourselves with these people who want to destroy us and destroy the country at the end of the day because we'll get a little bit more votes. That's kind of insane.
Yeah. Hence the analogy to the far right who wants an ethno state.
Yes.
Like, what the hell? He would completely object to that for good reason.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why he can make this argument when that 10% wants to destroy the country.
It's one of the greatest tricks / tragedies of modern times is the fact that the communist movement were able to paint the fascist movement and the Nazi movement as the great evil, while they themselves, despite causing more deaths and more destruction in the world and being very comparable ideologically and being an ideology that will never work because it just doesn't make sense whatsoever with human nature, they have escaped somehow this pit where people give this bullshit thing. And myself, I've even felt this way in the past, which was incorrect, was that like, well, the concept of it at least sounds good, so we have to give it a pass, unlike Nazism. When you think about it, it really doesn't whatsoever. Why, like, the idea that you want to say everyone, you can't have, people
private
can't
property.
climb status hierarchies anymore. People can't have the jobs they want to have anymore. They can't fulfill the life they want to live anymore. Everyone has to get some sort of like equal share of everything, and the government has to come in and dictate the terms of all that business in the terms of all society. Why? Like, who cares if they say, well, it's for the sake of equality, so therefore that makes it good? Who gives a shit? The Nazis, they were all like, yeah, we want to make everything equal for the German white people. We just got to get rid of all the non-German white people. Then we got to make everything equal. To me, that should be a comparable ideology.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I'm going to hand the mic next to PissCo. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it obviously depends on what you mean by court and what you mean by the far left. So obviously, like, I would be in support if by far left you mean people like Mamdani, people like AOC, these kinds of people who identify, Bernie Sanders as a socialist. I think that there are absolutely things that we can agree on with socialists, and we're a big tent enough coalition if what you mean by far left includes those people. But ultimately, this is a conversation I think about semantics. What is the far left? Who are the group of people who are like anti-liberal or anti-constitutional that you want to exclude? And to what extent do you want to exclude them? Does exclude mean invite them don't invite them to create a party platform? Does exclude mean not interact with them in any respect, even as Econoboy mentioned, to like use their platform either for a debate or to like promote the candidacy or to try to convince people? I don't know if I'll go that far. I certainly wouldn't want to incorporate any Marxist-Leninist ideas into the Democratic platform if that's what's being meant by courting the voters or courting the far left. So ultimately, it's a semantic argument, but we're not here for that. We're here because, in my opinion, there's been a bad faith campaign.
It's not a semantic argument. That's a stupid position. It's an argument about what ideology the left, the moderate left, should align itself with. Should it align itself with this ideology, or should it actually push back and try to diminish the ideology? And the problem, and this is true, at least in my life, this is what seems to be the case. There was this idea that both sides thought that they could just ignore the extremists and they'll go away. And that's not what's happened. The more they ignore the extremists, the bigger they get and the more power they take for themselves. And it was very, very visible on the left when so much of the alt-left took over so many of our institutions. And we do need a center left that will push back and say with no hesitancy, this stuff is crazy. We need to do away with it. We need to get rid of all this anti-American hatred. There was a very interesting clip that Ezra Klein played, and we might watch part of this interview. He interviewed, I forget the guy's name. He was like a very conservative guy who does a national conservatism, Zoram something. And in the beginning of before the interview, he plays this clip of Obama from 2015. And Obama is in Selma, and he's talking about, the Civil Rights March in Selma and all this other stuff. And you listen to Obama from 2015, and it's like, it's a night and day experience from where the left was in 2015 to where it is now. Because Obama, despite the fact he's talking about Black people who didn't have civil rights, fighting for the civil rights, he frames it like, this is what America is all about. It's about people who, even if they didn't have individual rights, even if they didn't have equal rights, they were able to protest and fight for them and get them through democracy. And this is the American dream, is being able to be anyone and to succeed in society. And this is what makes America great. Even people who were treated as second-class citizens and earlier slaves were able to gain equal rights in America and able to gain equal opportunities in America. Okay. This is Obama saying this in 2015. It's all like rah, 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 America, very pro-America. Today, if you showed that clip to Hassan's audience or Crystal Ball's audience or any of these, socialist or borderline socialist audiences, they'd all say that Obama was a cuck and he's despicable and he's wrong and that Black people don't have equal rights and that there isn't equal opportunity and America sucks and America's bad.
True.
Campaign.
Well, hold on. I just want to say, I took a little note here. The people on the left will constantly blame the rise of the far right, the ethno-nationalists, on economic conditions. But that is even more so on the left. The people on the left that are embracing socialism are embracing them because the economic conditions are getting bad for them, which is something I think we should be looking at. We should be keeping track of, because there's ways to deal with that aren't socialism. Like socialism is terrible. Socialism is as bad an idea as ethno-nationalism. So, but we do need to, people do need to be able to have good jobs and make a living and be able to buy a house and support a family and stuff like that. And when too many people get into a precarious situation, they do turn to things like socialism and ethno-nationalism. It's perfectly clear for people on the left when we're talking about people turning to ethno-nationalism. I'm not so sure it's perfectly clear when they're turning to socialism, because a lot of them think, oh, they're turning to socialism because socialism is actually good and that we should become socialist.
Right.
Instead of having the right attitude about socialism being very, very dangerous, and that we need to have, liberal free market democracies to deal with our economic problems, and not the abolition of property rights.
The
Property
abolition
rights are the
of
foundation of our societies.
the abolition of property rights and individual rights.
Yes. Yeah.
Important to
Well,
tack that on.
look, as soon as you're going after people's property, oh my God, you're completely infringing on their individual rights.
Yes.
How can you not?
But it's even beyond that. There's a reason all of these socialist countries end up going down that rabbit hole where they do take away your individual rights. The ideology of socialism and communism does not care about individual rights. It cannot care about individual rights. It's all about you have to make all these sacrifices for the collective, for the greater good. There are no individual rights.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit on the Thursday stream, and I threw out this analogy of the your money, my money, and our money situation. And I do think we need some sort of collective ownership of resources, some resources. But the problem with socialists is they want all resources to be collectively owned, which is bonkers, fucking bananas, right?
Yes.
And a lot of times the problems that I have with the libertarians is they don't want any shared resources, right? They want it all to be your money or my money, and the state has absolutely nothing, which I think is just as bonkers an idea. The thing that we're usually fighting over is if you picture it as a continuum between just private property and no shared resources, and just shared collectively owned resources and shared resources and no private property. That's the two extremes. We're really fighting over where in the middle of that spectrum is society best functioning, right?
Yes.
How much power does the state have? How big is the state? How many different institutions can be collectively owned, and what institutions should be collectively owned and which shouldn't be collectively owned? I don't think they talk about any of this in this fucking conversation, which is what's the most annoying part about it. Because as soon as you zero in on that, you can start having a real substantive conversation, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it might be this conversation where they talk about like socialized medicine or something. They talk about it a tiny bit, but that's not the bulk of the conversation. And you're completely correct that the conversation, you don't want full, in one direction or the other. You don't want full, there's only individuals and no society, and there's only society and the collective, no individuals. You need to find that balancing point, and that's where government should be. I think that government and society as a whole especially government, has an easy tendency to lean more towards the collectivist spectrum, because it's easier for a government institution to generate power for itself by infringing on individuals and making arguments for the greater good. And so I think that's the benefit of having America and the philosophy of America be so rooted in individual rights, is that since governments and institutions of powers, I think, are going to lean against individual rights, you need to have a strong culture of individual rights as a bulwark against that.
Yeah, America's a perfect example too. The Bill of Rights was an afterthought. Afterthought. And the Bill of Rights is so essential because it is laying out the individual rights that people desire. But obviously America was made up of people who, came from all over the place and they were the downtrodden of society. So the last thing they wanted to do was come over here and be subjugated by another government, right? That's what they were escaping.
Right. And thanks so much to Circuit Far Daddy J-Mac for the $50. Says everyone should check out How to Kill a Franchise. Sitch and Adam have a media channel where they do movie breakdowns. They also did a D&D stream with Rags and Dev, and of course J-Mac was the DM. So
those streams are unlisted, but you can find them in the playlist tab. So you can still get to them. They're all in a playlist and Sitch and I were arguing, well, not really arguing. We were talking about whether we should do a stream on Wednesday or Thursday for doing a media stream once a week. So stay tuned. We'll figure it out. And we're going to start doing a media stream once a week. Media, movies, anime, whatever anyone's talking about. Like, obviously, Fantastic Four is dominating the conversation now. So we did a stream on that yesterday.
Yes. Only, someone in chat says, only power can balance power, not individual rights. I don't even know why you would say that. That has literally nothing to do with what we're talking about. The power, no one is advocating for, and I'm not so nihilistic to believe that every power source is only going to be advocating for power for the sake of power. Even though that can happen if you let it go, if you let the corruption go. You want to have the power of the government be rooted and based in an ideology. It has to have some sort of lens at which it is viewing its power and what the purpose of its power is. And with America, for most of our history, the way in which the lens that the power has manifested through was, in a large part, the protection of individual rights. So yes, you use the power of the government to protect individual rights. That's how it works.
Yeah, most people are looking out for their own rights. The way power usually forms, it's whoever is the face of the leadership stays there because they have some sort of winning coalition that keeps them in charge. In autocracies, that winning coalition is basically just a few people who have all the guns and all the power and have monopolies on all the businesses. It's like 200 to 500, maybe 1,000 people tops. So the leadership is focused on keeping those people happy, and everyone else is just completely inconsequential to the system. Obviously, in democracies, everyone has a vote, and it kind of aligns the elite, the political elite, and the financial elite. It aligns their interests with the population because they know every 2 years or every 4 years they're going to have to show up and vote them into office. Otherwise, somebody else is going to take power, and that just completely flips the script. When you're a leader and you're focused on making 500 people happy, it's easiest just to tax the shit out of the population and bribe the 500 people that keep you in charge. In a democracy, when you have to make 70 million people happy, right? I think in the last election, the vote was decided by 78 million people. You can't bribe 78 million people. You're forced to think, well, what do most people want? And you focus on public policy that's going to make them happy. No tax on tips, right? Oh, I bet a lot of people will be happy by no tax on tips. So that's what they do, and it completely changes the game. So
Exactly.
the people who don't believe in democracy, they don't understand the technical aspects of how it works. Obviously, powerful people are going to want to get their way all over the world. This is like forever. This time immemorial. This is the human condition. If you have an institution that orients their wants and desires to reach high status by doing good things, like no tax on tips or building a great business like Amazon or Apple, right? Then that's good for society. And the socialists, they never contend with this idea. They don't, it's like they can't see it from that perspective at all. For all they're talking about how, oh my God, right wingers don't understand systems. They're just black and white thinkers. Why can't they understand this, Sitch? It's so basic.
Exactly.
To basically smear me and Econoboy and Josiah as having moved to the far left, as having put space in our coalition to really allow for anti-democratic, anti-constitutional ideas and to not push back on them. And I think what you'll find that there are tensions right now, I think, in the different coalitions, the different viewer bases, but they don't have to do with a big substantive disagreement. I encourage everyone who's watching, actually look during the course of this conversation, how much disagreement substantively is there going to be? If we're talking about like this semantic game about what a socialist is a socialist a Nazi? Stephen is going to just fucking get crushed on that argument by Econobo in terms of what a normal person means by the term socialist and how those terms are used.
Did you hear that, DGG? He just said Stephen was going to get crushed. What an asshole. Can you believe it? Why would he say such a thing?
Can't believe it.
He's basically shitting on all of you guys.
If he can produce any evidence whatsoever that me, Econoboy, or anyone on Live and Learn did something wrong in like bringing on the Vanguard, notice if he can bring up anything that shows that we are.
Is this the Vanguard boys that we've
The
had on
Vanguard
our
boys.
show
They
before?
had a conversation with Vanguard boys. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. They're socialists? Were they they've been on our stream. I don't know that we talked about socialism. I thought we talked about movies.
No, so it was weird because we talked to them twice, and I remember I think it was the first time we talked to them. We asked them because it said their name is the Vanguard boys, and we're like, "Are you socialist?" Because that is a socialist concept, the Vanguard Party, and they told us that they chose that name and it had nothing to do with socialism whatsoever, and it was just a coincidence. Blah blah blah. But I don't know if they've gone full commie, but their their critiques are so far left populist economically, and they're so vicious, I should say, towards anything nearing the center that I'm not sure exactly what's motivating them, unless it's just I know that they were getting a lot of clicks just hating on TYT for a while. So
yeah, that's funny. For all the talk of us being secret right wingers, they're like completely secret socialists.
right.
Are taking a kind of illiberal approach or trying to do some kind of bad faith, like according of the tanky vote. If he can point to any specifics, or really just going to have more fucking nitpicking on the sides, while he encourages and frankly, I think smears us as tankies, anti-liberal, and anti-constitutional. So I'm here definitely to get clarity on terms and to notice actually what is the room of substantive disagreement here, or is all of this a fugazi to cover up spite and personal conflict between him and other streamers? And is there really evidence that we're moving to the tanky left or the illiberal left?
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into all of that. Let's give it first to counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my issue with this whole thing is that there are socialists, which I define, I think, in a good faith way for the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. There are also communists who believe that the end result of our material analysis should be a moneyless, stateless, classless society. I think these people exist. I think they have...
I got to give it to Connor for having the actual real definition of socialism and communism. Yeah. Everybody just uses them interchangeably, but yes, socialism is a step on the path to communism, and communism is the utopia, stateless, classless, moneyless society. Can you imagine such a thing?
Stupid.
Never.
Well, I mean, I think I don't know if it's actually going to be like that. I do think there's going to be some part in society where, you'll have the Star Trek future with replicators and things are super cheap and blah, 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 blah. So yes, there's some kind of future that maybe these people will be happy about. The problem is that they have this retarded idea that A, you can get there without that technology, and B, they think that they can flatten all hierarchies when it's within human nature. It's literally part of human reproductive, the drive to fight for status hierarchies. And even if we have a society where there is no money, there's going to be some other status hierarchy that people are going to be competing with that's going to make all the commies mad.
Yeah, there's no way it's going to supplant money. Even if you have all your basic needs met, people are still going to have projects that they want to engage in that is going to require some sort of system to keep track of who owns what. Yeah, so it's ridiculous. Even if you have UBI, where everyone gets a UBI check, some people are going to use that UBI to productive means and make a lot more money. They're going to have more money and they're going to do more things with that money. And that's how it's going to be forever. So forget about it. And look, so much of it is driven by jealousy. It really is. They look at Jeff Bezos and they're like, fuck. They look at Elon Musk and they just hate themselves. They're overcome with jealousy.
clout. I think they have influence. And I would use specific examples in our sphere of influence, like Erin or Straight Raid, who says that she's a communist. I would use the examples like Hassan Piker, who I just watched earlier today, is effectively holding hands with Marxist-Leninists and saying that he is a Marxist-Leninist. He's just, playing softy with the Social Democrats and the Democratic Socialists. That way he can get clout and influence and then radicalize them down a funnel. So
holding hands, holy shit, he's fucking 69ing with these people.
For me, what I'm trying to point out is that if you pretend that this person is normal and nice and fine and a part of the coalition, then you're going to lose the moderates, you're going to lose the center right, and for every leftist you gain, you probably lose 2 or 3 moderates. So, the Vanguard, I have no idea what their politics are. I would frankly love to speak to them specifically about their politics. But if MLs are a part of the coalition, you're losing people. You're being politically ineffective. That's my argument.
Okay, thank you for being here. And last but certainly not least, Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that when I was making the rounds debating Nazis in 2016, in 2018, one of the most common things that I heard from kind of like the centrists that basically gave more credence to all of the far-right ideas was point to where I support this. Show me where I said that I'm racist. Show me where I said that I hate Jewish people, or I'm anti-Semitic, or I'm, trying to be a white supremacist. And there was always this like annoying fight that I would have to do where in order to start debating the Nazis, I'd have to chew through all of these epic centrists first who would say, well, I'm just a classical liberal. I'm Sargon of Akkad. I'm not actually a white supremacist. I just happen to give cover for all of these people. I don't think Econoboy or PissCo or Josiah or any of these other people, I don't think they're becoming tankies or anything like that. I just think there's a very annoying cover that's given to a lot of these people where there's like, we can 100% discern and decipher every single intention that Donald Trump has. We have no problem calling him a fascist outright. But then when you have people that hate the Democrats, that shit on our candidates, that attack everybody on our side constantly, we're like, well, I don't know what they really think or how they really feel. Or when it comes to people like Hassan, like even earlier today in my subreddit, Econoboy, when asked about supporting Hassan, will say things like, well, I don't think I necessarily agree with him on everything. He says, I don't have a generally positive view of Hassan, and I think I would flatly agree with many of the criticisms levied at Hassan. That's just in my mind, even though it seems like there's some kind of separation there. That's just a wild statement to make from somebody who openly supports terrorist groups that kill civilians, or openly supports enemies of the United States, or openly supports the subversive propagandizing of our entire political party to hijack the entire movement to destroy, if not the Democratic Party, maybe even all of the entire United States of America. So
I hate the fact that everyone forgets it was Sargon of Akkad who was arguing against Richard Spencer on ethno-nationalism. So it's funny that he calls out Sargon of Akkad directly here. I agree with the sentiment of his argument about there being some people on the right that are giving cover to ethno-nationalists, and they shouldn't do that. And the same thing should happen on the left. There's like, people on the left shouldn't be giving cover to tankies in the same way. But it's sad that he calls out Sargon, because I think Sargon actually was fighting against the ethno-nationalists back in those days, back in those battles.
Yeah, you're correct. I don't remember when I think his conversation with Rich Spencer, it was 2018, 2016, something to that effect. I don't want to call Carl an ethno-nationalist, but some of the things he said on the stream the last time he was on here were very close to those camps. So I don't know exactly where he is nowadays on some of his takes here.
Where he's at today.
Yeah, like when he talks about how people from South and Central America don't have some kind of spirit or cultural spirit. I forget exactly how he framed it. Some kind of alignment with American values.
You think he's been listening to Quackademic Agent too much, and
I think he's been listening way too much.
Agent has seeped into his brain?
Yeah, I forgot someone actually left a super chat from that conversation. I think Quackademic Agent definitely was worm-tonguing Carl the whole time. I do think, England or the UK has horribly fucked up all huge parts of their country because of the immigration policies. And I think that has radicalized a lot of people in the UK in terms of how they think about immigration and ethnicity.
Immigration is it's such a different thing in the UK. Well, I
Well,
guess it depends upon where you are. Obviously, immigration is local specific. If immigrants are taking over your town, there was that one town, I think it was Springfield, Ohio, that they had an influx of 20 to 30% immigrants that were just, I mean, obviously that's huge. 1/5
That
of your
is
town
huge.
is completely immigrants. That's going to
Yeah.
affect people. So,
Yep.
and
Yep,
maybe
yep.
make them more racist against all
Right,
these
right.
people that have come in. I don't know if it's if it's a bunch of white people that are just a completely different ethnicity, they might be just as against the foreigners coming in, right?
Yeah, I mean, historically that that definitely happened. Obviously, everyone points to the Irish back
Mhm.
in the day. So people do perceive it as a resource threat. So, oh, someone, you have a bunch of people coming in here that I don't identify necessarily as being part of my group. Maybe they have different cultural attitudes. Often they'll be perceived as from like a different class because a lot of stuff with the Irish coming in was like they were perceived as low class and they had some different beliefs and different ways of acting, and they're going to come in now. They're going to compete with me for jobs, and they're going to lower the cost of they're going to make it easier for jobs to hire people at lower wages essentially.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
but the end, I don't. I don't know exactly if I agree with the entire framing that he's putting out here, but I do appreciate that you apply it to the left now, because the left, I do believe, is going on, or actually has gone on to the exact same trajectory, only worse, because for, I know that a lot of people, and myself included, are not fans of Trump, and they point to Trump's immigration policies. I do not think it's fair to say that Trump is a white nationalist or Nick Fuentes or something like that, where even though the Democrats, the political party has not been taken over by the Hassan Pikers, it does seem like the internet part of the conversation, which unfortunately has its hooks
Totally.
into the
Yeah.
young people, who I am worried about where they're going to be in 10 years, if they're going to be in control of the party in 10 years, if they're going to be in control of the newspapers in 10 years, that does have their hooks completely into it. And there was just the other day, it was completely insane. NPR did some puff piece on Hassan Piker. Again, they keep
Again?
all these mainstream outlets keep bending over and giving Hassan these puff pieces. And I don't know what's going on. If it's that they have a bunch of young people in the organizations that are lying to their bosses, or they're just ignorant and they don't care, or if they all are just completely infiltrated by radical Marxists.
Yeah, that's scary, especially since Hassan is I was hoping Hassan is falling from grace right now. But here you got NPR coming in trying to prop him up.
Yeah.
Didn't they just cut all the funding for NPR? Didn't Trump do that and everyone was
Something like
super
that.
pissed about it?
I know PBS Kids or something got shut down, which was, people were complaining about that. It's kind of a weird cut there.
No more Sesame Street?
Something like that, yeah.
I'm sure we'll get into it. I don't think it behooves us to just say all of this is a semantic disagreement. I think it's actually really important to define what a leftist is, because I think that it's important for the people to know where everybody stands, and it's important to get rid of people that are intentionally trying to obscure their beliefs and come in under the guise of being a leftist without actually stating, what their position is, and then having this this dual role that they get to play, where they can propagandize people and radicalize them without actually ever stating what it is they're trying to do. Are you for the complete and total abolition of our democracy, or are you just somebody who wants the government to do more stuff?
And just to get clarity, so we know what we're talking about, Destiny, are you saying that Econoboy and PissCo are running cover for those leftists that you think are infecting the Democratic Party, or however you want to put it, right?
Yes, but I don't think it's like they're secretly tanky and so they want to provide cover for their tanky friends. I think it's more just like this. There's something that happens in the Democrat brain, and I've been guilty of it too, where you're so obsessively trying to seem like even-handed that you get rooted out in this world where you're like, I'm trying to be fair and I don't want to have like Hassan derangement syndrome, so I'm just going to say, they're not that bad. I don't know that much about any of this. I'm not sure, whatever. But what it causes is this reality where, the conversation for this podcast, what was talked about earlier, was should we appeal to leftists when it comes to gaining political power? When do leftists talk about appealing to liberals to try to gain political power? Or when do leftists say, hey, maybe we should chill on shitting on the party, you know, forever and ever when it comes to getting political power? Like, why is the conversation only ever on the Democratic side of things? That's just very wild to me.
Okay, well, the floor is open. Go ahead.
I
was going to say they do. They say
I have a question.
I
I have a question. Yeah. So this is both to Connor and to Stephen. Should some socialists, at least some, be catered to, be appealed to, and be part of the coalition?
No.
So you would agree, therefore, that Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Mamdani should not be catered to and part of the coalition, correct?
Depends on what you mean when you say catered to.
Should they, for instance, the head of the ticket being a socialist like AOC, Mamdani, if they are the nominees, should we support them?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're catering to socialism.
Okay, but you understand.
Wait, hold on. You recognize that supporting somebody at the top of a ticket. Well, if you want to play the yes or no question, I can play the same game. Yeah. You understand that supporting somebody being at the.
Have you had sex with your dog, PissCo?
Yeah, well, tell us, dog fucker.
There was a clip. I don't know what the context of this was.
Oh, we're going to play that clip. We could play going to play that clip.
There's a clip of someone asking PissCo this question. I don't know if it's a rumor. I don't know if it's just him taking the piss out of PissCo, but he doesn't answer the question. And it's very strange. So, but regarding the actual topic. Oh my
God. I think you actually took it further than me.
Regarding,
I did not for a minute think that PissCo had sex with his dog until you implied that he did.
First of all, I didn't imply that. All right. I said, I don't know what's going on there because, as I said, I haven't
We're
seen
just trying to get to the bottom of this.
I haven't seen, I'm just trying to get the bottom. Okay. I'm just asking questions. No, I haven't seen the stream. So I don't know why he wouldn't just say no to that question. I don't know if it was based on like, if this was something he just kept asking and maybe he was like, maybe he said no a million times in the conversation and was just tired of answering it. As I said, I haven't seen the whole stream. I only saw one clip where he's asked the question and he doesn't answer. And it seems
he's asked if he's ever raped a dog before. That's the question PissCo is asking.
Which is strange that you'd ask that question out of the blue. And then it's also strange that you wouldn't say, what the fuck are you talking about? Obviously not. Or make a joke about like, why would you call your mom a dog? Right. You try to play it off. There's a lot of ways you could answer that question.
Oh my God.
So it was
PissCo
a weird reaction.
raped your mom.
Yeah, exactly. So, but kind of going on to the topic here about should the Democrats support AOC or Bernie? First of all, I would say I don't think they should. But the framing of this, I feel, is completely backwards. Because as Destiny pointed out, which is very true and a very good point, why is there always this conversation that the majority of Democrats, the majority of Americans have to cater to a group of tiny, crazy extremists? They have to cater to the socialists. They have to bend over backwards and go, oh, we have to align ourselves. Why doesn't the minority of the wacky people, why don't they have to align themselves with the majority? That's the whole point. That's supposed to be the whole point of democracy, is that they should have to do it that way. And if you do have someone like Bernie or even AOC, if they were able to win the top of a ticket in a Democratic primary for president or something like that, they're going to do it by catering to the majority, by moderating their beliefs, not vice versa.
Yeah. The argument that they would make is that that 10% is essential for them to have a winning coalition, that these elections are very close. So therefore 10% can be decisive. I mean, they're not really religious voters or anything. So, and they dominate the conversation during the election cycles. I do think you'd do better with moderate voters on both the left and right, the center left and center right, if you just kick these people to the curb. This is what Republicans have discovered. They beat up on the fucking Nazis. They beat up on the KKK ethno-nationalists. They're laughing stocks in our society right now. And that's because it's politically useful to make them laughing stocks.
Yeah, well, they were. I think we have to use past tense.
Oh, now they're making a rise.
Well, it's interesting. I don't know if you saw, there's a clip of Tucker Carlson calling Nick Fuentes like a gay nobody or something. I forget the exact line he used.
Mm-hmm.
He called him a gay weirdo or something strange. And now Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson are in a big fight and all the Groypers are attacking Tucker. And I'm kind of curious to see how that all shakes out.
You're
It's kind of
you're
that's like a good it's like a good test to see like who is really who has like the dominant audience exactly.
Yeah, it is a great test. So if Tucker bends the knee to the Groypers, you're thinking, oh shit,
Yes.
things are getting real.
Yes, but if the Tucker crowd, which I would say is like a lot of the people that are in Tucker crowd are probably in the Fuentes crowd, but there's also a lot of people that aren't, but are still very far right. If they don't bend to the Groypers, that'd be a positive sign to me. So
Fascinating. God, I love politics. It's so entertaining.
Top of the ticket doesn't mean that you are centrally supporting their ideology. For instance, it's possible to cater to, in a roundabout way, people that are further to the left of you without catering to far leftist beliefs, right?
Correct. But you would agree, like, if a socialist is at the top of the ticket, socialists like Bernie Sanders, the Democratic Party should support the socialists at the top of the ticket, correct?
It depends what you mean by support, but generally, yeah, I think you should support
Okay, so you're okay with socialists being part of the coalition, correct?
I don't really know if I consider Bernie Sanders or AOC to be like socialists.
Well, and why is that exactly?
Okay, well, first of all, I mean, I know Destiny's hardcore team, has to vote for the Democrat. My position on that would be, it depends who the Republican is. It's an election. Depends who they're running against. Before you say should I or should anyone support, Bernie Sanders or AOC or something to that effect. But again, you have to bring out that these people would have to moderate their views in order to win those positions. And as you said, I think it's a very important point. You're going to, if you try to appeal to the crazy, wacky 10%, you're making it so much harder to get elected. And you're putting off way more people. There's a reason, remember, defund the police was like this huge thing that the far left, the alt left was pushing until it became so politically toxic that Democrats all across the country had to run as fast as they could away from defund the police movement because it was so horrible. And it's kind of the same thing, I think, right now with a lot of the trans stuff. Everyone always points to the Kamala trans ad, was that there's been a lot of positions that Democrats who are supposedly moderate had to take and have hurt their political efficacy. Greatly. So.
Yeah. The defund the police is a perfect example.
Brian, thanks so much for the $20. Says the reason why socialists and communists has the story of trying to do good while fascism doesn't is because we as a society told the narrative of what fascism means and all the evil that comes along with it. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that America has its own past, rooted in ethno-nationalist beliefs, in slavery, and treating Black people as second-class citizens. And because of that, we can kind of see the reflection of ourselves to some extent in Nazism. And so it hits us on a very different emotional level because we're like, oh, we could have gone down, like an alternate version of America maybe could have gone down some similar path or something. That's, I think, so it affects people that way. And then plus, we also have part of our origin story is, in today's world, even though it was only 1945, is that America was the great justice that came in and helped defeat the Nazis, where we don't have a past whatsoever of communism. There's no part in American history we can look back to and say, oh, we had communists running amok in our society and it led to some horrible, horrible disaster. Now, maybe we will in the coming future, but we didn't live through that. So we don't have that negative emotional attachment to it, the way that a lot of former Soviet countries, they would look at communism and socialism as negatively as Nazism, or even look at Nazism kind of, like in Ukraine, people point out that because, they would actually kind of look at Nazism far less bad than communism because of their own personal experiences.
Yeah. Eastern Europe lost the Cold War, and it affected them much more than us winning the Cold War. It was pretty much not really relevant in most people's lives.
And Brian, for another $20 says, which we did not do that with socialism or communism because we were allied with countries like the USSR during World War II and allowed them to push their narrative that they just want to do good which a fascist would say the same. I don't agree with that at all, because during the Cold War lasted so much longer than World War II. And during the Cold War time period, the majority of Americans were in the public broadly was very, very anti-socialist, very, very anti-communist. We were in a direct conflict. Now, it didn't come to blows the way exactly it came to blows with Germany. Maybe that's part of the psychology here, is that Soviet Union has kind of petered itself out. If we got into some sort of hot war with the Soviet Union at the time, maybe people would have had a very different view of communism. I did see, it's kind of interesting, Adam Kinzinger put this post out on X. It said, just a quick reminder, the Second World War was started by Russia, who allied with Nazis and invaded Poland. Then the US had to bail them out with Lend-Lease so they could push back against Nazis after being betrayed. Russia is a terrorist state. I do wonder if this is a good tactic to sort of get the moderate left on board with being anti-communist. Is, the moderate left really doesn't like Russia. And if you can kind of tie Russia back to the Soviet Union, tie it back to communism, that could be a good persuasive avenue maybe for some people. Keaton Kitsune for $30. Thank you so much. Says, can't stand PissCo ever since he derailed the debate conversation in which the group panel was interrogating her for compiling a dox list with an extremist Antifa group, then tried to dox a panelist for kicking a guy from her Discord. Wow.
What?
That's
Wow.
Because I don't think that they like fit under conventional definitions of socialism.
Do
It's
they
more
want the
kind of like
decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production?
Yeah, so that's your definition. That's your proprietary definition of socialism.
That's
but you agreed.
most
Wait, hang on.
socialist definition.
So, for example,
do you disagree with my definition?
Yeah. Okay. So just to hop in here. So yeah, I disagree that is. Okay. Do you want me to answer the question, Connor?
Give Econoboy space to answer. Go ahead, Econoboy, please.
So
I want you to do a line of Adderall.
Let it.
What did Connor didn't say anything? What's going on here? He just made like a quip. He doesn't really try to interrupt him or anything.
Right.
Econoboy, answer. Go ahead.
I probably should have done an edible instead of Adderall before entering this debate. But
he's on Adderall. That's so much of this.
I saw
it's
completely
so
off topic.
stereotypical.
This is completely off topic. I'm just going to bring this up for anyone that has children. I did see an article today, I think it was in the New York Times, where they were talking about how the original researchers who suggested giving Ritalin and I guess Adderall to children for ADHD were saying that in the first year of giving it to them, they would find that they would do better at school and other things. But after 3 years of taking this drug, they found no difference. It made no difference after 3 years.
Really?
Like they were exactly the same as everyone else in terms of symptoms. But then even crazier than that, I've never heard this before. They said that their research showed that long-term use of Adderall and Ritalin made people shorter on average. if you take it before you stop growing. So if you're a parent, just be aware. If your kids are growing, maybe hold off on Adderall and Ritalin.
You should hold off on all those drugs. I do not condone the medicating of young children the way we're doing now. It's freakish.
Yeah.
I mean, if your kid has cancer, obviously, give them some cancer
different.
drugs,
Sure.
just. Well, he has trouble focusing. Yeah, he's a fucking kid. Come on.
To answer your question, similar to capitalism, socialism is a diverse universe of people. There's a lot of people who call themselves socialists. Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Some of them are like what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists, I guess like me, who say that we should just collectivize the ownership of production. People have different ways.
So look, that is super clear right there. I put a spectrum out there, right? Collective ownership of everything and collective ownership of nothing, right? Did he not just say that he wanted collective ownership of everything?
I think
Isn't that what he just said?
Wait, let me listen.
Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Some of them are like what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists, I guess like me, who say that we should just collectivize the ownership of production. People have...
Well, first of all, it's funny he calls himself a right-wing socialist, so that's interesting. But yeah, he said the collective ownership of production.
The means of production. That's fucking everything.
Well, so no, but he'd be like, well, see, people can still they can own like private property, right? But no one can own a private business. Every business has to be a co-op, essentially, which is
Yes. That's
stupid.
the collective ownership of the entire fucking economy.
Economy. Yeah. Yeah. It's really stupid. It's funny that that gets you labeled a right wing socialist, I guess.
How is that? Look, the right left thing is completely ridiculous. The scale that I laid out, I don't even know how you figure right left into that. It
Yeah.
doesn't seem like a right left
I don't know.
thing.
I think
I guess the
well, it's
right
weird.
is more comfortable with hierarchy, so they're more
I
comfortable
think
with.
I think what he's trying to say is like if you imagine a political spectrum of left and right, and you see that like socialism and communism is on the far left, he's saying that he would be closer towards the center of the socialist, like towards the right of the social spectrum. Which, if the right of the social spectrum is there can't be private business and everything has to be a co-op, that's still pretty fucking crazy far left.
Yeah.
Different ways of defining these things. For instance, capitalism includes people all the way from Fabian Liberty to people like Destiny, who basically endorses the Nordic model, right? And they're both capitalists, right? And so I think that of the 10% of people who call themselves socialists and are part of the Democratic Party base, obviously that's a very diverse group of people, ranging from the exact, essentially, people that I just mentioned as well. And I think that's a very sensible way to look at who calls themselves socialist and why. To Destiny's point of when
Donnie's not a socialist or that Bernie's not a socialist. That's crazy.
Just one more sentence that to Destiny's point about when do like the left wingers ever cater to the
Is it weird that not for Mondani, but for Bernie, there was a lot of hand wringing and dishonesty with Bernie and AOC about were they actually socialist? And now PissCo's like, well, obviously they're socialist. It's ridiculous to say they're not socialist. That it's behooving him in the argument.
Well, and there's the narrative that Bernie would have won if the Democrat Party hadn't screwed him over.
I think he might have in 2016 or 2016. I think it's possible.
It would have been interesting because whether or not he could win the general,
I think he could have won the general.
Tell you something about the country.
I think he could have won the general against Trump. I think it was still early enough in the game before the communist stuff really took a hold that people weren't really perceiving. The average person wouldn't perceive Bernie as a socialist. So I think he could have won 2016. And 2020, the last election, like no, well, not really. So
moderates, well, I mean, I seem to remember people like Bernie Sanders and AOC taking very collaborative positions with people like Biden when he was in office. And I seem to recall like Mamdani, he took a very collaborative position with people like Brad Lander. And Mamdani's campaign, to the extent that it appealed to people broader than just the left wing, he made that conscious decision to do that. He didn't run on a campaign of seizing the means of production. He ran on a campaign of like freezing the rent and providing childcare to people, right? I mean, I take that to be in some sense a means to cater to a broader base of people than just left wingers, essentially.
So I think that if we
you could have a lot. I mean, I fucking hate this because this is so stupid. A lot of the ethno-nationalists, they do the same thing. Nick Fuentes will try to appeal to a bunch of other things, not just be like, white people are the best, white people are the best, white people are the best. Most of the time, he won't even talk about that. He'll try to be like, oh, the rent is too high, or people can't get enough good jobs, people can't get girlfriends. Like they're going to try to appeal to other issues that are popular and to suck people into the movement. And then it's like, boing, white nationalists. Or then it's like, boing, seize the means of production. That's the problem with people like Mamdani, who has very explicitly said that is his end goal, is to seize the means of production.
Yeah. I mean, some of his policies are seizing the means of production, obviously. Yes. I mean, he wants government-owned grocery stores, and he's talking about rent freezes. That's freezing. That's him basically taking over your rental business.
Right. But yeah, and I think that it's silly for a Boy to be like, well, he's not running on a platform of seizing the means of production directly. And it's like, who cares? If that's what his goal is, you would not defend a Groyper who's running for office because they're not explicitly running on a platform of ethno-nationalism.
Right, yes.
about catering to socialists. I think that the issue that we have is there exists a world where you only have, or you have a bunch of like Bernie Sanders, AOC, maybe Mamdani types of people that are part of your movement and part of your coalition. And I think that if we lived in a world where there was a rich media environment with a lot of people who were socialists, who, you know, some supported the liberals, some kind of didn't, and some were like really against it, then we could have that conversation. But right now, it seems basically ubiquitous across the entirety of the left-wing media landscape to aggressively and violently shit on and attack Democratic candidates as harshly as possible. I just saw, and I'm sure you guys saw, that Vanguard tweet saying that Pete Buttigieg looked like and smelled like a rat. Pete is one of the most like popular Democratic figures making the rounds on shows. I just watched Crystal Ball fucking roast the fuck out of a senator from Michigan because she wouldn't give like the singular one answer on the Gazan issue. If this is the world we're going to live in, where you want to say, oh, well, socialism encompasses a broad range of people, but when I look to the media environment, almost every single person that would even flirt with the label socialist relentlessly shits on the Democratic Party. I don't know if I can really say, yeah, sure, we should also appeal to these people. It's just not the right media environment.
There's a definitional issue.
Yeah, how many breaking points Crystal fans are going to be voting in the midterms, do you think, over that interview?
Yeah, that interview, we might watch some of it on Monday. The interview that he's talking about,
oh, it's crazy,
is insane.
Yeah,
it's so insane. I don't think it makes me think that Crystal is either completely controlled by her emotions and is a full NPC, or she doesn't actually care about having a positive political change in the world that mirrors what she wants, and is only interested in growing her YouTube channel and her audience and virtue signaling. Because that interview is fucking crazy.
Yeah, yeah. At the end of it, when she's just like completely doing the guilt trip maneuver, it reminded me of when we were talking about the guilt tripping in Fantastic Four. I was like, holy shit, she's going for it. Guilt.
If you haven't seen it, there's a Democrat on who seems pretty moderate and is saying about how there needs to be like a lot of emphasis on helping Americans that have all these economic woes, which is something that Crystal has been complaining about forever. That whenever these culture war issues come up, Crystal would say, this is all distraction. We need to care about, you know, the economy and the economic issues of average
prices
Americans.
are too high.
Right.
Yeah.
And then as soon as someone comes on her show and says that, she's like, she said, I don't remember exact wording. She said something to the equivalent of, until you denounce Israel's committing a genocide, I cannot hear what you're saying. Like, I'm going to just ignore everything you're saying. It was so, and then right in the beginning of like the conversation, right beginning of her questioning the conversation, is so weird. In a very obnoxious way, she's like, why did you even come talk to us? And it's like, what? You have a senator on your show who wanted to come on your show. You could use this as an avenue to become the quote Joe Rogan of the left. You've been complaining about how the left isn't going on enough social media, enough shows. You could try to use this to build a coalition where you can try to get the things that you want, try to move the Democrat Party more in the direction you want. Instead, you just like shit all over it and attack this person to placate your psychotic audience, I guess.
We have to watch it because in the interaction, she says that to give her cover to go as hard as she goes. That's basically her giving herself an out.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, that's the way I perceived it. Obviously,
you could be right. You could be right.
It is a fascinating interview. That's the interview that Destiny just referenced there. I'm assuming
that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
Did you look it up because of this?
I did, because I was curious as to what he was talking about.
Yeah, it's vicious.
Here, which is you're saying that Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are not socialist. Explain that.
That's not really responsive to anything I just said.
No, because you were not responsive to the issue.
See, this is was driving me crazy the first time that I was listening to this. Who the fuck has defined socialism yet in this conversation?
Connor did.
Why are they even? Well, what did Connor say? Oh yeah, he did. He defined it pretty accurately, actually.
Yes,
I remember now. Yeah. Did anyone sign off on that, or is that the definition they're going with?
I mean, Convoy seems like he's trying to draw a bunch of interference here, like muddy the waters. Well, there's a lot of different types of socialists, blah blah blah.
I
at hand,
explain it?
which has to do with the
PissCo
definition.
go, please.
Yeah. So the question is, if you're defining socialism to only include the people that Stephen doesn't like, then maybe there's not actually a disagreement here in terms of who should be leading the party or something.
So I wasn't
nope,
defining
I got
socialism with people I don't like. I was defining socialism. So we can talk about definition of socialism. What I'm looking at right now is the socialist media environment. And my earlier argument was that I don't know if I would even consider like Bernie Sanders and AOC to be hardcore socialists. If I wanted to supply
I didn't
that
say
argument,
hardcore. Socialist at all.
Sure, socialists at all. Well, right now, who are the socialists all shitting on almost more than anybody else? AOC and Bernie Sanders. So, I mean,
whether they're shitting on them or not, Stephen, whether they're shitting them or not isn't the question. That's a separate question. Are they shitting or not shitting? The question is, should socialists be part of the coalition? You just said that Bernie isn't a socialist. He identifies as such. AOC is not a socialist. She identifies as such. Mamdani isn't a socialist. She identifies as such. What's your evidence they're not socialists?
So identifying as a political thing doesn't make you that political thing. That's a tautology, and that would be nonsense, number one. And number two, the question wasn't should they be part of the coalition. The question is should we appeal to them. Those are two fundamentally completely different questions.
Destiny. To be clear though,
I do think there's some Destiny debate tacticking here because you do have to acknowledge that AOC and Bernie are socialists. You just have to go in that direction. You can't deny that.
They want to abolish private property. I mean, this comes up later when they talk about healthcare. Obviously, single payer is socialism, but I don't see the public option as socialism because they're not. The government is going to go in and compete against. Is going to be a player in a free market system. That's not socialism. I mean, I understand some people will argue that, well, it's the government. They have more power than anyone. They regulate themselves, all of this and that. But obviously the government always regulates itself in matters of freedom of speech, all kinds of things, right? Not being able to arrest you without due process, all that kind of stuff, right? They're always regulating themselves.
Your position. It was just last night when you said explicitly anyone that uses the socialist label should be treated like a Nazi, right? Now,
in the media environment is what we're talking about. I'm commenting on your show.
You clarified then, Destiny. Okay, well, that's what you said last night. If you're clarifying just people within the media environment, then I'm just saying that that's a useful narrowing of the discussion then, because
you can call it a narrowing if you want, but anybody that's watched I don't shit on AOC, I don't shit on Bernie Sanders even, and I've been supportive of Mamdani for the.
I think useful is one way to put it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think Weasley is another way to put it, and I think it is Weasley. I think you're backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of our fucking coalition. And now when you're getting pushed, I guess now it's the media environment. And now it's but you took a strong position.
I didn't say socialists shouldn't be part of the coalition. I said we shouldn't be trying to actively appeal to socialists. Do you understand that those are two separate things?
They're different statements. They're correct. They're different statements. But you said
no. They mean fundamentally two completely different things.
They're two different statements that mean different things. They're two different statements that mean two different things. But your position, is it your position, therefore, that the Democrats should, as part of their coalition in terms of who to vote for, what kind of policy support, to humor people like Mamdani, humor people like AOC, and humor people like Bernie Sanders? And if that's the truth, then I think that
I don't know what that
like
statement means. Should they humor them? Like, what does that mean? Like, put them on the ballot? I don't know what that question means.
So, should they have a seat at the table? Whatever you take the seat at the table. Whatever
like, they go to the Outback Steakhouse.
That's what I'm asking you. So for example, you're the one who says that we need to excise these people from the party. I actually don't know what you mean by that. So whatever your vision of having a seat at the table, not being excised is, whatever you're using when you say these people need to be gone, under that definition, do you think?
Sure. Okay. Let's let Destiny. Those are good questions, PissCo, and I'd like to know the answers too, right? What do you mean, Destiny, when you say we need to excise these people? How do you see that?
My fixation is almost universally on the media environment when I'm having these conversations. I think when I was watching you guys talk, it was also generally on although sometimes you guys would try to go back to AOC, but politicians operate kind of in a different world than the media environment operates in. Most of my criticism on the media environment that all calls themselves like leftists or socialists seem to relentlessly shit on Democrats. And I just think it's a really unhealthy and bad world, again, where you see a Michigan senator wants to dip her toes into the podcasting world. And one of the jokes I made about Kamala is one of the reasons why she probably didn't do any shows is because she would get fucked by the right, the centrist, and the left, and she goes on a leftist show and she gets fucking shit on because they only want to talk about fucking Palestine. This is a senator from a blue state, from Michigan. Jesus, that's insane to me. And it would be nice if we actually had like a strong center-left position and a strong center-left media apparatus, and not just a bunch of leftists who fucking hate the party.
Do you understand our position to be that we disagree with your assessment that leftists constantly shit on the Democrats? Do you think that we disagree on that?
I'm not sure all the time. I can't tell.
So you're not sure. So we're here to discuss something where you're not sure if we agree with you on the position that the lefties constantly shit on Democrats in ways we don't like. We agree that lefties constantly shit on Democrats that in ways that we don't like. We agree with Hutch, for example, when they constantly shit on people like Biden in certain ways, even though I shit on Biden in some respects. We agreed on the AOC tweets that they shouldn't have shit on her that way. And so there's no disagreement there. So that obviously isn't what we're here to discuss on a point that where you're unsure that we disagree on.
I wasn't saying.
So when you're talking about political coalitions, you have to, in politics, you do always have to project strength if you want people to follow you. And it is the most cucked, weak position if you're going to take the PissCo position here, which is, oh yeah, I agree that all these far left people are attacking, the people that we support nonstop, attacking our ideals nonstop, but we still need to build a bridge with these people and bend over backwards for them and cover for them and not attack them and sweep for them. Yeah, that's going to make you cucked, and no one's going to want to be part of the cucked coalition.
Yeah, you got to take it.
Yeah.
Welcome to the coalition. Pull your pants down around your ankles.
That's essentially the argument. But
I know. So enticing, right? Don't you want to join that coalition? Isn't that a coalition you're eager to be a part of?
No one wants to join the cuck coalition. Okay.
No.
It's got a nice alliteration to it, but not the good kind. Nick Sabansky, thanks so much for the $30. Says, hey guys, long time fan, first time super chat. Well, thank you. I want to thank you guys and share a music video with you guys. Me and my brother made. Hope it makes you giggle. Search Epstein music video band. It's the one by Short End, the band. Thanks. Plus, I still rewatch the Alex Jones Kanye episode all the time. Kino shit. Also, Adam learned 40K so you could own Connor on it. And please pray for me, bros, as my brother is a big Joel fan.
Oh,
no. That's
hilarious.
Yes. But yeah, we'll check that out after the video. But thank you. And thank you for $30.
Thanks for the kind words.
And we pray everyone in chat send up their hands of free will. We'll offer some free will prayer to Nick's brother.
Yes.
To get out of the big Joel.
He must be saved from the dirty sweater club.
Yes.
I wasn't saying that we had I was asserting strongly that we massively disagreed there. So, okay, what was counterpoint saying?
I got something I massively disagree with. So, okay. I think that every single leftist that I've talked to online, anybody who has any kind of political knowledge whatsoever, defines socialist as decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they use that definition repeatedly.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you. Finally, someone going back to the definition.
Mm-hmm.
I think that my frustration is that there are a bunch of quote unquote social democrats who talk about universal health care, or they talk about, making rent cheaper or some shit like that, which are social democratic Scandinavian policies. And I think they're using the term socialism backdoor in order to rehabilitate the image of this. And not just that, Hassan Piker and plenty of far lefties, plenty of MLs, probably the Vanguard as well, they're ecstatic that this is happening. They're ecstatic that Mamdani has social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that AOC have social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that Bernie Sanders have social democrat policies because it rehabilitates the word in my mind. That shift of the Overton window to the fucking far left is an insidious plot by twats to manipulate the Democratic Party.
So I'll ask you, Connor,
and it's going to ruin electoralism.
So
everything Connor said is 100% true, completely fucking true. And people sweeping for this are degenerate traitors.
We're going to get some actual clarity here. So to be clear, Stephen, you don't disagree that people like Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie, they're fine to be in the party, and we're fine to appeal to the kind of issues that they care about in their positions, correct? You don't have a problem with that?
Hold on, real quick.
I'm asking Stephen a question. I'm going to get to you and see if you disagree with Stephen, actually.
Hold on a second. I want to say something before you and Destiny talk for the next 40 fucking minutes. What I would say is that if the socialists are proposing social democrat policy, but then they get what they want, and then they try to yank the political window further left, that is something 100% that I oppose. Destiny, you and PissCo, go ahead and fight for the next.
I just want to ask, and I'll ask. I'm going to go to you, Connor, and see if you agree with Destiny, because I think we might all have a more disagreement with you, Connor, than we have within each other in terms of the substantive opinion. So I'm going to ask Stephen, do you have a?
Why is PissCo not even acknowledging the definition? He never says anything about that.
It doesn't behoove him to.
I mean, I'd kind of like to know where he's at on that definition. Where I want to know where PissCo is on that spectrum. Is he for abolishing private property rights?
Is he
I mean, there's some people that come out and they're like, we need to, the employer-employee relationship is immoral. We need to make it illegal. Like, what the fuck? You're talking about a crazy person then. Is PissCo one of those crazy people?
I don't know. He didn't used to be. So,
people want to know.
Maybe.
People want to know this shit.
Problem with these people, the people identified, Mamdani, Sanders, AOC, being part of the Democratic coalition, and however you define Democratic coalition, and having their positions catered to, or people having their positions in general as part of the Democratic coalition. Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, so there's two separate questions. So one, like generally, I'm probably almost always going to support a blue candidate over a red candidate in this current media environment, or in this current political environment, number one. But number two, when you say, do you have a problem appealing to them? I mean, that means different things. If you say, like, would I have a problem if we were to appeal to Bernie Sanders coming out and saying, I want to socialize all of the means of productions in the United States, I would have a problem with that. But if you're saying, do you have a problem appealing to Bernie and AOC and Mamdani saying, we need to find ways to make, rent cheaper in cities, and that might mean a policy like rent control that I personally don't like, but, if they want to try it, I mean, I wouldn't be like fundamentally opposed to having that as part of my party's platform. Then no, I mean, like it would depend on what things we're talking about appealing to.
Like, agreed. You're okay with the socialist being at the top of the Democratic ticket in the sense of socialist, in the Bernie Sanders sense.
But this is part of the issue. You call it.
Is that right or no? Am I wrong?
This is not like a simple thing. You're like doing like the.
He's basically asking, if a socialist wins the Democratic nomination, are you going to vote for that person?
Right.
Right? Isn't it kind of the same thing to ask a right winger, if an ethno-nationalist wins the Republican primary, are you going to vote for that person?
It is. It is the same question. Yeah. Yeah.
And the answer should be, hell fucking no.
Right.
Hell. Now, if an ethno-nationalist is running against a socialist, oh my God, we're fucked.
Then we're in trouble. Yeah.
We're in big trouble.
What is a woman at me? What is a socialist?
No, I'm asking you. Do you have a problem with Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket?
You got to let Destiny answer.
That's a specific question.
Top of the ticket? No. Like if him being a senator from Vermont, no. If he was president, probably not.
Yeah.
So when you say a socialist, if you're talking about somebody who wants to abolish by law all of private enterprise and maybe even attack the democratic underpinnings of our political parties, right, and have a single party rule, I would be opposed to that.
That doesn't describe Bernie. It doesn't describe Mamdani. It doesn't describe AOC. Correct?
No, but Mamdani, Bernie, and AOC are on the outer perimeter of what is considered socialist, and they're attacked by the center part of what is socialist.
Can PissCo have a conversation about substance at all? Because this is just like word talk here.
No.
He's like, look, let's just define socialist in someone that identifies as a socialist.
Well, the irony is that in the beginning of maybe it's the projection here. The irony is at the beginning of the conversation. He says, oh, this is all just semantics. This is all just semantics. And then he spends so much of the conversation trying to win.
Diving into semantics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I hate that. Props to Destiny for actually bringing some substance.
Mm-hmm. That's my issue. You could probably find an outer perimeter fascist that I might be okay with. If he's some fascist who's like, yeah, I think we should protect America as an ethno-state, and I'm defining ethno-state as like the current ethnic composition of America, and I think that we should have like stronger rules on immigration. I was like, yeah, I'd probably fucking support this dude or whatever.
The problem is that, like, and you understand, and you kind of lay this out, that Bernie, AOC, these types, they come from a long tradition of democratic socialists from like UK, Australia. He brought up Clement Attlee, and this is not some fringe movement. These are democratic socialists that exist in countries all over the world. So we're not talking about this idiosyncratic belief of socialism. It's a version of socialism that exists, and you're okay with it being part of the party. So the question isn't one of categorical. You're okay with some socialists. You would vote for some socialists. I'll ask Connor the same question. Connor, are you okay with someone like Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket, AOC being at the top of the ticket of the Democratic Party?
No, I would either abstain from voting or I would fucking vote against them. Like, for instance, if there's a moderate Republican compared to AOC or Bernie, not that moderate Republicans exist anymore, but if they existed, I would pick a moderate Republican over AOC or Bernie.
I think the bigger disagreements between you and Destiny there. I think Destiny's okay with some socialists.
Well, to be clear,
being a part of the Democratic coalition.
Connor is a Republican, so I would expect him to say that. Yeah, no shit. But voting for somebody is a lot different than appealing to somebody. These are two different things, and we keep playing like this clever game of trying to trouble.
Let Destiny finish. Hold on. Let Destiny finish his thought. please go.
Well,
ahead.
that's it. No, I'm just saying that like appealing to somebody is a lot different than voting for somebody. I'm guessing if I was in New York and
there are no moderate Republicans. It's weird that Connor would say there are no moderate Republicans left if he is a Republican.
Yeah, I don't know if his
What-
argument is just that because everyone's appealing to Trump now, or I don't know. I've never heard him talk about it. So.
Right. And is he just talking about elected officials, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Or is he talking about all rank and file Republicans? Interesting comment.
there was a plethora of candidates, Mamdani probably wouldn't be my first choice, but I'd probably vote for him in the primary, or I'm sorry, in the general. But that doesn't mean I would like want to appeal to a socialist or whatever.
But I agree
okay,
that
like
Go
we
for
have
it.
to. I think there's a useful thing to look at what this actually looks like in actually existing politics, right? So in 2016, when Bernie Sanders got 45% of the vote in the primary, something like that. He was involved in the platform committee for the DNC. He was like a main speaker at the DNC in 2016. He was able to extract a lot of concessions to the party. Like I think that because of him, the party added in marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage. I think carbon pricing, and I think maybe there was some stuff about the death penalty. I want to say that was something that Bernie Sanders really pushed to add into the Democratic Party platform. Those, and again, that's like a very direct appeal to Bernie Sanders and like an appeal to the unity between the centrists and the socialists and the Democratic Socialists.
No, nothing. What policy there was socialist?
Okay, so Destiny,
Here's where we're going to run into the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist. And there's this game that's played where
Destiny, you're wrong about that. You're completely wrong. Okay, so
15 an hour is socialist?
Okay, do you think a progressive income tax is socialist?
Not necessarily, no.
Right. So the Communist Manifesto proposed a progressive income tax, right? So
Does that
obviously
make it a
it's the case.
socialist policy?
I would say, generally speaking, that the Communist Manifesto, the manifesto of the Communist Party, like it probably is something of an authority on what it means to be a communist policy.
The Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet made so that farmers could read it and join a violent revolution against the state.
Only reason,
is that really where we're going by defining
I hate this way of defining socialism. Something said in the Communist Manifesto makes it so. Some policy from the Communist Manifesto makes it socialism.
So I haven't watched a lot of Econo Boy content. I don't have a good mental model of him, but that interaction is so dishonest that it really puts him very low in my mental map here. Because if you're going to try to make the claim that progressive taxation is socialism, fuck off, please. That's like, well, the Nazis liked water and dogs, so liking water and dogs makes you a Nazi. That's that level of argumentation. Progressive taxation is not a socialist policy whatsoever.
Right.
And it's hyper dishonest that just because a socialist would advocate for a policy like that, which I imagine they'd only advocate for it until they get what they really want, which is the abolishment of money and, class and all those other things, advocating for a policy that is not socialist, just be like, that's just, I can't even fucking put into words how dishonest that is.
Well, depends upon obviously how you define progressive taxation. If the top tax bracket is 100%, that is socialism.
Well, yeah, sure. Maybe, yeah, and I haven't read the Communist Manifesto, so maybe I don't know exactly what it says about this, but
yeah, my thing is just define it what it is. Like define the characteristics of it specifically, and then say this is what we're calling socialism. Let's debate, right?
Yeah,
and they are Sitch's law all the way. They're just arguing over the definition of socialism here, which is retarded.
Well, and also, I can pretty much, I'm pretty sure here, and I'm gonna look it up, that a lot of countries had progressive taxation before the Communist Manifesto dictated it.
Was written.
Yeah.
Didn't they have just all? It was like murder taxation. I don't know. When did the Communist Manifesto? When was it written?
Like what?
The only reason
aspects of communism and socialism that are shared in democracy.
Oh my God, this is so bad faith. So Econo Boy brings up a point. He says, "Is this policy socialist?" As sort of embodied in the Communist Manifesto, and you go a broader point and say, "Well, the Communist Manifesto has this other purpose." That's not the question on the table.
That's not the point. So no, that's not the point. So the point is that it's not about whether or not we would semantically define something like a progressive income tax as communist or not communist. It's about these broader movements and what their general ideological disposition is on all of the different set of possible positions within the policy debate. So I would agree to your point that, like, yeah, like in terms of socialism being the decommodification of labor and also like the collective ownership of the means of production.
There you go. The decommodification of labor. That's another
Yes.
key
Yes.
word there. What's he mean by that? Labor is no longer a commodity.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sell your labor? Is that what he's saying? That's a pretty big infringement on your rights.
And if that's the way that you define socialism, then obviously these aren't like socialist policies, quote unquote, but that doesn't mean that you're not appealing to like the broader socialist movement and the broader like socialist apparatus of advocacy when you propose things like a $15 an hour
just for
minimum
clarity,
wage or
Econoboy, just for clarity, so I understand, you're saying when you say I want to appeal to socialists, you're saying things like, oh, pick policies that socialists would also like.
I'm
that what
saying
you're
that I'm saying that insofar as socialists and very progressive Democrats are a part.
This feels so dishonest to me. We have countries, most countries, if not every country, has some form of progressive taxation, and they're not socialist countries. Okay, so that shows you that you can have a policy that completely fits within the framework of liberalism, doesn't neatly fit into the framework of socialism, but neatly fits into the framework of liberalism that can be implemented, that people are totally fine with and totally support without the country becoming a socialist country, and that policy has nothing to do with the main aspect of socialism, which is, as he said, the decommodification of labor or seizing the means of productions or any of that other nonsense.
Yeah, all the keywords he's throwing out there.
Yes. And so he's making Connor's exact point that Connor said earlier, which is that these people want to use borderline safe policies that aren't really socialist, or maybe in the border realm between socialism and capitalism, or socialism, liberalism, I should say, that people would support, and they want to use the popular things to backdoor their more extreme views.
Exactly.
That's the point of this. That's the point of it.
Yes, yeah. It's just progressive taxation, guys.
Oh my God.
You can't own anything.
It's so stupid.
We need to
Of the actually
decommodify that labor.
Right.
Existing base of Democratic voters, they should have some proportional say in things like party leadership positions, committee assignments, the platform of the Democratic Party, fundraising distribution, activist-based organizing, strategic discussions. They should have some kind of proportional say in all of those discussions.
But the problem is those people, if they truly identify as socialists and
You know who else had progressive taxation, Adam?
Who's that?
The Nazis.
Did they really?
I'm
the
so
National Socialists?
sorry. The Nazis had progressive taxation.
Who would have
Terrible.
thought it?
I mean, I guess that means it's a fascist policy. If you support progressive taxation, you're a fascist.
Were the Nazis actually fascist, though, Sitch? I mean, think about it.
Oh, no.
They have socialists in their name.
Oh, no.
not just like liberal light or socialist light or whatever we're calling these people, they're not going to be pushing for these outer perimeter things that socialists might agree with when it comes to liberals. So when you say like a $15 an hour minimum wage or like a progressive taxation system, these are quote unquote socialist policies because they're mentioned in the Communist Manifesto, you don't need communism or socialism to talk about either of those issues. And what I don't like is this weird game that's played where somehow socialists are allowed to no true Scotsman every single good thing that our capitalist liberal society has produced and say, oh, well, you like vacation days? That actually came from socialism. You like a minimum wage? That came from socialism. You like labor unions? That came from socialism. And every bad and shitty thing is ascribed to the capitalist part, despite the fact that that's what's even creating the necessary prerequisite wealth to even have these other things.
Wait, Destiny, what does that have to do with? Wait, I don't know what that has to do like at all with what I just said. That what I'm saying fundamentally is that I think it's sensible to make policy concessions to the broader socialist apparatus insofar as they're a part of the base. It sounds like you don't even.
We don't have to make that's not a policy concession.
Okay.
What are the policy concessions?
Yes. Is a convoy really going to sit here and pretend that if a mainstream Democrat supported progressive taxation, which we already fucking have, and higher minimum wages, that all the communist people on YouTube and all the alt-left people are going to be like, wow, they really batting for us. We totally support them. And we're going to shut up about everything else.
Fuck no.
No, it's so stupid.
Well, he probably believes that, but it's not
Yes.
that's not how it's gonna pan out.
So I'm looking up, it says John Stuart Mill, very famous liberal philosopher, supported a form of progressive taxation.
Really? Commie?
Yeah. Thomas Paine supported forms of progressive taxation. Adam Smith, that old guy, remember Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations? Yeah.
This is one of my biggest gripes with people on the right is they're willy-nilly assigning the socialist label to things that are not really socialist, like progressive taxation.
Yes.
It's so empowering for the socialists. Why would you do that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Terrible.
Well, they do it because they don't
Well,
like
that, and this is
progressive
part of the
taxation.
problem. This is part of the problem that the right has created this cry wolf syndrome of the fact that they were calling, because of the Cold War, and it was effective to call the left socialist, they cried wolf so much that now that the socialists are here, the alt left is here, so many people are just immune to it. They're deaf to it. The same way that the alt left and the woke left, cried racism, and now people are kind of deaf to the actual racist.
Yeah.
Policy concession to a socialist. It's
is
literally not. Hold on.
It would be
Wait.
considered
Without,
as such.
no, absolutely not. If
Yes,
you got
it
rid
absolutely would.
If you got rid of all the socialists, could you still get a 15 an hour minimum wage?
Yeah.
Then it's
I
not a
don't-
policy concession to socialism.
Wait. No.
Destiny, under really quick, PissCo. Destiny, even under a quote unquote liberal economic frameworks, people in my replies are calling countries like the Nordic societies liberal capitalist societies, even though they do quote unquote socialist things as you would just define, like social ownership of the means of production. Like there's a lot of quote unquote socialist policies that those countries have engaged in that people are labeling as liberalism and doing these kind of things. And it's like, whatever, if we want to have narrow definitions of things, that's totally fine with me. But I think that insofar as like the socialist movement, and when we went to the topic of the debate, courting the left, right, conceding things to the left, the broader left, I include very progressive Democrats in that who might identify as capitalists or might be misaligned in some way. That includes things like broader progressive policies, like I mentioned the death penalty, minimum wage, things like that as well.
When I say court the left, and when I was designing this topic, maybe I could have been more clear. I'm not talking about issues that both liberals and leftists share. Like both of them agree that we should treat kids nicely. Both of them agree that we should be kind to our neighbors, things like that. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about things that are specifically and uniquely.
So name
left.
them. So
Well,
if
no,
you're
but-
finding
so, like,
The
for example-
commodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Holy fucking shit. So if
Hassan is a good example, right? The example.
Hassan isn't a policy. Hassan isn't a policy. If you're talking about appealing to people, Econoboy gave you a response. He's talking about things that these people care about, socialists care about. If all you're talking about is people,
No. Okay, so I'm going to say something that pisses me off about this conversation. Oh, somebody else started talking. I'm going to roll my eyes. Shut the fuck up, PissCo. Take your eyeballs and fucking shut them the fuck up, okay? So saying everything good is socialism is dumb as fuck.
No one
okay?
said that.
Not what I'm doing.
We did.
No
we
one
just
fucking
did. I
said
just listened to
that,
it. Hey,
dipshit.
shut the fuck
No
up.
one
I listened to
fucking
you
said that,
thoughts for the
dipshit.
past 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Shut the
but
fuck
we didn't
up.
straw man the shit out of you,
Shut
Connor.
the
You're
fuck
being
up.
an idiot.
You're fucking
All right, shut
idiot,
the fuck
dude. He
up.
didn't say that. No one
Hey,
said
my
that.
turn. I have the talking stick. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So saying like, oh, a minimum wage is socialist. Progressive taxes is socialist. Firefighters is socialist. Police are socialist. Teachers are socialist. This is the kind of fucking bullshit that is the obfuscation that I'm talking about, where you're basically talking about normie, lib, governmental policies that are perfectly conducive to a free market fucking state. And you're like, oh, it's just a gradation of the economics. Well, why don't we just go with the right-wing definition of socialism, where socialism is when the government does anything ever whatsoever.
So,
Then at that point, I'm a
You're not
socialist.
listening. You're not
Fucking
listening.
J.D. Vance is a socialist. Everybody's a fucking socialist.
Hold on. Give it to PissCo and Econoboy to respond. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so Econoboy specifically didn't say that. I'll let Econoboy do, but you're just not listening. But I want to talk after Econoboy.
So just to be clear, again, I'm grounding everything that I'm saying in the actually existing people that call themselves socialists and call themselves very, very
If
progressive.
there's a good policy,
if I could just finish, Connor, all the bullshit about interrupting. So
no, I heard it.
Okay. Well, you interrupted, so just give me a second here. I'm grounding this in the actually existing people that call it socialism, that call it whatever, very progressive capitalism or very progressive like policies in general, right? So, insofar as you're saying, oh, my narrow definition of socialist policies is decommodification of labor and the socialization of the means of production, then to be fair, according to me and according to some other policies that have been proposed, that is like almost exactly what we would be
give us
doing.
an example, just an example of a.
Wait, actually, wait, real quick.
Why'd you interrupt him? Wick, what are you doing?
I want Econoboy and PissCo to have an argument or debate with some ethno-nationalist who tries to say, listen, let's not fight about, yeah, we can have, these definitional games about what it means ethno-nationalism. Ethno-nationalism is a very broad, spectrum. And you guys want to focus very specifically on the whole, ethno-nationalist part of ethno-nationalism. I want to focus on, increasing the minimum wage increases for people and better working conditions and better housing for people.
He obviously they wouldn't go for any of that. They'd see right. They'd be against that categorically. So this is exactly what they're doing in the socialist realm. Why Wick cut him off before he really gave his definition of socialism. Because he is trying to say, Connor is right to call it out. He is trying to say, oh, there's all these things in society that are already socialist. And those things are good, so we should just do more socialism. We should just make it illegal to hire somebody.
Yeah.
Make it illegal to pay somebody to do work.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a radical jump. I want to know what Econoboy is advocating for, right?
Right.
I want to know if he's talking about all business endeavors are owned or managed by the government, or collectively owned and managed. And all other operations, like obviously we do have public schools, but we also have private schools, right?
Right.
Socialism is when you come in and say, we're going to make the private schools illegal, right?
Yes.
This is what Bernie Sanders wanted to do with healthcare. He wanted to make private insurance illegal. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, look, I don't like this business. I think we should get rid of that business.
Is there a good example of a policy that
Fuck this! I didn't come here to play the no true Scotsman for fucking
wait. Also, wait, not the policy game.
That's
I'm just
not what
curious
I'm
because
doing. I'm doing the exact opposite.
Okay, wait. Econoboy keeps bringing up like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Can you name somebody in the media environment that identifies as a socialist that is friendly towards the Democratic Party?
Like in the mainstream media environment?
Anybody in the media environment.
Why is that relevant to the conversation? You want to change the conversation?
Make another point.
I don't want to change the conversation because politicians have to operate within the very real world of trying to get elected. So necessarily their positions are going to be probably a bit more constrained. And also these are people that, I mean, maybe Connor has, but I don't shit on AOC or Bernie Sanders. That was never what this conversation was ever about, like ever. Like, I'm curious, in the media environment, are there any people that identify as socialists that are friendly towards the Democratic Party in the United States of America?
Why is that relevant to whether or not the Democrats
Because my main criticism...
Why is that relevant? That's the whole fucking point of the conversation, is that you're trying to bend over backwards to these specific people, PissCo.
Yeah, should we court the far left? That's what the debate's called.
Criticism, I'm telling you, because my main criticism is that you're saying Democrats should appeal to socialists, and you're picking the outer perimeter socialists that are the least socialist people who have won elections by being the least socialist people, saying that the outer perimeter beliefs that we're appealing to are things like a 15-an-hour minimum wage, which aren't even necessarily socialist policies, when the issue we have is that the central tenets of socialism, like the abolition of all free enterprise, the abolition of all private property, the destruction of the political parties in the United States of America, those are the people that are dominating the media environment. And you're asking us to appeal to those people to capture people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. I'm not worried about the AOCs and Bernie Sanders. I'm worried about the people that worked for Bernie Sanders, like your Brianna Joy Grays, or the people that are running the entire left-wing media online apparatus, which is why I'm asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party.
So
I don't know. Good question.
If you're asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party, there's obviously a lot of those people. I just said those are 10% of the people that vote for Democrats. Now,
Media people.
I want to make this point because it's relevant to the conversation we're having.
Okay,
fuck you, PissCo. If every time you open your fucking mouth, I go, oh shit.
It's impossible for you guys.
I would have liked an answer to be forced on that one, instead of the topic to be changed.
I would too. Yes,
name
it's a great question. They can't name someone, so that's why they want to move on. I love how half this debate is Connor bitching about everyone complaining about Connor talking. It's like over and over and over again. Connor, why do you even go on these things if everyone's just going to complain every time you talk? What's the point?
Grid Motorsports, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you, Grid Motorsports. Says, I have debated 2 out of the 4 people on that panel, and they're all paid by Progressive Victory. It's hilarious to see this play out. Definitely. That is.
I thought Connor isn't working for Progressive Victory anymore. Weren't they disbanded?
He
after
said
the
they
election?
were all. He said they all were paid
okay.
in the past. Yeah.
Yes. I saw the list going around. Notice how Sitch and Adams' names weren't on that list.
Wasn't someone accused us of being on that list?
Yeah, who was it?
I don't remember who it was, but we were like, "What? You think we get paid by someone to do something?" Give me a break.
We saw the list going around.
I know. Brian, thanks so much for the $55. Thank you. Says Sitch, can you imagine a world where we treat the USSR like we did the Nazis? That would have been amazing. That would have been fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Where we push the narrative of all the evils the USSR did to its own people, take pictures of political prisoners in the gulags and the famine of the Holodomor. If we did that like we did the Nazis, don't you think they'd be seen in the same or similar light?
That'd be a good move.
I think that would have been fantastic. I think basically what happened was, and the reason that didn't happen was there were a bunch of socialists in America who were trying to interfere and soften the blow of the USSR for the entirety of the Cold War, essentially. They kept trying to soften up. And when that came out, that was impossible, when the gulags came out, when the famine came out, they just pivot, what's his name? Noam Chomsky would do this. They just pivot away and be like, oh, well, I don't support that. So that was a fake socialist country. I support a real socialist country, right? They would frog hop away. And so I do think that the reason that what you're saying didn't happen is because we did not have that past in America for people to grab onto. If we did have that past for people to grab onto, people would not have tolerated the Noam Chomskys, the left-wing academics, and all these other people keep running interference with socialism. So I agree with you, but I don't think it counters what I'm saying. I think they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah. There's a great book on socialism where a lot of the people in America were watching the Soviet economy and thinking that they were going to pull ahead, that they were going to beat America.
Yes.
Because they were socialist and they wanted to see that. Socialism, the failed idea that never dies, by Kristen Niemitz, I think it is. That's a great book. Yeah. She goes into the history of all that.
But obviously, yes, I would support, and I do think it was a massive failing of our society that those pictures, those stories weren't just heavily shoved down Americans' throats. And I'm sure a large part of that had to do also with the fact that it just seems like dispositionally, personality-wise, teachers seem to lean, I think, to the left, it seems like. People that kind of are more interested in going to that field seem to lean to the left. So they're more likely to be more dismissive of extreme leftists, even if they're not extreme. They're just people which seem to be generally more dismissive of extremists that are closer aligned to them than the other side, unfortunately. J-Mac, thanks so much. Daddy J-Mac, the $50 says, I want to say I'm so glad you and Sitch have the temperaments you have. The screeching blood sports just aren't my cup of tea. Anger should be deployed with purpose. It elicits such a bad reaction like listening to a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. I agree. I do agree with that. Chachi McSwag, thanks so much for the $50, says, quote, you have to support Hassan because Bernie calls himself a socialist. Is the insane implications of these arguments, if Bernie calls himself a Nazi tomorrow, do we have to appeal to Nazis now? This stream is a great birthday present. S-Class is the best class.
That's a great point right there.
That is a good point. Yeah.
That's why I hate this. Pick a definition and stick to it. Talk about the reality.
Yes. Crack Rock Steady, thanks so much. Our favorite Ninja Turtle villain for the $20 says, I have a debate with a friend on the subject of socialism equaling communism. I argue that socialism is a digestible version of communism that leads to it. My friend argued that they're different. How do you guys differentiate them? So I think we talked about this the other day. I think the actual, if I look it up again, the actual very specific academic definition was something like communism believes that the government, there should be like a one party system where the government controls everything. And socialism just means that you don't believe there should be private property, or sorry, private businesses, that everything should have to be a co-op. It seems like theoretically they could be separate. In practicality and reality, I don't think they could, because in order to manifest a society where there is no private business, I do believe you would require an authoritarian government to seize power, to take control of everything.
I learned that Marx was a contemporary of Darwin and was working on a theory of the economy evolving. So socialism and communism originally was in the context of that evolving economies, and socialism was a step on the path in the evolutionary cycle where there would be certain features, and communism was a step on the path when there would be different features. And it's difficult for me to remember the features of the socialism, but the communism was basically the end of history when there was a moneyless, classless, statusless society. So, and socialism was kind of the halfway point there. Marx understood that capitalism would lead to socialism, and socialism would lead to communism. So,
yeah, no, you're correct. And actually, yeah. So what I said is incorrect, or rather, it's what I think a lot of the socialists try to push out to trick people. Because if you do look at Karl Marx, so maybe they try to do some redefinition work here. But if you do look at Karl Marx, yes, you're completely correct. Karl Marx laid it out like socialism is where the working class takes power and they establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. And that is the transitional state to communism, which would be the classless, stateless, moneyless society where everything is fully equal.
A lot of this hinges on a concept called superabundance, which I never hear anybody talk about. And it's funny because we might see superabundance in our lifetimes, right? I mean, we're getting pretty crazily close to superabundance. So Marx postulated that capitalism would lead to this superabundance, and then obviously that would transform society and the economy, which is happening. I don't think it's happening in the way that a lot of the socialists think. Like, they think it's going to abolish hierarchies and stuff like that, which obviously we talked earlier about how I don't think that's possible. Even if we do reach superabundance where everybody's physical needs are met, you're still going to have people who want more, and then you're still going to have people who compete for status. Status is not going to go away. And there's never, with people competing for status, there's never going to be superabundance in status, right? Status is always going to be a limited resource. But look, all of this is the origins of these ideas, but I don't think they're really relevant in the conversation today. I think the spectrum that I laid out is more relevant, right? When people think about socialism, they think about collective ownership of different things, right? Different institutions. They think of the government as collective ownership, and when the government does things, that's the collective ownership of some sort of institution. So I think that's relevant.
Yeah, in reality, people do use the term socialist communist very interchangeably. They probably should. In reality, I think the only distinction is that the Soviet Union, I believe, called themselves communist. They got a bad rap. So now all the communists call themselves socialists to not be associated.
Isn't that so true?
I think that's really
it's just a label.
Difference. Yeah, it's just a label that people use to try to obfuscate what's going on.
It is interesting to think how much Marx was influenced by Darwin, right? Because Darwin showed up and he's like, oh yeah, there's the origin of species. There's this evolutionary process that takes place in biology and in the animal kingdom. And everyone's like, I wonder if that process is going on in economics. Well, it is. All right, what are these people talking about?
It's linear because your whole job here is to muddy the waters.
I think you're muddying the water. That's exactly what I'm going to accuse you of momentarily. So shut up.
You were brought in. You and Wick are being brought in to give cover to Destiny.
Counter.
I'm going to offer.
Hold on. Counter. Stop.
Clarity.
Stop. PissCo first, and then you can respond.
So
go ahead.
Clearly, with respect to policy,
Connor's so chapped. It's so great. Connor's so mad that PissCo got to go first. See him roll his eyes. He's like, look at him. He's seething right now. He's seething and coping.
that socialists support, if what we mean by appeal to socialists is to literally propose policies that these types of socialists would support, you guys are okay with them, certain of these policies, right? And we're just now defining what the scope.
I'm sure they support clean water, PissCo. Who gives a fuck?
Of that agreement is, what the scope of that overlap is, but you don't have a problem in principle with appealing to socialists if by appealing to socialists we mean promoting policies that they like, correct?
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
Policies are good.
Okay, so now it's actually
wait, because the question would be, are you okay with appealing to members of the Ku Klux Klan?
They like clean drinking water. Are you sympathetic?
Yeah.
Look at that. Everyone loves clean drinking water.
Yeah.
Let's say that you do like city renovations.
So now let's
Yeah, are we allowed to appeal to the Ku Klux Klan? Come on.
actually talk about the policies and whether they get to
No, you have to answer that question. Would you be okay
I'm
having
okay
a party
with
that appeals to the Ku Klux Klan?
I'm okay with the party. I'm totally willing to bite bullets. You know I bite bullets. I'm totally willing with a party to appeal to members of the Ku Klux Klan if what is meant by that is appealing to common sense policies that everyone can.
Bullshit. Oh my God. Detecting lies. Lying. If you appealed to the Ku Klux Klan for anything, PissCo would be all over you. Oh, he'd be calling you a Nazi by the end of the day. You would not get away with that.
Excuse me. Let me finish. Wait. It's not a pointless question. It's not a pointless question because there are policies that you would consider socialist, I think, under your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should appeal. So, for example, would you be against? Do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
No.
Okay. Can you give an example of a socialist policy?
Things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from capital owners, and giving that so that the workers are exclusively the ones that are in control of the means of production.
So a single payer healthcare system, let's say health insurance system, let's put it aside national healthcare, a single payer healthcare system that makes it illegal or outlaws private insurance, you would not say that's socialist?
Socialism, 100%.
If you're talking about the government owning everything from the top down, then including the hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist. Some people might.
What? Theoretically? Fuck yeah, that's full-blown socialism. What's happening here, Sitch?
Yeah.
That's the most obvious example of socialism.
I know. He doesn't want to bite the bullet because, the UK and other systems seem close to that. So
public option. Oh yeah, the UK, 100% socialism.
Well, they call it socialist medicine.
Actually, I'm not sure because in the UK, I think they do have private doctors and they do have private insurance. So they do have the marketplace competing. So if it's not illegal, then
right.
Yeah.
You can go to private medicine in the UK. Sure.
It's just hardly anyone uses it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think more and more people are using it now. If the healthcare system sucks, right, you're going to find some way out. But if everyone's too poor to use it, then they're fucked.
Would you call?
They have a real problem with doctors too, because a lot of the doctors over there get paid chump wages, so they immigrate to the United States where doctors make bank, and they're like. So they get their education in England and they're like, I'm going to go to California where I can get fucking rich being a doctor. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Enough on this teacher's salary in the UK healthcare system.
Well, and this is what I've always said about the whole co-ops thing is like, I don't have a problem if a bunch of people get together and they want to start a co-op as a business. That's totally fine.
Yes.
Go for it. I will cheer you on. Okay. You share all the profits. You go share all the stuff. That's great. That's fine. I have a problem when the government comes in and says all businesses have to do
that model. Yeah, exactly. And that model always falls apart because Human greed takes over.
Well,
They did
it
a bunch of
becomes,
co-ops in Central and South America.
yeah,
The government these socialist governments forced it on people. And then the people in the co-ops were like, we want to sell what we make on the private market because we make 10 times more money. And the government was like, what? You're not even selling it in the country?
right, right.
They got super pissed at them. Yeah.
Well, and it's, they all, Richard Wolff and all these people, they always point to Mondragoon,
Oh, yeah.
Mondragon, which I don't know enough about the structure to comment on, but when you kind of look at, there's a reason that the co-ops, if co-ops were more efficient at engaging in the marketplace, there'd be a lot more.
They
of
would
them,
exist.
essentially.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot
They would
more of them.
already exist.
So, it kind of makes it very difficult. If it's a co-op, if you kind of go through the logistics of a co-op, it makes it very difficult to expand the business because most of the time people have no incentive to create like if you own a franchise, if you own a Burger King, okay, and your Burger King makes a lot of money and you're like, okay, I own this Burger King, it's making a lot of money. I'm now going to use the money, the profit generating to open a second Burger King somewhere else. Right?
Yeah.
That would make sense for you to do because you're like, okay, now I could potentially double my earnings or make even more money. And I can open more Burger Kings. If it's a co-op, it's very difficult to really incentivize someone to open a new business because if it's a Burger King co-op, that means that everyone that works in that Burger King now owns a share of the Burger King. If you open a new Burger King location, all the people that now work at that Burger King are now going to own shares of that Burger King, not you.
Yeah.
So, how would you really make more money from doing that? How are you incentivized to grow at that point?
Not only that, they're going to veto anything you want to do. So you've had all these great ideas that have made your Burger King successful. And then all of a sudden, all the retards who are working for you in the next place are going to veto all those ideas.
Well, and that's another problem too, is I mean, obviously a lot of businesses can be run by retards, but ideally someone can be very good at something. Doesn't mean like someone could be very good at managing the employees, but maybe they're not very good at, the actual cooking of the food, or they're not very good at figuring out how to expand the business or how to do interior decorating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone has kind of a different skill set. Just because you can tell people what to do doesn't mean like what color the tile should be. And just because you can cook a burger very well on a grill means that you understand how to manage the workforce. So the idea that every single person is going to have some sort of idea on like the best way to manage every aspect of the business seems stupid. And all you're going to basically do is you're going to create kind of a coalition voting system that I think is going to cause, like, it could work in some avenues, but it's going to make things a lot more inefficient. In the workplace.
Never work.
That socialist would
okay,
you, Stephen, not Mike, would you call that socialist, yes or no?
I would call it a state-owned enterprise, or state-owned enterprise as socialist. I mean, like technically not really, but sure, we can say that.
Wait, is your answer that a single payer system is not socialist? Is that what your answer is?
I wouldn't call it socialist, but if you wanted to.
This is so crazy. This is debate brain 101 right here. He just look, and I agree. PissCo's a piece of shit. I wouldn't want to give him anything he wants.
Right.
He just doesn't want to give PissCo the satisfaction of saying, yes, that is definitely socialism.
Well, I think it's, he doesn't want to give him satisfaction, but also he doesn't want to, because he doesn't want to engage with the idea that, like, well, you have countries that have single payer healthcare systems, but they're not full blown communist, so therefore you're wrong, Stephen. Like, that's the argument that PissCo's trying to lay out.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. Just say, yeah, of course that's socialism. Are those countries socialist? They're socialist in one sector, right? It's a completely different thing if the entire economy. Obviously, the monopoly on force is the idea that in the justice system, everything is going to be run by the government.
Well, I would say, you said,
there's even in the justice system, there's all these private arbitrators and shit.
Yes. But I would say, as you said, even in the UK, you have options. It is probably, definitely the most socialistly aligned healthcare system in the Western world because it's single payer. And I believe all the doctors and hospitals are all owned or operated by the government. So that'd be like the closest you can get. But if you don't want to use them, you don't have to. You can go to a private institution, just cost you more money. That's your choice to do that.
Right.
And so I do think you can have a government that has something that is a socialisty policy, then that's fine. If the government itself, if the ideology, the inherent ideology of the government is not socialist, they do believe in private property, they do believe in individual rights, then that's very different. And I think it completely obfuscates and is dishonest to kind of point to these policies, because you can have, I mean, I'd say it's the opposite. The UK is the opposite. It is a capitalist country that does have a socialist or socialist aligned healthcare system. That shows you that, yeah, you can, as long as the ideology, the core ideology of the population and the country is not socialism. That's really the concern here. Which, Hassan and all these other people, if we did theoretically have a public option in America, or even a fully single payer healthcare system in America, you think they would just rub their hands and say, okay, we're done, we won, boys? Of course not. No, they're going to keep advocating. They don't believe that private businesses should be able to exist.
Right. They're like, next, let's privatize some other industry. What would they go for next? The auto industry.
They would probably try to go, they want to decommodify housing. That's like their number two. Seems like their number two
you're
thing.
right.
So,
you're right. They'd have us all living in condos.
They want us all living in public
no
housing.
more family housing.
Yeah.
You greedy, greedy motherfucker. You want a yard? Greed.
Yeah. Yes.
Greed.
Yep.
You want a pool for your kids to swim in? Greed. You get the public pool.
For the purpose of this conversation, sure.
No, I don't know. I want to know your opinion. So I'm asking your opinion. Your answer is no. Single payer is not socialist. Okay. And
I don't think it's necessarily like a social policy. You could call it if you wanted to. You could. But
no, I'm not asking if I wanted to. I could. I'm asking.
Wouldn't it be great if they just used Connor's definition of socialism?
Yeah, it would be.
Jesus.
I'm asking your opinion. I'm not saying if you wanted to, you could.
You want me to give you a yes or no answer to an incredibly complicated question.
I want your opinion, dipshit. Hey, dipshit. I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You don't want an opinion. You want a yes or no.
I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You don't even know what the difference between state-owned enterprise and what
you think?
Okay.
Do you think?
Okay.
Do you think single payer?
Hold on. Let PissCo ask his question.
Single payer?
PissCo's going to shut up while Destiny answers the question.
I'm not asking would someone else, could you? I'm asking you, Stephen Bonnell. Do you consider single payer to be socialist?
Okay, now that you've asked that, shut up and let him respond.
No. Okay, so this is who's the no true Scotsman here? You guys were saying like the policy that most people who would absolutely consider to be socialist is not socialist. And so our working framework of socialism is only tankyism, only people who want to decommodify everything and have government ownership of everything. And it's preposterous. You're just not operating with the way people use those words.
That's great. That's literally not the argument, though. But if you wanted to argue that if we were to call it socialist and you wanted to socialize the healthcare system, the reason why you would be doing that wouldn't be because you're trying to appeal to socialists.
Weasel words, Stephen. Weasel words.
It's called politics. I know that
if you want to.
Can I finish my answer?
Yeah,
holy shit.
Ahead,
there's a difference between doing something by, so for instance, I'm a free market capitalist, but that doesn't mean I oppose government intrusion into every single sector or even a government monopoly on things like, say, utilities, because there are some things that the free market doesn't solve for. To say that I don't think the free market solves for this, so we should have utility companies ran by the state, is not the same as saying I'm appealing to fucking socialists.
I'm not saying it's the same.
I'm not saying. So when you ask me if a single payer system would be socialist, I might say, I guess you can consider social if you want. The reason why I'm advocating, though, for a single payer system isn't because I'm trying to appeal to socialists. It's because I think free market capitalism cannot solve our problems.
So this is the obfuscation.
Yes or no? Yes or no? What is a woman? What is a woman? If we're doing that with socialism, we can do that. Okay, go for it.
So the obfuscation is, the question isn't.
There's no obfuscation, to be clear. You're just confused. Your confusion is not me obfuscating.
The obfuscation is as follows, and I'll identify it. The question isn't whether or not the intention behind promoting single payer system is one way or another. We're not talking about the intention behind why you propose one policy or another. We're just asking in pure semantic terms, would most people call socialized medicine, socialized healthcare, would they call it a socialist policy? And your absurd deflection on that and saying, no, I would not call it socialist. I think just you're not using the term the way people use those terms. Yeah.
Here's a question. Wait. Do you think that Hassan would call it socialism?
I don't. Wait, why is that relevant?
Why is the largest left-wing streamer relevant to what mainstream thought is amongst leftists?
This is like a tard fight, man. I just can't believe this. I really can't believe this is happening. It's amazing.
Isn't it?
It is. There's like zero substance here. They're literally just fighting over what the word means. Pull out the spectrum. All these guys are on the spectrum.
On the online media sphere? Did you just say it?
The Communist Manifesto, that is not authoritative on socialism, but Hassan Piker is.
No,
Make
the
that make
Communist
sense.
Manifesto is not authoritative on
Hassan
socialism.
Piker is. Hassan Piker, who you said is a fucking limousine socialist.
Yes.
Yeah, he's definitive on that, but not the Communist Manifesto.
Hold on, I just want to be clear. You're telling me that something that was written almost 100 years ago is more authoritative on what modern day socialists believe than what than what some... Okay. Well, I encourage you to do more research when it comes to politics.
Let me step in here. So if we're appealing at that point, though, Destiny, if we're appealing to what people who call themselves socialists actually think, hey, the authoritative source of what socialism is the actually existing socialists today and what they believe in, right? Then in terms of whether or not we're like acquiescing or appealing to the socialist movement, then yeah, like the Bernie Sanders platform concessions of 2016 would count within that reasonable framework, that he was able to raise the minimum wage requirement of the Democratic Party National Committee. He was able to add in things like legalizing marijuana.
Legalizing marijuana, socialism, Sitch. Did you know that? Just because a guy who calls himself a democratic socialist was in favor of the policy.
Oh my God.
I know, it's insane.
And
It's
so we're hopping back and forth between, oh, well, some socialists say socialism is decommodification of labor.
The difference there is Bernie Sanders is appealing to liberals. Liberals aren't trying to appeal to socialists.
Okay,
right? When Bernie Sanders recommends the legalization of marijuana, that's not socialists, right?
Okay,
that's Bernie Sanders trying to do something in a liberal capitalist framework.
Okay, so
he didn't say the government needs to grow weed. Sorry.
Okay, so number one, I take...
Well, if the government was growing weed, I mean...
You'd be like, I'm socialist now.
That would be kind of cool, right?
You'd be on board, yeah.
That you take back the thing you said in the beginning of this debate of when do socialists ever appeal to liberals by just now saying that was an appeal to liberals.
100%.
No, because I said at the beginning, I don't really consider these people social.
What is going on with Paul Watson? Oh my God. I think he's super chatted $20 here in super chats. We're winning Paul Watson over, definitely.
Let's cook. Follow the conversation, okay?
Okay, so now Bernie Sanders.
It's just so dishonest that you can have politicians who are socialists like Bernie AOC who will, first of all, it's like saying that you're in favor of legalizing marijuana. That doesn't have anything to do with socialism.
No, it doesn't.
Way.
Zero,
right.
zip, zero, zilch,
it's
nada.
Nothing to do with it. So if they're going to jump on board with it because they think it's popular, that's completely irrelevant to the conversation.
Totally
it's not them
irrelevant.
saying like this is why this feels so dishonest when he's like, oh, well, you said Destiny, you said that the socialists, they don't ever apply, they don't ever try to appeal to the moderates. Well, yeah, they're not trying to appeal to moderates in a way that goes against what the socialists would want. They don't have extremists don't have a problem appealing to moderates if it has no clash whatsoever with their own ideology. Obviously, that's not the fucking contention, retard.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Sanders isn't a socialist.
I don't consider these. I didn't say at the beginning of this conversation.
Okay.
I don't really consider these people real socialists. No.
But Destiny, but what you did say was the actually existing contemporary socialists like Hassan are authoritative on what socialism is. And so if people like Bernie Sanders, and if I could just finish my point, fuck's sake. If people like Bernie Sanders and people like Mamdani and people like AOC say things like publicly owned grocery stores and single-payer healthcare systems and the expansion of a public education are socialist policies, then we have to agree with them, or at least we have to say that they're a major influence on what it means to be a socialist policy under your own framework.
No, and I would like an opportunity to speak.
No, I want Destiny to really clarify that really quick. Just like, does that mean
I really won't, because then I'm going to sit here with my hand on my dick and balls for the next 10 minutes, so I would like an opportunity to speak.
Hold on.
You guys
hold
can
on,
go back
stop.
to yelling to each
Counterpoints,
other.
please. Destiny was asked a direct question. I'm going to let him give you a direct answer.
Connor should go right over me. Okay, listen. I don't think that you look to the lawmakers in a democratic system to see who your ideological thought leaders are for certain movements in the United States necessarily. Okay, they're running in certain districts and they're running under the confines of trying to operate within some electoral system so that they can get stuff done. I think that if you want to have this argument right now of like, does Bernie Sanders and AOC dictate what socialism is in the United States? Honestly, when you say it, maybe when PissCo says said that. I'm not sure what planet he's on right now, okay? But when you say to Connor Boy, I think you genuinely believe that, and I don't think you're saying that like with stupidity, and I don't think you're saying that with malice, and I don't think you're a secret tanky or anything like that, okay? I understand what you're saying there, and I want to agree with you.
Check
but the problem is that when I go outside, let me explain where the comments come from.
Okay?
The problem is that when we go outside of where Econoboy is, there is nobody in the United States media environment, okay, that like calls themselves like really like a socialist that would look to people like AOC and Bernie Sanders and say, oh yeah, those are socialists. They would call those people stepping stones in the radicalization funnel and good like liberal capitalists at the end of the day, which is why these are some people like
this is what you want. Fuck Hassan.
Hold on.
I want to turn.
Go ahead.
I want to turn because, frankly, you guys are talking past each other, okay? The reason why I've reiterated my definition of socialism as narrow and tailored is because I'm not doing no true Scotsman, okay? I'm telling you what a fucking Scotsman is. It's a Scottish person from fucking Scotland, okay? It's a dude. He wears a kilt. He has his fucking dick out all the time, all right? So the point is, I'm describing very specifically what it is. And the reason why I would be pissed about universal health care or high quality education being labeled socialist is, number one, I think most committed socialists who have read any books about socialism wouldn't agree with that definition. And the only way that I would stretch it is if you considered universal healthcare or universal access to healthcare as a part of the decommodification of basic human needs, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure it was just food, water, and shelter. But what I'm saying is that the reason why I think that Econoboy and PissCo, whether they like it or not, are useful fucking idiots for committed socialists and tankies and communists is because they fucking muddy the definitions. They fucking blur it around. They're just like, oh yeah, every public service is fucking socialist.
Connor, give us one example, therefore. Give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think so? Why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs.
Because I'm going based on because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think that's fucking cooked and arbitrary. Wait, I don't think you can.
Hold on. Wait. I gotta ask because
everyone needs food. Not everybody needs healthcare. What the fuck
do you think that healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor there. I don't know why you just said
no. No. You're cooked in that I would consider, I think most people consider in basic human necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important or less important.
You asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. Did he ask which one was more important, or did he say both important?
Which is more important in healthcare?
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point there.
No. You did. Is it more in the sense of, is it more of a?
You could have misspoke.
I do think this was a bad example for Connor too, because if you have a society, and I think it's kind of America is sort of already set up like this, where, you are able, people can get food stamps, people can get a lot of food assistance. If through tax revenue, the government provides welfare programs for people so they don't starve to death. Okay. That's not socialism at all. That's not seizing the means of production at all. That's not making it illegal for people to own private businesses.
Yeah, of course not.
Property.
Yeah.
So I think that was a really bad example.
I don't think the welfare state was designed to prevent socialism.
Yes.
I don't think it's a good idea to conceptualize it as socialism.
Well, it can get to a point where it could be indistinguishable from socialism, but we're not there yet, and that's not really what the argument's about.
Right.
Like if you want to say, okay, people should just be able to, who are perfectly healthy, should be able to just sit on their ass, picking their butt and live, comfortable middle-class lives. And we're going to do that by taxing the ever-loving shit out of everyone that actually works. Then I think we're getting closer to socialism. That's like, okay, well, what's going on here?
But if we're at the point of superabundance and the robots are doing all the work, it's going to be a completely different scenario. No one's going to be working their ass off.
Yes,
right?
But
there'll still be people working their ass off, but they'll be working their ass off for their own personal projects, right?
Of course. But that's a different, we'll I guess for the sake of the conversation, just for the sake of ease, we will limit this to the time period that we live in currently.
Right now, today,
Yes, not
okay,
to
we can
the
do that.
hypothetical robot AI future,
Yes,
where we all have our AI
the
waifu
full space
girlfriends.
luxury communism.
Yes, we all have our little Gunnar pods that we never leave because we're stuck in the Matrix forever.
We're ways off from that, I'd say. At least a year.
That's good.
Maybe two.
There was an interesting article that was about how Google and Facebook and OpenAI,
Mm.
they're now going to be spending, like, I'm trying to remember the amount of money that these companies are spending on data centers for training AI
Oh, it's
in this
huge,
year
yeah.
and next year is like, it's some astronomical. It's like 1.6% of like
They're building
GDP
Skynet.
or something. Like the amount of money that's going into this is just fucking, it's insane the amount of money that is going into this. So obviously these companies are really banking on this being an incredibly profitable and important future technology.
Yeah, Elon Musk bought a bunch of portable generators that run on, I think, propane or natural
Yeah, oh
gas or something like that. And basically took over some town in Texas that they're building a data center in, but they don't have enough power on the grid there. The local power company doesn't even produce enough electricity to run this place. So he's got a bunch of generators that are running 24/7, burning propane or natural gas. Isn't that crazy?
It is. Yeah, I did see. I don't know if I hope that's still not going on because yeah, Elon
Because it's
Musk.
massive pollution. Yeah, all the
Well,
people in the local town are complaining about it.
Yes, it's creating massive air pollution for the people that live there, just burning all this propane constantly. And these generators that they got, this was all supposed to be like temporary until they can
Mhm.
figure something else out. And
Yeah. Well, what are they going to figure out? They're going to build they're going to build a bunch of windmills. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do, but they gotta do something.
I mean, he's just saying it's temporary,
Sure,
but I
sure.
think it's more permanent than anyone wants to let on. Supposedly the market was down huge on Friday because this jobs report came out that was just fucking pathetic. It was
Devastating. Yeah.
the jobs report was pathetic, and not only that, they revised the numbers down on the last two jobs reports. And a lot of people are saying that is the implementation of AI. That a lot of those jobs, they didn't hire people because they found algorithms that could do those jobs.
Really?
Yeah, which
That's
is,
interesting.
that's what we're talking about. There will come a point in the future when hiring a human being will just be crazy because human beings will be so shitty. It'll be like hiring a PissCo when you could just have Grok do it for you, right?
Right.
You're like, why would I hire that stupid idiot?
Yeah, I guess it's hard to tell because at least from like a customer perspective, I only see AI. The only job so far that I've seen AI take over is if you go to some drive-throughs.
The
it's like you're
drive-through, and that's
talking-
massive.
you're
That's
going
fucking
to-
massive.
Yeah, I mean, there's still people that work in the kitchen, obviously, but there's like the little voice that you talk to in the box is AI voice. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, but that's
Even
all
even a lot of times
phone
when I
customer
have to
service.
call, I know still so far when I call customer service, it's almost
You
always
think
the
you're
old.
talking to a real person.
I'm pretty sure I'm talking. I'm either talking to the really old shitty automated voice, which is not AI, which is obviously that's not going to replace anyone's job, or I am talking to a person. So I don't know. There could be a lot of jobs that I'm not saying that customers aren't saying behind the scenes that are getting replaced by AI. I mean, it's really going to be devastating when I said there's your, it is really going to be devastating once the cars really come online and trucking really comes online and all these driving jobs just disappear. That's going to be catastrophic to the job market.
It's estimated that nearly 3 million Americans are employed in telephone customer service roles. That's 3 million jobs that could completely be done by AI in the next, year to 2 years. It's fucking huge.
Yeah, and how many, and there's something equivalent or more for people that drive.
Oh yeah, the driverless cars are coming. They already have. Yeah, look, I'm telling you, we're on the verge of a jobs holocaust.
We are. So.
And This is a good time
Whoever's
to really define what
president
socialism
when that
is.
happens is
Trump
gonna
is.
be happy.
This is definitely happening in the next 3 years. They already have
it
self-driving
might be Trump.
taxis.
It might be the cusp of whoever the next person is.
It's more
I
of a
don't know.
basic human
That's not
necessity
gonna be
in the
good.
sense that it's a separate category of thing, that there are separate categories that
What's happening? Did you press a button? You're. I guess you're delaying. You're roboting a little bit. Did I lose you altogether? All right, Sitch is gone. Hopefully, it's not-
food is basic human.
Can you not hear me?
you were roboting a bit, but
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. I didn't even get an internet instability warning or anything. So,
Yeah. Okay.
but yeah, I'm here.
necessity in a way that
You don't
healthcare
need to
isn't.
cope. You can just say you
Hold on.
misspoke.
Also, it doesn't, hold on. Wait. Just to be clear, because you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense what you just said. Is something more of this in a category, or is it just in the category?
No, it makes sense.
Like,
Wait,
is a Ford Focus more of a car
Let
than a
PissCo
$150
explain.
car?
Hold on,
That doesn't make
Destiny.
any sense.
Let PissCo explain.
Put out this category.
Shouldn't it like? Is he trying to make the argument that healthcare and food are equally important? I mean, you could just say that, right?
It's just Connor gave a bad example, and Destiny's trying to save it via debate tactics. It's dumb.
debate tactics. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What are these debate tactics?
I
Does
think
that
we all know.
involve dishonesty, manipulation?
It's just when you focus on, like, instead of focusing on the point or the idea, you focus on the form of the argument, where you try to obfuscate a weak point through rhetoric.
Right. Rhetoric. Yeah.
He realized he said
no.
fucking
Okay,
retarded.
hold on,
Now
we
he's
gotta
trying to
let
walk it back
PissCo-
with the word
No, no.
game.
Hold on,
That's
if
what
PissCo
it is.
wants
It's
to
a
walk
word
it-
game.
Jesse,
It's a
stop.
word game.
If-
It's a
stop.
word
This
game.
is all.
Stop.
This is all
If
weaselness.
PissCo wants to
It is
explain
weaselness. Yeah, I agree with
himself,
that.
let
We all agree
PissCo
on that.
explain himself.
So
PissCo, go ahead.
when you say the word a basic human necessity, all right, a basic human necessity, in what respect is food a basic human necessity? With respect that healthcare is not, and I'm trying to see what.
Well, you're healthy, dumbass.
Yeah.
You're fucking 20 years old and you don't have any health issues. Dummy. Then healthcare is totally not a necessity.
Are the metrics by which you assess healthcare to be more of a basic
okay,
human necessity?
I would like to
as
answer
opposed
this question so it doesn't become a screaming match.
Wait, stop. I'm clarifying. No, wait, I'm clarifying. So just because I say something is more important, and I'm going to get Destiny to agree with this, just because something is more important, I consider something to be more important, doesn't mean it's more of a basic human necessity, yes or no?
Who?
Steven.
You're tripping over your words. You just said again. You said more of a basic human necessity, but you mean to say it doesn't belong to the category of basic human necessity.
Wait, Steven. Is the term basic human necessity and important the same?
No.
Okay, so saying something along the spectrum.
Basic human necessity. What the fuck?
This is why it's so
Hard fight.
I know. This is why I hate when you get, like, down this kind of debate brain side paths of, like,
Right.
stupid, pointless shit to argue about.
Yeah, look, I ate a lot of food in my 20s. I didn't use a lot of healthcare. I didn't use kind of any healthcare at all.
Right.
Yes. Food was a necessity though. Always eating food. Can't go very long without food.
Spectrum of basic human necessity and importance, those are different questions,
we're
right?
debating
Wait,
whether
is
or
it-
not-
Are they? Wait, Steven, are they different questions or not?
Those are different words. I don't even know what you're asking.
Are
right
they?
now.
So is something on the spectrum of basic human
God.
necessity the same spectrum of importance? Because importance can encompass more than just something that's basic human necessity,
It
correct?
can be more important along the spectrum. Sure.
Okay, so so there's no contradiction, right? Can you identify a contradiction?
No vegan gains, sir. I cannot identify.
Okay. So I don't want to
You
debate
asked
whether
me if food was more important than healthcare, and you said yes. You said
I
it was
don't-
cooked.
I
and then
don't-
you
PissCo's totally crashing out because he knows he stepped in it. He knows he totally stepped in it. He's like, oh yeah, I did say more. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is so good, Sitch. You're not enjoying this enough.
I mean, it's funny. Listen, I should enjoy it from a shot and fraud perspective.
This is
of
great.
just
He's
the,
fucking crashing out.
the crash out, the rage
Look at this
out.
look
It is,
on his
it is
face.
pretty hilarious. He's very.
He's like,
triggered.
oh shit.
Yes.
What the fuck did I just say?
Yeah, just say you misspoke or something and just move on.
I don't think
It
it's
was a category
interesting.
question,
I don't
but
think it's
yeah.
interesting to debate whether or not PissCo got dunked on just now. Okay, I want to go back to
Shut up, Econo Boy. It is.
what Destiny said previously, which I thought was pretty interesting. So Destiny made the claim that the people that he would look to determine who are the ideological thought leaders of socialists, like people who label themselves as socialists, wouldn't be people necessarily like Bernie Sanders or Mamdani or AOC. Now, I would say this is pretty absurd for a number of reasons. Okay, if we look at, hey, when people go and have public events, right? Like, hey, Hassan goes and has a public event. How many people show up? I'd say maybe a few hundred. Maybe he gets into the 1,000 plus club or something. When AOC and Bernie Sanders go out and have an event, thousands of people show up. They can fill stadiums, fill arenas. When people actually go out and express their political views, what are my political views? Millions of people voted for Bernie Sanders. Hundreds of thousands of people, probably millions of people across the country, vote for Democratic Socialist politicians. And so when we look at Democratic Socialists and Socialist politicians, they are clearly, by ideological standpoint and by their propensity to collaborate within Democratic Party frameworks and electoralism, much different than Hassan and much more emblematic of the standard by which we should judge people who label themselves as socialists in this country.
I would like to.
That's
What?
totally bullshit, because those people are not running on socialist policies, at least not openly. They say, oh, I'm going to make housing more affordable. I'm going to make prices go down. I'm going to make it so you get more money at your job. They're not, even Mamdani, he was hiding some of his power level about, he wasn't saying, oh, I'm good. Like he said in the past, he was going to seize the means of production. So he didn't, to my knowledge, didn't go on the campaign stage and say, we're going to, you elect me mayor of New York, and I'm going to make it illegal to have a private business. We're going to seize the means of production and make all business in New York a co-op.
No, yeah, exactly right.
Address this directly.
Real quick, I got a quick. So hold on. I'm sorry. Why didn't the DSA then endorse AOC?
Because they came out with that vote on for the national DSA, retracted their vote because of the Iron Dome vote that AOC took.
Seems like kind of a problem.
But that's not a socialist. That's not a socialist.
The DSA is not socialist.
Destiny, you're obfuscating.
It's a bad example.
The point is not.
It's a horrible example.
I mean, the DSA did have. There's your second. I mean, the DSA did have They did have second thought come up and give a speech about how America is bad. The guy who advocated for October 7th last year. So
the DSA.
if that's the caliber of socialists we're pushing in our country, you're kind of making Destiny and Connor's argument if you're going to appeal to the DSA here.
One of our early streams was watching the DSA conference. Oh God, that was hilarious. Yes. That was so funny. Because they'd always come out and they'd be like, we have to acknowledge that we're standing on stolen land. And they would make fun of the people who didn't do their pronouns beforehand. Oh God, it was so insufferable.
It's so enraging when I hear people like Crystal Ball so dishonest, where they try to frame the woke stuff as neoliberalism or liberalism.
Oh, it's ridiculous. That's totally ridiculous.
It's like this all came from the alt-left communist pipeline bullshit.
Yes.
And you're right. That's the perfect example, is the DSA.
Yeah.
No, please go, Destiny. 1 second. The reason I say you're obfuscating is because my point was not that, for instance, within DSA, within all of these different democratic socialist politicians, even within those people, Mamdani is not the same as AOC, and no one DSA member is the same as any other one. Okay,
we're not talking about one DSA member. The national DSA did not endorse AOC. The woman who runs
they did endorse Mamdani. They did endorse Mamdani. Okay, they did endorse many other democratic socialist candides. I understand that there is.
Sure, but you're talking about your most
if I could just finish, I understand that there is.
Please.
I understand that there is an exception to the general rule of democratic socialists, like the organization endorses, different people who call themselves democratic socialists. But that's not an argument against my fundamental point, which is that when we agglomerate all of the people who call themselves socialists and run for parties and have people come out and vote for them and support them, that is a fundamentally different group of people on average by the normal distribution of their beliefs than people like Hassan. And I think that we should judge them by who they vote for more so than by Hassan basically.
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that.
Well, agree. You agree then? Okay. Well, then, thank you.
Okay. Counterpoints. Go ahead.
All right.
Well, I don't agree with that. Where are all the vocal socialists sitting around saying that Hassan sucks? That all these far alt left YouTubers, Twitch streamers, social media people are all terrible, horrible people that have horrible positions and are not indicative of the party or the socialist movement. We're all those people. Oh, they don't fucking exist.
Yeah, they're a figment
don't
of your
fucking exist.
imagination.
Yeah, they're in your imagine fucking nation. Or the only complaints that they ever will say is like, oh, well, these people need to play. These people need to be better subversive. Okay, they need to play better politics with Democrats so we could subvert better.
Yeah. Yes.
I love you, Connor.
Okay. I think what happened
He
with
didn't say that.
socialism was that if you actually go back to Bernie Sanders in the fucking 80s and the 70s, he was doing apologia for Cuba. He was doing apologia for the Soviet Union. He did apologia for Venezuela in the fucking 90s and thousands. And you know what happened? Each
Bernie
one
bad.
of those places ended up being absolute fucking
bad.
shitholes.
Bernie
And
bad.
so what he had to do, shut up, is he had to move to social democratic models in the Scandinavian system and abandon his previous hardcore shit. But there's a question of whether or not social democrats are actually just hiding their power level because they're trying to inculcate a left-wing
So what,
philosophy
Connor?
I'm not done yet. You
cares?
cunt.
Let Connor
is
finish.
totally
Let Connor
irrelevant.
finish.
Shut up. Why is it relevant? This is the entire conversation. The entire conversation is whether or not social democracy
No,
is
The entire
being used
conversation
as
is
a
that your
Trojan horse
conspiracy
in
theory
order to
about
infiltrate
socialists.
the center left. That's the whole fucking
Okay,
conversation.
so you're just you're asserting a conspiracy.
You're asserting a conspiracy of the thing that actually happened. That's a conspiracy that Bernie Sanders carried water for all these socialist countries, and then when they all blew up in his face, he moderated his positions. That's a conspiracy theory.
So many people did exactly the same thing, though. This was like a regular thing. All of these socialists were watching all these countries and hoping and praying that they were all going to be
Yes.
successful, and then none of them ever were. And they all slinked away in silence. They did the Homer Simpson into the hedge. Oh shit! They all turned into shit shows.
This is just proving the point. You can never trust socialists.
Yeah,
You can just never trust these people. They're all just so
to be
dishonest.
intellectually honest.
They're just also they have to be dishonest. Socialism is a failed ideology. It will always
Yes.
be a failed ideology. It is doomed to always create bad outcomes forever. And the only way to ignore that is to be dishonest and to twist and turn and put yourself into knots and pivot away from everything just to protect your fucking stupid ideology instead of saying, you know what? This shit is dumb and doesn't fucking work, and we need to figure out some other way to make society better.
Yeah,
Just give it up.
normal people go, okay, lessons learned, right? We tried that. It turned out to be a fucking shit show.
Yeah.
But not with socialism. This is why when we talk about as soon as the woke thing falls apart, how they're all going to Homer Simpson back into the hedge and no one's going to take any kind of
They're-
accountability.
All fucking doing it already.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
so disgusting. They're
It's
all
human
doing it
nature.
already.
Nobody wants to come out and say, oh, yeah, that thing I supported for 10 years, no, that was a mistake.
Right.
They've all invested in this. Watch this. What is Connor doing here? It's hilarious.
I like the zoom in on his face.
I zoomed in on his face because this is just watch this. Watch what happens here.
The entire conversation is that your conspiracy theory about socialists.
The center left. That's the whole fucking
Okay,
conversation.
so you're just you're asserting a conspiracy with.
What they're saying is, listen, I know what's happening. Okay.
He's dry vomiting.
I know what's happening. So they're gaslighting so hard.
Oh, he
and
can smell the
so
gas.
dishonestly that he can just smell his senses being completely overwhelmed by the bullshit gas that they're spewing.
This does look like Connor in a gas chamber.
This is Connor in the gaslight chamber. Yes. There you go.
Oh
The
my
gaslight
God.
chamber, look.
We might have to watch this one more time. This
Yeah,
is
wait.
so good.
This is we're gonna have to make like a
The entire conversation is that your conspiracy theory about socialists.
The center left. That's the whole fucking
Okay,
conversation.
so you're just you're asserting a conspiracy without much evidence. You're just saying, oh,
He snaps out of it. Oh God, that's so hilarious.
It's so good.
He
It's
just
so good.
snaps out of it.
He was able to get the smell away. So
Okay.
I think actually what I think he was doing
He
was
survived.
I think he was trying to mock PissCo's head nod,
Oh,
or
okay.
dismissiveness. I think that's what was going on, but I like the gas narrative better, so I'm gonna stick with that one.
That's so good.
Gas Connor gas. Risino Karu for $20. Thank you so much. Says point of personal privilege. Exactly.
Oh yes, yes. Someone remembers the D.
Yes.
It remembers that stream.
Point of personal privilege. Adam, please don't use gendered language. Also, some of us have retired stims, so if everyone could whisper, I'd appreciate it.
Oh my God, that's exactly it. That is exactly it.
Yeah, weren't they like people shouldn't clap because it's too triggering? Like if you
It's-
clap, it's too triggering. You have to do the finger snaps or the hand waves or some bullshit.
Then that geezer got all upset about the gendered language. He didn't even want you to say he or him, just talking in your speech. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Bernie actually conspiratorially supports things like Cuba and the Soviet Union, and he didn't have any genuine changes of opinion.
Ideas. He might have
Just real
moved
quick.
off of hardcore.
Hold on, just
socialism.
real quick. Like the idea.
But Hassan hasn't.
Hold on, just real quick.
The second bot hasn't.
Hold on, stop. The idea that Counterpoint is
behaved here.
expressing is that there are leftists who have said explicitly that their goal is to infiltrate the Democratic Party to move it towards leftism. It is not a conspiracy in the sense of it's crazy. It is a conspiracy in the sense that these people have said, this is what we're going to do. This is our goal for doing it. And this is how we're going to do it.
Why is that relevant to our discussion?
It's
Wait, why is
relevant
that
to the discussion because should we,
My
the
God.
Democrats, allow or invite into our house as influencers, invite into our house as staffers, invite into our house as people we will engage with or collaborate with in a friendly way? Should we be doing that when we know that this is their goal?
I'll answer the question directly.
Thank you. Look at Wick. Oh, lays it out so clearly, so
It's just-
perfectly.
It's just so disingenuous to say, why does that matter? If the same thing was happening with Nazis in the Republican Party,
know.
you'd lose your fucking shit. You'd say, oh my God.
Well, PissCo is a dishonest actor, which is why he would ask the stupidest, most dishonest question, why the entire point of the conversation is relevant.
Yes, totally.
So it's only it's only quote unquote a problem insofar as it's aggregately true of the 10% of the Democratic Party base that's actually engaged in that process. Now I understand that that's, that we don't have a poll that says how many of you are.
What the fuck does that mean? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute.
Far as its
way, should we be doing that when we know that this is their goal?
I'll answer the question directly. So it's only it's only quote unquote a problem insofar as it's aggregately true of the 10% of the Democratic Party base that's actually engaged in that process. Now I understand that
What?
What does that mean? Am I a fucking retard? I don't know what the fuck that means.
Is he just acknowledging that 10% of the Democratic Party wants to subvert market capitalism?
Is that what he, because that's how I'm interpreting what he's saying, but that's so stupid. I don't know. That would be him conceding the entire argument.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm like, that's why I'm assuming that's not what he's saying.
Right. But it does sound like that's what he's saying. It sure does.
It does. I'm wondering if he's conceding the argument, but he's saying it in a highly stupidly technical way to cover up the fact that he's conceding the argument.
Maybe.
Is that what's happening?
Is
here?
that a good debate move? Seems like it, right?
It is, I guess. I guess it's a good debate move. So, okay.
that we don't have a poll that says how many of you are engaged in this kind of like Manchurian candidate fucking like conspiracy, whatever the fuck, like Connor's describing. But I would say that generally speaking, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists who win elections, when I look at the actions of Democratic Socialists and the platforms of them, they don't seem to be secret tankies. Now, I would agree that there are certain people, like people reference Hassan, like Hassan has said, oh, like I want liberals. Well, okay, yeah. Oh, people reference other left-wing alternative media influencers. Oh, sure, okay, like whatever. People reference people like that, and sure, yeah, to the extent that those people have like literally on record said that they're just trying to obfuscate issues and engage in this kind of like conspiracy or whatever, then I've already said at the very beginning of this debate that people like that probably shouldn't be invited into the inner party and be given platforms in Democratic Party circles.
As I
That's
understand,
obviously true. That's
sure,
trivially
and as I
true.
understand the disagreement.
Well, so then what is the argument about?
Courting the rank and file. The rank
What is
and
the
file
argument? But
tankies.
that's the argument. These people should not be. You should not be appealing to them. They should be exercised from the left.
Right.
Agreement here is that, and again, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but Destiny and Counterpoints think that you are allowing this to happen. Like you say,
wait, hang on a second.
but they're saying
no.
that
The
you
disagreement, the disagreement is all semantic bullshit. Connor, is China a communist country or socialist country?
Is what?
Is China a socialist country?
Are they moneyless, stateless, or classless?
No. They have class.
No, then they're not.
Okay. Is there any?
That's a dumb answer. China is a socialist country. It's not it's even a communist country. It's not a full communist country. They haven't achieved their magical communist utopia, but China is 100% a socialist communist country.
China's a mixed bag because obviously they were all starving to death when they embraced full-blown socialism / communism, where nobody could have private property. Everything was governed by the state. When they embraced market incentives, then all of a sudden they started making money. Like they said, okay, the farmers, you got to grow this much for the state, but any grow above that you can keep and sell on the open market, right? Obviously that's a market principle. And the farmers were like, oh, okay. So now they double their crop yield.
Mm-hmm.
They realized how well those market incentives worked, right? They still have massive amounts of influence over the culture, and they can expropriate your property at will, right? You don't have any sort of solid property rights in China. So
yes, but that's just it. If someone wants to say, well, China used to be communist and it failed, and now they're sort of mixed, but at their core, the ideology is a one-party authoritarian government that is motivated by communist principles, even though they do acknowledge that a lot of their communist principles failed, so they've allowed some level of capitalist markets in their country, right?
yeah, but
that would be the long answer to the question.
Yeah.
The short answer would be yes, they're a communist country.
You don't have secure property rights. I consider property rights the foundation of Western civilization. Capital rights are what incentivize people to produce, and what we produce is what makes us great. We just have massive amounts of production. So you don't have that in China.
No.
Well, certain people are allowed, obviously, but they're in the Communist Party. The Communist Party basically has a monopoly on everything.
Yeah.
So what's
socialist
PissCo
country in the world
getting
right
at?
now?
I don't think anybody has like.
So who's
actually
no true
achieved-
Scotsman? So tell me, who's no true Scotsman?
I'll
here?
answer your question. No. Don't pretend you have a good.
Is PissCo arguing that China is socialist and China's like got a big economy and therefore they're successful and socialism is successful?
I don't know what the endpoint he's trying to argue.
I don't know that he ever gets there either.
Right. But, and I think part of the problem here is that Connor, I mean, maybe this is really belief, but as I said, I think you should say China is a communist country. Short answer, long answer, they have a mixed economy.
Right.
So, but he doesn't want to give peace because PissCo is going to try to, I assume he thinks PissCo, which is probably true, is going to try to twist it into some sort of dishonest argument. So this happens a lot when people get hyper debate brained. Someone asks a question and no one wants, they just want to give zero ground because they're always afraid of like wherever the direction, the trap that's going to be laid out, but they ever answer anything in the affirmative.
If you want to say that because China has insecure property rights that they're socialists, I think you're on firm ground there. I think that's a good way to assess the situation.
Point. You don't. Okay. Socialists, this is actually fundamental to my perspective. Socialists are fucking retarded. and they can't implement their worldview. Hold on. And they can't implement their worldview into the real world. So if you look at the 20th century, there's something called vanguard Marxism or Marxist Leninism. And they have these things called vanguard parties that take over countries and turn them into shitholes. And so we have people like Hakim, Second Thought, Hassan Piker,
The Vanguard?
who try to sweep this history away. No, I'm telling you the truth. And these are the people
You're just
that I
monologuing,
think
old
that
man.
Econo Boy and you are useful idiots for.
No. So under your vision, right? Single payer is not socialist. There's no socialist country. Socialism has never been done.
Because I'm using the definitions that socialists themselves use.
But by the way, and I'm sure, Stephen,
PissCo, you think you have a dunk, but you have nothing. You're actually speaking from a perspective of ignorance. Go ahead and finish your point. I'll let you finish your point, but I'm going to tell you why you're speaking from a position of ignorance momentarily.
So I just want to acknowledge, Stephen, you acknowledge that what Connor just said is fucking so stupid as to be.
No, PissCo, you fucking idiot. You're speaking from a position of ignorance. You need to shut the fuck up before you jump on another fucking dumbass.
So I'm asking a question to Stephen.
You're speaking from a position of ignorance.
Stephen, do you agree?
Then let him demonstrate that.
Stop.
Stop. Counterpoints. Let him demonstrate it if you think he's
the worst behaved person here, Wick.
None of you are well behaved. You're all testing my patience.
Goddamn minutes.
Stop.
Keep moderating Connor. It's
So-
funny.
Stop.
PissCo.
Let
He's
PissCo
arguing
go.
from a position of ignorance.
Okay, then let him demonstrate that. Shut up.
Connor is
PissCo go.
misbehaving.
PissCo go.
So
and then
I have a question for
ask
Stephen.
one.
Stephen, do you
PissCo
agree? Do you agree with Connor's contention that there's no socialist?
I like how disgustingly slimy, what a dishonest, immoral person PissCo is in these conversations. Because instead of saying, well, here's why I think you're wrong, Connor. And this is like the third time he's tried to do this. Connor says something. PissCo assumes Destiny disagrees. And instead of just trying to get to the point or disagree with Connor, he tries to create a wedge or a pivot, or not pivot, a wedge between Destiny and Connor. Be like, well, are you going to now defend what Connor said, Destiny? Let me make you now defend something that I think is stupid. It's like, just answer the question. Why do you
Right.
why keep trying to use this stupid fucking debate tactic bullshit instead of actually engaging in the argument?
He tries to drag Destiny in to fight his fight for him.
Yes.
What a loser.
Well, he's too trying to focus on creating conflict between Destiny and Connor as opposed to actually engage in the subject matter of the conversation.
I think Connor's the only one that's bringing any substance to this debate. Everyone else is just word thinking.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Country currently, and that single payer is not a socialist policy.
Both of those questions are very
jump on
complicated.
this
It's hard to
fucking
yes or no them. The issue right now that we're having with this conversation is every single conversation that I ever had with a centrist that defended a Nazi, and now it's going to be, I guess, for the next however many years, every conversation with a center-left socialist or a Demsoc who inevitably will play cover for tankies. The issue is that you guys have come here to defend the proposition that socialists are AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani. Okay, AOC is not even currently endorsed by the largest socialist movement in the United States. Bernie Sanders causes major contention over his endorsement. All of these people run as Democrats, and you're going to pretend like this is the main voice of the socialist movement in the United States, and you're going to say it, and you're going to say it by talking about policies that they're using to appeal to
Didn't hear an answer. Didn't hear an answer to my question.
Finish my thing. I can't finish.
let him
You're going
finish.
to say that these represent socialists
Hold
in
on,
the
stop.
United
Let Destiny finish. Go
Holy
ahead,
shit.
Destiny.
You're going to say that these appeal to socialists in the United States because they're doing things that are popular amongst literally all center-left people, and then you're going to say that's an example for why we should try harder to appeal to leftists, when my question earlier is, let's look at the media apparatus. The entire left-wing media apparatus constantly attacks and shits on Democrats. And then you guys, like watching PissCo stumble through, not knowing 50 different terms related to what Hassan talks about on his stream, and play cover for him over and over and over again, whether it's the ridiculous TSA story or whether it's his ridiculous political beliefs that where PissCo pretends not to know what any of these things are, not to know what, well, re-education camp, isn't that like getting your GED, LOL, right? That's the issue that people have when they look at it and go, okay, every time you come to argue with us about defending socialists, you talk about AOC and Bernie Sanders. But then when you look at the media environment, they're talking about fucking Stalin. That's the issue.
Okay, so I didn't hear an answer to the question, so I'll just ask it again.
Ask it again, and then I want to tell you why you're stupid.
Yeah, well, I want to hear an answer.
I mean, everything that is entirely true is total bait and switch. And it's weird. I don't know if PissCo's doing this just because someone said he's dating someone who's like super far left or something, which maybe that's what's going on. It's, the oldest trick in the book, right? The oldest
The
story.
big old socialist titties, right?
Right. You get the socialist spoon and it just it just melts your brain. You're like, "Oh no, I got to appeal to my girlfriend now. I got to be a socialist." So, I don't know if that's what's going on or if he's just so massively debate brain raped that he has to just argue against Destiny because it's Destiny and he doesn't, they've had some kind of falling out.
The media was in league with Democrats mostly. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't abide by Destiny saying that the media just relentlessly beats up on Democrats all the time.
No, well,
What?
I'm assuming he's talking about like the left, the online left media, not like the
Oh,
major
okay.
media.
Yeah. Look, the socialist media, they do beat up on Democrats because they're not socialist enough, but
Yeah, yeah.
not the mainstream media.
Yeah, obviously.
They
not,
just
yeah.
like, oh my God, Democrats fall in line.
Mm-hmm.
From Steven, so he just fucking filibustered when he's trying to.
Yeah, so you can dodge. Cool.
Do you agree with Connor's contention that there is no socialist country and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
The whole point of this conversation is you're hiding behind the obscurity of what these words mean. It depends. There are some socialists who would say that there are no socialist countries. There are other socialists that would point to
Most socialists would say there isn't any
much the
socialist
same that if
country.
I was on a podcast and a conservative influencer said, "What is a woman?" Define it in 3 words. I would say I can't really do that. It's more complicated than that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Yeah, PissCo, can I tell you why you're confidently ignorant and kind of stupid in this conversation right now? I would like a minute, please.
I'd love to hear it.
So the reason why you're confidently stupid is because vanguard parties want to institute socialism as a stepping stone to communism. But in the early 20th century, Mao Zedong took over China and then he totally fucked it up. He tried to do a command economy where he guaranteed food, water, and shelter, and he tried to do a massive industrialization in the middle of the 20th century. He was so stupid and so wrong that he caused the death of millions, if not tens of millions of people. And so what happened was through the 60s and 70s, they said, hey, Mao, this is kind of a bad idea. Maybe we should maybe we should do some state capitalism first. That way we can do this. And you know what he did? He culturally purged and killed the people that did that until he eventually died. And then Deng Xiaoping intentionally instituted state capitalism, which is where you have a free market hybridized command economy. And by the way, this is mentioned by socialists as a stepping stone to socialism. So you saying what I said is fucking stupid, you don't know dick about history, and you're overly confident for a topic you don't know shit about. So jump on another rake, you fucking dumbass.
Let me explain how.
How is Connor saying he's the most well-behaved in this debate? Like, all he's doing is throwing insults. I like the insults,
Yes.
obviously. Step on a rake shithead is pretty good.
Well, he is raising his hand though, so
I know. It's bizarre.
that's the most, I guess, well behaved. But I mean, what he's saying is true. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's interesting that the only right-winger on this panel seems to know the history.
Mm-hmm.
Explain how Connor is completely wrong about what he just said. Okay?
Oh, suck a dick, Econoboy. You
let
won't be able to-
Econoboy go ahead. Go ahead, Econoboy.
Econoboy is going to support Mao here? What? Econoboy is
He's
like,
gotta run
yes, the Great
interference.
Leap Forward was actually fantastic.
I don't know what I
Let me
did.
explain how we're not sweeping for the 20th century socialists. Please
Okay.
do.
So, yeah, let me explain, dumb fuck, okay? Because you're completely wrong about your characterization of socialism, okay? And the history of socialism
No, I'm
during
not,
that same
dumbass.
exact time period. Okay, so, Connor, would you say that there were other socialists on the planet engaged in socialist advocacy at the same time as Mao?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so your characterization that Maoism and that the people who followed Mao and the socialist models after that were in reaction to Mao is necessarily wrong because there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao. You understand that, right?
Actually, hold on.
Can you answer that fucking
I can
question,
name
dumb
half
fuck?
a dozen. Can you name half a
So wait, is the argument that, well, you're wrong, Connor. They didn't do it because communism failed. They did it because it was just a coincidence that other socialists had other ideas that were going on at the exact same time. Is that the argument he's trying to make?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, the biggest split in the socialist movement was whether or not to use democratic institutions to gain power or to gain power through force, through revolution.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the big debate between the socialists. And I mean, I'd argue that debate is still taking place, and this debate is part of that debate,
Right.
right? There are people like Hassan who, if you said, "Oh, we need to go out into the streets and burn some shit," right? He'd be totally in favor of that. He would be.
Of course he would.
There
But
are
he was,
these other people like Econoboy who's like, no, we just need to subvert the democratic process. We
right.
need to get people in there democratically by gaslighting people, tricking people into
Yeah.
voting for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does it?
Dumb fuck! Can you answer that question?
What's your
But he's not going to make that distinction here, right?
No.
question?
The question is, since there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao, it is necessarily not true that socialist movements that came after were just in response to the Maoist model of socialism.
Okay, I'm going to be a
Perhaps.
dick because I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to be a dick.
This is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, which
broader
socialist
conversation.
models survived? And how is that relevant to talking about the socialists that we're dealing with today? Maybe none of those socialist movements actually survived.
Well, remember, you have to remember the thread of the conversation. The thread of this line, which is pointless to the broader conversation, was PissCo says, "Is China communist?" Connor says no. PissCo says, "You're fucking stupid." Connor explains why he doesn't think it. And then Econoboy says, "No, Connor, you're wrong," for a point that has nothing to do with what PissCo was saying in the first place.
Right. He's basically coming in there and saying, look, I know the complete history
Right.
of socialism, therefore I'm right.
Unless he's going to try to, maybe now it's funny because maybe he is going to try to argue that, well, actually, you should conceptualize state capitalism as also communism, which I would be fine with that. If you want to do that, fine, you could take that. I don't think that's a W for you, but sure.
About it. Yeah, there were concurrent movements, and a majority of them were Marxist-Leninist. They
That's
were
not true.
Pol Pot. They were fucking Soviet Union. So if they're all fucking Marxist-Leninists, and Maoism is an iteration of Marxist-Leninism, and if they share similar issues like authoritarianism, centrally planned economies, and dystopian
You're wrong
fucking
about your
Orwellian
empirical
nightmare
claim.
states, then why the fuck do I give a shit about your differentiation?
You're wrong about your empirical claim. The Social Democratic Party of Australia, the Labour Party of the UK, the Social Democratic Party of
the
Germany,
nice
every
one.
single one
Did
of
they
the
control the
every
country?
single
Missions.
every
They're socialist missions.
every
Slept for the murderous ones.
wait 1 second.
The nice ones
Yeah,
who slept
The
for the murderous
socialists who
ones.
didn't do the
nice
murder
ones who
are
slept for
also
the murderous
socialists,
ones.
Connor.
What?
Wait, is he really saying that because there was some point in time that the UK or the Australia had a socialist party that I guess had the majority or something, because I'm unfamiliar with the time period he's talking about, that therefore those countries became socialist countries? So Australia, so he's going to really throw up that Australia and England are examples of socialist countries where nothing bad happened? This is so
Pretty weak, huh?
you can't. Oh,
Just because they call themselves socialists too. which-
why is every socialist is just so fucking dishonest? It's so disheartening. They're
Yeah.
all so dishonest.
Socialist. Are they? Is Clement Attlee a socialist?
Hold on. Just because I don't know.
jihadists are
Hold on.
bad
Stop.
because they
I have a
kill
question.
other
I have a question.
jihadists.
I have a
You
question. I have a
owned
question.
me.
Stop. Fucking.
Jihadists aren't the same thing
Hold on,
as all
stop,
Muslims.
stop,
This is
stop.
what you're
Econoboy,
saying,
it's a question
Connor.
for you. If you
Yep.
shut up, I could ask the question. Econoboy, those the ones you just
Clement
mentioned
Attlee,
in
Australia, yeah.
Germany, Australia, did they have control of the government?
Yep.
Nope.
Yes. Clement Attlee had
did.
control. Wait, Clement Attlee had a
Were they
massive.
able to
These-
Oh
institute
my
a
God.
socialist utopia?
Yes,
So-
but I don't know.
okay,
I honestly
you're
don't
only
know.
socialist. So this is Connor's position. You're only
like I was
socialist
asked questions.
if you're able to
I did
institute a
ask
communist
Econoboy the
utopia.
question.
No.
I-
You're-
hold on, I wanna
You're
hear the
saying
answer.
you're socialist.
Can I ask an easy-
Hey,
this is an
everybody else
easy-
has been screaming. I'm going to
Okay.
scream too. You're retarded
You
if
can't
you're a
scream over
fucking
the moderator,
socialist, and
Connor.
the government and the society might save you from yourself. So you might
Okay.
be an inefficacious socialist.
Okay, so
Okay,
you're
wait.
not
Can I ask a really? Can I ask a simple question that maybe this is like the? I feel like this is what this whole thing is coming down to. Okay, if you were to take 100 people, have them read theory, study history, and then look in a room, okay, and you were to put, we'll say Hassan Piker and then AOC in a room, and you were to ask them which one is more of a socialist, what do you think all of those people would say?
I don't know because they.
Hassan
I can't even
Piker.
believe. Then this conversation is hopeless.
because
It's such an
Destiny.
unbelievable answer to me.
Because
Hassan Piker,
no,
it's
because
easy.
to
I know
say
the
that is
answer.
to misunderstand the diversity of the socialist movement and
Oh my-
contemporaries
I'm not
of
talking
Marx.
about the diversity of the socialist movement. I'm saying that.
Oh my God, the diversity of the socialist movement. Give me a fucking break.
I know.
This is hilarious. If you just define socialism from the beginning, there isn't a diversity. There's the people who want to abolish property rights, and there are people who don't.
AOC, hold on. Is it fair for me to say that AOC is a way more outer perimeter socialist than like
I don't know what you mean by that.
a bog standard? Then
What do you mean by
look it up.
that?
Look up
She
what
likes
outer
liberal
perimeter
shit.
means.
Okay.
Let me try.
What
Do you think there are
is-
fundamental differences, and what are the fundamental differences between AOC and something
Wait,
like Hassan?
let's use Stephen's model. Stephen, if you put 100 people in a room and ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? How would they answer? Yes or no?
I honestly
Yes,
don't
because
know.
they're retarded.
That's your standard that you just gave. You just said
100
you,
people.
you just did that.
You didn't even ask me the same question. I was comparing two different people. I said 100 people well-read on theory. Do you want to say 100 well-read people? If you put 100 people who are well-read on socialist theory and you ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist?
They would say
Zero of
yes.
them would say yes. No,
This is so fucking stupid because you just got to ask yourself how are we defining socialism, and does Bernie Sanders meet that definition? You don't need to do the 100 people. Why is this so silly?
I would say yes.
You're
Yeah, okay.
so fucking retarded. No, he's a liberal and he supports capitalism. Definitionally, in every single way, he is not a bog standard socialist. If you want to say he's like an outer perimeter, Dems suck, maybe, sure, but like a socialist?
Dem what?
No.
Dem-
Bernie Sanders supports capitalism? I don't know about that. I doubt.
I mean, he's not going to run on sneezing the means of production, at least not currently.
Of course he's not, but he doesn't.
Right.
I mean, he wants to get rid of the billionaires, right?
Right. But that's really the key and why this whole conversation is stupid. Just keep saying, yes, they're not. You can have some guy who's socialist and they're going to hide their fucking power level. That's not an example of, whoa, look at the support of socialism in the country.
Of course they are. And if you want to lean on China being some sort of economic success, I still don't think that's a good argument. If you made the argument that, let's take a country that's ethno-nationalist, right? If you want to say, oh, look at this white nationalist state, they're so economically successful. Is that a good argument for ethno-nationalism? I mean, people would make the argument that it's still immoral, even though even though it economically works, right?
Well, I don't know if they're going to make the argument that China was successful, or they're going to try to make the argument that, like, well, because China has some aspect of state capitalism,
That it's not socialist.
therefore, yeah, it's not. I don't know what exactly they're going to
We never got to the bottom of why they
We
were even
never did.
talking about China, right?
Right.
Is it because China, a lot of people do make the argument that China's a communist country and it's totally economically successful. But I would argue, well, China's a shit place to live because they completely oppress their people. And
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if it's economically successful. Even in Why Nations Fail, they talk about how extractive economic institutions can yield economic growth for a period of time until the people are all fucking tapped out and they're like, fuck this. And they
Right.
hunker down and do nothing. And the economy stops growing and everything implodes. This is what happened in communist Russia. So you have to have market incentives sooner or later. That's the only way that you can get constant economic growth is through market incentives. And socialists are dumbasses for never acknowledging this. They will never fucking acknowledge this. Because they're retarded.
Oh, what does SOC stand for? Dem what?
So
Outer perimeter. What does outer
National
perimeter mean?
Socialist
Outer
Party?
perimeter.
National Socialist.
No, okay, yeah, no. So, okay, to answer, okay, because the reason that we got off on this topic was because Connor keeps. We haven't really taken the bait of Connor's constant conspiracy baiting about like people are basically all just secret tankies that are socialists, right? But I think that it's important to address.
Says the secret tanky.
Oh, I think you guys are useful idiots. I think there's other
So
secret
Connor,
tankies who
you
say that
actually
you're useful
completely
idiots.
conceded that you had a complete incomplete understanding of socialist history. You asked a question that I wasn't able to answer.
Absolutely not.
No.
You said, "Oh,
You
hold on. You
absolutely
asked me a
did.
question, so I'm going to answer it."
I didn't ask you a question.
I brought
what are
up.
you talking about?
Yeah, you said, "Are you going to concede that you have a complete?"
No, I said you conceded. It wasn't
version
a
of history?
question
No,
for
I
me.
don't concede at all. You brought
No,
up
that
Western
wasn't a question, just
socialists
to be
who
clear.
were You mentioned Western socialists who
I didn't
were
ask you a
under the
question.
control of Western governments.
So just to be
Fuck
clear,
you.
when the Western government is controlled by socialists, it's a socialist government. That's how elections work.
Hold
okay?
on.
No,
You take
it's
power. You take
No, it's
power,
not.
and you
Trump
take
is a
power.
fascist. Is
You
the
Hold on.
current American government fascist?
Stop. Econo boy. If today we replace
save him from
Trump,
getting raped.
hold on. If we replace Trump with pick a socialist that you think is a good socialist, would the American, just because now our president identifies as a socialist, does that make America a socialist country now?
So I'm not saying that these countries.
I'm asking you a
became
question. Yes or no?
I'm literally answering
It's not
directly your question, Wick. You gave me like one word before you interrupted me. Okay.
Because you're dodging.
Just so yeah. Well, I mean, Destiny, I haven't been the one interrupting you for the most part.
No, I know.
to
But you're giving
your
cover
point,
to the
Wick,
guy who is, which is kind of what this whole combo is about.
That's true. That's true. And PissCo is your
Okay,
thing.
I want to hear the answer to your question. The question.
no.
Go ahead, Econo boy.
I'm not saying that these countries became socialist because they had socialist governments. I'm saying they had socialist governments for many points of time in their history. Okay. Now, Connor.
Let me change my question because
if I could
hold on.
please
Hold
just-
on.
This is wait. Wasn't the
He
question that
didn't
he was
fucking answer?
wasn't the question that he was reacting to where he listed all that was, name a communist country specifically? Now he's saying, well, I'm not saying they're communist countries. I'm just saying they had some kind of communist coalitionary government at some point in time.
Yeah, look, and if it was so successful, why did they ditch the communists or the socialist government?
Well, obviously, people.
Why
don't
was
wanna
it
vote
just
for
a short little stint?
Yeah.
Hold on. I got to change my question now. Again, if we simply take Trump out and put a socialist in, is America run by a socialist government now?
Oh,
We would have-
Obviously not.
Oh, yeah,
You just
wait,
got
wait.
raped by it.
It's run by a social government.
Don't
Can be a
let him
reference to the party in
dodge.
power.
Oh my God,
So, for
PissCo
example, like
comes in for the assist.
Clement Attlee was he's a socialist government in the sense that they're in
Now-
charge
Oh,
of-
so is
The only
Zoltan
reason-
Zoltan Ramaswamy
Zoran.
is New York City fucking
Racist meme.
socialist
Nice
because
racist
he's the
meme.
mayor now?
Nice racist.
Okay,
No. But
so-
when you ask the question, is the
Why is
government
that
of the day
racist?
socialist? If he said,
Yeah.
Zoltan
So is New York
Who's
City
playing
socialist
semantics
because
now? Holy
Zoltan
shit.
Ramaswamy-
Wait. Can we just? Why don't
I
we
still
just
haven't had a
rant?
chance to finish my point.
Oh, you're about to
So,
get owned again, so you're running
Wait.
away. Oh, God.
So I'm trying to clarify terminology, and you don't want to do that. So, like, when people refer to the government, meaning the people in charge of the government, it's a socialist government, doesn't necessarily mean that the structure itself is socialist.
Okay, but we all
I'm just
understand.
telling you
distinction.
why
Okay,
there's
so
different meanings of the word government.
The reason why I bring up all of the dozens and dozens and dozens of different labor governments and social democratic and fundamentally socialist governments that have existed in all of these different countries and Europe and Oceania and a lot of Latin American countries as well is because at the same time that Connor says socialism is like essentially fundamentally in some conspiratorial sense an authoritarian ideology with authoritarian ideals that will do authoritarianism and kill millions of people. Concurrently to the very same things that Connor was describing, you had socialist governments take power through democratic elections, convincing people
And
to
they
vote
get
for them,
moderated by the Constitution.
running on socialist platforms, being in charge of the militaries,
Being moderated
and-
by the
and,
monarchy.
hey, Connor,
and being
when you're in
moderated by
charge,
the
Let Econo boy finish,
representatives.
please. Yeah.
Can I finish the point? Can I? We've been
Yeah,
trying,
sure,
I've been
just
trying for
long.
20.
We all get it. He's saying, look, socialism is totally successful. All these countries hired socialists and they did great. And Connor's counterpoint is, well, the country might not have fallen apart because there were all these other institutions that came in and said, knock it off with the socialism. So they never really got to implement the socialism.
Fucking
Yeah,
minutes.
sure, go ahead.
Well-
Point.
Okay, so
That's the key thing missing from this conversation is, yes, if
A
you have a
coherent through line?
socialist party, yeah, well, if you have a socialist party that is able to gain some amount of political power in a
Mhm.
liberal country that has liberal institutions that limit the power, and that socialist government is, unelected before they can remove all the liberal institutions that limit their power, that's not really a big check in Econo Boy's box here that he gets to point to and say, oh, well, there you go. Socialism actually worked.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane. We elect the leaders all the time that can barely accomplish anything because it's so difficult. Imagine trying to socialize the entire economy. If Bernie Sanders wins the election, he's not going to convince the Congress to vote for socialism.
I mean, and I don't know. I'm kind of curious about the examples that he even brought up, because when I just
Oh,
Googled
it's got to be bullshit.
the Social Democratic Party of Australia on Wikipedia,
They have
it
like
says
a
it's
half a seat.
yeah, it says it's a minor center left party that was active for 3 years from 1980 to 1983.
Oh my God.
That stood a candidate in the 1983 election in Victoria and pulled 2.77%.
Massive
So
success. Oh
I
my
don't
God. The two
know.
percenters.
Yeah, unless there's something else that he's talking about. This is like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
You know, he's bringing this stuff up to try to argue that socialism is totally successful and everyone is in denial.
It's massively dishonest to try to. First of all, it's massively dishonest if you bring up some fucking tiny party that's never really had any power. But I would say even if you had a socialist party that had some power for some short amount of time in a liberal country, that is still very dishonest to the entire conversation.
I know a national socialist party that had some power for some time.
And it is
The Nazis.
yeah, exactly.
They destroyed the entire country.
Yeah, exactly. So
when the socialist government is now in charge of the police apparatus and the military and all of that stuff, when they lose the next election, what did they do across all of these different countries? They left power and there was a turnover in government. So your idea that basically every socialist movement,
because they are in liberal countries and they still are constrained by liberal institutions.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are you advocating for? Most socialists are advocating for socialism replacing those liberal institutions.
Yes.
Yeah.
socialist movement is stamped with the authoritarianism of Mao is completely ahistorical, Connor.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'm
Why don't
curious
we
on
just
that.
move past this?
Wait, for a counterpoint. Wait, for a
Those,
counterpoint.
and you know Hassan would call those socialist cucks. You know he
Yes.
would.
Yes.
He'd say, oh yeah, there's two types of socialists. There's the cuck socialist that leave power when they could stay in power. And then there's the revolutionary socialist which he claims to be a part of.
Wait, would you consider Trump an authoritarian, even though he gave up power and will probably give up power at the end of this admin? Maybe.
Yes.
He's authoritarian, and we have right now the U.S. government is like authoritarian in stature. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So
Oh my God.
It's so funny. That's such a hilarious.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
So Trump's an authoritarian, huh?
But that completely destroys this entire argument.
I mean, he did fire that stats lady over the
did.
jobs report, which I
He
was
did.
like not real happy about.
He
Doesn't
didn't
he
like that.
know that looks terrible? That
He doesn't
looks
care.
terrible.
He doesn't care. It's all
It
fake
makes-
news. It's like the Epstein files, Adam. It's all fake news by the
It
Democrats.
makes the U.S. look like a banana republic. He's supposed to represent. We're not supposed to look bad.
Right.
Oh. He's going to deny if the economy actually does a huge downturn. He's going to pretend it's not happening, isn't he?
Obviously, the Democrats are controlling the prices of everything.
It's so interesting too because I'm not sure. Everything I'm reading on the jobs thing is that it's somewhat tariffs, but not fully tariffs. I think the automation is a huge part of it. So, and I just think the economy's in a downturn.
this
don't
is
have
a
a
quick thing.
problem saying
It feels a little silly to say like we were talking about socialist countries, but now we switch to socialist governments, and then it's like you open up and look inside, and it's just
We weren't
liberalism,
talking about
capitalism, right?
socialist government. We weren't talking
Okay,
about
well, I think that
socialist
was probably
Why
the
don't we just
counter-depression
branch
argument.
out
Wait,
that?
but okay, hold on. Also, wait, you talked about like what socialism is, and you made it sound like the spooky thing of authoritarianism and all this. Would you concede that like a central tenet of socialism is the overthrow of the capital class, oftentimes via violent revolution? That is like a central tenet
Oftentimes?
of socialism. No,
So
that's not
I
often.
would-
Like ideologically, definitionally, like in capitalism, you have private ownership where individuals can own firms and hire employees and scrape whatever
So
excess.
similar
surplus- yeah.
I'll answer your question directly. Okay, so I would compare the question that you just asked similar to the development and emergence of liberalism. Liberalism developed and emerged across the planet, across different stages of development, across different points in time, and it did so in sometimes very violent ways and in sometimes through legislative reform. And so similar, you say, hey, I was just going to say, you say, hey, an ideal of socialism is the abolition of private property. To which I would say, generally speaking, certainly that's a core tenet of almost every socialist thinker across the history of socialism. But that is not a statement on the method by which we get to that final end state. The method.
Don't you love this?
Fuck you. This is Destiny's fault. I don't remember if he pushes back on this, and he 100% sure Connor should. Okay. I don't give a fuck. And no one in this country should give a fuck whether the socialists are going to say, listen, yes, we want to abolish fucking private property, but we want to do it without violence. I don't give a fuck how you achieve it. It's a bad fucking policy either fucking way, and it's stupid. And no, the Democrats should not be aligning themselves with a bunch of fucking retards who want to abolish private property through the democratic process. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's like, well, listen, the Republicans should align themselves with the white nationalists as long as they want to, achieve white nationalism through voting as opposed to violence.
Yeah, exactly.
Why the fuck does that make it okay?
I mean, this is shit that the white nationalists say. They're like, we don't want to. Richard Spencer himself was saying, we don't want to throw the black Americans out. We want to buy them a house in Africa.
Yes,
right? We want to incentivize them to move over there.
Yes.
How about fuck you?
First of all, you have to be a naive fucking retard to think that if these coalitions of extreme ideologies like socialism or the far right ideologies take power, that they're going to just do it through a nice peaceful process. Okay, you're an idiot.
They might take power that way, but things are going to change pretty quick. This is what happened with the National Socialists, right?
Right, 100%. Right?
Yeah,
because they know that in order to maintain power in a liberal country, they're going to have to overthrow the liberal order.
Of course,
right? And you're going to have Hassan and people like that cheering on the re-education camps and all that other fucking shit.
Well, right, until he loses his head, but
yeah, of course. So, so number one,
wall.
Right. But even if I am to grant, okay, the magical, hypothetical, super nice socialist government that people in America vote for, and they are completely through peaceful means and voting, and they don't do violence or whatever. Even through peaceful means, that's a horrible fucking policy and the destruction of liberalism and capitalism. And why the fuck would you want the Democrats to align themselves with a party that's their end goal? That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's interesting that the conversation devolves into this debate. It's just like I said earlier, that was a debate whether or not the socialists should seize the means of production through democratic means or through violence. And I mean, it's a stupid policy regardless. Who cares how you go about it? I mean, obviously violence is
worse,
bad,
but I mean, it's still bad either without violence.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine if the right was like, oh, we all voted. We're bringing slavery back. It's like, okay, well, fuck you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why, oh God, this is just, it's complete mental retardation. So I can't, it's interesting that we're going here though.
Commander Caleb, thanks so much for $20. Says you can push social policies that try to bring us closer to socialism or to literally reduce the instability that brings us closer to revolutionary ideologies. If a socialist is pushing single payer, it may be the former. That is a good point too, because it does, even though they tried to pretend like it didn't in the conversation, a lot of the policies, as you said, Adam, a lot of the welfare policies are trying to gatekeep away from socialism. And so policy does matter.
This was a policies of FDR during the Great Depression. Yes. When people get in economically dire straits, they start voting for socialism. If you want to protect individual rights, individual freedom, free market incentive democracies, I mean, you have to have some sort of welfare state. It's inevitable.
Asayar for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says PissCo's podcast co-host leaked Pixie's DMs about suicidal thoughts and leaked XX videos to President Sunday. PissCo and her are trash. Wow.
That's
that Straight Array did that?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. That's crazy.
I didn't know either, but it might not be true, so I don't
know, yeah, but that's if that is true, that's fucking horrible. Holy
horrible.
Shit.
Definitely horrible.
Brian, thank you so much for the $50, taking the #1 spot. Look at that.
What?
Says,
Oh my God.
got the little crown. Says Econoboy's argument that people are socialists if they call themselves socialists concedes to the argument that Nazis were in fact socialist. That's a good point. It's funny when dishonesty accidentally grants the argument that socialists committed the Holocaust.
That is so good.
That's
oh,
pretty
that
funny.
is so good.
That's listen, that's a fantastic counter argument to use. So there you go.
Oh my, I wish someone would have said that.
There you go.
So are you
Debate.
conceding that the Nazis were actually socialist?
They were. He's like, listen, there are many types
So
of
was
socialists.
were the Nazis, was that a socialist government?
Apparently.
Oh my
For
word.
debate, and it has been debated, and many different methods have been used by
In what
socialists.
world? Okay, sure. So just following this like very briefly, in what world is there ever a peaceful revolution where all of capital is abolished?
So, what are you talking about? You can imagine. Could you conceive of a
Is it
world?
logically possible?
Let me just ask you this: could you conceive of a world where the means of production are entirely collectively owned? Could you conceive of that?
I could conceive of that. Yes.
Okay. So, and people have said worker cooperatives, national industry, things like that. So we know that things like worker cooperatives and things like national industries and things like state services do exist. And we know that they've come into existence. They've come into being with democratic frameworks and liberal democratic sort of processes.
Sure. So far,
the
none of this is responsive to what I asked. So I'm saying, how would we abolish all private property without violence?
So what I would say is that we would in this theory, we could abolish private property through the same exact means by which we've socialized property in the currently existing world, through the ballot box, through democratic initiative.
Do you agree it's logically possible? Steven,
Who cares? This is such a. Who gives a fuck? This is so dumb.
Steven, do you agree it's logically possible?
This isn't a debate on
Is it
veganism, and we're not
is it
talking about what's
logically
logically
possible?
possible. That's not relevant to the conversation.
Then why don't you
That's
just
not
grant it?
relevant to the
Then why don't you just grant it?
conversation.
Then why don't you just grant it? Then why don't you just grant it?
TikTok clips.
Wait. Then why don't you just grant it?
The issue with saying that we've socialized some things is we're not doing that because we want socialism. We're doing that because we recognize it as a failure of capitalism to succeed in some particular area. But if you want to move to a fully socialist state of affairs, it seems like that would necessitate, according to what almost all socialists will tell you in good faith, will require some form of violence, right? Because what do they say constantly? Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. When the revolution comes, liberals will side with fascists. These are statements that almost every single socialist I've seen, everybody in the media, almost all socialists will say this, right? So in that case, doesn't having this socialist concept in mind necessitate some future revolution?
Why don't you make the case?
How do you go to that state that Econoboy is hypothesizing, right? The S&P 500 has 500 publicly traded companies in it that shares are owned by millions, if not billions, of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
How does that property go into collective ownership in this world where everything is collectively owned?
Right.
What is that process? How long does that process take?
It would take, I don't know the answer to that question.
How are those people compensated?
Who the fuck knows? I guess all their shares would be bought out by the government. It's whatever it is, it's fucking stupid. It's not even worth thinking about.
How is a company going to function?
It's not even worth thinking about because it's so fucking stupid. This is such an idealistic pie in the sky concept.
Mentally retarded
concept.
Ridiculous bullshit.
And completely fucking irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it's through violence, which it almost always is, or
it has to be
hypothetical not violence. Because even if you granted that it would be the magical one time that this is done without violence, it's still a terrible fucking idea that would make everything suck shit.
Of course it's going to make everything suck shit. Even if the commies do not do this violently, they do it very nicely. The people who lost all of their fucking property are going to riot in the streets and burn shit down. They're going to bring the violence.
Yeah.
There's no way that you can do this without violence. It's fucking ridiculous.
JMac, R-Soga5, thanks so much. Dad Jam for $50 says he took my spot by a measly 50 points. No way, not in this house.
Not in this house. Oh my God. YouTube finally did something smart.
There you go. Look at
with
that.
With this XP thing, didn't they?
JMac is back.
Back
The
on
number one
top.
spot. Look at that. Yes,
It's a fight.
it is. It is.
That it entails violence.
I
So I
literally
think that-
just did.
yeah, he
Capital
just
owners
did.
never give up willingly their property, meaning they will
So
always fight violently to defend it. This is why socialists say things like the institution of policing exists only to defend capital interests. I can walk you through Babby's first day of social media if you want. I can do it if you really want me to, but I think a counterpoint should have an answer.
So if what you mean is violence is entailed by the use of the police force, if that's what you mean by violence, and enforcing these restrictions would require like enforcement, then I guess it would entail violence. But that's not the violence that you're talking about. You're equivocating violence. What you mean by violence?
I'm not equivocating. You don't understand when I say the police is a violent institution. You don't know what that
would
means.
you agree? Wait. Would you agree?
Stephen? Hold on. Stop. I
don't want to mute, but again,
You're such a bitch.
Destiny did.
Look at how fucking Trey. We got the once again. PissCo so triggered. The piss flowing beautifully. Oh my god. And also, he did completely misunderstand the point that Destiny was saying, because Destiny was saying,
He did.
Yeah, he was saying that.
Did.
Yeah, capital. People that own property would never allow this to happen through this magical, peaceful process. You're basically saying that everyone in America that owns property is going to have all their shit stolen from them.
If the
And
government shows up to take your shit, you gonna take that sitting down, Sitch?
Right? No, of course
Fuck
not.
no. And
No.
look, especially if they're taking everybody's shit.
Yes,
You're going to be looking at your neighbor next to you and across the street, and you're going to be like, we're forming a militia.
Yes.
We're doing it right now.
Second Amendment solutions coming inbound.
Yeah, exactly. How can these people be so fucking retarded?
Yep.
I mean, I imagine they own absolutely nothing. They own nothing that they care about at all.
I mean, Econo Boy owns a pride flag. Look, it's right behind him.
I know, but just, it's so weird. It's so fucking weird. Have you never worked for anything? I mean, I've always worked my ass off for all kinds of shit that I wanted.
Mm-hmm. No.
Just crazy.
Wait. Would you agree, Stephen?
Stop. I don't want to mute, but again,
you're such a bitch.
Destiny did ask a question. I do want that question answered, PissCo. He asked you, do you understand what he means when he says, well, repeat your question real quick, Destiny.
When socialists view police as a violent institution, what do they mean when they say that?
Okay, go ahead.
I think
answer,
that socialists, I think that socialists and libertarian oftentimes believe that it entails violence because they're enacting violence. But
I'm so sorry.
At the end of it, wait, Stephen.
Whatever you say here is irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Wait, Stephen. So I'm just gonna ask you a question. Does capitalism require violence in the same way?
I don't know. I'm not
Does it
confident
require
I
violence?
have a good
Does it
definition.
require
Yes.
violence? Wait, does it require violence? Yes or no?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
No.
So,
No.
what do you mean by
Wait.
require
Violence? No, it doesn't. No.
Wait. Doesn't
Enforcing private property requires violence. Law enforcement is necessarily violent.
No,
It
not
requires
what do you?
violence.
I don't know.
Says the former cop. Yeah,
I
that's
know.
right. Connor knows.
Well,
Without law enforcement, you don't have fucking law. People are not nice. Just get over it.
Well, all ideologies and all governments require violence.
Yes.
Obviously, to
The
maintain
monopoly of force.
Yes.
Yeah, violent force. But look, PissCo is fully in favor of that when it's violence. When the government comes along and throws you in jail for not paying your taxes, PissCo's like, damn right, bitch, pay up.
You're asking the most simple question in the world. Is me owning a Red Bull, does that require violence? Not necessarily.
does
but
wide
you
scale-
got to be able to call the cops
does-
and bring somebody
wait.
This is why I can't stand Destiny.
He's in like peak debate brain.
I know.
At the
I
moment.
know. What
Yeah, he
does
wouldn't even
Destiny
concede this.
actually believe?
I don't
Well,
know,
he
it's so funny.
believes what the opposite of whoever he's talking to believes. That's
Well,
what
he's
he
trying. Yeah,
believes.
he's got the debate brain. He's trying to argue the optical answer as opposed to the actual answer. So
Oh, because it sounds bad that capitalism requires violence? Grow
Yes.
the fuck up.
yeah,
Grow the fuck up.
I know.
There are violent people in the world that want to steal your shit. They want to make your shit their shit.
That's not
Okay?
true, Adam. They only feel that way because capitalism.
Bull fucking shit.
If we lived in the magical socialist utopia,
Oh,
there
yeah.
would be no
Get the
crime
fuck
and no
outta here.
violence.
I love the sarcasm in your voice because obviously you know this is complete and utter bullshit.
Okay.
Complete bullshit.
Mm.
Now, if you live in a world where people want to make your shit their shit, what is the only solution to that? Asking them nicely, oh, please don't take my shit?
The solution is you put a cap in their ass.
Yeah, exactly. The solution is you pay a bunch of people who run around with guns and fucking beat these people senseless and take them off to jail.
Nice.
Yes.
I like it.
That's the way we do it, okay? And if you can't handle that, if you can't put your big boy pants on and understand that the world is a nasty fucking place, you need to go away, okay? You need to get yourself educated, not re-educated, just educated at all.
Get educated.
Exactly.
Steven, just relax. Does the widespread establishment of a capitalist system in America require violence?
Violence. Define violence. What do you mean by violence?
Violence meaning the use of force, the use of force to defend property rights.
Am I muted? Yes, you have to defend private property
So do you
rights
agree with
through law
Connor?
enforcement.
You agree with Connor, don't you, Stephen?
Not
doesn't have
really.
to.
It's like
That's so funny.
This is fucking hilarious. Oh, Sitch, this is amazing.
I know.
Why is he's just doing this because he doesn't want to, because he knows his audience is going to be, he knows his audience, they don't have the big boy pants, right? They're mostly Redditors.
He's just in debate brain mode. It's so silly.
Do you think privately he would just admit, oh yeah, you need violence?
Yeah, I mean, he's talked about this where, like, yeah, if he's in different conversations with different people, he'll acknowledge different things.
Oh,
If he
okay.
thinks the people, like, if he thinks that the people will use the answer that's correct in a dishonest way, he'll try to just not even
Really?
give them. Yeah, he's talked about this.
Ooh, that's a lot to think about.
Yep.
It's got to be hard to maintain a consistent mental model in this mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
My mental model of the need for violence to maintain order is pretty strong. There's no way around it. You want to get society down to the least amount of violence, obviously, but you always have to have at least implied violence, right?
Yep.
Otherwise, people they turn into fucking pieces of shit. So much crime is prevented because people are like, I don't want to get caught. I don't want to go to jail. As soon as you take out the policing component, they're like, okay, I won't get caught and I can't go to jail. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. That's why defund the police is such a ridiculous idea. But you do have these people who they're nice people. They don't have a violent bone in their body. They would never do anything like this. So they just can't imagine other people who would. But I've seen that too many times. People are fucking pieces of shit. At least enough of them to make life terrible for other people. And you got to put those people in check. Sorry.
So you don't agree with Connor.
Let me know when I can talk for 30 seconds.
Do you know why he doesn't want to agree with you? He doesn't want to agree with you because he thinks that you're making them morally equivalent, and the violence that's necessary to enforce private property rights is not the same violence that's required.
Let's not.
In order to
Everyone is doing this thing.
From everyone.
Okay, everyone's doing this thing where they're trying to tell like everyone else what they're saying. Like Connor's place, well, Destiny's saying this, and then Destiny will be saying,
Although actually, I will say Connor was correct though. Those are different types of violence. So for instance, when you talk about does capitalism necessitate violence, and then you want me to say yes to that, well, that's the same type of violence that any country, socialists included, would necessitate, which is the ability to enforce laws or whatever. But that's different. But that's different than a violence that is necessitated ideologically to prevent things like, say, free enterprise or private corporations, which is a type of violence that socialism would necessitate, but capitalism wouldn't necessitate. That's why I'm saying, what kind of violence do you mean?
Why is it interesting? So why is it interesting?
So PissCo, 1 second. So Destiny, I disagree.
Connor taking the victory dance is pretty
I know.
hilarious. Connor's dancing around because he's like, oh, finally, Destiny backed me up. Yeah, you do need a little violence, don't you?
Agree that there's a distinction in the type of violence that we're talking about here. So for instance, what I mean by that is that insofar
You
as
would.
Based.
Did Destiny just say based? That was Destiny,
did.
right? Econo Boy's totally flustered now. He's got to go change his tampon.
Okay, so
It's a panel. If you don't want to throw elbows on a panel, don't join a panel.
I just want. I just wanted.
You're
I
a
just
vandal
wanted
that you were brought on to fucking muddy the water. That's why
let
you're
it
here.
sit for a little bit.
A
I thought.
No, I'm not.
Hold on.
I've been
Hold on, no, stop. Counterpoint was brought on because of,
Wait a minute.
I just wanted.
You're a vandal that you were brought on to fucking muddy the water. That's why.
He say you're a vandal, sir. A vandal. Is that what he's saying?
He called Connor a vandal.
Is that what he's saying? It sounds so hilarious. He's a
Is he,
vandal.
is he vandalizing your property, your private property, PissCo?
Let it
Is
sit
that what's
for a
going
little bit.
on? Do you need
Okay,
a little
so-
violence
It's a
to put him in
panel.
line?
If you don't want to throw elbows on a panel, don't join a panel.
I just wanted.
You're a vandal that you were brought on to fucking muddy the water. That's why
let
you're
it
here.
sit for a little bit. I thought.
No,
it was
I'm
funny.
not.
Hold on.
I've been very
Yeah.
clear in my
hold on,
definition.
no,
PissCo
stop.
jumped on
Counterpoints
three
was
ranks so
brought
far
on
today.
because the guy I asked initially declined.
I thought I
Right.
had a good point.
So counterpoints is here to kind of balance this.
Who is the guy that pushed out? Come on, tell us where.
Name names.
Scales a little
Fuck you
bit.
too,
Okay,
Rick, for
so-
saying that I'm your second date.
That's
Jesus.
fair.
It's okay. I still love you.
but-
Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't think it's different destiny, okay? Because, for instance, if you were to say, hey, like necessarily if you were to achieve the socialist ideal, that requires violence. Insofar as what we're talking about is a reestablishment of what property rights means, right? So, for instance, if we were to say, like, oh, we did a convoy with socialism characteristics, we got 90% of the way here, and now the socialists are in power, and they're going to go the full 100. They're going to say, hey, everything that's currently privately owned has to be sold to
Hold
the
on, you're
rest
playing.
of the holding.
Wait, but you just got.
I feel like I didn't even get to the.
No, because you wait, hold on, because you just skipped all the hard part. If you're going to tell me that, how do we go from 90% public ownership to 100% public ownership? That's not very hard to do. You have a majority stake in every single company in the entire country. The question is, how do you get to 90% without expropriation?
Okay, so you get to, okay, first of all, I'll just say this briefly. If that's the harder part, then it's surprisingly achievable. Norway has literally already socialized 2/3 of their nation's wealth. They already like have collectivized 2/3
What
of the
about
national
their
wealth.
firms?
Now, of
Wealth
the,
is
of the
not. Wait,
firms,
wealth is. Why did you say that? I can't tell if you're being intentional
The
now.
only
Hold
reason-
on.
so I can answer your question
Socializing
directly.
Wealth. My question very specifically was, how do you?
Is that true? Norway, 2/3 of their national wealth that's got to be fake news. That's got to be
2/3
fucking-
of Norway's wealth is socialized. Is that what he said?
Yeah, because he's implying that the wealth of the Norwegian population. I mean, are they all the Norwegian population doesn't have any money?
I don't know. I don't know. Wait, go back a second.
Firms?
Now, then it's surprisingly achievable. Norway has literally already socialized 2/3 of their nation's wealth. They already like have collectivized
So their nation's wealth,
2/3 of
What
the
about
national
their
wealth.
firms?
their national wealth. I would want to know exactly what is the national wealth. Maybe Destiny's going to ask him.
Now, of the,
Wealth is
of the
not. Wait,
firms,
wealth is. Why did you say that? I can't tell if you're being intentional
The
now.
only
Hold on.
reason- so I can answer your question
Socializing
directly.
Wealth. My question very specifically was, how do you do it without expropriation? To
I
have
use Norway as an
90%
example.
owned firms.
You had a use Norway
No,
as an
but you
example.
talked
You had
about
a problem.
wealth. I'm not talking about wealth.
I wish Destiny wasn't in debate brain because I would really interrogate that claim.
So I guess what he's talking about is, according to the AI anyway, it says roughly 2/3 of Norway's national wealth comes from investments made through its large sovereign wealth fund.
So it has a sovereign wealth fund, right?
He's saying,
But the
yeah, so he's-
Norwegian people also have money, right? Their own
Yes.
money. And I would argue that the property owned by the Norwegian people probably dwarfs the sovereign wealth fund. Sure, they have like their social security in some sovereign wealth fund, right? But imagine saying that like social security is all the wealth of the United States. That's insane. Of
Yeah, but
course.
Mhm. Yeah, but is Norway's sovereign wealth fund, what do people have a chunk of that, or is it just from the government?
Sovereign wealth funds are generally set up like some sort of social security program, right?
Right.
Where you pay taxes and your taxes go into a sovereign wealth fund and that money's invested in
Yeah, but like the people
markets and
own,
whatnot.
right? So people have shares. Individual
In the
citizens of
sovereign
the
wealth
country
fund,
have
yeah.
shares in the sovereign wealth fund.
Yeah, but that's probably not that. If that's 2/3 of the everything that the people own, then you could say, okay, well that makes sense, right?
Mhm.
Then 2/3 of the nation's wealth is already collectively owned.
But it's
But
still.
I'm arguing it's probably a tenth of every
I-
single Norwegian's wealth.
Okay, I'm just saying. I don't know. First of all, I think I have an issue with calling a sovereign wealth fund socialism.
Collective ownership.
Well, no, if you have the government is based, if there's some sort of like massive,
Look, not only that, this sovereign wealth fund is collectively owned, and it buys a bunch of private companies.
That's what I'm saying.
Which are not which are
That's
not
why- that's what-
co-ops or anything.
that's what I'm saying. If you have a sovereign wealth fund, now, I mean, I guess I don't know what everything Norway is invested in, but if you have a sovereign wealth fund, which operates essentially similar to welfare, social security, but for everyone, that has a bunch of assets that they've bought that are from private companies that invest in through private companies. And I don't know exactly how Norway works. Then I have a problem with calling this a socialist thing. This is not a socialist program. They're not taking away the means of production. They're not making private businesses illegal or anything like that.
And you can't say 2/3 of Norway, 2/3 of Norway's wealth is in the sovereign wealth fund. It's just, that's completely ridiculous. People's homes are not in the sovereign wealth fund, right? There's so many Norwegians that own homes, and those homes are property. That's wealth that's not socialized, right?
Mm-hmm.
The claim that he made is ridiculous.
What's it? Whatever.
Pants
I don't know.
on
I don't
fire.
I don't know what the stats are.
Pants
for
on
Norway.
fucking fire.
So.
I guarantee you, all of the Norwegians.
I mean, Norway's a
homes
small country, so I don't know what the
are
stats
not in the sovereign wealth fund. Just look up what the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund owns. What assets?
Well, it says
are
it's
in the
worth. It says it's worth about $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, but ask what the assets are. It's probably Apple stock. It's totally socialized, Sitch. They own a bunch of Tesla.
Right.
Whopper. This Econo boy. Econo retard, more like.
Well, my question very specifically was, how do you do it without expropriation? To have
I use Norway as an
90%
example.
owned firms.
You had use Norway as an
but you
example.
talked
You had
about
a problem.
wealth. I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking about firms.
The reason why so a lot of the firms in Norway are still privately owned because Norway doesn't have as developed a capital market as the United States. So shockingly, if the United States had Nordic institutions for collectivizing wealth, we would be much more able to socialize our domestic economy than those economies, because a lot of the companies in production in those societies aren't traded on liquid stock markets. Now,
hold on, wait. For Norway, I'm just asking for Norway. If you said of the 90% of the wealth that's public,
it doesn't make them co-ops just because they're not publicly traded. Fucking
no.
Elon Musk took Twitter private, so it's no longer publicly traded. Does that mean that Twitter is a socialist company? Is Twitter all of a sudden a co-op because it's not publicly traded? No, you fucking idiot. Every mom and pop liquor store is not on the New York Stock Exchange. It's still privately owned.
How much of that is just tied to their oil? Okay, so wait. What you just said was a total lie, right?
I want to answer your question.
Who the fuck cares? Because controlling 90% of a broad market that's invested across a whole separation of multitudes of industries is way different than just socializing your means of energy production.
No, that's not what Norway. You have a misunderstanding of how these institutions work, and you have such strong opinions on them, and it really it pisses me off at a certain point. You don't know what you're talking about, but you have these very strong opinions. Norway, yes, a lot of the wealth that they've accumulated doesn't necessarily come from their oil wealth. It comes from the returns to their oil wealth being socialized in a public fashion. Okay, so I would agree that one of the prerequisites to Norway's specific success is its oil wealth. But America is a resource-rich country. America has a huge amount of land rents that we could socialize. America has things like a central bank that can create money.
God.
Mm-hmm. You like that?
You fucking called it, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. So I said, it's funny because I asked the
How
AI.
much?
What were
How
the-
much Tesla does it?
So
do they own?
I asked like what were like the top, because it says okay,
the top
and I got the
performing
source to
assets.
confirm
That's
this.
great.
So this is the breakdown of the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund. Okay, so 71% of it is from public stocks. Okay, 71% is from public stocks. 26% is from fixed income bonds, and 1.8% is from real estate.
Oh my
So-
God! It's all.
so- I know. So from the 71% that are public stocks, it says, and this was
Mhm.
according to some website too, some Norwegian website, it says the stocks are 8,500 publicly listed companies across 70 different countries.
8,000.
Alright.
Wow.
All right. So yes. And so I was like, okay, well, what are the top invested stocks?
Apple.
What do they have the majority?
Google.
What is the majority of the portfolio? Okay.
Uh-huh.
So this is the list, and then this seems to be confirmed by Reuters as well. Okay. Number one, the
Mhm.
number one 6% of the portfolio
Mhm.
of the
Let's hear
stock
it.
investment for the Socialist Sovereign Wealth Fund of Norway is
Let's hear it.
Apple.
Apple. Oh my God.
Apple stock. The
Look at that.
giant
Adam-
socialist platform.
Adam
Apple,
does
yes.
absolutely no research. I just know how things work. I know how
my
it works.
God. Oh my God. Number two
Mhm.
at 5 to 6% of the equity portfolio.
Uh-huh.
Microsoft.
Oh my God, they're both in tech.
Yes.
Hilarious.
Number
Yes.
3.
Is it Amazon?
Nvidia.
Nvidia. Oh shit. Yes. Nvidia is on a tear. It's almost doubled since I bought it at 95.
Number 4. Google.
Oh, look, I said Google earlier. Look, I'm nailing it. I'm fucking
And number
nailing it.
5, Amazon.
Oh, look, even got the Amazon Sitch.
Yes.
Another huge win for A
This is-
Team.
This is so dumb.
And
This
that's
is
that
this
is 71% of their look. So do you buy the claim now that 2/3 of their wealth has already been socialized?
No. Well, as
That's
I said,
a pretty
calling
wild claim.
calling a sovereign wealth fund, okay, that invests in private businesses to give and then gives everyone in the country a share of it. That is not socialism. I'm
No,
sorry.
not
That's just
at
a
all.
wealth. That's just
No.
a welfare program. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with they're capitalist businesses. They're invested in.
Yes,
Oh my
exactly.
God. It's so stupid.
If
it's
they
so
were
stupid.
forced to invest in co-ops, you know how badly that sovereign wealth fund would fail.
People would not be very happy. with
They'd
the
be
sovereign wealth fund.
they'd be livid.
Yes.
Be like, why are you Mondragani? What is it?
Mondragon.
Yeah. Mondragon. What are you doing?
So
They're
this
up
is
like
from,
2%. Apple is up like 150%.
I know. This is so dumb. It says this is from January of this year. It says Norway's 1.8 trillion sovereign wealth fund, the world's largest. Look at that. Reported on Wednesday a record annual profit of $222 billion, driven by last year's tech rally. But they did
Yep.
warn the strong returns won't last forever. It was the second straight year of record profits. It was a very strong year, said the CEO of Norges Bank Investment Management, the fund's operator. We had massive gains from technology. Nearly 50 now, and then it says nearly 50% of the returns came from the tech stocks, fund data showed. First among them was Nvidia. So there you go.
Econo boy,
Socialism.
my ass.
Socialism.
How does he not know this? And he has Econo in his name.
Well, I think he does know it. I think he's just being somewhat deceptive in the way that he frames it. So wait,
You
let me go
think
back
so?
a second because I was
He
kind
doesn't.
of
He doesn't know that.
The returns to their oil wealth being, yes, Ulrich, and you have such strong opinions on them, and it really it pisses me.
oh my God.
Well, if you said of the 90% of the wealth
Hold on. I just wanted to see. I'm going to go back to the thread. I'll jump.
Answer
in.
your question
socializing
directly.
wealth, my question very specifically was, how do you do it without expropriation? To
I
have
use Norway as an
90%
example.
owned firms.
You had a use Norway
No,
as an
but you
example.
talked
You had
about
a problem.
wealth. I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking
Okay.
about firms.
The reason why so a lot of the firms in Norway are still privately owned because Norway doesn't have as developed a capital market as the United States. So shockingly, if the United States had Nordic institutions for collectivizing wealth, we would be much more able to socialize our domestic economy than those economies, because a lot of the companies in production in those societies aren't traded on liquid stock markets. Now,
hold on, wait.
I mean, you can't compare. Wait, I hope he's not comparing. The sovereign wealth fund has nothing to do. A sovereign wealth fund where you invest in private companies has nothing to do with some sort of way of socializing all businesses or making every business a co-op.
No, it's
or something to that
ridiculous.
effect.
It's
It has nothing to
completely
do with that.
ridiculous.
Yes.
For
Point.
Norway, I'm just asking for Norway. If you said of the 90% of the wealth that's publicly owned, how much of that is just tied to their
Two-thirds.
oil? Okay, wait. What you just said was a
Who the
total
fuck
lie, right?
cares?
I want to answer your question.
Who the fuck cares?
Because controlling 90% of a broad market that's invested across a whole separation of multitudes of industries is way different than just socializing your means of energy production.
No, that's not what Norway. You have a misunderstanding of how these institutions work, and you have such strong opinions on them, and it really it pisses me off at a certain point. You don't know what you're talking about, but you have these very strong opinions. Norway, yes, a lot
Irony. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
of the wealth that they've accumulated doesn't necessarily come from their oil wealth. It comes from the returns to their oil wealth being socialized in a public fashion. Okay, so I would agree that one of the prerequisites to Norway's specific success is its oil wealth. But America is a resource-rich country. America has
It's really their Apple wealth, right? Their Apple stock wealth.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because if the biggest chunks of Norway's sovereign wealth fund, which is largest in the world, is all tech companies, it's not American oil companies.
Yeah, no doubt. Not only that, it's American companies.
Also,
As
it's
a
funny. According to this, though, it says once you get past, I think the top 5, there's like an estimate. They estimate that they have the 10th one that they have is Berkshire Hathaway.
Oh,
funny.
they got the Berkshire.
They got
Sitch,
the
when are you gonna
Berkshire.
buy me a one share of Berkshire Hathaway?
You want one share?
Little share. That's
You
all
want
I ask.
One little share of Berkshire. Let's see. What are we at now?
One day.
You want Class B, right?
No, I want the baby Berkshire. Get the fuck out of here. I want the real. I want the real McCoy.
You
not
want
the,
Class A. Oh, okay.
not the baby Berks.
Right. You want one share of $711,000.
$711,000.
Yeah.
One day I'll own a share.
Okay. One day.
huge amount of land rents that we could socialize. America has things like a central bank that can create money, debt financing, other tax revenue. The financing for this is just not a question. America is a richer society than Norway. We have more
financing
money
is
to move
not
around.
hard, Econo boy. That's why I'm asking about expropriation. The United States government could. I'm not retarded. You know I'm not retarded. They could print off however much money they want.
Why don't we just
That's why I'm saying we could get to 90% without expropriation, because we have such liquid markets where people are willing to sell their shares for essentially the strike price. And really quick though,
how are they going to sell their fucking homes though? I mean, that's where the rubber meets the road, right? Sure, people might sell their. I'm not even sure people would want to sell their stock. They'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, but is he just saying that that the U.S. government should buy
all of the stock and
all of
the
everyone's stock and put it in a giant, so that 90% of everyone's wealth in the entire country is tied up in a sovereign wealth fund?
They're just going to run the money printer
Okay,
long enough to buy everybody's stock.
Listen,
this is his economic policy.
Yeah, this is listen. I have no problem, and I think America should set up a sovereign wealth fund. I think that's a fine idea. It's a great idea. Go for it. But I don't think it's a good idea to say that 90% of America's wealth is going to be tied up in the sovereign wealth fund. That seems kind of crazy to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just crazy that you're going to print enough money to buy everybody's private wealth.
Yes.
That's going to completely, I mean, talk about hyperinflation. Jesus.
Right.
No, and people are not going to sell their house. I'm not selling my fucking house to the government, right?
Right.
Fuck that. I don't care what they're offering. Well, I guess, I guess maybe. Nah. That can't be good.
Really quick, finish your
yeah,
point, but then I want to get us back on track.
Yeah,
maybe. Finish your
we-
point.
to America.
We're getting bogged down. Essentially, my main point, skipping past all of that, is that Destiny made the claim that it necessitates violence. Now, insofar as going from like if whatever percentage of voluntary transactions we could get up to, 60, 70, 80, 90%, whatever. And then we have to go to the rest of the way with some amount of expropriation. Yeah, you'd have to pass a bill.
This guy thinks you can get up to you can buy 90% of the wealth in the United States without just people will voluntarily give it up. That seems insane to me. That seems insane to me. There's so like every small business owner is going to say, "Oh yeah, here, let me just give it over to you." I mean, you can say at a price, right? If the government is going to go in there and offer you twice what the business is worth, right? You're a fool not to sell it. But if the government's going to buy all these businesses for ridiculous amounts of money, not even close to their actual value, what is that going to do to the economy, Sitch?
Well, I mean, he said the strike price too. So assume that they're buying it at what it costs. How, as you said, how's the government going to pay for that?
Well, he's saying that they can print money. That's what he said before.
So if the government prints, so apparently it says that the estimated total wealth in America is $170 trillion in private wealth. Okay. And he said they're going to buy 60 to 90% of that.
Right.
So America is going to print
150 trillion. They're going to print 150 trillion.
Right.
They're going to give that money to all the people, although it's got to be much more because obviously people are not going to do this for the value of the thing. They're going to be like, pay me double, right? So it's going to be more like 300 trillion. Because you're going to have to.
Well, the government would have to do some sort of process where they literally freeze the market. Because obviously, if the government starts buying up all the stock, then all the prices are going to go through the roof. So they'd have to do some sort of like overreach where they freeze they freeze all the prices and then they buy it at the price. Right. Or they offer a window in which they'll buy it at this price. Which you think a lot of people would just hold out because they'd say, well, I'm just going to hold out because then the prices of everything's going to probably go up. Though I don't know, because if the government prints $100 trillion or $120 trillion in a year to do this, that's gonna create problems, I think.
It's so insane. So that $100 trillion is now in people's hands, right? They've sold their business, they've sold their house, they've sold all their stock and everything, right? The first thing they're going to do is they're going to say, I have this money. I need to invest it. What am I going to buy, right? What are they going to buy?
I don't know. Yeah, because I don't know how the sovereign wealth fund works. Does everyone just get the same amount of it?
What are they gonna invest that money in?
Yeah.
They're like, they can't buy real estate, right? Because the government owns all the houses now. This is so ridiculous. I don't understand how people can credibly go on a live stream and make the argument that any of this will work or is a good idea.
So according to this, it says that because I asked, what was the M2 money supply increase over the last 10 years? It's $17 trillion.
17 trillion.
Yeah. So now we're talking.
M2 is like cash and bank deposits, and it's all the money that people have access to readily that you can go out and buy drinks with. Yeah.
Right. So we're talking about the government printing in a short term. So this was over 10 years. We had 17 trillion. And now we're talking about the government in a short term printing 150 trillion ish or 125 trillion ish to buy all the stocks out from people. To put into what is even the point of doing that? I guess the point would be because it'd be a massive redistribution, because you would say, okay, so the government's going to buy out, 75% to 90% of everyone's wealth and all their assets, and then it's going to redistribute. Everyone's going to get an equal share of the sovereign wealth fund.
Well, I just also, once you get that money, you're like, okay, I'm going out for drinks, right?
Yes.
Well, the local pub has been bought by the government. When I go there, is the guy working behind the bar, is he a government worker now? Is he even still there? Because he sold all of his stuff for double what it's worth as well, right?
Right.
So where did he go? This is just, oh my God, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
And reestablish some property rights, and you'd have to buy out those businesses.
This is such a weasel. Reestablish some property rights. You'd have to steal
by
property
definition.
from private owners.
I know Kana Boy's like, look, all this makes perfect sense. Why are you guys yelling at me?
Right.
Yeah, I can't make the point. Go.
No, because you're speaking in like the most like wish. Like, you'd have to reestablish some property rights. You'd have to steal all the firms from all the
Wick
private
said he
owners.
wanted to do another debate about this specific.
Yeah, we can make a one-on-one or something.
Okay.
But
So
for
the
now,
question
just real quick. For now, I do have a question, maybe to kind of take us on a track that I'm interested in, right? And,
Wait. Wick, just hold on a second. Why don't we grant that socialism only means what Stephen means and what Connor means? So let's put aside the semantic. So if what you mean is by socialist are specifically Marxist-Leninists who wants to do this mass expropriation, then agreed. Then agreed. They shouldn't be in the halls of democratic power. Where's our disagreement?
Okay. No. Hold on. This is another problem between liberals and progressives, and I'll be very calm while I articulate this. My frustration with Econo Boy is that expropriation is defined necessarily. Don't fucking touch your nose.
Moving off of that. We're moving off of that.
let counter.
I'm
let
on your
counter go.
panel, you bitch. I can talk when I fucking feel like it. This isn't the PissCo and Destiny hour, you fucking dickhead. So,
He gets so mad because everyone just doesn't.
Funny.
They don't want him to talk.
I know.
It's so funny. No, I was listening to this and I was like, wow. I would never know that anyone was rolling their eyes if it wasn't for him just getting completely triggered by it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
the definition of expropriation is the action by the state or an authority of taking property from its owner for public use or benefit. Taxation is necessarily, definitionally, expropriation. So what we're saying is that, or at least what I'm saying, is that I believe a fucking free market needs to have a balance between the expropriation of property for the public good and the private market allowed to do its own thing. A private market is necessary to generate the wealth in order to create a welfare state. So if Econoboy is saying, well, we can just go ahead and command slowly through the government voting in, increasing control over public utilities and the parts of the market, then I don't care if it's done democratically. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
Fuck
nice take.
that. I'm going to vote against you, and you're
nice
not
take.
part of my team.
Okay, nice take. If
True and based. Thank you, Connor. Completely true.
what you mean by socialism is if what you mean by socialism is only those people who espouse these Marxist-Leninist ideas that you find to be odious.
Nope. I've defined it for you 7 times.
Let PissCo finish.
Through democracy. You can get it through democracy. That doesn't make it good.
You gotta let PissCo finish. PissCo finish, and then I have a question.
Let's get through the semantic bullshit. If what you mean is that
it's not semantic, I've given you a specific definition 7 times.
Counterpoints. You gotta let him at least finish a sentence.
Then he needs to listen to what I'm saying.
If
and
he is not listening to what you're saying, it will be apparent in what he says.
Yeah,
represented accurately.
So we have a semantic difference. I'm trying to chart that out. Like,
no, we don't.
We literally do. When I say semantic difference,
so you disagree that socialism is a decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production?
Yep. So I think socialism means much. Wait. I think socialism means much more than that because for me, use is meaning.
That's a good. Hold on. That's an actually excellent point. PissCo, what do you mean when you say socialism? Be specific.
So I think when I think socialism. When I think socialism at its broadest, I understand socialism to be workers owning the means of production. That's at its broadest. I think that there's a lot of shades of gray there, and socialism doesn't just mean what Connor means. And the reason that is, I think that meaning, right, that of a word is its use, right? Like if what we mean by a word is there's no like correct objective answer to what socialism means. My theory of like what words mean is how they're used by people in the real day. There's multiple definitions, but if
then
what you
Destiny is right that AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zodan Salami are not socialists because they don't believe in workers owning the means of production.
When you say Destiny is quote unquote right, what do you mean by that?
I just said it.
He's right according to his own definition and your definition.
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zoltan Manslami don't fucking advocate for workers owning the means of production. So by the definition that you just provided for us, they are not socialists. Which is kind of silly.
I said at its broadest, it's workers owning the means of production, but means of production. I think
what does broadest mean?
Broadest means it includes the most amount of people. So if your broadest definition
so if they
does not
identify
include
as a
those
socialist,
people,
wouldn't they necessarily need to follow under your definition?
Connor, shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to chart out.
Make your words make sense.
Let PissCo go.
I'm trying to chart out a semantic difference. Do you understand what I mean when I say a semantic difference? With
having to do with words
and their meaning. Okay, so in your version of the word socialism, you would not ascribe, for example, single payer to be a socialist policy. You wouldn't say that someone like.
So, you know what's even funnier about this Norwegian sovereign wealth fund that I'm looking at here?
Oh my God.
I'm very fascinated. Okay, so they don't give, it's not like they give everyone a UBI check from the fund. So the way the fund works is they use all that money that it generates, they use some percentage of it. I think they can't use more than 3%, but they use some of that to just pay themselves, the government, they pay themselves that money to provide education, healthcare, subsidize all these sort of social programs, welfare programs, right?
Right. We tax and then use that money for programs, right? They're just taxing, putting it in a sovereign wealth fund, letting it earn some money, and then using that for the programs.
Right,
so
which
they got
is
a little extra money.
Right, which I think, first of all, smart idea.
That's great. Yeah.
Great idea. The original amount of money, I think it says it was generated by taxing oil revenue and things like that. And that's what kind of created a lot of the seed money. So great idea. Maybe this is a direction that we should be going in if it will lower our taxes or something. I don't know if Norway pays. I think Norway still pays a lot of taxes though. But but anyway, the irony about it is that essentially the free market of America is paying for, in a roundabout way, the welfare system of Norway because they can invest in our free market. So it's our free market that allows Norway to generate the welfare state that all the socialists are pointing to as the best thing ever in the entire world. That is the ultimate irony of the situation.
The Chinese Communist Party has to have tons of money in the stock market as well. So
no, I know, but I'm just saying that is the ultimate irony. All people point to Norway. It's like, yes, they have an amazing welfare system because they pay high taxes and also because of our free markets. Okay,
yes,
they invest in our free markets to pay for their own welfare programs.
The irony of ironies.
Yes.
Like Bernie Sanders is a socialist.
That socialism? Yes.
That is not. It's not socialism. Like the opposite of socialism.
I know, it's crazy.
It's so funny.
You wouldn't say that China, as it currently exists, is a socialist country because your definition of socialism is much more narrow. I say let's get past that semantic difference. I think, like, in terms of how people use the word socialist, you guys are just wrong in terms of the usage of the word. But let's get past that. If what you mean. Why?
I will not get past that.
We just spent this whole time arguing about what the right definition of socialism is.
I'm going to throw it back on the plate because you're going to circle you both are going to circle the drain again.
All right, you're wrong.
Hold on, stop. We are going to get to a more, I think,
disagreement. So you're using it. I think that you guys have a proprietary definition. I think you guys have a proprietary definition of the word socialist. That isn't how people use the word, and it's not charted in.
Before we move on, I want to articulate why this is important. I think that you, an econo boy, I'll be rude, even though I love you, I think you are useful cock sleeves for tankies. And so you're trying to expand the definition of socialism to mean nice, redistributive social services.
Sorry.
I don't like it when you do that. And I disagree with you.
You're here to give cover to Stephen, and that's fine. But I just want to be very clear about what
cover has been given. I've argued with you directly.
You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation impossible. You're making the conversation impossible.
I've contended with every single argument that you've given me.
You're making the conversation. You're making the conversation impossible.
I'm gonna.
Wick, please.
PissCo is going to finish. He's going to finish his point. He's going to ask his question, and then we're going to see if it goes anywhere. And if it doesn't, I have productive ways we can go. But counterpoints, hold on real quick. Counterpoints, if you can't control yourself, You will be controlled.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
PissCo,
So
go
I
ahead.
thought this was a panel.
Oh,
It is
no.
a panel, but I will mute you.
When I'm talking about the meaning of a word, I'm really just asking what the ordinary usage of the word is. Like in terms of what the definition ought to be. If there's any ought to what a word is, it's like, well, how do people use the word, right? So that's what I take to be a semantic difference. And you saying you have a vision of the usage of that word, socialist, which is much more narrow than my conception of how that word is used by ordinary people. But we can put aside that, right? Like, let's put aside this semantic difference about what words ought to mean or what they actually are in any objective sense, and let's just get to the meat of it. If what you mean by socialist doesn't include AOC, doesn't include Bernie and their policies, doesn't include what I think most people would take to be socialist policies, and it only includes people like Marxists, Leninists, and Maoists, then yeah, then what's the disagreement? They shouldn't be included. They shouldn't be included.
Disagreement. You asked a question, I'm going to answer it. I feel like I am using a narrow and tailored definition because I think that the people who self-identify as that and actually have read the texts related to the ideology, that's how they self-identify. And I think that they are using progressives and liberals and social democrats, and they're conflating these terms back and forth so they can expand at which point they are relevant in the modern social parlance. And I believe that you and Econoboy are helping them, and I don't like it, which is why I'm here to tell you I don't like it.
Connor just keeps Connor, you keep doing this. You keep just asserting that there's some sort of conspiracy broadly within people who identify as socialists to try and sort of co-opt liberal frameworks. And when I point out
Econoboy, you said that 5
millionth time. So I haven't just said that because I was about to finish the point. I haven't just said that 5 times. I've included an explanation of the history of a huge range of different democratic, liberal, socialist movements over time that weren't just pretending until they got power and then they would become authoritarian Maoists.
In context.
And he just said that 2/3 of Norway's wealth was already socialized, which was fucking a whopper.
Right. Well, you know,
a whopper of a lie.
It's interesting too, because we've had this conversation in the past about foreign countries and entities bidding up the price of assets in America.
Oh yeah, of course, like houses.
Right. And so if you have the government of Norway is investing billions of dollars in Apple stock, or billions of dollars in Apple and Nvidia stock and all this other stuff,
bidding up the prices of those assets. Yeah.
Which, like, if you own that stock, that's great for you. If you're young and you don't own that stock,
not
and you
so
would like
good.
to buy a stock, not so great for you. So
yeah, it's a
very
double-edged sword.
Yes, very, very interesting.
In fact, they were just Democrats, it turned out. Okay. And you keep ignoring that and then reasserting without any backing your conspiracy about the broad 10% of the base of the Democratic Party socialist movement.
Stop, Econoboy.
Look, I don't think Econoboy is being realistic about the number of people who are progressives who do think that we should abolish capitalism or free markets. And that's really the problem. I think society is a bottom-up process, especially in a democratic system, where it's what the people believe that really drives public policy. So I don't know why they keep defaulting to Bernie and AOC, because they're kind of irrelevant in this conversation. If you have a large number of people, young people, who believe we should abolish capitalism and that would be better for society, I think that's a problem. That's as bad as a large number of people thinking we should have an ethno state or we should reinstate slavery or anything like that. So that's what we're really having a conversation about. The problem is Econoboy thinks those policies, the communist policies or the socialist policies, are great when I think they are as bad for society as something like slavery.
Well, and he keeps saying, you're 100% correct. And he keeps arguing with Connor, this is a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy that all these communists are going to hide their power levels to try to frame things in some kind of liberal framework and then go surprise, mask off, it was communism the whole time, right? He keeps saying this is a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Okay.
They talk about it openly.
Right. Not only do a lot of them talk about it openly, including Hassan, who's the largest left-wing political streamer. But we don't even have to go to that because all of us listening and all Americans, we lived through this. This is what 10 years of wokeness was. It was a bunch of far left, alt left commies pushing their weirdo communist ideas, not through economic means, but through social means and cultural means, pushing that through and lying to everyone about the origin of what they were doing. This was the entire conversation that came up with CRT, where it was all like, oh, CRT, that's not communism, that's not socialism, that's not socialist inspired. It's just teaching Black history.
Yeah.
Right. We were fed all these lies again. Same thing with queer theory. We were fed all this bullshit, all this lies. So don't sit here and spoon feed me bullshit for 10 years and then try to gaslight me and tell me there's no conspiracy going on.
Yeah. Calling it a conspiracy is just completely trying to downplay it.
Yes.
There's so many people who do think we need to abolish capitalism. That's just undeniable. It's not some secret conspiracy. We're not dreaming this shit up. There's a reason why so many people decide to start some leftist socialist YouTube channel and they're at 3 million subscribers in like 2 months, right?
Yeah. Yes.
That's people who are watching those videos who are interested in that subject matter.
Yeah.
That's scary shit.
Problem here, right, is that they say that they're doing this. That there is a broad number of American socialists, people who live in America,
very small minority of them say that.
Okay.
Again, who state
I would also like
that they are doing this. And they call themselves the Vanguard. Why do you think they call themselves the Vanguard, Econoboy? Why do you think they chose that name?
And every single person on this panel said, to the extent that there's evidence that people are doing that, they should not be included in the movement.
So you are condemning specifically the Vanguard today.
Well, wait, no.
Okay.
Hang on. So
I want to be specific.
I want to be clear about
I'm asking you, Econoboy. Shut up,
I haven't heard.
Shut up, PissCo. I'm asking Econoboy. Today, on my show, you are condemning specifically the Vanguard.
What did they say?
Okay.
I don't know what they said. Reference it.
Okay. So first of all, one clue is in the name, the Vanguard.
No,
and we
what
talk
did they
about
do, or what's the evidence?
What's their position?
I'm giving you evidence. Right?
Like with Hassan, there's evidence that he literally says he just wants to co-opt democratic frameworks. Like he's literally said this, right? So that's pretty good evidence. How about the tweet
today or yesterday calling Pete a rat, or that he looks like a rat, or that he reminds him of a rat, or whatever?
Is that evidence that he is trying to institute a authoritarian communism?
It could just be mean.
Wait.
What is acceptable evidence somebody's trying to institute authoritarian communism if they work in the media?
Wait. Statements like Hassan gave, correct?
So they've done shows about ignoring the Constitution and ignoring the Supreme Court, dissolving the Supreme Court.
I haven't seen that.
Okay,
So to the extent that they have those beliefs, and to the extent that they have those beliefs,
they call themselves the Vanguard for a reason. To the extent, it's like if I called myself the rapist.
Wait. Let me give you what you want. First of all, the rapist, really?
The rapist, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So if they have the position that we should ignore the Constitution, if they have the position that we should, ignore democratic systems and get rid of all that stuff, then no, they should not be part of a quote unquote coalition. And if what you mean by be part of a coalition is be at the halls of power, design policy, that kind of stuff. If the prescription is don't talk to them, I think that's a different kind of thing, right? I don't think is anyone here saying that we shouldn't talk to them?
Okay. Don't talk to them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So to the extent that they have these positions, to the extent that they're crypto about their authoritarianism tendencies, there's no disagreement. They shouldn't be a part of the quote unquote coalition. Like what you mean by that?
It's deeper than that.
Can I? Okay. You know what? This is what this feels like. This is why it's such a crazy conversation, okay? If you have two groups of friends and people in one group really likes Chinese food and the other group really likes Indian food, and you're trying to vote on where to go to eat, okay, every weekend, all right? And you have this new group of people who show up and they say, I really like wings. And that's the only fucking thing that they ever say about your Chinese food that they like. But you include them in your group of friends who are voting to say, I want to go eat Chinese food because they only show up for the wings. But you know that when they go back to their own group of friends, they say, as soon as we have enough wing voters, we're going to go to the fucking pizza place. That's the issue that we're running into here, is you're pretending like these guys who only like wings are supporting your entire Chinese food weekly outing, when in reality, they're just trying to build up enough people, and they've all blatantly said this, so that they have enough people to go to the pizza place next week. That's the issue that is what's happening.
Just to respond to that briefly.
True. A completely true comparison with wings and pizza. Thank you.
Pizza.
Briefly, okay, and I think I can speak for PissCo on this as well, that my point is that That is true with the great minority of people that call themselves socialists.
And I understand.
And Destiny, I know you're going to say the media figure. You're going to say the media figure.
You're going to say yes, and you're going to say that of all the voters or whatever. I'm talking about the entire media apparatus. That's why earlier I asked you, can you give me a single person in the media apparatus that identifies as socialist that also supports the Democratic Party?
But then Destiny, okay, so to address your point extremely directly about the entire socialist, Wick. I was
he just
about
asked for
to answer
one
question.
individual.
No, he said that's why I asked you, but I'm addressing his actual point,
Well,
which was about
want
the media
you to
apparatus.
answer if you can.
You want a separate
I
question?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
It's
that's
probably
fair.
the case
Wait,
that almost
isn't
everyone.
that problematic? If you're now identifying as a socialist, you can't think of
That's a different point. That's a different
no,
point.
it's the same question that I asked earlier, and it's central to the point that I just gave right now. I asked you for a single person that says they actually like Chinese food, and all you can give me are people who support $15 minimum wage or wings, who really want to go to the pizza place, which is have the Vanguard Party, which is why they're called the Vanguard, which is why they shit on Chinese food or the Democratic Party over and over and over again, and that's an issue.
If we're talking about media figures who call themselves socialist, in terms of like which of them who simps for the Democratic Party, it's certainly not a long list to the extent that I could Google and find names right now for you. But so I would agree with that. And so I've already said, and everyone on this podcast seems to be in agreement, that to the extent that many people, and it is a problem, flatly, it is what you're describing is absolutely a problem. To the extent that people in the media space that do that, do the exact things that you and Connor and Wick have referenced, PissCo and I are in complete agreement. It's not that we just disagree. It's that we are in complete agreement that these are not people who should be part of the inner party, who should be part of strategic discussions, who should be part of the messaging of Democrats. What I have said, and this is my last sentence before I guess Connor wants to go, is that people like this should simply be used as other platforms for Democrats to engage in for the purposes of fundraising, for the purposes of spreading their message. If Democrats want to go on Hassan's show or the Vanguard or Breonna Joy Gray or fucking Kyle and Crystal's show, then that they should do that because they should engage in these alternative media speeches.
Sure, but you understand
they aren't part of the inner party.
Sure, but you understand that it undermines the fuck. Wait. You understand that it undermines the fuck out of the Democratic Party if we're saying that all the good things that we support, I call myself a socialist, and I think all the good things that have come to the Democratic Party have come because of socialists. And also, all of the media people that call themselves socialists fucking hate Democrats, and they constantly attack the Democratic Party.
You agree with the Econoboy?
It's not that simple, bro. I know you really like the yes or no's, but it's not really that simple. It's not that simple.
No, I don't.
So to Destiny's question,
I don't agree with the Econoboy.
So to your question, Destiny, I do fully agree that it is a problem that there is a disconnect between the typical socialist politician and the typical socialist media figure. I do agree that that's a problem. Okay. The only thing that started this entire discourse for the last week was what I said was, I just don't think that these alternative media, socialist media figures have that much of an effect on electoral outcomes for democratic socialists and for liberals broadly. Okay. And I think that we can generally.
What is the.
How many? Wait, there's like, they keep pointing to the three people, AOC, Mamdani, and Bernie. Because it's because that's all there is. So they're comparing this tiny number of socialists that are involved in actual governance with the far larger number, especially proportionally, the far larger number of socialists that are involved in the internet media landscape, who are dictating
like everyone.
Policy.
He's just listing them off.
But then also again, he's like, oh, they don't have that much influence. Bitch, we lived through the last 10 years. We all lived through the last 10 years of how influential woke socialist bullshit was on our country. Okay. Don't tell me they don't have influence.
That congressperson is not going on breaking points because they don't have influence, right? If they didn't have any influence, she'd just say, fuck that.
Yes. This is a very dumb argument, and this is sort of the running away of cultural socialism to, well, I'm just talking about the economic bullshit, right? I'm only going to focus on the economic stuff. Now that the cultural stuff has all proven to sink like a lead balloon, now I'm going to try to pivot to economic populism because that's popular.
Well, I do think obviously the inflation has gotten out of control, and I think it's really, it's eviscerated people who are of modest economic means in a way that they're going to be looking for solutions. It's just, look, if you pitch this in terms of racism, right? PissCo and Econoboy would get it. They would totally get it. So They're just
Yes.
in favor of the socialist policies. They don't see the socialist policies as being bad like racism is.
Well,
bad.
and then there's another issue too with this, which is that he keeps assuming, wrongly, in my estimation, that the three socialist politicians he wants to point to, that they're all just super moderate people, as opposed to, well, no, they're people that have a mask on that are acting moderately and advocating for moderate policies because they know that's all they can get done. But if there's a larger coalition of socialists, where the socialists were able to take control of the Democrat Party, their policies would become a lot more extreme socialist.
Yeah, they would drop the mask.
Yes.
That's why they're wearing the mask.
Yes.
like,
that is the
"Fooled you."
point of the mask. Yes.
You know the analogy of a Trojan horse? That's what
I've
we're
never
talking
heard of
about
a
here.
Trojan horse, ever in my entire life, apparently.
There was a city called Troy.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. But yes, apparently these people never heard of this Trojan horse. So
Yeah, that's a lot of this conversation here, but that's why they keep saying, "Oh, that's just a conspiracy," as they're inside the Trojan horse. That's just a
They're-
conspiracy.
yeah, see, that's the picture. You have Destiny and Connor saying like, "Oh, the socialists, they just want to use the Trojan horse to
Right.
infiltrate the party and spread socialism over here." And you have PissCo staring at the giant Trojan horse that Econoboy's inside.
Right.
Econoboy's like, "That's just a conspiracy. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
How do you know you say this, Connor?" Like, oh,
You're
my
just a
God.
conspiracy nut. Let us
Pisco's like-
in.
Pisco's like, "Oh, look at this amazing gift the Democrats, Socialists of America have gifted to the Democrat Party.
Oh yeah.
Let them in,
exactly.
boys.
Just
I
let
need to get my
Hassan in.
commie poon."
He's the voice of the men that the Democratic Party has left behind.
Right. Risano Karu for $20. Thanks so much. Says, "How can these people be so tucking retired? Dead?
Fucking retarded.
Oh, okay.
Don't you
I'd
know
assume
chat
it's
speak?
a lot of chats, but yeah,
They have to censor. Unfortunately, they have to censor, but we don't have to censor.
I know. How can these people be so fucking retarded? Adam, practice makes perfect. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I like that. That's pretty good.
They're retarded every day.
And thanks so much to Mongolian Leprechauns Man from Saturn for $50. Thank you so much.
Yes, look at this.
Look at that.
Wow.
Says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, I recently thought of an interesting idea for a stream, a friendly debate about Nintendo's bad business practices. You can have on, oh no, it's Salex and Joe from Seattle and Short Fat Otaku to debate about it. What do you guys think of the idea?"
Well, I'd be down to debate that. That sounds
Sure.
innocuous enough.
I'd have to go actually research more heavily.
No,
what the
we're
fuck
just the moderators. What are you talking about? These other people.
Oh,
are
if we're just going to moderate, yeah. I don't actually know so much. The only thing I know about the practices where people were complaining that they were raising the prices of things. That's the only element of that I know. So.
Terrible.
But
how dare they?
Oh, it's
Well,
oh no,
Sitch and I
it's oh no, it's Alex.
constantly-
I don't know why. When I saw it all combined, my brain just couldn't process.
Sitch and I constantly disagree on pricing. Sitch thinks I'm a dirty, rotten price gouger.
You are. You are. That's a fact.
It's called what the market will bear, Sitch.
Look
You
at
just
this
need
guy.
to. You just need to get it through your. You just need to understand.
That being said,
Mhm.
I did take the take when my uninformed take on the Nintendo pricing was, I don't care. They charge whatever the fuck they want. If you don't want to buy a video game, don't buy a video game.
I noticed that, but as soon as we
Yes.
start digging in,
I don't know. Maybe it is bullshit. I don't know enough about it, but
yeah,
I think luxury goods are a little bit different than other things. So
cookies are luxury goods, aren't they?
there you go.
Nobody needs cookies or they're gonna starve.
There you go.
Refer to
You got to
the
bring it back to
the
the
Pokemon
cookies.
the Pokemon cookie stream if you guys want to see real fireworks between Sitch and I.
There's a difference between a soulless company like Nintendo and the parasocial relationship that people get with streamers. And I do think if you want to say that Nintendo is being immoral because they're taking advantage of their fans or whatever, maybe they are. I don't know how much
This
it
is a
costs
good
Nintendo,
time
what their profits are. But you have a streamer who does nothing but slaps their name on some rebranded cookies and charges 2 to 3 times as much as how of whatever the cookie would cost if it was sold at Walmart just because their name's on it. I do think that that's immoral.
Is this a good time to bring up my poll? If it was affordable, would you like to own an original painting by Adam?
That's different. It's a painting. What do you mean?
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, but what if I get like $10,000 for a painting? What if I
Unless
charge
it's
an
JMac, I'm gonna say
obscene
that's a
amount
bad.
of money?
I would say that's obscene unless it's JMac. It's just basically just take
What
it
if
like you
what
want.
if one of our fans takes out a second mortgage on their house to own one of my paintings?
Well, obviously that's where the real
Look
money
at
is. So I'm glad that you convinced them
Oh
to
my
do that.
god.
There you go.
Winning.
Yeah.
Sitch finally gives in. Look, no, I would not. If you're taking out a second mortgage on your house to buy a painting, I do not condone that. I
that
would not
scene-
sell that painting to you at all.
You know that scene in Wolf of Wall Street where they're convincing all these suckers to piss away money on their penny stocks, and like he's on the phone getting people to take out second mortgages and doing all that
it's
stuff.
awful,
right.
awful.
Yes, yeah, you should do that with your paintings.
I don't want to convince. I don't want to convince people to spend money they don't have.
Okay.
But if you want to spend money you do have, I'm definitely open to taking some of it. I think that's
There
where
you
we
go.
differ. There's another one too. I think it's like a John Stossel live
That was
stream
the
where
price
we,
gouging. Yeah,
where we have some fireworks over this topic. So
that one's
isn't
even
it
worse.
great?
That was for,
Sitch and I can disagree, and we're still friends. You don't have to.
I'm just waiting for the day. I'm just
Oh my
waiting for the
God.
day till I can betray
That's
Adam
fucking hilarious. That
and
is so
join
hilarious.
someone else's orbit. Yes.
If you were PissCo, that's probably what's going on. PissCo probably every interaction he has, he's just waiting for the opportunity to stab whoever it is in the back.
Yeah. The irony. Did we talk about this before stream or on stream? Did I talk
I'm not
about
sure.
that PissCo got out scorpioned by Destiny?
We talked about it off stream.
So
We talked about it right before the stream, but we can
Right.
talk about it now. I don't care.
no. Yeah, I just didn't want to repeat myself if I already said on stream. That's nothing
No.
secret. Because there's a clip and we might watch it at some point where PissCo and Destiny have a conversation after this debate. That's kind of interesting. It's like an hour long, and 3 times in it, PissCo talks about how he feels wronged or slighted or upset because whenever like he feels that the DGG community is wrongly attacking him and going and spreading a bunch of lies about him and misinformation about him and leaving negative comments on videos that he appears on, spreading the misinformation about him.
Mhm.
And you brought up a very interesting point
Of course.
about how hilarious that is that PissCo is complaining about that.
Yeah, since that's exactly what he fucking does.
Yes. PissCo tried to utilize DGG to attack us in the exact same way. And now,
Constantly. Yes.
and now that the Scorpion got out Scorpioned by DGG, is getting hit by the monster, the Frankenstein's monster that he was using. Now he's all pissy about it.
I mean, I never really cared that much about DGG attacking us. The worst thing they do is they come into our comments. And I mean, some of them single-handedly double our comment engagement because they're just so crazy. But
Right.
I guess it really gets under PissCo's skin, which is like winning, right?
Well, with PissCo was we were never a Destiny.
Oh,
in
we
the
were
Destiny
never
orbit
orbiters. Yeah,
whatsoever.
exactly.
PissCo
You're right.
was in the Destiny orbit, so I'm assuming it hurts him a lot more significantly
Right.
than it would ever
Most of
hurt
his
us.
audiences. We had
Right.
some Destiny, we had some audience overlap with Destiny. So,
Yeah.
but now it's just one person, and that's Ace, and he's cool. So we're good with it.
There you go.
Actually, there's another one. Patrick Mulligan, I think, is another Destiny fan. So
I'm sure
we
there's
should
some-
be nicer
someone there,
because
but-
we do have some overlap, and I always hate attacking the fans. So even if it is just inadvertently.
Right. Not all. Hashtag not all.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, weren't we watching a video?
Can I ask you then, like, so when you look at like
amazing.
the
I'm
Mhm.
having so much fun with this video, Sitch.
I
remember
love
Sitch
this
is-
debate.
As soon
love
as it
this
came
debate.
out, Sitch messaged me with it. Oh my God, Sunday. It wasn't even a question.
Because well, and also the irony too about, I mean, Connor's kind of always been on this point, but the irony of Destiny on this point, because part of what like we were getting attacked by Destiny and the Destiny community on was us saying we think that the left needs to spend a lot more time rooting out the socialists, rooting out the communists. And we were saying this, and so much of this is entirely reliant on the election, because we were saying this before the election. And so when it comes, as you get closer and closer to the election, the thought process is everyone shut the fuck up, get your ducks in a row. We all have to join to win the election. Okay. That's all anyone wants to talk about. And we were not in that framework because we're enlightened individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So before the election, when we were saying the exact thing that Destiny's basically saying here, he was very mad at us and freaking out and all this other stuff. Now that the election has passed and the Democrats have lost, and they probably lost in some part, I don't know exactly how much, but in some part because of all the dipshits like Hassan, now he's like, oh yes, we should expel all these fucking crazy psychopaths from the left. So I'm glad it, finally we're
right.
Better
he's on late than never, right?
Yes. So
the 40-point drop in, say, like Dearborn supporting the Democratic candidate. Do you really think that none of these alternative media spheres have any influence whatsoever on are they just completely irrelevant, or?
I would never say something so stupid as they don't have any influence or that they don't have some determination of the outcome of elections. Okay, I would never say that. When it comes to Dearborn specifically, I think that it is more sensible to say several things. Number one, I would say that generally speaking, it seems like a lot of Muslim immigrants revert to their, not revert, but like there's like a coming to the mean of the average American conservative view over time as they assimilate. You see that with other immigrants groups as well as Muslim Americans. Number two, I think that you see that with Muslim Americans specifically, they are particularly sensitive to the Israel-Palestine issue, and whoever was in government, it blew the fuck up during a Democratic administration, and so there was a lot of reactionary sentiment with that issue in a lot of Muslim communities. I think generally explains
that reaction. Sure, but two things. One, so you said that it was a problem. I'm not going for gotchas here, okay? I don't give a fuck about gotchas. I know PissCo loves them, but I'm not looking for gotchas.
It's not a gotcha.
Yeah. But the issue is that all of these elections are so close. So if we agree that it is a problem, and then we talk about how I don't know, or never mind, that was edgy.
Wait, do we have a disagreement?
I don't think that they reverted. Wait. I don't think that they reverted to the mean in one election cycle when it came to voting issues. Okay, I think that if you want to say that they voted because they were super energized by the Israel-Palestine issue, it doesn't make sense to me that they would vote for Jill Stein. Because if you really cared about that issue, I think that the clear choice, even if you think they don't handle it as well, would have been the Democrat candidate over the Republican candidate. So the fact that there were so many people, but the fact that there were so many people in the center left saying, or not center left, but so many people in the left-wing media apparatus all saying they're both the same, all protesting the DNC, all protesting all the Democratic candidates. Isn't that a problem?
I think we agree it's a problem. Wait, stop. Why does he keep repeating, is it a problem? You just heard Economo's and I say agree, it's a problem. Why did you repeat that at the end?
Well, because if it's a problem, then I don't know if we should be trying to appeal to the socialists, which is the name of this panel, appealing to leftists. We should be trying to court them if they're actively attacking the party, and these elections are already so close, and they're already turning off so many of our voters already. This is just it's on the only worse.
Okay, this is why I wanted to ask the question earlier, because I think this gets to the heart of the matter. It goes us back on track. And this is a question to PissCo first, and Econoboy, right? This is a question to your side, and then a question to the other side. I will counterpoints. I will get to you. I promise, but I'm going to try to
when he behaves himself, when he puts his hand up, you yell at him.
It's so good. It's so hilarious. I missed all this because I just listened. I only listened, but I did hear everyone griping about Connor all the time. I was like, holy shit, 50% of this debate is just trying to keep Connor's mouth shut.
I know, and he's just raising his hand. He's sitting there raising his hand the whole time too.
I know.
It's so sad. It's so sad. Risano Kairu for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I demand we rebrand Hydrox cookies called PSA Sitch O's, filled with Adam Friended's cream.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Those would probably sell. Especially there's a huge Sitch and Adam shipping community that would be buying them.
You know what? You're right. You're right. Yeah. What? I've never heard of this.
Those are the cheap. Those are like the cheapest cookies too.
I don't think I've ever seen
That's
these.
the
I'm looking at
cheap
pictures
brand
of
of
them.
Oreos. Those
Yeah.
are the knockoff Oreos.
Never seen them before, but there you go. Appropriate.
Very appropriate.
When he
Dan,
yells, you yell at him.
He can have it.
You,
I'm not
Wakanda boy.
I'm not yelling at him.
You're
for-
not reinforcing
Let-
good behavior on this panel.
Let me fucking get my point out, okay? Then maybe we can
Okay, I'm
get
sorry.
to something, okay? The question becomes, who should, as a whole, the Democratic Party, the DNC, etc., who should they be aligning themselves more with? People like AOC or people like Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, I don't understand how that is related to what Stephen was just talking about, right? So we agree. So I thought
This
he was
is
talking.
He was trying to
considered
get us
a
back on
circuit
topic.
breaker
Weren't you
question.
listening?
I'll
Yeah,
answer
yeah.
the question directly. So to answer the question directly, I think that because socialists are about 10% of the Democratic base, generally speaking, the platform and the types of candidates that we put forward should probably tilt moderate if the only thing we care about is absolutely maximizing our vote share. Okay,
And winning elections?
Now,
Yes, fair enough. Okay.
Now I'll say two things. I'll say that that's not necessarily always the literal only thing that we would care about. Now, it's obviously very, very important. But then number two, just because they're only 10% does not mean that we should completely ignore them or treat them as Nazis or completely ostracize them from the movement. That they have to also be appealed to, because the Democratic Party is a party of centrists, moderates, like what you could call like moderate tilt left people, slightly more tilt left people, progressive people, and socialists. Every
we can
single one of those
demonstrate-
groups needs to be
Sure.
represented.
If we can demonstrate
There's another problem here, which hasn't come up yet in the conversation, which is that if you're a Democrat who's not an alt-lefter, so you believe in liberalism and democracy, you want your candidate, you want to support a candidate who will win an election. You don't want the Republicans to win the election. You want a candidate who has your policies to win and then to implement those policies.
Right.
If you're an alt-left person, if you're a socialist, you would actually prefer if you have to choose between a moderate Democrat
And a fascist.
or a far right candidate, there's a part of you,
Yeah.
even if some of
a
them
big
talk about
part,
this,
A giant part.
right? There's a part of you, and they don't talk about this often, but they do occasionally. There's a part of you that would prefer the far right candidate win over the moderate Democrat. And the
Right.
reason is they view the moderate Democrat as actually gatekeeping and preventing socialism from happening.
Right.
And Hassan has even said this, oh, the Democrats are going to give you enough treats to satiate you, to stop you, enough welfare programs to stop you from going full commie. But if you have a right-wing candidate or a far right-wing candidate who's either going to abolish all those programs or do a bunch of, evil right-wing authoritarian things that they don't like, they feel that that's more likely to cause a backlash
Mhm.
and more likely to cause people to get angry and to have that revolutionary energy and to actually get the socialist overthrow they want. And
Yep.
so since socialists are motivated by that, it means that they actually have a perverse incentive to never be placated, to never actually team up with the moderates and the left. They will forever keep demanding more and more and more things, because at the end of the day, they either want to force the Democrats and the moderate to be as extreme as them, or to force the Democrats to turn away from them and actually help the other side win, to cause a bigger and bigger crisis until that explodes into their socialist revolution.
Yeah, they're the political bomb throwers.
Yes.
They just want it all to blow up.
Yes. So how can you align yourselves with people like that?
Yeah. How can you accept that?
that by excising or
What do you mean by that, excising? What do you mean?
What
do you mean by that?
I'll explain once I ask
I
a
need to
question.
keep
Right?
it
Well, wait. Okay, wait, hold on. I love you, but we're the two that are debating this topic, right? So
Go ahead.
Wake might have his feeling of it. When I say excise, we're talking about the media environment. If you call yourself a socialist and you constantly shit on the Democratic Party, PissCo, now I'm happy that your messaging evolved on this. Yesterday, you were saying you should go on places like Hassan Stream to fight with them. Sure, that's fine. I agree with that. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Wait. You just heard something change. What changed? What changed?
That
You think
before
there
it
wasn't
seemed,
before?
that before it seemed like you were a lot more lukewarm on whether or not Hassan is like kind of an ally or whether or not those types of people can be appealed to.
No. You find me one place where I said Hassan is an ally. You can't.
Yeah,
I never said
I'll go
that.
back
You
through
agree?
your. I'll comb through your entire VOD.
I don't. No, because
I don't
my
know.
position is.
Listen, the same,
let me
way
say
that
it.
you've been in this space for
Hassan.
2 years and you can't remember a single thing Hassan has apparently said, I'll say I don't have your exact quote here, okay? But all I'm saying is that it shouldn't be the goal of Democrats to appeal to the center fold of what socialism is.
What do you mean by
That if we can capture-
excise? What do you mean by excise? I don't know
that
what
if
you mean by that.
somebody calls himself a socialist, if they constantly shut down the Democratic Party, then you don't treat them like they're part of your party. If you do go on the platform, it is solely adversarial.
Wait a second. No. So now we're totally different. If someone calls himself a socialist, because you agree Bernie Sanders calls himself a socialist, right?
We're talking about the media sphere.
Okay.
Media.
But Econoboy calls himself a socialist.
Sure.
So we should excise him from the party?
Yes.
If Econoboy was
Yes or
coming
no?
on my platform, it's not a yes or no question. I don't even know what part of your life you would, even in your lawyer school shit, you wouldn't have picked up on this yes or no autistic bullshit. So I don't know where any of this comes.
Answer the fucking question, bitch.
That is fucking retarded.
Answer the question.
So I'm
Answer
answering
the question. Are you going to excise Econoboy or no?
Answer the question.
Yes.
I'm answering the question.
Yes. The easy answer. Easy win.
PissCo, did you rape a dog? Yes or no? Answer
I
the
know.
question, bitch.
Is that why they were asking him? Is that
I
why they were
wonder.
doing it?
Maybe.
If so, he totally deserves it.
Maybe. Yeah.
When I saw the clip, I thought, okay, they're being a little unfair even for PissCo. But now I'm like, okay.
If Econoboy was coming on my stream, it's probably generally right now it's going to be to fight over things like we are right now. Yes, and when Econoboy earlier said, "Oh, we should go home on stream and hash out something," it's going to be to fight over stuff. Somebody who identifies as a socialist when the entirety
Should we excise him from the party?
Yeah, that's not what we mean.
If somebody is running a show or running a program and they call themselves socialists, earlier I asked you guys, can you name a single one of these people that don't constantly shit on Democrats? And you guys couldn't think of a single
changing the
name.
fucking
So
game.
I would
So
say yes.
should I-
That is the subject. It's central to what
Should
you're
I stop
asking.
Live and
Yes.
Learn? Should he be on the podcast Live and Learn? Should I
If
excise
all of you
Econoboy?
guys are going to start supporting socialists,
Wait,
yes, you should. It should be on Live and Learn.
Hang on, wait. So you think that Econoboy, we should not be platforming Econoboy because he labels himself a socialist? Is that right?
Yes.
You should challenge him at almost all
he's like
times.
moving in the direction of there. Much the same like Sargon of Akkad was like moving in the direction of being a
this is wild.
neo-Nazi.
So even though Econoboy gives you his understanding of what socialism is, he explains himself just as a way I assume that Bernie Sanders and AOC would. Even though he says I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, even though you smeared him as saying he's anti-democratic when he isn't anti-democratic. So even though he caveats all what he means by the term socialism, just because he labels himself socialism, you think that he really shouldn't be on Live and Learn?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't platform him. You guys do what you want with your platform, but I wouldn't want to platform him and say, hey guys, go check out their podcast later.
Unchallenged.
Where anti-democratic party people like the Vanguard will be treated as friends and allies that'll come on to shoot the shit for a while, and then immediately they'll go after their own platforms to relentlessly shut on the Democratic Party.
So what?
There's so much drama here. Econoboy's reaction is priceless. His life is being debated right in front of him. He's like, holy shit, they're going to kick me off the show.
It's so funny.
It's terrible.
So why are you hanging out with Myron
Do you
Gaines?
deny that any of that?
So why are you hanging out with Myron Gaines?
Because every single
Because
time I
he
hang out with
challenges
Myron
him
Gaines,
in
it's a
the debates that he
combative
has.
interaction.
Okay, so like, but
Wait, hold on, you recognize how stupid that question was, right? You realize you thought you had a big option there.
No.
Wait, you acknowledge
What's wrong with Myron Gaines?
He's super crazy and far right and believes the Jews control the world and are evil.
Oh,
and should be
he's like a
purged.
JQ person.
He's super JQ, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Holocaust and I are all
Wow.
that stuff.
Wow. All
Yeah.
right. And Destiny hangs out with him? Has he had chicken
Well,
and waffles with him yet?
I don't know if he had chicken waffle, but they debate. I don't know if they debated recently. So
That's usually what people want. People just don't want you to sign off on their ideas because we're in a situation where everyone's kind of a micro celebrity and they don't want you to throw your celebrity behind somebody who's an ethno-nationalist or something, right?
yes.
But Destiny's saying we shouldn't throw our celebrity behind Econoboy because he's a secret tanky.
Mm-hmm.
like when I hang out with Myron Gaines, I always combat him, right?
Wait, but you guys have a nice conversation, right? You platform him, you have a nice conversation.
Yes, but it's combative. Nobody comes away from my stream where I'm like, hey guys, make sure you go check out Fresh and Fit. Like they have a lot of cool shit.
You guys have been going back and forth. So just to be clear, when the Vanguard came onto the podcast, they were challenged
at some point. But
They were challenged, correct? Wait, can we get him to agree that? Were they challenged, Stephen?
Barely.
Well, I was just gonna, so,
Barely, you fucking nitpicking fuck. What do you mean they were barely challenged?
As in, and if you watch it, I think that for the most part, you're gonna like.
Yeah, because you're fucking reacting like a fucking sped, and you're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they're fucking being nuanced," and you're reacting that way. And the way you
Mr. Yes or No is going to talk about nuance.
The way.
This is what's crazy because the way to win people over is to do it subversively. It's to be nice to them. If they like you, they're a lot more likely to give into your arguments and whatnot. So being combative is not necessarily a way to win them or their audience over. But in this sort of environment, you can't get away with that because everyone's like, oh, you're signing off, you're endorsing them.
Mm-hmm.
Both those systems, the micro celebrity status rubbing off just by being close to somebody, that system is in conflict with the trying to win people over and actually get them accept your arguments system. How do you deal with that, Sitch? How do you get around that problem?
You butter them up. What do you mean?
Yeah, but if you butter them up, everyone's going to say, oh, you're laundering their reputation.
How do you get your audience?
Yeah. It's a tough nut to crack. It
is. And it's interesting because that's very relevant to the insane conversation that Crystal Ball had, where it would have been better for her cause to be nice with the senator instead of
to win her over. Exactly. That's
to win her over.
Yeah.
And have influence over her, as opposed to publicly eviscerating her, which pleases your audience.
Well, it's not
That's
just
true.
It's not pleasing because Crystal's worried that her audience is going to say, oh, you played patty cake with her and you basically signed off on everything she's saying and doing. You're lending your celebrity, your credibility to bolster her up, which is true to some extent, right? This is why there is celebrity endorsements, right?
Right.
When we talk about people who we like and say, you know, they're a good person, we're lending our credibility to them. And but that's the way to actually win them over in an argument too. So I don't know. I think about this a lot, obviously, because we're in this space. And we can't necessarily sign off on things, but at the same time, I do want to win people over to my side of the argument. We're not winning any of the, well, maybe Wick. Obviously, Wick we've said nice things about, and Wick we don't have a lot of disagreement with. So
very different situation. So
it's interesting that we probably have a lot of agreement with Destiny too, politically, but we all hate each other. So it's
right.
We're never going to be able to voice that.
That you're fucking presenting it makes people think that, oh, we're socialists, well, Econoboy is socialist, but no, we absolutely challenge them on specifically on the point of
hold on, let PissCo give us an example of where he challenged, where you challenged specifically PissCo,
specifically on the point of Manchin, specifically on the point of student loans. Stephen, you agree we did challenge them with facts and logic, correct?
Yep, facts and logic.
So when you said barely, what did you mean barely? What did you mean by
barely? Is that I think people would go on that show and they would assume that all of you guys had a similar political project in mind. You all shared like a political goal, a political project. Yes.
Okay. So why do you get that impression when we're disagreeing with them on specific issues?
Because hold up, fuck this. Everybody else has talked for 30 fucking minutes. I've had my goddamn hand up for 30 fucking minutes. There needs to be some variety on this panel. I'll tell you why. It's because you were playing fucking footsie, and when they came to the next fucking day,
what do you mean by playing footsie?
Let him explain. Let him answer.
Shit. All right. So when we were talking about how, oh, everybody's being so fucking mean to Hutch the fucking next day and all that bullshit, then you're like, oh, well, you know, we technically challenged them on their perspectives and all that kind of bullshit. But realistically, anybody who watched it tonally felt like it was like a 5.5 versus 1 against Hutch.
You guys sound like the biggest bitch woke scolds. Tonally, what are you talking about?
Shut the fuck up, you pussy.
What are you talking about?
Talks, you roll your eyes like a fucking valley girl, you fucking twat.
This is like the 20th
You're basically
the same thing.
Saying, okay, you did disagree with them, but your tone, it sounded like you were nice in your tone.
Yeah,
like,
it sounds like you're the fucking youthful cock sleeve for socialists. That's what it sounds like.
Like Steven isn't fucking nice in his tone with Myron Gaines. He is. He absolutely is.
Yeah, and he still has contention, and he still clarifies the ideology.
Yeah, by the way,
I still have a point from 40 fucking minutes ago that I wanted to make. I've had my hand up for 40 fucking minutes.
Counter, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
thank you. Okay, anyways, my turn. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the PissCo Destiny show. All right. So earlier, Econoboy made a fucking point saying that I kept appealing to conspiracy. And he's made this point 3 or 4 times. So I want to address this briefly.
Please do.
Mao, Pol Pot, Joseph Stalin Tito, Castro, every leader in the fucking Soviet Union came together through fucking revolution. Okay, they all came from fucking revolution. Then not just that, but Gramsci was arguing about why leftists aren't relevant in fucking Western societies because they have strong social order. And Marcuse and modern lefty philosophers try to normalize Gramsci and Marcusean argument in order to infiltrate Western societies in order to make them more socialist. Corbyn, Sanders, and Noam Chomsky all swept for authoritarian socialist regimes when they were in power and only disavowed them once it was found out all of their authoritarian abuses of their population.
Especially Chomsky.
So when you say,
the worst.
Connor, you're being a conspiracist, I say, no, plenty of youthful Western lefty fucking idiots sweep for authoritarian. They're using the playbook that Gramsci and Marcuse wrote in order to subvert Western societies.
Connor, what would I say in response?
Of conspiracism when the conspiracy is documentable in the words of the people who espouse this philosophy.
Let's see if you've been listening.
Back to the PissCo.
Let's see if you've been listening.
I don't think they want the violence. They're just fucking idiots. Just like a Kano boy doesn't want the violence. He's just a dumbass.
Yes. But everything Connor said is 100% true.
Of course.
Totally based. Kano boy is completely full of shit and softballing and dick sucking for horrible things. Whether through ignorance or malevolence, which at this point I think it stops mattering. So
they don't realize that socialism always devolves into fascism because that's just human nature. Human nature. As soon as you give someone that much power without any opposing force, the fascists immediately take over.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $20. Thank you so much. Says, just about 2 years ago, I challenged the Kano boy to a debate regarding land value tax. I even gave him the opportunity to bring on one of the most well-known land value tax advocates in his corner, and dude disappeared after that.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay, look at that.
I debated a Kano boy when he was still
and Risano
faceless.
Karu. Thank you again for another $20. Thank you. I think he's at number
Look
3.
At this.
Look at
I
this.
know. Doing well.
Thank you so much. The third spot for $20 says, what? Destiny has taught me you win people over by shouting about shouting over them and insulting them nonstop. Also, Oreos are actually the knockoff of Hydrox. Hydrox were first. Wow.
Really? Interesting. Because Oreos are 1,000 times better than those. Hydrox. Ugh.
I've never had these Hydrox. I never even seen them at the grocery store.
Well, you're lucky then. They're not tasty or anything.
Okay.
It's kind of like
Oreos anyway,
imagine if you made the Oreo cookie with a piece of cardboard that you painted brown with a Sharpie.
Yeah.
And eat that. That's a Hydrox.
That looks good. That sounds good. I like that.
Let's see if you've been listening to what I've been saying. What do you think I would say in response to that?
That you're not like them. That there are plenty of democratic socialists who are actually nice, whose primary motivations are democracy over socialism.
Yeah.
They're incrementalists. And so as a result, they're not interested in sweeping for the human rights abuses of these authoritarian regimes. And they're not conspiracists. They actually just think that this is the correct ideological outcome.
So if you understand that is true, and that is at the very least my point, then we've already admitted, we've openly said multiple times that certainly there are a portion of socialists historically and a portion of socialists that live in America that do have these kind of like ulterior motives, right? The thing that I've said is two things. I've said, number one, that historically that is not the great majority of socialist movements, that there's at the very least, a
massively disagree with
meaningfully
that
large
assertion, but continue.
divide between those two different, methods, you could say, of socialism. And in America, I don't think that even close to the great majority, I don't think even 80%, not even 90%, probably 99% of the 10% of people that vote for Democrats that call themselves socialists, they don't engage in that. So I don't
agree. And I want to make one more
very
point before we
relevant.
get to the PissCo show. Okay, one more point before we get back to the PissCo show.
And then we can get back to the PissCo Destiny show.
Does it matter if first of all, I don't know what the numbers are. I'm skeptical of this, but even if theoretically you were to say, well, there's technically more socialists running around in Western countries that have never seized power, and it's just all the socialists in the non-Western countries that did seize power and ruined everything. Wouldn't that should be a clear indication of what actually happens when socialists reaches power, not when these other ineffective or not effective socialists never actually manage to do anything, even if there's more of them.
And they never address the problem, the structural problems with the policy, right?
Right.
He's basically making the argument. Sometimes you'll hear people on the right make the argument that slavery wasn't that bad, right? Most of the slave owners didn't beat their slaves. But it's like sure, there are these socialists that are nice socialists. The problem is, as soon as they get into power, they're shoved off to the sides, and the mean fucking socialists come out and start bossing everyone around once they have the power. And since society is falling apart because of the economic policies being so bad, it kind of just devolves into tyranny very quickly. But then they automatically step back and say, oh, this isn't real socialism, right? Real socialism is nonviolent. Well, I mean, but you set up the conditions for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You set the table. So somehow, sooner or later, you got to take responsibility for that.
No.
Okay.
No, but they will. They won't.
So, if I told you that I was a democratic fascist and I believed in political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism, but I don't agree with the mass slaughters. And as a matter of fact, I'm like a human fascist. I don't want to do ethnic divides and I don't want to do, racial divides. I actually want human beings to be put into a political corporation, a body, and I want flexibly authoritarian governments or whatever. You would probably still call me a fucking idiot because even though democracy was my primary virtue, fascism is still a dog shit ideology, right?
The question that I would ask you is there a robust history of people calling themselves fascist and then winning elections and then leaving after they lose elections? And you couldn't answer yes to that. You couldn't answer yes to that. But I can absolutely answer yes to that.
Then we'll go back to the drama show, okay? Last point. I think the reason why, I think it's like a house cat versus a lion, okay?
Well, how many?
Well, yeah, when did the socialists leave power?
Well, he's claiming, and I have to look at this, that there's all, in
Mao,
England and Australia and
Stalin.
Germany, there's been a bunch of socialist prime ministers, I guess, or presidents. I don't know, whatever the fuck these people have, that are ruling parties in parliament that had some power for some limited period of time. And the fact that they didn't take over the country is evidence that the socialists are not always the baddies.
Right.
Which again detracts from what I said, which is the more important thing, which is, if you have a socialist party that exists within a liberal framework, within liberal institutions, and is constrained by the liberal institutions, that's completely different. And I don't think really, it's weird that it's kind of like, it's interesting. It goes back to the sovereign wealth fund. You're like, okay, you're going to say that the sovereign wealth fund, which only exists because it has to benefit from capitalism in another country, right? It has to piggyback off of the strength of capitalism in order to generate money. You're going to say that's socialism. It's the same thing as saying, well, yes, a socialist party that exists within a liberal country
framework,
constrained by liberal framework and liberal institutions doesn't necessarily become authoritarian. Okay. But when they don't have those liberal institutions and it can just do whatever the fuck it wants and be pure socialism, it always tends to go in the same direction.
Yeah, without the checks and balances.
Yes.
Of liberalism. The thing Hassan is always shitting on.
Wait, do you recognize what I just said? How it's disanalogous?
Psychologically studied. Hold on. House cats have been psychologically studied that if they were capable of eating their owners, they would. Okay, I
You're
think
just trying to say socialists are pussies. I know your game.
I think that, yes, I think that Western socialists are house cats. They cannot eat our faces, so they won't eat our faces. But I think if they were the size of a fucking jaguar, they would start eating our faces.
Okay.
And with that, PissCo start yelling at Destiny some more.
I want to give it to PissCo.
I'm trying to hear the criticism of what we did with the Vanguard, and it sounds like Connor, you identified it, and earlier in our conversation as well. Tonally, it was footsie. Is this your problem with what we did on the Vanguard, Stephen? That's just it?
Okay,
I think tonally,
yes, Stephen. Go ahead, Stephen.
Well, tonally, I am prepared more for the Hassan stuff than the Vanguard stuff because I'm more familiar with his content. But like, for instance, when like you immediately and easily would eat the idea that like I would prefer Hassan over Trump as president in a system with absolutely no constraints, like that's.
You can go to Hassan, but I just want to get clarity on this. So as you sit here, do you have a problem?
Totally, my impression with the Vanguard.
Yeah, he's going to
you do have an issue, okay?
My impression was that almost all of the pushback there was coming from Hutch, and I think that's why you guys fought about it the next day, is because Hutch felt like he was kind of on an island there, and that while you guys did disagree with some points, like the student loan thing, you were very quick to make a whole bunch of what I would call insane concessions about Biden, whether you're calling him Trumpian or whatever, because he gets mad at the attorney general or whatever else, and that seems weird to do, almost minstrel showish, in front of a couple of people who are literally hardcore like socialists who shit on Democrats constantly. That's a surprising thing to me.
So you acknowledge that we did disagree with them significantly on the student loan point. Do you acknowledge that I said you can't bully Manchin? Do you acknowledge I said that? And I supported Hutch on that. And you also acknowledge, by the way, that I supported the notion that Biden had great policies and that they were downplaying, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act and other measures, correct?
Yep.
So I did vocalize.
Do you acknowledge that you are giving me exact quotes, and what we're criticizing is the tone? You acknowledge how pointless that is, right?
So I'm just asking. So is your problem the tone of the disagreement and what we're doing?
The problem is that it seems like you guys share a political project, when I would argue that the socialist movement in general and all of the media figures, the Vanguard included, do not share a political project. That while you obsess about building bridges with them, all they do is shit on your candidates in exchange.
But
you will never have a scenario with the Vanguard or any of these other people like, oh, we should try to build bridges with more moderate Dems. It will never happen. As
Is one of the problems the tone? Is the tone one of the problems?
Well,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He said yes, PissCo. So really quick, let me ask Destiny a question. So,
But that is the key point. Why is it always that the moderates have to bend over backwards for the psychopathic extremists on the online space?
They just do, Sitch. So them's the rules.
But it really shows you how it's all where the power is. In politics, the far left have to bend over to appeal to the moderates. They have to somewhat hide their power levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the internet space, it's the opposite.
Oh, yeah.
So that shows you where the coalitions of power are.
In the internet space.
Yes.
She mentions that in the interview we're talking about with Crystal. The congressperson says, well, look, on the internet, a lot of people are going crazy over Gaza, but in my district, people don't give a fuck. They don't give a flying fuck.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. And it really shows you, the sort of the way that humans sort of go with the flow and the mask on, the level of mask onness that these people put on is really a circumstance of what they can get away with.
Yeah.
Not what they actually believe.
Crystal's coalition is the internet coalition.
would you say that the ideological disposition of someone like Joe Manchin versus the ideological disposition of a guy like Joe Biden, would you say that they share a political project?
Yes.
Okay. So
I would
say
you're doing this thing again. Actually, I'm not even going to allow this. I'm sorry. You keep doing this thing where you jump to elected lawmakers that are working in the system. I have no interest in No, they're not. No, they're not.
Literally elected representatives, Destiny. What the fuck?
They're not representatives of an ideological movement. They've won an.
I'm glad that Destiny has to go through this, because this was the gaslighting that we had to go through whenever we would talk about like woke stuff and how pervasive and bad it was for society.
Of course. It's
and
exactly
always be
the
like,
same.
name a socialist politician, Sitch and Adam.
Yes.
Okay, they're not there. You're crazy. You're just obsessed with the culture war things. Stop it. And it's like, oh God.
Yes.
And now
totally.
listen, it's nice. Destiny's going through his own version of this insane gaslighting, and now he can see that it's insane. It's an insane gaslighting.
Yeah, they're talking about completely totally different things.
Yes.
Election in a particular district. That's it. Are you gonna? I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you gonna go to West Virginia to figure out who the movement leader is of anybody on the left wing?
Bernie
I
Sanders.
answer that question. Are you gonna go to West Virginia to figure out who is the leader of any kind of left wing movement?
That's not what I'm doing, Destiny.
Then why would you say that Manchin represents some like leader of some movement? They won elections. I'm not talking about politicians. The vanguard are not politicians. I'm talking about the media environment. That's what I'm talking about.
Would you? I'm just Destiny. I'm just using them as an example. Would you say?
No, I'm telling you why I don't like the example. I don't like the example because these are elected
Destiny,
officials, not people in the media.
Okay. Well, you referenced.
Okay, one of
I thought we
the
were
hold on.
talking about-
I think I could bridge this gap, perhaps. Right. One of the problems.
No, there is no gap to bridge. He can't find an example in the media, and that's my issue. That's the exact problem.
Okay. Well, then look. How about this? How about we just stop? If that's the case, we've already said this several times. Okay. That insofar as people in the media don't share this political project as you've described, they're actually, to Connor's point, they're just hiding their power level and they're actually authoritarian socialists or whatever. We've already agreed several times that that's the extent to which they shouldn't be involved in like the strategic or like whatever in deep involvement within the movement means. We've already agreed with that several times. So how about this? Well, we can maybe if there's another question you can ask because we've actually already agreed on that topic. Is there anything
But then I think
else?
the strange thing is so like for instance, right? I think that strictly definitionally, I might be considered a eugenicist because I'm okay with people getting tested to see if their child might have Down syndrome, right, and not having those children, right? Technically speaking, that's a form of eugenics. But realistically, would I ever go out and call myself a eugenicist? Probably not, right? So it's just strange that when you're working in a media environment and then you take on the label of socialist, if you were to look up any other and all other socialist content that's being created in that sphere, all of it is dedicated to shitting on the Democratic Party. That's the problem. It's only gotten worse in the past 8 years.
Shouldn't we promote Econoboy? Shouldn't we promote Econoboy? Econoboy, you're saying like, where is this media of a socialist figure who respects the party?
No, you should fight him.
Wait.
For our entertainment.
So shouldn't we therefore, if we're looking for these kinds of figures to take some of that energy perhaps, or to use the label and get it back to like the roots that Econoboy is referencing, at least in specific traditions, referencing the Labour Party in UK and Australia,
MSNBC show.
Yeah, so on that front, why would I kick Econoboy off? Why wouldn't I promote Econoboy?
Well,
because that label has already been co-opted by all of, not co-opted, more accurately represented. But then I guess this also goes back to definitional issue, right? Like if you put AOC and Hassan Piker in a room and you give a bunch of people who know what socialism is and they're read on theory, 100 out of 100 of those people are going to say Hassan is more of a socialist than AOC. If you put 100 people read on theory and you say, do you think AOC is more of a capitalist liberal or more of like a socialist? Almost all of them will say she's more of a liberal capitalist.
Square this for me. So you said earlier that, okay, it's not necessarily about the socialist label, and you agree that there's a diversity in what that actually means.
For sure.
It's about socialists within the media space. But then PissCo mentions, well, what if AOC retires from Congress and starts an MSNBC show? Like, it sounds like you would be against that, but then you say, no, because she labels herself as a socialist, I would be against it. But now it seems like you're saying it actually is the label.
It's incoherent.
It's absolutely coherent. It seems like coherent because you're not familiar with any of the politics behind any of it. It would be challenging, but the issue that you run into is, so you could say, could they wash the socialist label and make it so that in your mind, I've said this and I'll say it again, I don't think that you are a secret tanky. I hope you're not on the way to tankies. I don't think you are, and I don't think AOC is, just from what I've seen. I don't think she's a secret tank or anything. Could she, clean the socialist label in a way that these people are more compatible with a liberal form of government that's not like vanguardism or whatever? Maybe, but then if I look at what's happened over the past decade, when people like AOC and Bernie Sanders have popularized the socialist label, what actually happened? All of the people that worked with them and then were spun off became insane fucking radicals, right? A lot of the people who are criticizing them now are other socialists who are all saying they're fucking sellouts. It seems like that didn't work too well.
So if AOC started a show, media-wise, she quit her job, started a show to promote her ideas, would you have a problem with it? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you don't have a problem inherently with someone having the socialist label and being a media figure, do you?
No.
So why do you have this prescription?
Let's get a clap. Can we get a round of applause for those? Yes or no?
Hang on. I mean, this is all fucking performance what you're doing. Yeah. So why is your prescription therefore, if you don't have...
I can't do whys. I only do yes or no's. Can you format that in yes or no question?
I'm going to focus it. If it's the case that you...
For multiple choice, I could do.
I know he's doing a bit here, but the answer to the question would be that you should have a problem with it, because if AOC has a media show, well, there's two things are going to happen. If AOC has a media show where she advocates herself or positions herself as a socialist, I think the most obvious outcome is she's going to become more and more radical, especially if she's on the internet. I don't know what's going on MSNBC. I don't watch it regularly, but if she had an internet show, she's going to be in the same environment, the same toxic environment that Hassan and those other people are, and she's going to become more and more and more radicalized. So that would be a problem. But then even if, say, she did have an MSNBC show and maybe MSNBC is more center than Hassan's audience, I don't know, that would still be bad because it would whitewash the entire socialist label if she presents a mask-on version, even if she really supports it, but even if she really believed it, so it wasn't mask-on for her, but it was mask-on for all the other socialists, that would still be bad because it would trick people into supporting a movement that's far more extreme.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the Republicans, I mean, they have a problem playing into this too, because when they call things like universal healthcare socialism and stuff like that, they kind of sanitize the label as well as AOC and these other people, because they just think a lot of people are in favor of universal healthcare, right? They don't think of it as the abolition of property rights.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great example of that is actually, Destiny's debate with Richard Wolff, where Wolff took the Republican stereotype of saying socialism is when the government does stuff, and he was using that to his advantage, saying, well, you shouldn't be afraid of socialism. It's just when the government does stuff.
Right, yeah. No. It's when the government prevents you from doing stuff. That's what socialism is.
Right.
It's the case that you wouldn't have a problem with AOC if she stopped being a politician, became a media figure, started a show. Why then? So you don't have a problem with it in principle. Why would you have a prescription that we should kick Econoboy off the show because he's
Steven, hold on. I have an important question. Steven, I have an important question, and you need to answer it yes or no, okay? Yeah. Do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
Nice cover for Steven. Do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
It's a free liberal country.
These are actual questions. These are.
No shit. But the reason why I'm asking this question, hold on.
It's just a pointless question.
You can't understand where this is going. No. I'll go ahead and explain it because you don't understand where this is going.
Wait. Can I real quick? Real quick. You can go right after. This is a really important point. Hold on. You can go right after I swear. Okay. This is, if you would have asked me 10 years ago, should AOC run as a far left progressive and never use the word socialist? I would say absolutely yes, and we would all be better off for it. That's what I would say.
Not the question. Not the question.
Hold on. I do want to hear where Counterpoint is going. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, why? Why aren't you going to make Steven answer the question?
The point.
You guys are running cover.
Hold on, stop.
You pretended
what question did he not answer?
No, he memed. No, come on. You know he memed there. You know he memed there. Stop.
I'm making a point.
He's like a white blood cell. He's a white blood cell, and he's trying to stop this because
No, I'm not. This is my point. This is my point.
Connor had a legitimate point. On the answer to the question whether or not AOC should make a TV show has no bearing on any other part of this conversation. There was a retarded question.
It's called an internal critique. Hey, dipshit. It's called an internal critique, dipshit. It's called an internal critique.
What is it?
You had a standard. Wait, and everyone knows. Holy shit, Connor. Everyone knows your standard. Your standard was, I don't really have a problem using the socialist label if you're a politician, but I do have a problem with it with your media figure. So I'm testing your logic. I'm testing your standard.
You're not testing it. You're taking a person who's going from being a politician to being a media figure who happens to also be the most popular left-wing person in the United States of America. It's obviously not the standard. You're going to the outer perimeter of the outer perimeter of things.
So why don't you answer it and distinguish it? So why don't you answer instead of memeing out of it?
I already did answer. Do you forget the question?
No.
Did you get the answer? I already said yes. If you want to do a show, I guess you could, but I don't think you should use the label socialist. I think it's harmful to the country.
No. I'm not asking.
I know you're not asking because you're only interested in the narrow yes or no questions to go down your particular dialogue tree.
This is why. You have a prescription that we should kick Econoboy off the show because he used the socialist label. That's your prescription. You actually want us to
kick him off. The name of your show is Live and Learn, not Something Learn, right?
So you literally want us to kick Econoboy off because of the label. I'm trying to test your internal consistency, and you're sewing the fuck out.
We're not here to test my entire internal consistency.
Why wouldn't we do the internal critique?
It's not preposterous. I asked you guys earlier if you could name a
single other socialist figure in media that supports the Democratic Party, and neither of you dipshits can name even one fucking person. You can't even name one person, and you sit here swaying out about whether we should be appealing to the left, and you can't even name one.
Econoboy. Wait, is
So good. It's so good.
We're just listening. We have Econoboy looking like he has a hemorrhoid. That's all right. We have Destiny fucking raging out, screaming in the middle. Then next to him we have Connor, who was doing the double-fisted jack off. Let's see if we
can name even one fucking person. You can't even name one person, and you sit here swaying out about
he's got
whether we should be
he's got the double jack off. Okay, we got the double jack off. Connor in the left, and then we have PissCo molding in the bottom left. Oh my god. This is amazing. This is pure Kino.
I know. It's so good.
I gotta hear this again just for the pure Kino of it all.
You can name a single other socialist figure in media that supports the Democratic Party, and neither of you dipshits can name even one fucking person. You can't even name one person, and you sit here swaying out about whether we should be appealing to the left, and you can't even name one.
Econoboy. Wait, is Econoboy an example?
No,
he's not. Why? So we shouldn't kick him out.
He literally just fucking converted. Holy shit!
For just converts, so for just converts, we shouldn't enforce this kind of.
Do you think that Nazis? Hold on. Do you think that Nazis can have a positive influence in our media sphere to push people?
If I could, you mean logically possible? Then yes.
Okay, wait, hold on. Do you think that there might be at least one person that could help the Democratic Party or help people get elected? By the way, identifies as a Nazi right now. Also, let's say, by the way, AOC identifies as a Nazi right now. Do you think that Nazis can help the Democratic Party? No, wait, I'm just asking. Hold on. I just want to say, hypothetically, do you think that a Nazi could have a positive influence? Yeah, do you see how retarded this fucking question is?
If by might be you mean logically possible, the answer is yes, but let me just put it to you, right? So your standard was that right now we should actually kick Econoboy off of the podcast because he uses the term socialist label. You wouldn't say the same for a politician. You wouldn't say the same for a politician running for office. And so you were given the example of a politician who stops being a politician, becomes a media figure. Should we treat them similarly? So like if AOC said, hey, I want to be a part of Live and Learn, and I'm like, what the fuck? You can
My turn. No. I waited 10 minutes. My turn.
You will wait as long as I want you to wait.
Dude,
you will wait as long as I want you to wait.
You know where this is going. You know that's why they won't let me finish the question. The question is, if we kick out,
if you answer the question, you can ask the question when I'm done.
If we kick out Econoboy and AOC's like, I want to join Live and Learn, guys, should we say no?
Okay. No, hold on. Before you guys go on another fucking 20-minute fucking thing, Steven, write down the question. So I'm not white blood selling, so you can answer the question. If AOC wants to join the show, should you say yes? Okay? So write that down so PissCo can't accuse me of white blood selling. The point that I was making, for those of you who have 80 IQ in the fucking audience, is that Steven, as far as I know, is a liberal. Meaning that he believes in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. Meaning that socialists... Hold on. I'm not done yet. Thank you. I'm not done yet. Thank you. I love you. Shut up. So, if you ask Steven, hey, should a socialist be able to create a TV show? 99% of the time, he's gonna say yes. The same way that I presume with Fuentes, even though he's an evil, nefarious Christian nationalist,
no one's talking about.
He's still going to say yes to the fucking
No one's talking about the right to make a show. No one's talking about your legal.
You guys are all talking past each other. This is frustrating.
Fucking idiot.
This is frustrating. This is frustrating. This is very frustrating.
No one's done question.
I just have to ask a question. I just have to ask the question. PissCo, do you think that there is any utility in gatekeeping a label?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yes. So if you want to gatekeep Democrat or liberal as a label, do you think that it makes sense to say, hey, we can have a show, we can have you on it, but if we're going to call ourselves liberals, you can't be on it because we only accept liberals?
That could be for the purposes. Wait. No. That's a different question. So the answer is that if the show is called Live and Learn,
yes.
I don't have a problem in theory with you having a non-liberal be part of the show Live and Learn. If that has to do more with, like, I don't know, your artistic consistency or your title being consistent or something. But the question is fundamentally different. The question is, would it be your preference to kick off people who have that label? Not would we want them to change the label? That's not the question. The question is, should we even let them? Or when by let, I don't hear, of course.
All of this is pointless without engaging with the ramifications of the policy. If Econoboy was in favor of murdering all Jewish people, they would obviously kick him off the fucking show, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'd go, that policy is abhorrent. Fuck this guy. You're out of here. But
Right.
the socialist policy, everyone is kind of up in, is it good? Is it bad? I mean, we would argue that it's bad, that it's just as bad as one of these genocidal policies because the outcome is ultimately the same. They don't agree with that. So
Mm-hmm.
this whether or not you should be platforming the person, I think you have to convince them that the policy is as bad as a genocidal policy before you can get to who should we platform and not platform, because you know, it's obvious when it's a genocidal policy.
Right. Well, the problem with a lot of the socialist stuff is that they'll either be mask on, or even if they really believe it, they're basically carrying water for the people that are
The genocidal
wanting
types.
the genocidal
Right, yeah.
policies. Yes.
Well, that
So
happens
it's
on
like,
the
good
right.
job.
That happens obviously on the right with the people who are in favor literally of the genocidal policy, right?
Yes.
But they know that that policy is not going to be taken well, so
Yes.
they keep it to themselves.
Yes.
So I guess what you're saying is there are some socialists who know it's a genocidal policy, but they're just keeping that to themselves, right?
Say that again?
Is a Econo Boy one of those people?
I
Well,
don't know.
are
I
there
don't know enough about his
people-
positions, but
There are people, obviously, who who believe in genocidal policies, and they're like, "Oh, well, this will be good for us, right? We kill off all the immigrants and we take all their stuff, right?" Detestable policy, obviously, but they see it as something that's good for them, bad for the people who are getting killed. Are there socialists in the same boat? They kill all the landlord type socialists.
I mean, at the end of the day, socialists want to take away
Your stuff.
everyone's stuff, or
Yes.
most people's stuff.
Yeah.
And so that's why it should be considered, regardless of whether they want to do it through violence or not, considered, in my mind, the same as Nazism. They want to take away everyone's stuff.
Yeah.
That's so why, how is that? That's not, to me, that's not that substantially different than saying, oh, I just want to like make my country only for white people. Now I'm going to do it through nonviolent means. So that makes it okay, but that's what I want.
It's so obvious that taking away all everyone's stuff is a death sentence, culturally and individually. And it's so crazy that they can't see that. That's just invisible to them. But I guess a lot of them don't really have anything to lose, right? A lot of them are young. They probably are in a lot of debt from college, all of their expensive socialist professors, right? So they have even less to lose. They're like in the hole. Maybe we should fix that.
Connor's preposterous straw man mean that like legally take
Straw
away
man,
their
it's a
right to have
one-to-one, you fucking
legally.
retard.
Yeah, so he's like,
Even
legally,
answer the question. That way he can't accuse me of being a white blood cell because he wouldn't have any fucking evidence for it anyways. Answer his gay little question.
So no one here is talking. First of all, I don't like the heteronormative language. I think it's really distressing. But
I love heteronormativity.
Yeah, I don't like the heteronormative language. It's distressing. But just
did he call him butthurt? Is that what he said?
Wasn't PissCo like saying they were woke scolding earlier? And now he's like, I don't like heteronormative language.
You're right. You're totally right. Oh my God, you guys are a bunch of woke skulls. Stop using heteronormative language.
By the
I
way,
like the misogynistic language that you speak. Misogyny, please.
By the way, you guys are sewing out about tone, so you're the last people. But just to get a fine point on it,
Hold on, wait. Tone is insofar as tone to a certain person. We wouldn't be complaining if you had a bad tone towards somebody that was your ideological enemy.
You have a good tone. Wait. You had a nice tone with Myron.
Ideologically aligned with you.
Do you agree that you had a nice tone with Myron Gaines?
Nobody will come out of that.
No.
It is a combative tone. Nobody will come out of that conversation. Tone is more than just your like actual timbre of voice.
Were you?
Hold on.
Yeah,
how many people would come out of that conversation thinking, wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit?
And how many people would come out of my conversation and think, sorry.
You got yourself because you knew how much how foolish you were.
No, stop.
I do find the tone policing completely cringe. How about you, Sitch?
This is hilarious.
exposed in 8K, 120 FPS, fucking 120 frame rate, 240 refresh rate on monitor, broadcasting live, all the fucking world exposed.
So, no, I'm not backing off at any position. So I'm saying if you watch the actual stream and listen to the words being said, then no one would come away from that thinking that we didn't combat them. If they watch the Destiny stream, where you're smearing us,
I watched your stream. I don't think you pushed back very well.
Question. Wait. You were looking at the chats.
So if you watch the Destiny stream where he's spurging out every 2 seconds, and if you watch the Destiny stream where he's like, oh my god, then maybe you get that impression. But if you
I'm curious. If you were to look at the chats, do you think there were more people in my chat who were favorable to Myron in our conversation, or more people in your chat that were favorable to Vanguard?
That's not the analysis. That's not the analysis at all. The question is,
you don't answer that question because you know exactly. That's the whole point. That's the point. That's the point. That is the point.
Did you have a nice? Answer the question. Do you have a nice tone with Myron? Yes or no?
The point of tone is what is the message that you are conveying to the audience. The point is, what is the message?
I do think this is Destiny's shittiest argument in the conversation so far, because I agree with you. The tone doesn't matter. It would matter. Well, I mean, I guess for like NPCs that are listening, it matters. A lot of people don't listen to the arguments; they just listen to the tone. So that maybe it does matter from that perspective, though that's depressing. But I think the actual conversation, are you disagreeing, agreeing, or not? That matters, I think, more than the tone, unless you set up a situation where, like, if you talk to one group of people that you disagree with, you're always super combative. If you talk to a different group of people, you disagree with, you're super not combative. That would be weird too. But I would point to the fact, because PissCo was trying to make this argument that they did push back on the Vanguard boys and all this other stuff, and they pushed back a little bit. To me, I think that the more important thing to point to here, the better example to point to here would be the fact that when we were looking at, I think we kind of read some of them, we were looking at some of Hutch's comments in the conversation about that conversation, or the conversation about whether they should support the left. His comments were just flooded with like the most unhinged leftist Hassan fan bullshit. So that's obviously a huge chunk of the audience of their podcast.
Right. The socialist, unhinged, revolutionary types.
Yes.
So much of that energy is based on just the economic woes of young people.
It's a short convention. If it is the fact that at the end of the day, most of my audience, the vast majority, 99% of my audience, all disagree with Myron, that means that I'm doing my job. My tone is appropriate for that. I would not have the same tone if my audience was all agreeing with Myron. I would probably change my tone and become a lot more harsh. I know that you really want to do this and answer the questions, but unfortunately, politics is a little bit...
What is the goal of these conversations?
Do you have a nice tone?
Did you have a nice tone?
Yeah, it does. This is like, God, the memes that should be generated from this is the most embarrassing I think, for everyone involved to debate. I have to applaud Wick. This is such an amazing.
Oh, Wick is loving this. Wick is gold. Like, yes.
Yes, for everyone involved here.
The banger of a live stream.
Joe the Mig, thanks so much, Joe the Mig, for the $50.
Look at this. Joe the Mig coming in.
Says Connor raising his hand numerous times in this insane debate and getting ignored is a perfect distillation of liberals' absolutely useless action against the extreme left, which is exactly why the alt and far right are gaining cultural power. You know what? That's sadly true.
Yeah.
That's sadly true.
People need to stand up.
Mm-hmm. And Joe Make for another $10 says none of this would have happened if Destiny didn't label Sitch and Adam as right wing. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
That is
of
true.
Course.
Should have labels of enlightened centrist. Joe the Mig for another $5 says, and Connor is so cut from his attempts to appeal to the mod and far left, despite being a genuine conservative. What a train wreck. I feel bad. Listen, I feel bad for Connor in this debate because he's saying the most correct things. He's definitely on point with his points.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I got a lot of agreement with Connor here. So we actually have a emote making fun of Connor that a lot of people are using.
I know.
Not making fun of him because he's actually making some good points. So.
And JMac, I sure got 5 thanks so much. Daddy JMac for the $20 says seeing panels like this just solidifies that the Sitch and Adam show is the best, baby. Real talk, Wick is doing great with these panels. He wants to get me on to debate soy pill again, but I'm not sure it'd be good for my health.
It wouldn't be good for your health, but I mean, I'd watch it. That'd be
I'd
fun.
watch it, yeah. Soy pill is pretty fucking
I think
dumb.
Soy Pill has been on here before. We've talked to him.
We have?
I think so.
I don't think we have.
Really? I mean, we've talked to. Maybe I'm thinking of Sock Dun Dem.
We
We've
talk
talked to a lot of socialists.
I thought we tried to talk to Sock Dem Left because we wanted to set up some. Hey, Dev in the chat. I thought we wanted to set up a debate between Dev and Sock Dem, and Sock Dem wouldn't do it or something. Am I like misremembering this?
Yes, but
Something like that. I don't know if we ever did. I don't remember if we ever eventually talked to him or not. I'm sure chat remembers, but I don't think we ever
Maybe.
talked to Soy Pill.
I'll just search Soy Pill in my DMs and I've got a reminder.
See if it pops up.
Yeah. Could possibly.
Harder than yes or no. So you can keep asking the same yes or no question over and over again, but it's not really going to help you. The fact of the matter is, you get a dude in your chat, you see a ton of people spamming. Fuck Democrats. Fuck Democrats.
Dr. Lou says we did talk to SDL solo.
Is that
So-
Sock Dun Dem?
Yeah, I don't remember the conversation. But there you go.
Democrats, fuck Democrats over and over again. You don't see the same people in
my chat does not
saying,
spam that. My chat does not spam that. That is so false. So my chat does not spam that at all. My chat does not spam that at all. The question is like for you to be accusing anybody and tone policing anybody. Oh, in your conversation you seemed too nice in your disagreement is fucking laughable, and everybody knows it because you've had nice
it's
conversations.
only laughable if your understanding of tone is that of a 4-year-old. The important thing is,
righty fucking racist and chills.
And it's so crazy that my audience, by and large, 99% of them reject it, but your audience is halfway down the fucking
They're not
ML
tankies.
pipeline.
Wait,
Halfway down the ML pipeline.
You say that, but my audience, those videos where I'm pushing back are disliked. My audience is not close to the Marxist.
Because
Leninist
I'm watching them. Yeah, no shit. You just said it. Wait, you just said it. Who's going to soy out about it the most? It's going to be people that are watching Destiny watching it. Yeah, no shit.
My own audience,
pushing back at all on them.
So my did push back. We definitely objectively did push back. And you're not contending with the fact that you, Stephen Bonnell, you are a massive fucking hypocrite. If you're going to come to us and say, we need to watch our tone when we vocally disagree, and by the way, you take it completely out of context, that we need to watch our tone, but you're fine doing all the jokes you want. In other contexts, you think it's soy. You think it's soy when people call you out for tone policing, that kind of shit. But now with us, you're going to nitpick and say, oh, did you really?
It's interesting that they just have kind of conceded that socialism is wrong, and now they're fighting about how well they're steering their audience away from socialism. I mean, isn't this guy in the top right call himself a socialist?
Yes.
What's going on here?
Well,
what happened?
Part of the problem is it's like, if the environment was that, like, let's say the environment was only 20% of the socialists were the crazy Hassan types and further left. And the majority of the socialists were non-tankies. They were these like, we're going to do it through peaceful means. We just want to raise the minimum wage. We just want, better working conditions. Like, right. Like, if that's what it was,
that's not socialism. Jesus,
I know.
That's fucking liberalism.
Like, right. If they just had like this kind of like, very like timid, bullshit, maybe.
Yes.
But the problem is, it seems like, at least on the online space, and I would wager in most of America, that it's like the opposite. It's 80% of the socialists, 85% of the socialists, people that identify as socialists are
tankies.
The Hassan type, Hassan Piker type people, and maybe like 10 to 15% are, Econo Boy. And if that's the situation, then whether he likes it or not, he's running all this interference for the more extremists at the end of the day.
Yes.
And then even by his own standard, because he said that he was in favor of abolishing private ownership of business. So he does have a very extreme view already, even if he wants to say he's going to do it through nice, peaceful, democratic means.
Yeah, the decommodification of labor. That's why it's just as crazy when someone comes out and is making arguments about how the slaves had it better when they were slaves, right? You're like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Right, right.
He's coming out and he's like, oh yeah, we need to decommodify labor. Nobody gets paid for anything. What? You're fucking insane. You're insane. You're messed up in the head, okay? You need some Adderall or something.
It's leaving home
Sarcastic
because
rhetoric.
the purpose
Come
of
on,
tone
come
is
on,
to
come
communicate
on,
to the
come on.
audience.
You think that's why Destiny's short from all the Adderall usage?
Oh, you're right. Holy cow, he's stunted his growth.
Dun-dun. Be careful, folks.
No
It's
one
what your
believes
beliefs are,
it.
what their
No
beliefs
one
should be.
fucking believes
No,
it.
but your argument is
Do you believe in
retarded because
stochastic
if you
rhetoric?
go to my audience, they're not fucking Nazis. They're not all supporting Myron Gaines. Your audience is like, who the fuck?
They're Reddit socialists, though. Most of them are. Who do you think keeps reposting us, Destiny? Jesus. Who do you think keeps taking us out of context and slandering us and shit? Fucking tankies.
Knows if they're socialists or not. Half of them are, right? Like, unironically, not the nice kind like a Kano boy, but the Marxist-Leninist kind like your co-host.
Yeah. So wait, my co-host is Marxist-Leninist?
For Aaron is an ML, yes. That's like where your audience is the direction that they're going, yes.
You understand that Aaron says she's not a Marxist-Leninist. Do you agree with that?
I don't identify people. You know that Trump doesn't call himself a fascist.
Moment of silence for the best part of the debate right here. Here it comes.
Right?
Yeah. So what's your evidence? What's your evidence that she's a Marxist-Leninist? Go.
Ask her about her political beliefs next time you're on stream.
You made an assertion, didn't you? Did you make an assertion?
Because she would support the violent overthrow of the capital class and would say the only way to bring about class consciousness in a socialist revolution is through violence.
What's your evidence of that? What is your
conversations?
What is your evidence of that? Prior conversations. What did she say? What did she say? What did she say
I
off
don't have
stream?
the fucking VOD offhand. Are you serious? You need me to have the VOD? You want me to have the exact fucking
Tell me what she said, you bitch. Hey, bitch, tell me what she said.
Stop.
Hey, no, bitch, what did you say?
Oh my God.
Hold on. Let me do a little translating here. I would like an example from Destiny. Destiny, what specific position or take that Straighter Ed has had that you feel leads you to believe that she's a Marxist-Leninist?
But in the past, when we used to hop on stream and like argue and shit, her position is generally that of like a revolutionary socialist.
Name one position.
She would support the violent overthrow of the capital class. She probably thinks the only way.
Have evidence for that. That's conclusory. What's the evidence? You're saying probably. What? Name one position.
You think that is a position that in order to bring about the revolution requires a violent overthrow of the capital class.
And you're saying that Straighter has made that position. That's her position. Is that she has said
on stream
that or maybe in a talk
this is years ago. I don't have
fucking Democrats. She canvassed for fucking what is this? Progressive victory.
She didn't say that. Hold on. Stop.
You have nothing. You have nothing.
PissCo. You understand that just because she canvassed for Democrats does not mean that she does not hold that position.
So here's my evidence that she's not a Marxist-Leninist. One, I asked her, are you a Marxist-Leninist? Do you uphold it? Wait. That is a piece of wait. If you're going to take things that she said as evidence that she's a Marxist-Leninist, then you're going to accept things that I asked.
The whole point is to be subversive. No shit. They say no. What the fuck?
Okay. So
holy
what's the
shit.
So is it your position she openly says it or she doesn't say it? What is it?
No, she advocates for the policies and positions that a Marxist-Leninist would, like the need for a vanguard party to have a. I already said the fact that you need a violent overthrow of the capital class is like the classic hallmark position of a Marxist-Leninist.
She never said that.
All right.
She never said
ask
that.
Her, okay, then the next time you guys have a show, you should ask her. You should say, hey, do you think that the capitalists would willingly give up control of their property, or do you think you would need some kind of like violent revolution in order to take the property from them?
Yeah,
okay, cool.
I will. And if you're right, I'll give you a W. But the thing is,
the problem is if she is being subversive, all she'll have to do is lie to you. Right? That's the problem.
Then it's literally unfalsifiable. Well, then it's literally unfalsifiable. Then it's unfalsifiable.
I don't think that she would lie about that.
Is it unfalsifiable? Wait, Stephen, what would it take for me to show you for that she's not a Marxist-Leninist? What would it
you understand that right now when both of you right now when both of you have staked your reputation now on this question that's publicly said, there's no real thing I could give you right now, right?
So I'm asking you, is it unfalsifiable?
I'm asking you. You understand that both of you are literally incentivized.
What evidence would it take to convince you otherwise? That's a simple question. You can say nothing. Nothing will convince me otherwise. You can say it.
Unless she has like genuinely changed her political beliefs over time.
Will anything change your mind about that position? Yes or no?
Like if there was like a debate that she had like 2 months ago and somebody linked me and she was like, oh no, like I don't think that like these ideas are necessarily good or whatever, then they'd be like, oh shit, maybe she changed her beliefs.
So we'll go through the receipts of what Straighter Ed said, and if a thorough search of her records or of her fucking public statements doesn't say anything about a violent revolution,
go search.
Doesn't say anything about a violent revolution, will you retract your statement? If a thorough search of her records, will you retract this claim that you just made that she's a Marxist-Leninist?
Hold on, I submit. Okay, here we go. We were linked this. I submit this to the chat. Go.
Play
Okay,
it,
hold on.
play it down for us.
Give me a second. Let me
Uh-oh.
God damn, we got to
Pull
look
it
up
up.
clips and shit. What is?
share my
Uh-oh.
screen. Let me show you. Okay, let me get through the commercial.
The great challenges in this world.
Okay, give me a
is
second.
knowing
Yeah,
enough
blah blah
about a
blah. We don't
subject
care, Neil
to think
deGrasse
you're
Tyson.
right.
I don't know if that's
Okay, here we are.
serious or not. So I don't like. Are you a vocal socialism? We have some
No,
disagreement. Okay, so you're not a
have to watch it.
socialist.
No, I'm not a socialist. I'm
Okay,
a
so-
communist. That's why it says commie.
Oh, are
I'm not
you
a socialist, I'm a
I can't
communist.
tell
What's the
you're joking.
difference?
Yeah.
Explain to us.
I actually feel like mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves socialists because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist
Based.
is permissible
True.
of.
Yes.
And
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're
Okay.
good. Okay,
Okay.
I'm good on that. I'm
I
good
mean,
on that
that,
one. I'm good. I'm ready for a PissCo to soy out.
Hold on, let me ask. Hold on, before hold on. I have to ask correctly. Stop.
That's so great.
That's so good. That's so beautiful.
I'm
He's
asking you,
like-
PissCo. Is that
so no,
sufficient evidence to
let's stay here.
you?
No,
No,
wait,
that
wait.
her saying
The-
I'm a
wait,
commie
the answer
is not
so
sufficient evidence that she's a communist.
The answer, sorry. The answer is I know that Aaron says she's a commie, and and Steven, you can tell he's fucking soying the fuck out because I acknowledge that Aaron has said that she's a commie as a position she's had. The question wasn't is she a commie or not, and you are the one who says, by the way, Steven, your whole point is you can't just go off the
You're
label.
absolutely
Wait,
cooked on
wait,
this.
wait,
You
wait,
are
wait,
smoking. Your
Destiny,
corpse
Destiny,
is
wait,
smoldering on this.
Destiny, wasn't it you who just said?
How does he just change so fucking quickly?
Because he's gonna lean heavily on the whole. Well, she didn't say she was a Marxist Leninist. She just
Oh
said
my
she was
God.
a communist.
Oh my
Even
God.
though she did say, and I think the important part of it is she did say all the people that are calling themselves socialists, she thinks are just mask on communists, which is kind of the important point.
What the hell is a Marxist Leninist?
I believe that the Marxist Leninist is the idea that you have the vanguard, some sort of revolutionary vanguard party that comes in.
Okay, so they're the ones that are advocating for the violent overthrow of the government instead of worming their way in through democratic means.
Yes, it's
Okay.
more. I guess it's more of a direct advocation for a mask off, saying that you're in favor of a dictatorship.
Most of the debate between the socialists in the 20th century was over that question, whether or
Yes.
not the overthrow of the government should be through violent means or through democratic means.
Well, even if it's through democratic means, you could have a situation kind of like the Nazis where they get in power democratically and then they take over all the institutions and abolish the laws, the democratic institutions, and just maintain power forever.
Oh, yeah.
So-
No, it's exactly what the Nazis did.
Yeah.
They came to power through democratic means. Scary, isn't it?
Yes.
Are we getting close to that?
I don't think
No,
so.
please tell me no.
I don't think so.
If that happens, I'm going to blame PissCo. PissCo is 100% responsible.
I think Trump needs to fire at least 2 more budget people before we get to before we get to that place. If he's gonna fire the next person, listen, they're gonna hire someone to do the budget. How weird is that gonna be if they hire some total hack to do not the budget,
This
the
is
jobs
Banana
numbers.
Republic shit. If they're
yeah.
just going to cook up some numbers to please Trump, this is Banana Republic shit.
How wacky is that gonna be? I wait very, very curiously to see who the next jobs numbers person is gonna be. That's gonna be a very interesting job for them.
MAGA fans, you cannot be happy about this. This is not good. That's not a good move.
People don't. I don't think people conceptualize it enough to really have the feeling that you have about it, which I agree with you completely.
I don't think the jobs, I don't think the numbers person was cooking the books. They came out with lots of good numbers that Trump praised.
Yes.
Why would they come out with any good numbers if their ultimate goal was to bring down the Trump administration with bad numbers?
Because they were it was all part of the conspiracy, obviously. They set him up with, lure him into the false sense of
Oh my
security, and then they
God,
hit him.
Please do not, do not turn this into some deep state thing.
That's how everything is the deep state. Obviously, the person that was doing the jobs numbers was probably working for Epstein.
It's amazing because so many people say the numbers are cooked in the opposite direction. They're made to seem much better than they are. And their feel of the economic situation is that it's much worse. It's much more dire than the numbers are saying. I hear that all the time.
Yeah, but then it actually turned out to be true.
Yeah,
Just
so
while Trump
now
was
that the
president.
numbers actually no, this is while Trump was president.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah.
Now that the numbers reflect what they've been saying, they're like, oh yeah, numbers are way better.
Mm-hmm.
No, we'll see what's going to happen with the economy. Obviously, things are cooking, but before the Great Depression, the stock market was screaming and it was cooking until it wasn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Destiny, didn't you just say that
You're about to pull out the most pedantic argument we've ever heard in our entire life.
Destiny.
She said, I think socialists are too scared to identify as communists, implying that it's a more radical position. But go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Save us. Yeah, what do you got?
Did you just say before that you should not take the label to be indicative of whether that person is the thing? Did you say that? That's all I'm asking.
I said it's not necessarily. It doesn't mean they're not, but not necessarily.
But in the context of what she said, I mean, it seems pretty obvious that she's taking the more radical position, the position that she says people are afraid to take because they're pussies. What do you think that context means, Sitch? It seems quite obvious, right?
Yes.
Unless she's just being an edgelord. Which if she's gonna go mask on, she'll just say, "Oh yeah, I was just being an edgelord," right?
Well, there's a difference because this would be this thing. I'm sure they had a conversation about this, but I don't know what, I didn't listen to it, so I don't know what it is. You could say that you're in favor of, you could give the kind of bullshitty, you could say that, okay, the people that want socialism, they really want communism because at the end of the day, they really do want the moneyless, classless, society. They just understand that idea seems so stupid and so up in the air that it's dumb to advocate for. So they want to trick people by saying that they're just socialists and say, oh, we just want higher minimum wage, or we want some maybe we just want a couple of co-ops, or we just want, a public option, right?
Yeah, reasonable shit.
Right. And so you could say that you're technically a communist, but you're not a Marxist-Leninist in terms of you don't necessarily believe you need a dictatorship or the Vanguard Party or whatever bullshit it takes to get there, which I would say seems even more ridiculous. Like it would be even more impossible to reach communism without that. But you could technically have that position.
Yeah. Technically.
Yes.
For example,
for instance, when she labels him as a communist and then she supplies additional argumentation saying, I call myself a communist because I think that most socialists are too scared to even call themselves that, that would be an additional argument for the label.
Stephen, I just one more question. Yesterday, did you say that all socialists are communists? Yes or no?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think that all socialists are communists.
You did say that all socialists are communists.
Well, hold on. Straighter Eight agrees with Destiny.
This is so fucking weak sauce.
That's hilarious.
Weak sauce.
That's so funny.
Exact same position. Did you have the exact same position that Aaron just had?
Yes.
They'll get the clip yesterday. You saying all communists are socialists. You did say that, didn't you? Yesterday.
I probably also said all MAGA are like pedophiles. You think I actually genuinely believe that all MAGA are pedophiles?
So you aligned. So were you right then or are you right now?
First of all, this is really a weak, pathetic showing from Destiny. Like, well, I say these things all the time, but doesn't mean I believe them. It's a pretty bad answer.
That's a bad response, but at the same time,
a terrible response.
PissCo switching on a dime.
It's funny.
It's completely irrelevant.
Yes.
It's completely. Destiny's position is completely irrelevant. We're talking about whether Straighter Eight is a commie or not.
Yeah, just say yes. All socialists are communists, and the ones that make a distinction are probably full of shit.
Right.
Based. Stand by that.
you right then? Were you right now? Were you right then? Or were you right now?
Well, if it's like a serious conversation where somebody's trying to tease out my political beliefs, so I could, like when Aaron was inquired about her beliefs there, it's probably going to be a lot more serious than me just saying like fucking socialists or communists or whatever, right? For instance, when Econoboy earlier asked me, do you think that I'm like a techie or whatever? Like, no, I don't think so. I think Econoboy is genuinely where he's at politically. So I've already disproved the quote mine, and you're trying to get me on. I don't think Econoboy is a secret
so
fucking
yesterday,
communist.
everyone can see it. Everyone can see it. Yesterday,
Notice how you've moved
yesterday,
off, so everyone
yesterday,
can see
Stephen
he's
said,
desperately trying to quote mine a forward quote to get out the fact that his cause is actually a Marxist-Leninist. The issue is that PissCo didn't even know what Marxist-Leninist was until like 2 days ago, which is why when somebody brought it up in a conversation, he was like, wait, do you mean Marxist or do you mean Leninist? Or when somebody said white terror.
Wick is doing a great job moderating this.
There's nothing to moderate. This is funny. This is good.
Are they
like
both
this.
screaming over each other? Just repeating everything.
Yesterday.
I mean, Wick just has a huge smile on his face. Connor's
Exactly.
checking his email. It looks like Econoboy might be doing the same.
Mm-hmm.
I thought white terror, you mean hate crimes? Like, what does that mean? Right?
Yesterday-
Trying desperately to
yesterday-
assassinate me on a single quote. But the reality is you just don't know much about these political ideologies, which is
Okay, let's
why
go.
that's why people are able to use and abuse you guys on these programs because you don't know anything about them.
Destiny,
Yesterday, Destiny said socialists are communists. There's no distinction. He said there's no distinction between socialists and communists. And now,
was he being literal, or was he talking about power levels?
So this
Well,
is
let
the cope
Pisco
now.
finish,
The
please.
cope
Let
is,
Pisco finish.
it's all jokes when I you can't hold anything to Steven, obviously, because there's always fucking some opposite quote or something, and that he's just joking.
No,
He's
I just don't have autism, so I can
Dude,
understand.
dude, holy
I bet this is actually
fuck,
something that I
holy
can ask.
fuck.
Wait, hold on,
Holy fuck.
we can do this
I
right
can't
now. We can do this
believe-
right now. Hold on.
holy
I'm not even
fuck.
going to appeal to the moderator. Econoboy, do you think that I
Yeah.
think that socialists and communists are the exact same thing?
No, probably not.
I mean, I do. I think that they suck.
There you
Oh,
go.
okay. So,
easy.
so,
Wow, crazy. Crazy how that
when
works.
you-
Huh?
so when you- so
That's
when you-
your
so what
debate
did-
partner, by the
what
way.
did
Not
you
even the
mean?
moderator.
So what did you mean when you said that? Actually, what did you mean?
I don't know. What was the context of the quote?
I already know the context of the quote because I already saw the fucking clip. He was talking about power level. He was saying that fucking he's saying that socialists hide their power level.
PissCo did do a good job of mind mojoing them all into talking about something completely different.
Yeah.
Instead of talking about how Straighter Aid said she was a commie. And she's his co-host, right? For some podcast or something.
Yes.
I mean, wouldn't she say that on the podcast? Wouldn't PissCo know that?
I don't know.
They're actually communists. He's saying that fucking sock dems are hiding their power levels. They're actually socialists.
Which is funny because that's what Aaron just said. She's hiding a lot of socialists are communists and they lie about it.
Crazy cope.
And by the way,
distinctions within.
shut the fuck up, PissCo. You've been talking for 20 minutes. I waited my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. So by the way, this backs up your argument. You've said that social democrats are everybody who identifies as a socialist is actually a social democrat.
So now when you get caught, now there's shades of
it's
gray.
hyperbole,
And
you
now,
artist.
so now when you get caught, now the shades
I'm
of
not
gray
caught in
matter.
shit. I'm
Let
just
PissCo go. Hold on. Let PissCo finish. PissCo, finish your thought. Yeah.
So now when you get caught with the contradiction, now it's like, oh, okay, I guess not all socialists are these fucking Marxist Leninists. I guess that when you call yourself a socialist, it doesn't really matter. So you get caught on that shit, and now you're taking the position that socialism is a broader term. It doesn't just mean the tankies. It doesn't just mean the Marxist Leninists. You're absolutely correct.
Wait, from the very beginning of this conversation,
Didn't
I say that socialism can encompass a lot of different things?
You did.
Wait, hang on a second.
Why do you think your statement?
I don't know. The answer is I don't know. The answer is I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
So if I just reread things that you said at the beginning of the debate and then I repeat them in a condescending voice, am I making like a really good point?
The answer is I don't know. So if you acknowledge there are shades of gray socialism, then there are some socialists that you would absolutely have within the fold, wouldn't it?
No.
Oh,
just like there might be shades of gray classical liberalism, but if somebody calls themselves a classical liberal and then they associate with exclusively Nazis, I probably wouldn't allow that person to be within my fold.
Okay, cool. So
notice how that was a one-to-one analogy. And
you want to go to no, it's not one-to-one.
Just real quick.
No. I'll explain why it's not one-to-one. I'll explain why it's not one-to-one because Econoboy points you to a tradition, a peaceful, robust tradition of socialists in Western countries that don't include all the negatives that Nazism by its sort of
because they're house cats who can't eat your face yet. Because they're house cats who can't eat your face yet. Because they're house cats who can't eat your face yet.
So that's why it's not a one-to-one comparison.
Well, let me
ask. Econoboy pointed you that record, and you want to ignore it.
Let me ask.
But that's not true though, because a lot of of people would say somebody like Reagan was a fascist, and we came out okay from having Reagan as president. You're laughing now, but people abuse the term fascist, so they talk about Bush as being a fascist as well. And guess what? We survived that as well. And so people want to say that they were socialists or whatever. That's fine. But guess what? All of this worked under the fascists and the socialists together. Guess what? It worked under a liberal capitalist government, and that's the type of thing that I think we should be defending. Not a full-on socialist government, because that's always been a fucking shit show, and not a full-on fascist government, because that's always been a full-on.
I have a question for Econoboy.
Exactly right.
I have a question for Econoboy. So, do you extend that? You laid out the history of socialism, but when Straighteraid, who does a show with PissCo, right, calls herself a communist, do you extend that to communism? To communists are just these things that can coexist with liberal democracies?
Okay, so I'll answer the question directly. Even Marx himself, this is a direct quote from Marx, said that things like lower stage communism would be stamped with the society that we lived in the past. Okay, now what he meant by that was that lower stage communism, as communism comes into being, that during that process, the stamps of the current society that we live in will be present in lower stage communism. What he meant by that,
historical example of a communist party, like a communist taking power and in a liberal democracy surviving that.
I'm telling you what the most famous foundational thinker of communism literally thought communism was.
I just want a historical example.
Now, your question was, could communism exist within liberal frameworks? Okay. Marx himself advocated for many things that we would call liberal. He said things like freedom of speech, the equality of people, the fundamental freedom of people to coexist with each other were important characteristics of communism as it comes into being, and communism when we get to supposedly the final stage of communism. So to answer your question, yes, liberal values would exist.
Which country where a communist?
Can you admit that I just answered your first question at the very least? That I directly answered your first question? I need to acknowledge
my follow-up question. But my follow-up question matters too, right?
What's your
follow-up question after you ask that is, okay, if that's possible, give me an example in the real world where it's happened, where a communist party has come to power and a liberal democracy has survived.
The only example that I'm familiar with, and I'm not totally familiar with the history of here, obviously I've been focusing on European experiments. The Kerala province in India, which like tens of millions of people live in, has been run by communists for basically the last 50 years, and they're actually a Marxist-Leninist party, and they operate in democratic frameworks, and they do basically, they have a liberal kind of style system of government within their general ethos. Now they are Marxist-Leninists, right? And I'll admit, I could be misunderstanding the area of Kerala because I'm not totally familiar with the region.
Not familiar. Fair enough.
But they do have elections, and they do have elections, and they do call themselves communists. Their leader is literally a guy named Stalin.
The reason I'm asking this, and I'll give it to you, PissCo, but I want to explain the reason I asked this question. The reason I asked this question is because the whole debate is about, right, the accusation against you and against Econoboy is that you're giving cover to people who want to infect the Democratic Party with things, illiberal values that we would be against, that would destroy democracy, right? And your co-host has just admitted, at least we saw on 4K, that she is a communist, a full-on communist. And
wait. When you say she just admitted, you understand that I know, and I've never represented, and it wasn't an own for anyone to put up a clip of her calling herself a communist. But the reason why it was done and presented that way is because as though it were contradictory, when the whole point I was making is show some basis that she's a Marxist-Leninist. Now you can say, Wick, as you are trying to imply, that historically it's impossible, this kind of society is impossible. That's fine. That's not a contradiction, right? There are a lot of anarcho-communists or anarcho-capitalists where you could say, show me one place where anarcho-libertarianism or anarcho-capitalism or anarcho-communism has worked and it hasn't descended into chaos and some kind of kingship or some kind of thing. And yeah, you can be against them, but you would not call an anarcho-capitalist a fascist or a tyrant or an authoritarian just because there's no example of it working. It would be inaccurate to call someone, even if they're deluded, even if they think like, okay, my way will work. All these other times they did it wrong. That it's not accurate to call that anarcho-capitalist or that anarcho-communist a tanky. It's just not. And I think that you must acknowledge that.
Sitch, how is liberal democracy going to survive in an environment where you abolish private property?
It can't.
Yeah, it's just impossible, right?
Yeah.
If you can't own things, that's like a huge that's like a huge. It's basically infringing on your liberty, huge, giantly. You can't go out and start a business or anything or hire people. That's a big imposition on you, on your personal freedom.
Yeah. Well,
So
and again, I think even more important than that is just if the framework of socialism and communism and Marxism is anti-individualism at its core.
Yes. Yeah. Collective ownership is all that can happen.
Yes. And this was, I mean, this is why the Marxists, they always say, the communists always say like, oh, liberalism and individualism is just, the capital class or the state trying to dissolve the bonds of community and all this other bullshit.
Right.
If you don't have individualism, you do not have individual rights. If you do not have individual rights, then guess what? That means you inevitably
don't have liberalism. Yeah.
Yeah. That means inevitably you will be blamed for the crimes and failings of people that are not you. That somebody that shares your skin color or your gender or your religion or a family member, they did something wrong and you're going to be held responsible for that because you're not treated as an individual.
I'm just, from an economics point of view, I'm just trying to figure out how you start any sort of business or any sort of institution. You're going to have to go to other people and say, you can't go to an investor because those no longer exist, right? You're going to actually have to cobble together the workers in whatever endeavor you're going to engage in and get them to agree to go in cooperatively. That is such a giant hurdle for doing anything. It's so ridiculous to think, okay, yeah, liberalism will survive that. No, it won't.
If you acknowledge that, for example, in the Spanish Civil War, anarcho-communists were communists were killing each other over these like differences in ideology and the support of Russia.
I take your point.
Things.
No, I take your point.
Yes.
But like when I say communist, I mean Marxist-Leninists. That's what I mean. Whether it's technically true or accurate, right? Just like as you said,
you don't care.
You don't care if it's
about
true.
Socialists,
people define it broadly and mean different things. What I'm assuming most people mean, right, when they say they're a communist, is they're a Marxist-Leninist. It's
right. So why don't we just get past the semantics and actually get to the actual prescriptions? Let's get past the semantics and just say, all right, in terms of prescriptions, what do we want? Like, do you want me to cancel a show with Econoboy because he labels himself a socialist? Do you want me to stop interacting with anyone who labels himself a communist or hosting a show with that? So what do you actually want?
That's not any of my advocacy.
I want you to own them in the marketplace of ideas.
But I do have one more clip we have to play, so if we can watch that just real quick.
Okay.
30
and then we will get through it. Sorry about the ads. I am poor. I don't have...
And issue by issue, I'll be able to tell you because that's going to be more clarifying than just giving you a label. Because people just project onto it whatever they want.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh,
what is this? There's another Sitch and Adam clip? Oh my God.
Nobody sent us this. We didn't
No one
see
sent
this.
us this one. Okay.
Look.
Listen, we got the pool here. I'm excited.
I think
and
that's just
issue by issue, I'll be able to tell you because that's going to be more clarifying than just giving you a label. Because people just project onto it whatever they want.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh, yeah.
Look at Sitch coming in. He knows what socialism is.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, look, and Strader, it's like, hell yeah, fuck, get rid of that private property, bitch. Okay, well, that's pretty simple.
You say these things and you have this tone of voice. It's like
you can't
like
tell
a smirk. So I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
She's so serious.
I know.
No, I'm dead serious on that one. I am. But
so,
I guess
Is this what we wanted to see?
What's the contradiction there?
Is this what we're going to see? The doubling down on the abolishment of private property? Is that
Oh my God. Oh my God. For the win.
Amazing.
We just come right in. Yeah, look,
Yes.
I'm for abolishing private property.
Listen, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Look, yeah, exactly. You're totally welcome. And Cherry just comes in there for the assist. Oh yeah, she's totally serious. Would she have said that if it was a completely contentious debate where we were like dunking on her every 5 seconds?
No.
Yeah, look. Because we came in and we were nice. She just spilled it all. She's like, oh, look, I'm with friends. I can just take the mask off. It's safe here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is why. This is why the strategy of just being nice is so much so much better.
I don't know.
There's no
what's the next
contradiction, right?
topic?
Wait. So you understand as part of
Oh, well, look at PissCo already. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
your definition, right? As part of your definition for what socialism meant, it entailed people being against private property. And private property here meaning capital, all right? The means of production. So that is not inconsistent with someone being not a Marxist-Leninist. Just because you support the abolishment of private property doesn't make you a Marxist-Leninist. Do you agree, yes or no, Stephen?
What the fuck are we even talking about? What is a Marxist-Leninist?
I told you it's like the
Is a
Vanguard Party
Marxist-Leninist just a regular liberal? Oh, are they a libertarian?
apparently.
This is crazy. PissCo, give it up, okay?
Do what?
Do you agree, yes or no, that just because someone's in favor of the abolishment of private property, that doesn't necessarily make them a Marxist-Leninist?
Not necessarily.
It does make you a fucking commie, you stupid.
But
Okay,
if
great.
if you're too scared to call yourself, or if you say you don't want to be a socialist, but you are more extreme than that and you're a communist, if you say that you're in favor of like the abolition of private property, if you say, we don't have to watch it, I guess, but our last clip is, and I'm sure you'll explain this one too, when you say things like, oh yeah, I wish AOC would like a socialist revolution in the United States, where revolution historically is like aligned with a violent revolutionary overthrow of the capital
AOC
class.
says revolution. The politicians themselves are going to say
This is the
different when the
issue.
politicians say it.
This is exactly why I said earlier, I don't think
This is hilarious. Dev in the chat says, Marxist-Leninists are the Russian revolutionary bros. Look, the revolutionaries obviously want to abolish private property, right? Because they want to go in and take all your fucking stuff after they overthrow the government. Of course they're abolishing private property just long enough to take your stuff.
AOC should call herself a socialist because this is the game. This is like the meme, right? I don't think AOC means a violent revolution when she says it. I don't think so. But like, this is the game.
But Aaron does. But Aaron does. Do you think Aaron
Absolutely,
does
yes.
mean violent
Of course,
revolution?
of course,
And that's
yes,
based
of
on
course.
so why are you distinguishing how AOC says it and Aaron says it? You justify that. Go.
Because when Aaron says it, Aaron says that she thinks that most socialists would be communists, but they're too scared to say it publicly, implying that her position is more radical than what most socialists would admit to.
Entailment there. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't show what you just said.
When somebody
Oh my God, he's sweeping so hard.
I know.
He's got the big broom out.
said, do you
Definitely
think
means
wait, no, stop. Do you think it's more likely that it's more radical or less radical when she says that? What do you think that means when she says, I think most people wouldn't own being... No, I want you to explain that. When she says, I don't think most people would own being communist publicly, so they call themselves socialists. What does she mean when she says that?
I think she says that communism has a particularly negative connotation and denotation, sort of embodied in the definition. But that doesn't imply. That's just saying that she thinks that the distinction between a socialist and a communist doesn't make much sense.
Why don't we just ask her?
This is a sign game.
Would
This is ridiculous.
we all be okay
Like,
if I just
socialist
respond
doesn't have a negative distinction in the United States, but communist does? Like, what a delusional take.
Wait. You acknowledge I didn't just say that, right?
What you said that?
Do you acknowledge I didn't say
that's what it said. Restate it.
No, it was comparative, right?
You said you made it sound like communism has a negative connotation versus socialism. I don't think there is one.
Did you acknowledge that what I said there was comparative? I said comparing socialism and the term communism. And do you agree that communism has a more negative connotation than socialism? Yes or no?
Not meaningfully, no.
You don't think that the term communism, so you don't think there's a meaningful distinction in the connotation of communism and socialism in this country?
No. There is not a single person in the United States where you go, hey.
Wait, is PissCo so brain rotted by internet leftism, by socialists on the internet, that he thinks if you walk around and talk to 99% of Americans and ask them the difference between socialism and communism, they know the difference and they don't think they're just the same thing?
Fuck no. They don't know the
Jesus
difference.
Christ.
And to think that is retarded. You can't.
Yes.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Somebody's like, are you a communist? You're like, oh, no, I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist. And I'm like, oh, whew. No, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah,
and there's not a single group in the United States where you're hanging around a bunch of people who are like, oh, I'm socialist. And you're like, oh, you're socialist? I'm actually a communist. And I'm like, oh,
we live in a different country.
So, no,
we live in a different country.
Stupid. It's such a
you
stupid...
and I, Stephen, you and I live in a different country. Obviously, if the proof is in the pudding. Do you think that Mamdani would have won the Democratic primary if he called himself a communist?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, I don't think he would have won. I think that there's a much more negative connotation on the term communist than there is socialist, and I don't even think that your audience, as sycophantic as it is, would deny that.
I think right of Biden, these are synonyms.
I mean, I think it's okay. To be fair, I think it's obviously the case that, I mean, intuitively, right? I think there's a reason why a shitload of people in America identify themselves as socialists but not communist, right? Like, I think that there probably is both in
I think people might think socialism just means the social welfare programs provided by the government, and communism means the abolition of private property. I think that might be, some people might realize that distinction.
So some people will basically be brain rotted by Republican talking points from the 90s and 2000s.
Yes, yes,
okay,
exactly.
maybe.
And they'll think
Maybe
anything the
that's
government
case.
does is socialism. But they'll think communism,
Yes.
now that's when we just abolish private property.
Right.
That's the real shit. That's when the shit hits the fan, and they're against that.
Mm-hmm.
So, which would actually go with what Aaron was saying, right? Straighter Aid was saying that most people are in favor of abolishing private property. They're just too scared to say it.
ideological disagreement with people who would generally call themselves communist, and also generally much more of a stigma for people who label themselves as communism. If these things were substantially the same and had substantially the same amount of stigma, then obviously you'd see a significant basically mixture of those two. But you'd see you'd see a significant mixture of those things, but you see overwhelmingly people calling themselves socialists and not communists.
Because you're allowed to attach yourself like a cancer onto the democratic movement. That's why we have all these cute and clever words of like social democratic, democratic socialist.
Why don't they call themselves democratic communists then? Like it would be like,
I think that's not the term that took hold. I don't know. Maybe eventually they'll make their way over there. I don't know why. If they use communist instead of socialism, we just say why they're calling
is so beyond everything. So right now, you know that you're cooking on this point. You know but you can't optically.
Oh
right
my
now,
God!
I just heard your co-host say that they were for the abolition of private property, and they wish that more people would identify as communists, but they're too scared to do so publicly. And you don't think that they're radical as fuck in terms of the Marxist leadership.
Even when everyone, not even Connor will defend you on this point, my butt cell, he won't defend you on the point that communism doesn't have a more connotative, like negative, connotation.
I already said it did, but I don't think it's like meaningfully more negative. Why are you saying?
Really?
Oh, did you not hear me say that earlier? Did you not say something more meaningfully?
No. So I'm obviously saying meaningfully more different. It's meaningfully different.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like an opportunity to speak because I've been nice and quiet for a while.
Before you do, I do.
Fuck my ass.
I do.
Oh my
God. Question for the panel. If Straighter Aid wanted to come on and be interrogated about these things, would that be okay?
I would love to talk to Straighter Aid.
We have to talk about Hassan. We haven't talked about Hassan
do
yet.
it after, because fuck all that. Do it after if you want.
Do it after.
We have to talk about Hassan, don't we?
We'll get to that.
Let's talk about Hassan.
Give it to counterpoints.
What I want to talk about is like, all right, so take Stephen's critique. Take Connor's critique. Yeah, I want to hear about it. This is what I'm curious about, and I want to know if you have anything to speak to. How do you think that we, mere mortals, live and learn? How should we conform our conduct? What would you like to see from us that we're not doing right now?
I actually have something that I think you would be quite amenable to. So if you actually think that capitalism and mixed economy capitalism is preferable to socialism, as I defined it, the decommodification of basic human needs, workers owning the means of production, if you think that's genuinely better than when you have MLs or when you have socialists onto your program, I would like to see you challenge them, not just on rhetoric and efficacy and all that kind of bullshit. I would like to see you fight them on the economics.
This is how cooked this is, right? Like in that conversation with the Vanguard, we weren't discussing liberalism versus capitalism. We were discussing the best way. Wait, let me finish my thought. We were discussing the best way to get Biden's agenda. That's what's so silly about this whole thing. We were discussing about what tactically we should have done for Biden's agenda. So for you guys to paint this as it was ideological and you didn't get pushback,
I don't need a 5-minute sermon.
No, it was about tactics to enact Biden's vision.
I don't need or want a 5-minute sermon. So so PissCo, let me tell you about this. Okay, this is my problem.
PissCo's not a socialist, right?
I don't know where he's at nowadays. I
mean,
think
his co-host is a socialist. His co-host on the panel here is a socialist. His girlfriend's a socialist.
I mean,
right?
He's got a lot of pressure coming
look,
from all sides,
PissCo himself is not a socialist, correct?
Yes. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows tomorrow? What tomorrow will bring?
I mean, if your girlfriend's a socialist and you're pushing back against her, what does that mean?
Well, see, what happens if the quote "Live and Learn" podcast ends up not kicking Econoboy, but ends up kicking Hutch, and they start to become the Commie and Learn or the Sock and Learn podcast? Yes.
Isn't there already one of those?
There's many of them.
What's the one Lance is on?
The
I can't remember.
Leftist Mafia.
The Leftist Mafia, yeah. The Commie Mafia.
The Commie Mafia.
They're all communist, aren't they?
Yep.
It's just chic to be communist right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually, and it's indicative of this entire 2.5 hour conversation. What I'm saying is that there are authoritarian dissident freaks on the far left and on the right. And on the right, the dissident right-wing freaks have infected and destroyed the party that I was a part of. 55% of the party that I identified with growing up is now dead because of these fucking monsters. And so when I look to the left and I see a bunch of normie liberals, capitalists, fucking all this bullshit, playing footsie with revolutionary socialists, not only does that turn me off, hold on, I'm not done yet. Thank you for your condescending look and your open mouth. I don't need it right now. Thank you. So when I see that, I'm going to criticize it, because what I don't want to happen is you and other people like you spending 3 hours sweeping for the fucking far left, and then as a result, they become more powerful and more emboldened. It's indicative in this conversation. It's indicative in the Vanguard conversation. It's indicative in the way that you talk about Hassan Piker. It's indicative in the way that you talk about the far left.
Fuck Hassan.
It doesn't matter when people told you about the things that he's done. You said, I don't know that. I need to research it. Anybody who knows the name Hassan Piker knows half a dozen of the bad shit he's done. And you plead ignorance.
Okay.
I was plead ignorance.
One more question before we end. Destiny.
Wait.
We're getting to the Hassan thing right now. I promise. Let me get to the Hassan thing. I could get to the Hassan thing. You said that you would vote for, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trump over Hassan. Can you explain why?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. You said
the issue that I have with that Twitter thread is that like there's a meaningful difference, and because it was like moving between all of these at some point in time. Of, are you talking about casting the deciding vote? Are you talking about who you're more ideologically aligned with? Are you talking about voting for somebody assuming they would have full control of the party? Or are you talking about voting for somebody assuming they would have full control of the party and a full backing of the entire government? Like, all of these questions have different
Hassan's
answers.
Party wins. Hassan wins with Hassan's party.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, are you saying like if Hassan were to win and was able to enact a significant portion of his agenda?
Yes.
Then I would vote for Trump easily. That's not even a question.
Okay. Why? I would give it.
Oh, wow. This is the thing everyone's talking about. Did it come out of this live stream?
No. It was before.
Okay.
This live stream, yeah.
The Destiny saying he would vote for
an
Trump over
post
Hassan.
about it.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know how it originated, but
this is a follow-up. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's PissCo. What about you? Again, Trump.
Yeah, so first let me just clarify the question as Stephen did. I never intended to ask that question of Hassan without constraints. I think it's fucking delusional to think that that's how you initially understood that question, given the fact that embedded in your response, your initial response.
The other question doesn't make sense, PissCo.
Let PissCo answer.
Let PissCo answer. But he wins political power. If Hassan's irrelevant but he wins political power, then that vote doesn't fucking matter. So how is that your point?
So the conclusion that Stephen was interpreting that question to be Hassan without constraints is preposterous, given the fact that he was referencing as one of the reasons to vote for Trump over Hassan in that scenario, Trump's constraints over the Trump during his constrained period in the 4 years. He said, look, Trump wasn't able to accomplish what he did in those 4 years. We haven't had a destroyed country. Clearly, he was referencing Trump with constraints to Hassan with constraints. That's obviously what the question asked. That's what your people understood when they voted Hassan.
The constraints on Hassan would be significantly greater, though, than the constraints on Trump.
No, but the whole point is no one was understanding that question, you included, when I initially asked it, to mean without constraint.
Okay, wait, so just to be clear, so your question was, would I prefer to elect Donald Trump into a system today where he has undying cult-like support from the entire Republican establishment, okay, from all the media and from the Supreme Court? Would I prefer Donald Trump to be elected, or would I prefer Hassan Piker, who probably would barely even be able to be sat as president of the United States, because even the Democratic Party wouldn't support him?
This question sucks.
Wait, I want to hear you. That's the question that you were legitimately asking?
So the question I was asking is who you would vote for president of the United States.
This is so, and I saw a lot of people make this argument. It was so insanely dishonest and wild. And this was the argument that PissCo, this is the weaselly PissCo tried to weasel out of this situation where he said, well, actually, it's better to vote for Hassan than Donald Trump because Hassan would be less politically effective than Donald Trump and not be able to do anything. It's like, okay, hold on, PissCo, you fucking idiot.
Well, I
When
mean,
you
he did
ask-
get elected, right?
When you ask someone a question, like a hypothetical, who would you rather have be president, Hassan or Trump? The implication in that question, the reason everyone assumes you're asking that fucking question is because they're like, well, whose policies do you think implemented would be better or worse for the country?
Yeah, who do you support?
That's how everyone's going to interpret the question naturally. They're not
Yes.
going to interpret the question like, well, actually, I want you to gamify out if you had a magic button that snapped Hassan to be president, that he didn't win the election and he's just, woke up one day as a streamer and then the next day he wakes up and he's the fucking president and then he has to deal with it. Like, that, who the fuck's going to interpret the question that way? That's idiotic. What is even the point of asking the question like that?
Yeah, isn't the implication that he was elected? So he does have some political support.
Yes, the implication is that he won a fucking election and is going to implement his policies to the best of his fucking ability.
Yeah, weaselly.
Carrying all the assumptions that you would normally take in any of those situations where, like, when you're asking who you vote for president. I wasn't implying, obviously, complete dictatorial control. Anyone who thinks that that's how I was.
Were you implying a similar level of control of what Trump has now?
I was implying whatever. I was agnostic as to like Congress. I was agnostic as to these.
How
other
can
factors.
you be agnostic to that? These are the most important things.
No. But what I wasn't asking, and what's clear that you didn't understand.
No. Don't say what you weren't asking. What was the actual question?
The question was the normal set of assumptions of.
There are no normal set of assumptions. Hassan isn't even a political figure. He's not a politician.
So if I were to ask you who would you vote for, counterpoints or Trump, how would you answer? You would have a set of assumptions, wouldn't you?
No, I would ask you for clarification. What do you mean? Like assuming that?
Yeah, we're voting for a president of the United States constrained in the normal ways that a president is, and
constrained in the normal ways. Like Hunter,
you guys
I don't know if he can do anything. No, stop! Shut up! It's not being obtuse. PissCo is being obtuse. I'm asking a very clear and obvious question, right? If you're talking about what does it mean to vote for somebody, and you say with the normal constraints, as Hunter said earlier, Hassan wouldn't be elected. So are you talking about a country that would have the political environment that would elect Hassan Piker? Here, you know what? Here's a better one. Given the same constraints on the system, would you rather have Donald Trump as a president or Stalin as the president?
Yeah, I think probably Trump. Yeah.
Then you agree with me.
Wait. No, I don't agree with you.
What is the disagreement?
Because I think the grounding of your question fucking sucks.
I have no evidence. I have no evidence that Hassan is like Stalin.
I just don't know anything about. Yeah, I mean, like that's just valid. That's literally his political ideology.
Do you want me to read you the evidence? I can read you the evidence.
No. In the ways that matter. Like Stalin.
Yeah, I could answer that.
So you think that Stalin and Hassan. So Hassan is a genocidal freak. That's what you think.
Yep.
Yes.
I don't know if I'd say genocide. Hassan is a Stalinist, like a Marxist-Leninist. Yes.
No. But he's not similar. Do you think that Hassan would enact a genocide in this country?
Yes.
It could happen. Yes.
Hold on.
Yes. What's your evidence that Hassan would enact a genocide
Against
in this country?
landlords?
Because a Marxist-Leninist, and because when other vanguard parties are coming to power, like in fucking China and in the Soviet Union, they ended up having genocide.
Yes. Just to be clear,
you think that Hassan is pro-genocide in this country?
You realize Hassan?
I don't know if Stalin or Mao were pro-genocide. That's a stupid question. You're trying to do this yes or no shit on complicated political issues because you don't understand any of the politics.
Hassan said he wanted to kill landlords. He wanted to kill landlords.
Do you think that Stalin was pro-genocide? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
No, you're fucking retarded. You're an idiot. You're a fucking retard. No, stupid.
Wait, Connor, you agree with me that Stalin is pro-genocide, correct?
That's great. He's a Republican. I expect him to agree with that.
I believe. Hold on. Holy shit! I can actually answer questions, unlike you, Spurgs. Yeah, Stalin wanted to fucking kill the fuck out of the Ukrainians. However, PissCo, what I'll answer directly to you is that I think if Hassan was put into power the same way that Stalin was, he 100% would create thought crimes. He 100% would incarcerate people without trial. He would 100% do mass executions of ideological enemies, namely capitalists.
Totally.
And I have evidence for that.
Yeah, he said.
So, I don't believe, and I could be mistaken, but I don't believe Stalin ever publicly was like, yes, I am pro-genocide. I want to kill all these people. I believe what he did was the exact same thing that Hassan does and all these other people do, where he would label people as, enemies of the state, enemies of the people, counter-revolutionaries, the evil people that are stopping progress. And those people would be sent to camps, they'd be killed, et cetera, et cetera. and that would justify policies like the Holodomor and other things of that. I don't believe someone was ever like, yes, I'm pro genocide.
Yeah, the famous re-education camps, right?
Right,
Where you
right.
you're re-educated or you die.
Yeah, so this is why it's so stupid. This question is just so stupid.
Hassan spends every day purging dissenters from his chat. Like, why wouldn't he do that on a mass scale?
Right.
And his chat would love it. They'd be screaming, egging him on the whole time. It would be hang Hillary times 1,000.
See, Dev is going crazy arguing with people in the chat.
I know. I gave a little TDS alert.
That's funny.
He wants to kill all the landlords.
He said he wants to kill all the
not just that. I literally have in preparation for this debate.
Trump,
I wrote down like
so I'll ask you, Connor. If Trump had total power and he had no checks, do you think he would kill political rivals?
Well, since we're not communists, hold on, I missed this. Joe the Mig for $20. Thank you so much. Says I'd like to point out that I proved Adam this evidence, and he lulled in the chat.
I did, yeah.
What was the evidence?
He sent me the link that they played our show on the live stream. He was the first one to send it to me. Yeah.
Good job, Joe. Good job,
It was
Joe.
great.
Nomad, thanks so much, Nomad, for the $50. Thank you. Says, what do you mean, Sitch and Adam? We need these kind of debates. Why? For my amusement, of course. Nothing is learned. It's all blood sports. The only thing missing the debate is the flags behind Econoboy. Just burns, revealing a big USSR flag. True. That's for the AI to generate, yes.
This is why I'm really against all the tone policing and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should have these debates. I do. So I was arguing back and forth with Dev in the DMs here, which I'll admit was very annoying. But it's actually kind of funny, and it kind of, it's another like interesting layer of irony that perfectly makes all the points we've been saying this entire conversation. Mhm.
So, because Dev was yelling at me in the DMs that we were mischaracterizing Econoboy's position, and I was like,
what? Oh no!
And I was like, what are you talking about? He literally said in this conversation that he wants to abolish private ownership of business.
And he wants to decommodify labor, which is, I mean, that's very telling.
Right. So, well, I don't know if he said he wanted to decommodify labor, if he said socialists want to decommodify labor and was just using it broadly. It was unclear.
He calls himself a socialist, and he said socialists are in favor of the decommodification of labor.
I understand that. I'm just saying that the thing that he specifically said for himself, I thought, was that he was in favor of abolishing private property. So I go back, and since Dev is yelling in the chat, or in my DMs, I mean, I go and I find the time code because I know he said it, and I find the time code is at 16 minutes and 54 seconds, and he says, what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists, I guess, like me, who say that we should just collectivize the ownership of production. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I hear that, and I understand what every socialist on the planet Earth means when they talk about collectivizing the ownership of production. It means that you don't believe, it means they want to control the means of production. It means you can't have private property, right? So I say, well, that's what Econoboy believes. But lo and behold, Econoboy is the dumbest fucking person on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because for some reason, because either he's a fucking retard or an autist, or it's all just a lie. Okay? It's all just a lie. Is when he says this, that he believes he wants to collectivize the ownership of production, he means something different than every other fucking communist on the face of the earth that would use that phrase.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What does he mean?
means, and he has this retarded fucking super long Substack post where he has his own special little system where when he says that, what he means by socialism is just that anyone can start their own private business and they can all do their own private businessy things. But once that private business goes public, the government buys the shares of the stock instead of private people buying shares of the stock. Okay.
What the fuck?
And it goes
What's
into
the purpose of that?
And it goes into some weird giant sovereign wealth fund or something.
Oh, wow.
Now, I am simplifying a very long idea. Okay. So it's
Well, first of
probably
all, how is the value of the stock going to increase as the profits of the stock of the company increase? Oh,
I
well,
don't
I
know.
guess there's not going to be profits to the
It
company,
could
right?
be somewhere.
The company's not going to make profits because all the money's just going to be split up among the workers.
Dev, I'm not shadowboxing you. This is what you said in the DMs. You said we were mischaracterizing his positions. I said, no, he believes in abolishing private property. And then you said, no, according to his Substack, he has this wacky idea about public ownership of stock. And I went back and looked out and said, yeah. And I realized you're correct. That is what he means by it. Okay. So I'm not shadowboxing you, Dev. You were correct. Okay.
It's,
Dev was correct, everyone.
This is
I just want
insane,
everyone to
though.
know this.
Look,
Everyone was correct. But wait, this makes my point. This has nothing to do with Dev whatsoever. This makes my point and Adam's point through this entire conversation. Okay. Which is that Econoboy is using the term socialism to describe something that 99.9% of socialists don't fucking use the term to describe at all. And when he talks about owning the means of production, he means something that 99.9% of socialists don't fucking mean. So why the fuck is this guy who doesn't even mean what any socialists mean attempting so hard, fucking doing so much sweeping, so much dick sucking for all these people that use this term in a completely different fucking way than him? Why is he doing this?
Because he's a fucking retard. That's why
It's like
he's the stupidest person on the planet.
He shouldn't be in this fucking conversation. He shouldn't be in this fucking conversation. I have no clue why he's sweeping for this. If he doesn't believe it, he wants to, like, this is so bizarre. This would be if someone came out here and they're like, oh, I'm an ethno-nationalist. And you're like, oh, so you want to, have the nations be based entirely on like race or ethnicity, and you want to exclude other people? It's like, oh, no. I mean something completely different than that. That's actually not fitting within the framework of ethno-nationalism. And you're like, why are you trying to rehabilitate the fucking word to mean something completely different and just confuse the shit out of everyone? But no, thank you, Dev, for bringing this to my attention. I love you.
So look,
you're an amazing person.
I got to read the
Have my
Substack
babies.
post because it seems absolutely ridiculous. The purpose of a sovereign wealth fund, right, is so that the money is invested in companies, and when those companies become profitable and make more and more profits, the value of their shares go up. And that makes more money for people who own the sovereign wealth fund, right? That's the whole point of sovereign wealth funds.
Yes.
Well, if the sovereign wealth fund is buying companies that don't make profits because all the money is split up between the workers, what the fuck is the purpose of the sovereign wealth fund?
I don't know.
How are the shares of the sovereign wealth fund going to go up? Tell me that. Tell me. I mean, these companies aren't going to be putting out quarterly reports where they talk about the profits of the company, right? Because they're not going to be any profits. They're going to be equally split among the workers.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. In this society, there is no point in having any wealth funds. Anyway, I guess we have to ask Econoboy about this, but
it's
why
insane.
would you want to have a conversation about him when he's talking about something nobody's talking about?
Why? What the fuck is his point of doing this?
Would kill political rivals.
He's a fucking insane person.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Political rivals.
Thank you, Jeff, for bringing this to my attention. I love you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. So what's the what's the disparity there?
Okay. Hold on. I want an opportunity to answer this question because I feel like you guys were talking past me. Okay. And I get we're wrapping. All right. So with Trump right now, we have he's a cult-like leader within the Republican Party, but he does have some institutional checks on his power. For the sake of the hypothetical, I presumed in order for Hassan to be of similar power, he would have a similar situation. He's not in total control. We still have Republican checks on the limits of his power, but he has a cult-like following within the left. Okay, that's what I presumed. And what I would say is that his sense of isolationism, his sense of pro-terrorism, his sense of wanting to backstab the Western world, him hating mixed economy capitalism, I think he would be just as large of a danger or more of a danger than Donald Trump. And I can back that up factually.
Okay. I mean, I disagree.
Hassan has said like 50 times he's a Marxist-Leninist. Like, Hassan has like openly, outwardly said that.
Hang on a second. Wait, Destiny. You acknowledge that I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist.
But that's essentially like the blueprint for what Stalin did. Yes, it's the he's on the program, like championing like Lenin's literature and shit, like overthrowing states and shit. Yeah,
Stephen. I never said he wasn't a Marxist-Leninist. And when I was talking, I want to address, because you put a video of it where I was like addressing some people who are following Hassan and getting his clips, basically where they were talking about this re-education camps. And what was told to me is this is an example of Hassan explicitly in favor of re-education camps. I want to be clear about something. I have now seen the clips of Hassan calling himself a Marxist-Leninist. People have brought that to my attention. I asked these people, do you have clips of himself calling himself a Marxist-Leninist? What's the evidence? What's the strongest evidence? At no point, and there's even something where explicitly I said this, did I say Hassan wasn't a Marxist-Leninist? And I just want to repeat for like the 10th time, I do not like Hassan Piker. He does, and I wouldn't encourage.
You think he's an ML, what would the significant difference between his administration and Stalin's?
Well, because I do think that Hassan
or
is
Lenin,
not,
if we want Lenin instead.
No, Stalin. No, do Stalin.
No, Stalin. We'll do Stalin because So I think the key distinctions are, I think that if you take a look at the different personalities, that Stalin seems like a worse overall person, has worse people on his ear. I think that Hassan has some friends who I think are generally like good people like Adam Friedland. People. Okay,
here's a question. First of all,
let me finish. And then in terms of ideology,
in the cabinet.
Wait. I think you agree.
You
like
Adam Friedland? Defense. Adam Friedland would not be part of Hassan's fucking communist
culturally,
government.
I think culturally he's much more likely to be more moderate in terms of the genocidal stuff that Stalin was able to get away with because of the American culture that he's a part of. And so and I think also, by the way, that in the context, if we're actually putting real constraints on it, I think the military and the police would be much less apt to do abuses under a Hassan Piker administration than they would under a Trump administration.
Here's a question. If Hassan was the president of the United States and he could push a button and say, Israel has become a one state right now, that will probably lead to a genocide of the Jews there until the majority of them leave. Do you think that he would push that button?
Wait, push the button to do what? Sorry?
To turn Israel, Palestine into a single state that would probably result in the next 5 years of some genocide or genocidal campaign against the Jews there until all of them basically leave. Do you think Hassan would push that button?
Yes. Would you push the button for Israel's conduct right now? Do you support Israel's conduct right now?
Fuck no.
Okay,
but also this isn't about me.
You're willing to. Hold on. Trump is willing to abide.
Would you vote for Trump or Destiny as president?
Israel's
Trump
conduct
or Destiny?
right now.
Okay.
I would vote for Destiny. I'm honest about that.
Hold on. No, wait. But hold on. You just said that Stalin being genocidal was a key differentiator between him and Hassan. So Hassan would be genocidal in some cases, right? Depending on who the people are. He probably do the same to Polish people, right? He said as much.
Yeah. But you're asking in a context in which for Hassan the trade-off is genocide. The current genocide, he views it as a current genocide. What's going on in Gaza, and I guess the question would just be like, which of the genocide is entailed no matter what.
Sure, and for Stalin, it was: do we have enough crops to feed the people in Moscow? Do we have enough crops to feed the people in?
But in terms of the internal, I think there is something different in terms of the internal potentiality for a genocide. And I just want to be clear about something. I don't support Hassan Piker. So let's get to the prescription. I am not trying to build a bridge with Hassan Piker. I don't support Hassan Piker's ideology. I'm not protecting Hassan Piker. How am I protecting Hassan Piker?
Sure. If you want to run the last topic, so like at this point in time, do you admit that there is absolutely zero evidence whatsoever that there was any kind of discriminatory activity towards him in his whole TSA adventure, and then he lied at multiple points about it?
Wait. So I agree he lied, but you and I both agree, didn't you? Didn't you agree that the main reason, the most probable thing that happened on anything else, you said this, was that viewpoint discrimination played a role in his rejection of electric. You did say that. You said it.
No.
We had it on record.
No. I'm right here. Talk to me. What was the viewpoint discrimination?
I'm just saying what you said. What you said was.
No, you need to say what I said. You need to quote me from 2 months ago. I'm right here.
If you want to get me
you said something that Hassan said was the most likely reason that he was denied or had his full entry revoked.
That's not viewpoint discrimination, though. That's not viewpoint discrimination. That's content discrimination. If you talk about killing politicians, it doesn't matter. Hold on.
That is viewpoint discrimination, yes.
Do you think that if Hassan Piker had talked about killing Democrats or whatever, that he also wouldn't have been flagged maybe on Global Entry if he had a tweet blow up about having a Democratic politician killed?
I'm not sure for the purpose of this.
Wait. You're not sure. I thought you said you were 100% vindicated. I think you'd been subject to
I am vindicated on that. I'm saying I'm not sure as between a Democratic candidate. What I think would probably happen is that no, he wouldn't be. I don't know is the answer to that. I truly don't know. But
then what's the viewpoint discrimination?
Let me talk about this, right? So content-based restrictions are also subject to strict scrutiny. Do you know that?
Yes, they can be, but viewpoint discrimination is even stricter. It's even stricter. No, viewpoint discrimination is almost never going to pass because you're not just saying you can't say you can't kill a politician. You're saying you can't kill a certain type of politician. My
inclination is that if Hassan said that about Bernie Sanders, he wouldn't have had his global entry revoked. That is my inclination, but regardless, it doesn't matter. It's overdetermined. When I say it's overdetermined, I mean it doesn't matter. Like content-based restrictions are subject to strict scrutiny.
For laws, sure, okay. Yes.
But you
for
and I
expedited
both agreed.
Entry, the global entry, I'm not sure.
Let's just be clear about something. You did agree into that. Something he said before.
PissCo's trying to rescue himself in this debate by talking about legal things. He's like, look, I'm not a total dipshit.
Was the most likely reason that he had global entry revoked.
What were you saying?
Keep it going.
Correct?
Yes. Do you agree that you can say things that maybe would make it worth it to have your global entry revoked?
Yes.
I mean, it's stupid to get side quested. Like, this is what happens in these debate brain conversations. Everyone gets side quested on like irrelevant shit. The main topic is right there at the top of the screen. Should we court the far left? Okay. Should the middle left or the center left be engaged in courting the alt left and they're the psychopaths essentially, or should they try to expunge them from the movement? It doesn't matter. This whole side quest about fucking Hassan's lying about how he, got detained, coming back into the country and for how long is all nonsense. There's nothing to do. Nothing of importance.
There are certain things you could say that would have it, but okay.
Cool.
But
do you think that one of those things might be talking about killing a politician?
Well, it depends if that is a true, if it is a true threat or not. If it's a true threat, no. So for example, if someone takes something that you said, Stephen, if someone said something that you said, and like what you said, for example, about some of these murders.
Hold on, let me hedge off here. If I got an email, no, because it's stupid. If I got an email and I found out that I got kicked out of global entry because of what I said about the fucking firefighter or whatever, I'd probably be like, sure, yeah. No shit. You think I'm gonna go on the internet? You think I'm gonna be like, oh, I can't believe that I can't make death threats about people and they're gonna kick me out of the expedited security screening list?
What if they denied you? What if they denied you a gun on the basis of that opinion?
That would be much different. That's a much stronger. Wait. You're talking about. Hold on. You're talking about a constitutionally guaranteed right versus expedited screening through airplane security.
So let's move on. So what about a driver's license then?
No.
Why not?
Wait, this is not. This is not.
Why not?
Not relevant.
Why not?
What evidence do we have that Hassan was discriminated against for like for a political reason, for something that we wouldn't ordinarily expect somebody to be kicked out of an expedited security screening program for? Do we have any evidence of that whatsoever? Yes or no?
So I think none of that. Yes. The fact that the most likely statement that you've attributed, and which I probably agree, is like either the Rick Scott comment or the comments on the Houthis in Palestine and Israel. I take all of those to be content-based restriction, viewpoint discrimination that would be insidious and
okay. So you think that somebody outwardly supporting a terrorist group that's declared as a terrorist group that they shouldn't be allowed to be removed from expedited?
Look at Connor. Just look at that.
What's he doing?
Just look at his face. You could just see like the meme, them like arguing, the slow zoom in to Connor, the saturation.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Just goes darker and darker. And like it just becomes black and white. All the lines in his face become hyper exaggerated. He ages, like 100 years in a second.
Oh yeah,
becomes like the hyper aged Wojak meme.
He's
incredible.
Dying.
Yes.
Airport security screening?
Yes. So let me ask you a question.
That's fine. Okay.
Wait, let me ask you the question. So with respect to a driver's license, do you think that
I'm not. This is not even.
So you're not going to answer. So I'm going to ask you.
If you want to talk about
so you want to answer because you know it's
driver's license? No, because it's a retarded. It's such an unbelievable. No, pivot.
I'm going to ask you the question.
I dodged and pivot. That's right.
What's different?
I dodged and pivot. I dodged the pivot.
How are these people ever friends?
Oh, I know. It's crazy.
How the fuck were these people ever friends with each other? It's so retarded. Holy shit.
Internet friendships never last. Sitch.
God. What are you saying, Adam?
They always.
What are
break
you
apart.
saying? What are you trying to say?
It's just us.
I think
Only
PissCo
us.
and Destiny probably interacted in real life, I think, more often than we have ever have.
Than we have?
Yeah. I think they did
Yeah.
a show. They did like a tour and a show together.
Hmm.
I
But
think.
they've always kind of been frenemies. We've never really been frenemies.
Have they been? I feel like they were pretty solidly, PissCo was definitely
Maybe.
a Destiny
I don't know.
orbiter, so.
I don't know.
Let PissCo
Wait.
I dodged the pivot.
Let's
I can already say I've already seen this entire conversation. I'm going to say, having a driver's license is a right. You go, well, it's not really. It's a privilege.
Wait,
yeah, and then it's an expedited screening privilege. It's like, was it the exact same thing then? He's being discriminated against. I've seen the entire argument, and I can already see how fucking retarded it is.
Pussy, let's go through it.
You don't need to. You already admitted that you don't think somebody should be able to be kicked off of an expedited security list on an airplane because.
Oh my God. It's just like the chatter. What's going on here?
It's funny. It's funny to watch. It's funny to watch, but they should just be like, this is completely pointless. And I mean, Wick should really step in here and be like, this is a completely pointless conversation.
They're way off topic.
Yeah, they're so off topic.
But they're just yelling at each other. So Wick's soaking it in.
I mean, maybe that's within its own entertainment value. Is the 3-hour mark just screeching at each other
Yes.
about dodging the pivot?
They're still. How many times have they pivoted, though? It seems like they've gone through a few different topics now.
He dodged the pivot so hard, you pivoted back to the pre-dodge statement.
Oh, nice. How's that for a debate tactic?
There you go.
Their
Talk about
support for
killing
terrorist organizations.
politicians.
Correct.
That's crazy. And I don't think that's right. I think it's fucking retarded. We're good. That's all I got on it. I'm good. I'm good on it. You got it.
So
you got it.
you don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it. I'm just going to put it out there. So this is the question. Because of the support for a terrorist organization, should someone be denied a driver's license? Because a driver's license is not a right. It is a privilege. It's purely at the discretion of the state. If it wanted to, can kick you off a driver's license for something trivial, for a parking offense, for anything. Really, there are tons of different restrictions that don't have to be, totally tailored. Wait,
totally tailored. Wait. What does strict scrutiny entail, PissCo?
Yeah. You need a compelling purpose.
What would the compelling interest be to deny somebody a driver's
Oh my God! Please no.
license? What would be the compelling reason to deny a driver's license somebody because they support a terrorist group?
I don't have it because I think it's on all fours of global entry.
Do you think
I don't have it. I don't have it because it's on all fours. Yeah, what is it?
The fact that it might make them somebody who's worth screening in the ordinary manner that we screen people to come back to the United States?
Wait. Hang on a second. Hang on. So, as a security threat, it is a compelling purpose for global entry, but as a security threat, it's not a compelling purpose for a driver's license. Explain that.
Because I think that there are a lot of people that can have some kind of support for terrorists or whatever that can drive around in a car. I think that the interest on the side of the citizen for having a driver's license driving around just because you have a fucking support or whatever for some terrorist thing doesn't mean they can revoke your driver's license. I don't think that would be.
Terrorists use cars to kill people. Terrorists use cars to kill people. Islamic terrorists use cars to kill people, just like they use
What was the other part of the strict scrutiny analysis that you said?
Yeah,
narrowly tailored. Do you think that revoking a driver's license for somebody?
PissCo has convinced me. Hassan should not have a driver's license.
Oh,
Thank you.
It says narrowly tailored is not allowing somebody on an expedited security screening list.
Well, can someone travel?
Exactly. No,
Make
it more comparable. If you were to talk about banning him from all airline travel, I'd say, well, now hold on. Now we've got that is not narrowly tailored. Now we're talking about something completely different. If you wanted to compare this to going in an expedited line at a DMV to skip the ordinary background check, then sure, maybe we could talk. If you support terrorists, you don't get the expedited DMV line. But to talk about just having a driver's license and to compare that to the expedited screening list, that is not correct because you were right. For strict scrutiny, it has to be narrowly tailored on a compelling state interest. And I believe that it is narrowly tailored just to kick somebody off of global entry with a compelling state interest
for their speech, for the otherwise protected speech.
No, it's not. But their speech is something. They're not making their speech illegal. They're not crafting a law against the speech in any way, size, shape, or form. No, they're not. They're just not having them on the expedited security list, which is not even remotely comparable to having a driver's license, and you fucking know that.
Okay.
So respect to Muslims, if you had a ban, and just to finish this, respect to Muslims who have you would agree a higher incidence of Islamic terrorism, correct? Muslims.
They might. Yeah, probably.
Definitely,
I don't know if that's true or not. Don't white nationalists have more? Don't white nationalists do more terrorism in the United States than fucking Muslims?
Yeah. But specifically, okay. So let's take white nationalists. Do you think it would be acceptable to say white nationalists need not apply for global entry?
If it was like something like, let's say it was like the Proud Boys. I would say probably, yeah. That's probably, yeah. For expedited security screening, probably, yeah.
Well, black
I've already
people can have
admitted
more
that.
time, don't
I've already
they?
said that. I've already said that my comments online, and I even joke about it. That if my fucking global entry got revoked, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Was Destiny's global entry revoked? Is that what he said?
No, he's saying if he had it, I don't think he ever had it. He's saying if he had it, he
doesn't
wouldn't
have it.
complain about it. So
Global entry is based. I don't know if you have a global entry, but
I don't, but I
you
don't
go
fly
to
out
like
of the
the
country very
super
often.
short line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you can use it inside the country too, which is
Oh,
yeah,
really? What is it? What you're talking about? Is that just the TSA pre-check thing, or is it?
yeah.
Is it
It's
different?
basically. Oh, maybe global check. I mean, maybe it's the same thing. Maybe it's not the same thing. I am talking about TSA pre-check, where
It
you
says
just don't
no.
have
Yeah,
to go through TSA.
they're different. I think global entry is like the equivalent of
But
TSA pre-check
for international travel.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
global
okay.
entry.
I
It's
disagree.
expedited
Okay,
security screening.
regardless of this, we have a different opinion about the right here. I'm not.
Should we take a break and just listen to the dog fucking clip?
If you want,
Just for a change of pace.
we can. We can. That's a good idea.
Are
Do you
there
have
any
it? I don't have that clip ready.
I do have it. I
Okay.
got it
It's
out of
on-
our DMs, but
Okay. Oh, that's right. I sent it to you.
I got to bring it up. No, someone sent it to us on Twitter, and I just copied it into our DMs so we would have it handy.
Okay. Bring it up.
I'll bring it up just to. I
This
mean,
is
them
very-
yelling at each other is getting kind of repetitive, isn't it? A little bit.
Yeah, they got him. I
A
think
little bit
I think it
repetitive.
peaked at I dodged your pivot. I
Mhm.
think that was the peak part of the yelling. I think after that it's just, it's like after Thanos Endgame or Thanos even Infinity War, just
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah,
loses
totally.
its steam if the stakes are not raised. I feel like dog raping is raising the stakes. So
Yeah. So we're sensing a lull in the conflict, and we're gonna bring the conflict back up again, right?
yes.
So this is a 2-minute, a 2.5-minute clip. I guess we can't really pause this, right? Because obviously it's a Twitter clip, but
No.
okay. Here we go, guys. 3, 2, 1.
Government does illegal shit.
Can I ask you a
in response
question?
to it.
I just want an answer, yes or no. That's it, just one word. Did it or did you not a dog? Just a yes or no. You've been.
Can you not a dog? How do you make love to a dog?
Well, that's my question.
Ow, stop. I'm not into this.
You get all mad when people don't answer your questions, but you won't answer mine.
I think my questions are topical. I think
Hey,
they're
well-
related to what we're here to discuss.
Okay, that's fine. I don't agree. I think your questions are not topical. I think mine is topical.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you answer that question? It should be really easy for most people.
It's not
So you think
topical.
it's okay to you think it's okay to dog?
Why would
So it's
anybody
not
refuse to answer
You
that
think it's okay.
question?
So you like
So-
that? So that's cool.
Immigration policy generally, and whether or not you're
No,
Immigration
hold on
policy
a minute.
generally-
I need an answer on that.
immigration policy.
Hold on.
Immigration.
Hold on.
Immigration is
Are we serious?
topical. It's, you guys brought up immigration, and the issue of whether or not you're gonna.
Who
fuck
in
a
their right
butthole,
mind would
gonna
refuse
fuck a
to
dog.
answer
I mean,
that?
it's
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
This is the best you got.
Wait,
This
he's
is
acting
the best
guilty.
you got.
He's acting guilty.
So this-
just
I
like
was-
Trump and
I-
This is the
Epstein.
best you got. So
I'll give you the benefit.
So there-
Hold on.
the way that they're gonna try to hide the cover up
Guys,
of
you're gonna
Epstein
get your
files-
Hey, real quick, guys. Like when you guys scream sentences, we can't understand, we can't hear you. If you put your name in the hat, you're gonna be able to tell us whatever you want. So try to, that's how we're gonna do it.
I gotta say,
Shut up, Alex.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he didn't, but he's so annoying that he just refuses to answer. Now everybody here thinks he a dog. Why don't you just say no? Are
This
you
is the
that?
best you got.
say no.
This is the best you got.
Just answer my question.
It's pretty fucking good.
Wait, are we going by dog years or its actual age?
So we're here to discuss Trump. and
No,
they
the
can't
dog.
defend
Now
it.
we're on the topic
They
of the
can't-
dog.
They can't defend it.
The topic has
And so they
changed.
have
We've
to- they
we've
have to
shipped
meme.
sail, buddy.
They have to meme.
Just say no.
So I'm here to discuss whether Trump is fucking up. He obviously is. And
Just answer the question about the dog.
I do have an
please.
answer from a time. You're asking about Trump fucking up.
And I hear these liberals saying Trump is acting real guilty.
Fucking dogs.
And then when he asks you about a dog to make a point, you refuse to answer it. You're sounding real guilty.
Hang on a second.
My God. Is that the best clip on the internet right now, Sitch?
It is. You know what's bad with even Gavin McInnes, who probably hates PissCo with a passion, is like, just say no.
Just say no.
Just say no.
Just say no.
Just
we
say
can
no
move
so
on.
we can move on, please. Just say
Oh,
you
that's
don't
so
rape
good.
dogs.
I laugh. This clip is impossible not to laugh at.
Well, the best part, well, first of all, is it's very strange. I don't know what's going on. There's a guy who looks like he's like strung out.
Who's strung out on meth? He's looking for his fucking meth dealer.
I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Okay, it's very surreal already. But let's play it again. I just want you to play like the
Oh my God. My cheeks hurt so bad from laughing already.
Play up to the first 10 seconds. Pause it like at the 11-second mark. Okay.
At the 11-second mark.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Are we trying to catch the meth guy? Is that what we're doing?
No. It's PissCo.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2,
Government
1.
does illegal shit.
Can I ask you a
in response
question?
to it.
Can I just want an answer, yes or no. That's it, just one word. Did it or did you not rape a dog?
That's the gift. Did you rape a dog? PissCo nervously drinks water.
He is. He's like, I can't answer right now because I'm taking a drink of water.
That is the most unfortunate like water sip in all of human history.
Yeah.
Did you rape a dog? Nervously gulps water.
It does kind of make it seem like he might have raped that dog, doesn't it? He's like, no, officer.
Oh
Don't
my
mind these
God.
condoms in my pocket.
That's I wish to God PissCo was more popular just so the gif of drinking that water nervously, that would be like the gif people would use on X for every like nervous reaction gif.
It is perfect. Oh my
Yes.
God. My cheeks are in such pain
I might-
from laughing so hard.
I might clip that, or someone else should clip that, and they should put the little text so you make a gif. Like, did you rape a
Did
dog?
you fucking dog?
Nervously drinks water.
Oh yeah. No, that is so clippable.
Oh my God. Why?
Oh man.
Why did he do this? I don't understand. Why did he just say no? Nobody understands this. Why did he just not say no? Or make a joke. Make a joke. Say like, "Oh, you shouldn't call your mom a dog. That's very rude," or something. What is
Right.
this? God.
I just yeah. It's funny that he tries to fall back on. I'm here to talk about serious topics. I mean, I don't know what this thing is. It looks like you're in a nightclub. Half of these guys are stand-up comedians.
Mm-hmm. One's strung out on drugs.
I know. Who is that guy in the background?
Don't know who that guy in the back is.
This guy obviously is doing a bit, but he is fucking hilarious. The dog question guy.
Yes, I don't know who that guy is either, but
That's not his normal speaking voice. I'm just trying to ask you, did you rape a dog? Just answer the question. Are you a dog rapist?
what Tosai says, does my mom follow me on X? No, no, my mom does not follow me on X. She won't see the dog raping kids.
Oh no. I'm gonna screen. I'm gonna do a little screen cap of PissCo just so we have
Just
it.
go drink in the water.
So we have it handy here.
Does the nervous drinking.
What? You're right. He does. He is kind of looking out of the corner of his glasses as he's doing it. He's like, "I'll just pretend I'm not here." Is this working? Are they buying this?
And it's weird because he's already like mid asking him the question when he drinks from the water too.
Mhm.
Like it's not like one of those like he was drinking from the water and then the guy sprung the question on him and he was like not expecting it. He's like
Right.
Like he's already like asking the question for a good 8 seconds before PissCo starts drinking from the water. And the camera, listen, whoever filmed this, God, you have to give them big ups. They
the
cut
director.
they did the directness is perfect. They cut just at the exact moment that he picks up the water. It's like they knew. They knew. They're like, oh, he's going for the water.
This is a
perfect.
reaction shot. This is a sweet reaction shot right here.
Yes.
We're gonna meme the shit out of this.
Oh my God.
All right, we'll go back to the thing now.
Yes.
There we go. We do that. Let's go.
Being if I'm just like a hedge
You
of,
were on a
you,
2-week total vindication lap about that. You're totally right on this issue.
We have a disagreement. So, Stephen, you and I have this disagreement about how much the right should protect, what we're okay with in terms of viewpoint discrimination. None of this is saying that we have to be unhinged with respect to giving Hassan a pass. I have a more protective view of the First Amendment than you do in this specific instance. Why isn't that not an honest disagreement? Why does it have to become I'm being a fucking poster boy for Hassan Piker? Why does it become
an honest because an honest disagreement would say I think that maybe you should be able to support or give verbal support over terrorist organizations, and I don't think this is a good reason to kick somebody off of an expedited screening list. But that wasn't your position. Your position was he was explicitly targeted by the government because of speech that he's made in order to kick him off this list just to harass him individually.
So you agree with that, but you just think that you have a different sense of whether
it is kind of insane. That is an insane position. He's trying to be like, oh, I'm the free speech guy. That you're openly in favor of terrorism and advocated for people to use violence in political contexts, and you're like, it's horrible that person was removed from the TSA pre-check and they have to go through security like a normal person after making those statements. Give me a break.
That's okay or not. You agree with that factual component that it's the most likely outcome, and you just disagree.
But your
on how
thing
to
was not.
interpret
You
that.
said your interpretation was he was explicitly and specifically targeted because of stuff that you thought was like clearly violative of.
Yes. So we have a different
we don't even know the truth of it. Could have literally been.
I want to give Econoboy and Counterpoints a chance to leave if this is what we're going to do.
Well, sure. Here, I just a question. Wait. Just one final question. What evidence could there be? Like, could it have been a random screening because it was 20 minutes long and nothing happened? You agree that nothing bad happened besides him getting asked a question for 20 minutes?
When you say could, what do you mean? Do you mean like could it be like logically? Is it possible that yes? It's possible.
Could it have just been? Sure, what's more likely?
I think it's way more likely that his stop at the global entry line had to do because his global entry was revoked. Do you agree?
No.
Okay. I think that being in global entry line when you don't have global entry that you're being stopped, it's most likely because you don't have global entry, right?
Have you ever traveled internationally before?
Yes, I have.
If you go to the wrong line, they don't pull you aside for 20 minutes of questioning. They tell you to go to the other line.
Yeah,
I don't know why you think going into the global entry line, we got to pull this guy aside for expedited questioning. They would just say, hey, you don't have global entry, go to the other line.
So
no,
just join the stream, give me a 2-sentence summary of the debate.
Hold on. Okay.
Liberals and progressives are being useful dumbasses for socialists.
Gang.
True.
This has been
True.
This has been
True.
We're going to give the mic to each of these individuals to give closing statements and where you can find them. I have links to all their stuff in my YouTube description. If you've enjoyed the show for whatever reason, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We do
everybody subscribe to Wick TV.
Stuff like this all the time. It's very fun. I'm going to keep streaming after. They can stay if they want. They can leave if they want. I don't care. I have some things to say, but we're going to give it first to Counterpoints, then we're going to let PissCo have the last word, and then we'll just go around. Go ahead, Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I came into this conversation hoping to discuss the fact that I feel like progressives are sometimes useful idiots for socialists. I also had a pretty clear definition of socialism that I asserted half a dozen times. Instead, I got accused of being a conspiracy nut and that I didn't know history. I feel like I've consistently demonstrated that I have a decent command of history. I also think I have a decent command of the definitions. And while I am a fan of PissCo and Econoboy, despite, maybe any mean words that I said tonight. I do feel like they're being usefully stupid for infinitely more nefarious characters.
True.
And that's the position I started with. That's the position that I'm going to end with. If you guys want to fight at a later date or time, I'm happy to do so. And then if you want to find me, Counterpoints 40K is my main channel. That's my Warhammer channel. Counterpoints Politics is where I post the VODs for my streams.
That gets
Monday
no
through
views.
Friday, I am
Watch his
live
40K
on a channel
content.
called Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling Network Common Spelling. Type that into your search bar, subscribe to it, watch me from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. EST. And then on Tuesdays, I'm live on my home channel, Counterpoints Politics. But I parasocially love you. I still love you guys, even though I chatted mad shit and used homophobic language. So looking forward to the next one.
Okay, thanks for being here. Counterpoints, we really
So
appreciate you.
PissCo
Go
is
check him out. He took
butthurt.
the time out of his day to come on our show. Give him that courtesy. Destiny, please.
I think it's a good question to ask who we want to include in our Democratic Party apparatus. I think that the majority of this has to do with us as being media figures, so people in the media. I don't think there's anything wrong with including people who have some fundamental base values in agreement that generally revolve around concepts related to liberalism and free market enterprise. I think those are hugely important parts of the United States. I think they're an important part of wealth generation. Even when Econoboy brings up, Norway, and he talks about all the money that they get from their global wealth fund, like the majority of this is invested in literally international stocks from capitalist ran companies. I think that like the defense of capitalism and free market enterprise is an essential part of the United States. I think that if you want to talk about
That's hilarious. DGG went in with the backup and completely did all the research you did, Sitch. Emailed it to Destiny
That's pretty funny.
for his closing statement. He's like, suck it, Econo boy.
reforms or redistribution of wealth, I think all of that is great. All of that can happen within the basket of a liberal capitalist country. I don't think that we should seek to keep people inside of our movement who would literally dispossess the majority of our movement if they had the power to do so. When people are talking about things like re-education camps, and it's not just random people, but it is literally some of the largest figures that represent that label in the media sphere, I'm way more likely to look to that person. Like PissCo said, I look at use definitions of words, not just strict definitions of words, than I am to look to the Communist Manifesto. And when you've got people like that, or people like Aaron saying that they would ban all forms of private enterprise or all forms of private property, I don't think that these are people that you need to ideologically align yourself with, just the same way that I wouldn't ideologically align myself with some third positionist Nazi because he says he also wants social health care. He just only wants it for white people. So he's willing to have it for everybody first until we kick all the black people out. I think that when we talk about who we should include in our movement, I think one of the most important things we should look for is reciprocity. I think that this conversation would be totally fucking different if there were all of these socialist shows where people like Crystal and Kyle were arguing back and forth with each other about like, hey, don't you think we go like a little bit too hard on the liberals sometimes? Or don't you think that maybe we should be like a little bit nicer to some of these people rather than who the fuck can we primary in the Democratic Party? Who are these like moderate liberals that we can excise? Or like the last show that I just watched before coming on here where Crystal Ball is literally excoriating a Michigan senator because she doesn't have the most pure position possible on fucking Israel-Palestine. So I don't think that we should align ourselves with a group of people who say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds and liberals always side with fascists. And I think that if you were looking at people that you wanted to align with, look for people who are also building a bridge your way, not just people who are looking to funnel people off of your movement.
Okay, thank you for being here. Check out his channel. I don't really need to promote him. He's the biggest guy here. Econoboy, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Econoboy, econoboy.substack.com. If you're interested in any of the writing that I do, if you want to know what my actual positions are, I did literally write them down in an article series that's now posted. So if you're interested in learning what my real positions are, go over there, econoboy.substack.com. And what I would say about the summary of the debate is this. Number one, Connor clearly actually doesn't know shit about history because he seemed completely unfamiliar with the entire history of actually existing socialist governments outside.
I know this is outros, but go fuck yourself.
I didn't interrupt you. You said I was stupid. I mean, we're just throwing it back. Connor, calm down. So the point is, Connor doesn't actually know shit about history, to be fair, because he was completely unaware about the entire history of actually existing socialist governments in Oceania, and also Europe. So that was just the thing that I tried to add to the debate. When it comes to Connor, when it comes to Destiny, I feel like Destiny really didn't understand my point about Norway and like Nordic institutions. My only point about that is that the U.S. could build domestic sovereign wealth funds easier than Norway because the U.S. has a lot of financial capital available to it, whereas Norway doesn't. Like Norway literally, like the capacity of like the Norwegian financial capital market couldn't handle all their oil wealth. To the extent that it could, I would argue that it probably should, but that's a totally different discussion.
Well, I don't know what the economic repercussions of this would be, because I feel like if you did have, like, the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund operates by buying into the American stock market primarily.
Yeah, we should cut them off. We should say no fucking dice. You invest somewhere else, bitch.
What would happen if you had the American government is now buying into the American stock market? I don't know what kind of effects that would have. I feel like that would have, I feel like you'd have to really game out what that'd have all sorts of weird effects. I feel like that people would not be aware of it, at least immediately.
When a company goes public, you have a dilution of power because you're selling the stock on an open market. If someone comes along, and activist investors do this all the time, they start buying up stock in order for Elon to take Twitter private, he had to buy 100% of the outstanding shares of public stock, right? That's how you do it.
Right.
If you're selling 100% of your stock to the federal government, what is happening? The federal government is taking control of your fucking company.
Yeah. But I'm not even talking about, I mean, his idea is stupid. Yeah, I'm not even talking about 100%. I'm talking about even if it was just
50%, 50, like 51%, you control the company.
Right, but I'm saying, like, if America had some sovereign wealth fund, which I like the concept of, but I'm not sure in practice what effect that would have if the American government had, because think about it this way, if the American government had a sovereign wealth fund, and like 6% of that fund was based on how Apple is doing, or how Google is doing, how Nvidia is doing, that's going to dramatically affect how the government regulates those companies. Because now there's going to be this huge incentive to let these companies do whatever they need to do to make more money and to make more profits. You're not necessarily going to be regulating them for the benefit of the American people.
Yeah,
right?
It's like the ref betting on the fucking game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
yeah.
what?
And so, like, at first I say, oh, I like the idea of that, but I'm not sure exactly how that would work in practice. That wouldn't cause all sorts of weird problems for the government.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably illegal for professional referees to bet on the games that they're reffing.
That
There's
makes
probably
sense.
a law against that, right?
That makes sense. Yes.
They can't go out and put $50,000 on the team that they're the referee over.
Right.
Yeah.
And then obviously we already talked about the massive inflationary effect it would have if I mean, from his perspective, if he thinks it could buy out, 90% of people's wealth or whatever, would be insane.
You think Boy recognizes that there's a conflict of interest with Trump launching his own meme coin?
Yes.
But he doesn't recognize that there's a conflict of interest with the federal government buying up all the shares of a company once it goes public.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe somewhere nestled deep in his 1,000,000-page article about all sorts of ideas, but it's weird.
It is the concentration of power, and that's the thing that they're not even aware of the problem of that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't concentrate power like that. That's just crazy.
On the actual topic of the debate, here's the last thing that I'll say. I do appreciate that it seems like Destiny clarified and narrowed his position to a substantial degree, that we shouldn't treat everyone who uses the socialist label as a Nazi. Instead, we should treat certain people in the socialist left media space as Nazis, quote unquote, and kind of exclude them from the movement. I pointed out several times that is actually a statement that all five of us, I guess, actually agree with. That to the extent that people in the media are like militantly anti-democratic party and just like really bad faith with Democrats all the time, and they're trying to just occupy democratic spaces for their own ends and not to try and push forward an electoral movement, we should exclude them from the inner party and from strategic discussions and from platforms like the DNC. I've only said my position, I'll repeat, is that we should take advantage of their platforms insofar as Democrats actually want to participate in their platforms, not them participate in our platforms. And I think that was just a useful clarification. To the extent that Destiny and Wick are...
That works super well for that congresswoman. I know she's kicking herself for ever going on the crystal on breaking points.
God, that conversation.
I'm sure she regrets it.
Of course she does.
Yeah.
And that conversation is insane. I cannot wrap my mind around that conversation.
Yeah.
Crystal is a fucking retard.
Yeah.
In that conversation. And even I don't know.
Oh man.
I don't know what the fuck's up with Sauger. I don't know if maybe his view is
he hates foreign aid. He just is blinded by, oh my God, we're giving money to any country.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, that's true. But I'm saying maybe he's just looking at this from the perspective of, I don't care if Crystal is totally a fucking retard and nukes any goodwill the show could have with people on the left because he doesn't like the left. I don't know if that's what the thought process is, but if I was him, I would be insanely mad that she's... I mean, I guess he was participating too, that both of them are basically, they're undermining the credibility of their show and also the reach of their show.
Yeah, what congressperson is going to go back on? But look, people will object to us even saying that because they'll say, oh, they should ask them the hard-hitting questions. And why are you...
No, see, but that's not what I'm saying. That'd be a complete mischaracterization of what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with having a politician. You should, if a politician comes on, you should ask them tough questions. That's not what Crystal did. And maybe this is only, maybe this is the fault of not showing the clip, because oftentimes someone will say something, people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't go look it up. They jump to their own conclusions. Okay. I'm not saying, what I'm saying has nothing to do with asking hard questions. The first thing Crystal asks this person is, in a very rude tone of voice, why did you even come on our show if you don't agree with us? And it's like, and the congressperson is like confused. They're like, what do you mean? Like, why would you be mad that a senator reached out to you to come on your show and then publicly say that to them on the show?
Right.
And then when they say things that you like to hear, instead of going into the policy to make sure they're not, because I mean, people can just blow smoke up your ass. Instead of just going into policy about it, you literally tell them, I don't hear what you're saying until you until you denounce Israel for doing a genocide.
Yeah, she strong arms her into taking her political position.
It's the most obvious thing. It's like nothing to do with asking tough questions. If you actually watch the interaction, which we probably will on Tuesday, it's the most obvious thing is that Crystal is completely audience captured and doesn't give a fuck about manifesting any sort of actual politics in the world, and literally has created an environment. And this is a problem with all these extreme fucking wackadoodles in the internet space. They've created environments and audiences where they cannot have a conversation with someone, especially a politician, who's not as extreme as they are, because their audience will rip their fucking head off.
Yeah, I did. I thought I'm glad we talked about this a little more, because I do think the questions that she asks are completely unfair, completely pointed. And just the idea behind journalism is, yes, you are supposed to ask the hard-hitting questions, but you're not supposed to let your personal bias come in. And that interview is just dripping with personal bias to the point where she's basically blackmailing her into taking her political position. Is that journalism? Or
no,
you're like,
no.
Here, let me come in here and fucking tell you, you need to take my position or I'm going to rip your fucking face off.
No.
I mean, you're participating in the political process at that point.
That interview is not journalism. It's political propaganda.
Activism.
It's political theater. It's activism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll watch it on Tuesday.
Interested. I look forward to the socialism versus capitalism debate in the future, because it seems like the people want that as well. But I'd have fun doing it. Anyway, it was really fun, guys. And there was a lot of useful clarification, I feel like, and yelling between Destiny and PissCo. And I love you too, Connor, even though you're a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. But I do love you too.
Okay, thank you for being here. You can check out a Substack. I have
all this gay love between all these guys are all queer for each other, right? That's what's going on here. Why do they always throw that I love you out?
I'm only queer for you and Dev.
Oh my God. We make so many gay jokes on this show, but we're not going, oh, I love you, Sitch. I love you. I love you all. I love you all. You guys are great.
So much.
Doesn't Dev do a sign off where he says I love you?
I don't know. Do you, Dev?
I think he does, and it cringes me out every time. I think, why did I watch this Dev video? Jesus.
What if you say I like you? You don't say I love you. Say I like you.
No.
No?
No. It's just,
I like you.
I like you a lot. No. This should end with everyone asking PissCo why he raped that dog. That's the way it should end.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you a dog rapist, PissCo?
Linked it in my YouTube description, and you can find them streaming on Live and Learn and other podcasts. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. PissCo.
Yeah, as I predicted, I don't think there's a ton of substantive disagreement here. I think at the heart of this is some kind of semantic confusion or a debate about what the term socialism means.
Connor flips a bird. It was great.
Connor's in the chat.
Oh, he is?
He called us homophobes.
What's up, Connor?
There.
Don't get butthurt now over our language. Don't tone police us.
Yeah.
Means what the term communist means, and these different subcategories of people. And there, I just think that there's a bizarre interpretation and special pleading really from Connor and Stephen, that socialism doesn't include single payer. Well, if use is meaning, that's, people call that socialized medicine. Socialism doesn't include places like China. People use that term that way. The major socialist figures in the Democratic Party wouldn't be considered by most people who use the term socialism to be socialists themselves. That's not how people use the term, but that's kind of a semantic disparity without much significance to it. But actually check out the substantive disagreement here. When it comes to Marxist-Leninists and the people, when we use the term like tanky to refer to people who like substantively don't believe in our constitutional order, or who substantively want to get rid of the rights that we hold dear, there's a full agreement. We don't agree that those people should be making decisions. We don't agree that they should be in the halls of power. I think that we agree that like we should interact with them in terms of where it's useful for Democrats.
So I hate to interrupt PissCo's amazing ending statement here. Majin, in his artistic talent, very quickly, very quickly created another masterpiece that I sent to you, Adam, to bring up here.
Okay.
Now he's telling me to blame Lucifer, but I don't know.
Is this a commission? Did Lucifer commission this?
Did Lucifer commission this? Maybe. I can believe it.
What is this? Let's see here.
It feels relevant to bring up to PissCo's closing statement.
What's happening? Oh no! Oh shit! So we have PissCo nervously drinking his water as Sitch is petting his little dog with his waggy tail.
Yes. Oh yeah, PissCo's like in the bushes or something.
PissCo's in the bushes, yes, staring at his waggy tail up in the air. Yes. And Sitch is saying, and that's why socialism is bad, PissCo. And he asks, "Are you okay, bud?"
Why does he seem so distracted?
Why does he seem so distracted? This is really bad. We should post this everywhere. We should definitely post this everywhere. But we should brand it with the Sitch and Adam show first. This is a great meme. Oh, excellent job.
Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful work, Majin.
To do that, I think that that's fine. So I don't think that there's actually much disagreement on that front at all. But it seems like there's like a special pleading, I'm going to say, for the kind of prescription. Okay, we should kick out people with a socialist label, but just in the media space, not people who are politicians. If they're politicians out of the ticket, you shouldn't let the socialist label scare you away. But it certainly, like, we should kick out Econoboy from Live and Learn because he uses the socialist term label. But is that more of a problem with the name of the show being Live and Learn? Is that the problem, or is the problem that he uses the socialist label at all? And so what actually is the problem here? Is the problem that we were too tonally respectful to the vanguard when we were discussing, I want to sort of stress again, how to best implement the Biden agenda? It wasn't a discussion about socialism versus capitalism. We weren't saying like, oh yeah, maybe we should have a vanguard party. It was a discussion about like tactics that Biden could use to implement his own agenda. And what, tone policing, that like we were fucking pussyfooting around when there's big substantive disagreement, and we gave our back into Hutch on discrete points, like on the Manchin point, on the Joe Biden legislation accomplishment points, on the point about the student loan stuff. And if that's the case, why doesn't it apply equally to Stephen and Connor, who sometimes, yeah, they disagree. I agree. They disagree when they bring on some of these conservative figures, but they play nice with them. Fundamentally, it's a respectful conversation. You talk to Ben Shapiro, respectful. Talk to Myron Gaines, respectful. Even, talk to Nick Fuentes at a certain time, respectful conversation. So is it really just the tone about it? We didn't get too much into the specific examples of us like pussyfooting for Hassan Piker. I want to just stress, I do not like Hassan Piker. I never said Hassan Hamas Piker, whatever you want to call him, wasn't a Marxist-Leninist. On the specific semantic disagreement about like Aaron Schrader rating communism versus Marxist-Leninism, I think that's an interesting semantic discussion. I think that Stephen and Connor points are probably wrong about that, but I don't think that that's anything about what's going on here. This is not about those distinctions. It's not about our distinctions on the First Amendment and should viewpoint discrimination.
Is this a record for gaslighting? I mean, I feel like he's been going on for 8 minutes. I think
yes.
This is peak gaslighting here, completely reimagining the debate.
matter for support of terrorist groups or anything like that. What's going on here is
it's just semantics, guys. Straighter hate is a liberal.
Frankly, this is my opinion. Realistically, these guys hate Hassan for probably good reasons, some good reasons. And so we're all just trying to get at that and calibrate our ideology and our rules and our prescriptive rules on that specific thing. And I don't think any of it has to do with like major substantive disagreements on the merits. And I think that that was shown today.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here, King. You can leave if
Damn, did we just lose Steven?
I think he got bored. It's probably true.
That was rude.
It is what it is.
I'm a professional. I stayed till the end.
Well, thank you. But
I didn't even realize those he dipped out in the middle of PissCo's long talk.
That was smart.
That's funny. Wait.
Well, no, I think he dipped out after PissCo was done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right at the end there.
Okay. Well, there you go. Good job, Wick. Even though some of your moderating was pretty terrible.
Was PissCo supposed to, or was Destiny supposed to do some final statement, and he dipped out before he did his statement?
No, he did his statement.
Oh, okay. And he stayed for everything. He just was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
We have like a ton of super chats to read, don't we?
Thank you so much, our social follower, Daddy J-Mac, for the $50. Thank you so much.
Competitive super chatting going today.
Yes.
It's pretty cool.
It says, while listening, I was playing Pal World trying to breed a perfect pal called Tyrantris. After hatching about 130 eggs, I finally got one. I'm giving you guys credit, so thanks. Well, there you go. It's the power of free will.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, she's a female, so I don't even have to give her a forced sex change. Wow. Well.
Oh, because you want to breed her, huh?
Right. Look at
nice. This Pal World sounds very, I don't know, weird.
It does sound very weird, yes. Oh, and I missed one. Joe the Mick for $20 says $25. Look at this coming out Dev, saying Dev being a quote liberal defending a convoy who's on record advocating the abolition of all private ownership and property is so on point for Dev. Is the exact kind of Canadian that Hassan appeals to. Dev stop being a simp. Dev's what it feels like. Dev, what's it feel like being exposed as a simp for literal Marxist Leninist? And then Dev replied for $5. Look at this. I like this. People fighting in the super chats.
Oh, that's great.
Says, Joe, you're inbred if you think me saying a Econo Boy's dumb idea.
Oh, you cut out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. You cut out. You got to start over.
And he's being stupid.
You're still
somehow
cutting out. Oh. My internet is strong right now. Sitch cannot hear me at all because his internet is just so weak. It's that weak sauce Florida internet that
eat.
Look, he's
What you're saying. Do you not hear me? I can. It says I have an excellent connection.
It does.
Yeah.
Lies. It's
okay, I don't know.
To you. It's
I can hear every
lying.
word you're saying. Like whenever you do that, it doesn't change. Like I can hear everything you're saying.
Why do you're coming in though? You're like fading in and out.
It's still fading in and out?
No, you're back now. But you got to reread that last super chat.
I will read it, yeah.
This is Dev, the 5 Canadian, right?
Dev responded for 5
Joe,
Canadian.
You're inbred. How dare you? Joe super chatted us $50. Dev, be nice.
He says, Joe, you're inbred if you think me saying a Econo Boy's dumb idea isn't socialism and he's being stupid is somehow me supporting his dumb idea. Eat grass. And then Joe the Mig replied for another $15 saying, Dev, you literally defended Econo Boy on the basis of him wanting to abolish all private property. Are you liberal or not? If not, just admit it so we can embarrass you forever. Dev, you're clearly not liberal if you're willing to defend Econo Boy and admitted hardline socialist. What in the actual? So I can see exactly what happened here. And I actually said to Dev in the DMs, Dev supports private property. Dev does not want to abolish private property, very obviously. What Dev is saying, which I understand some of the confusion because Econo Boy is being either intentionally or just stupidly confusing here. When he says that line about wanting to collectivize the ownership of production, he means it in this retarded way about the whole making the government buy stock options, buy all the stock options from companies. Now,
Not options, but
or whatever. Yeah, buy all, I'm sorry, buy all stock
Yeah.
from a company. Yes.
all the common stock.
Yes, all the common stock. Now, a sovereign wealth fund is not socialist, but I would say if you had some bizarre system where companies literally can't go public, and if they do go public, the government has to buy their stock. I don't know if that's socialism. It's fucking weird and massive amount of overreach. I don't know if it's socialism. I have to think about it for a second because he does say, at least in his Substack, I don't know if he says elsewhere differently. In his Substack, he does still say people can have private businesses. They just can't take them public without the government buying the shares, which is weird. And I don't know what the point of all this is. So, but to be clear, I don't think Dev is supporting any of these ideas. I think he's just saying Econo Boy is just a fucking retard. So, but I made the argument. I think Econo Boy is so stupid and so confusing with these terms that it's a waste of breath for anyone to defend, or not even defend, but to really clarify any of these differences. Because at the end of the day, I do feel like Econo Boy is running interference for socialists by using this language the way he's using it.
And he is a socialist, obviously.
I mean, he
If
says
he
he
wants
is.
the government to buy all the private businesses that are big enough to go public.
Right.
I mean, that is socialism.
Yes. It's weird. I don't know what it is. I've never heard of this idea before.
It's the
Definitely a
collective
weird
ownership
idea.
of all businesses that are of a certain size.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is socialism, but it's a weird socialism where it's like you can still have a private business, but if it goes public, it has to be owned by the government. It's
The
fucking
government
dumb.
is going to go own Amazon, Google, Apple, Nvidia,
Right.
Pepsi, Coke. The government's going to fucking own everything.
Yeah.
The government's going to own Taco Bell. How do you feel about that?
It's weird. It's
Government
fucking
ownership
stupid.
of Taco Bell.
It's really fucking stupid.
It's just, oh man. Everyone's going to come in and they're going to be, look, Taco Bell is making everyone fat and the government owns it. It's the government's fault. And the government's going to come in and they're going to be like, we need to stop making people fat. People are real upset about this and I'm not going to get reelected.
Joe Make for
unless we have the
$19
slim menu.
says you guys should review a bit of Econo Boy's content where he goes hardline socialist and anti-property with Dev so he can pull a PissCo about how Econo Boy actually isn't a hardline socialist. Well, if you have a video of Econo Boy saying very hardline social stuff, feel free to send it to me and we'll bring it up.
Oh yeah, we'll totally bring it up.
Because I've never seen any content of his outside of a couple of these joint streams. Okay, let me start over from the beginning.
How are you doing tired wise?
I'm okay. You sound more
Listen.
tired than me.
Oh, I'm fucking exhausted. Are you kidding me? I've been up since like 5 in the morning.
What the fuck's wrong? Why do you stop waking up so early? Jesus Christ.
I mean, I can't help myself.
Okay, look at this guy.
I want to get out of bed. I want to bound out of bed.
Uh-huh.
I have a lot of stuff I like to get done. Okay. Why are
There
you
you go.
sleeping all day?
Can't wait for the government to buy Berkshire Hathaway stock.
I know. Everyone's going to lose their mind, right?
Right.
$700,000 a share. How many shares are there? 10,000? 10 million? I don't know.
Connor says Destiny and Econo Boy are debating on Wednesday. Oh, look at that.
Oh, great.
Maybe we'll find out.
Destiny blowing up O'Connell Boy now.
Lucifer Doman, thanks so much, Lucifer Doman, for the 40 months. Says, smash the like button if Sitch is always late and gay.
I'm going to send Dev the link, but we can kick him off anytime.
Oh, is that why you asked me how tired I was?
yeah,
Like, you want to
of
add another
course.
2 hours to the conversation?
Well, that's why I'm saying we can just kick him off at any time.
Okay.
We don't even have to say goodbye. We can just
Just mid-sentence.
just decide.
Just be like, no.
Well, look, I think it's unfair to put a poll up. I thought of polling the audience. Should we bring Dev on? But then I thought, oh, if it's like only 10% of the audience wants to bring him on, then I feel kind of bad for doing that.
So we do have a poll. It says, if it was affordable, would you like to own an original oil painting by Adam?
Yes. Yeah.
Link adamstrange.com. 37% said yes, that would be cool. 21% said no, I hate owning art. Fuck that.
I know.
And 42% said, what the fuck? Adam paints paintings. Look at that. Majority of people don't even know that you paint.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy considering I did the entire comic. So,
right.
But look, now they know.
Well,
we're
I guess
breaking new ground.
most people think that people who do art nowadays they think they do it entirely on computer.
Yeah. Well, I do
realize...
do a lot of digital art, and obviously one of the reasons I wanted to do the comic was so I could get better at doing digital art. So, but when I started painting, there was no such thing as digital art.
Yes.
Because they didn't even have tablets or any of that shit. But yes, I've shown in galleries. I've had gallery shows. I'm in even been in some books and magazines and stuff like that. A friend of mine in Los Angeles also is an artist that makes his living as an artist. He has a cool studio downtown that I share with him periodically and have done live streams from that studio.
And you talked about going to the studio frequently.
Constantly, yeah. Well, I set up a drawing tablet there, and I worked on a lot of the comic at the studio just so I could hang out with Owen while Owen paints, and it's a collaborative thing. So, but yes, I'm gonna go down there. I got some paintings I want to finish now that the comic is done, but I'm starting to think in terms of I have a lot of paintings that I've kept myself just because I don't want to part with them, and now I'm thinking, I do want to part with them. I want to get rid of them. So that's why I'm asking. Scheming on some different ideas. So
J-Mac, our certified dad, J-Mac, thanks so much for the $10. Says, Adam, you're waking up at 5 a.m. and you're still not going to the gym? What's up with that?
What do you mean? I work out every day, but I work out at home. I don't go to the gym. So
Sammy in the chat says, Adam, please paint Sitch like how Jack painted Rose from Titanic.
Oh, really? Sounds like Sammy wants a commission.
I was gonna say, Sammy, why don't you paint me like Rose from Titanic?
That is like the nude picture of Rose, right?
That's the nude picture, yes.
There we go.
I told you guys how Sam dragged me to the whole girls painting night thing.
You did a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say what you painted?
It was like a neon sunset, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We should upload the pictures, the side by side, so you can see how much better hers is than mine. How I basically paint like I'm in elementary school still.
You should do it.
But yeah, we went to this it's like this painting thing where they have some picture and the person at the front is like trying to like do it step by step and you're supposed to follow it. And it's funny. I'm like the only guy there. It's all women there at the thing. But there, maybe Sam, if she wants, she can recommend that I do a nude model for the next paint class.
Look, I'm not gonna
for all the ladies. So there you go.
I'm not gonna paint that one, guys.
Okay.
I'm not gonna have Sitch free balling in front of me. So I can do a commission. I'll let you take care of that one, Sammy.
Right. The Shogun for 5. Ossibuck says, today we play a little game. Every time I hear I deduct $5 from the $50 donation I will give next week. You will learn. I think I did pretty good. I only slipped a couple I means in here that I caught. So I think I did pretty good. Fast and Bulbous for 5 months says, Sitch has the voice of a 1930s news reporter that's reporting the Hindenburg disaster. It's endearing. Wow, thank you, sir. It's a total disaster, what we're seeing here. Oh, the humanity.
Are we at the top or the bottom?
The top.
Okay, we went all the way up to the top.
Yes. I said, why jump for the bottom for J-Mac? Because he's our surrogate father. But...
Of course. Luke, I'm your father.
Just lost.
I sent Dev the link too. I
lost the super.
I told him We will kick you if we get too tired.
That's good.
Did you send me something?
No.
Okay.
I'm just
Send me
letting
the photo.
silence permeate the air.
It happens, you know.
Yeah, just feel it. Drink it in.
What was the super chat? I'm trying to align.
Amoeba
myself.
Sheep, thanks so much for the 20 knock knock.
Amoeba
Says summer's
Sheep.
over. I'm back, bitches. The tism shall flow.
Nice.
Thank you.
Amoeba Sheep is excellent at the tism too.
Paul Watson for $5 says communism is on the rise, and that's because modern communists have destroyed and demeaned Americans' heroes like Joseph McCarthy. Well, I already made my feelings clear about how Joseph McCarthy actually destroyed America's immune system to fight communism. But
did we read Azyar? Azyar's been with us forever.
Was it a member chat? Because I can't see if it's a member chat.
Oh no, I guess Azyar did. We did read it, yeah. About PissCo's podcast co-host leaked Pixie's DMs about suicidal thoughts, yeah.
Yes.
What's up, Azyar? Azyar's been a fan for a long time. Since the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Since the inception. I still don't know where we are as far as maybe it doesn't go all the way to the top. That happens sometimes.
Andrew Bear for $5 says the left seeing Obama as the black face of white supremacy would be the chef's kiss level of cringe. S-class is the best class. And Adam is pole master general.
Okay. What does that mean?
It means you're the master at making polls.
Okay. I do think I'm not able to see the super chats.
Okay. I don't know why.
That's
Jay
okay.
Microcircuit Father at the bottom for $50. Thank you so much. Says, speaking of artists, we're looking for artists for our game. Chronicles of Myth. We're looking for a very specific style. Think Sketch to Field Guide / Da Vinci. If you know any artists or are an artist, hit me up on Twitter.
Do it up. Every time I ask for those things, I get 1 million people.
Yes.
So.
Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, because no one associates racism and death from the word go with communism, socialism like they do fascism. Like communism, socialism, like to do with fascism, add Nazism. Yes. Eco Shocks for $5.06. Next, we need to get rid of tips. It's getting ludicrous that the kind of service now asks for tips nowadays. There are some things that ask for tips that obviously everyone's like, this is bullshit. You don't get a tip for this.
Why? You don't tip? You don't tip for everything?
Sometimes you're like, what tip for what? For this? No.
I mean,
if you are a waiter or waitress, if you're an Uber driver, if you...
Oh, you tip the Uber driver?
Of course.
Are you supposed to do that?
You're supposed to do that. If you're the valet person, right? There are things you tip for.
Mm-hmm.
There are things you don't tip for.
I've never done Uber, so I'm just talking shit.
If I go to a convenience store and you ring up my purchase, I'm not giving you a tip.
You see the tip jar at the convenience store.
I
mean, I've seen that here in Los Angeles. Oh my God.
Yeah. Ask me like on the card, do you want to tip the person at CVS? I'm like, no.
They'll ask you for tips at the Dollar Tree here. They'll be like,
yes,
oh, look, a
yes.
little tip jar
What
next to my register.
Here? Yeah, come on. You're just standing there.
I just bought some soap.
Yeah.
Why are you asking me to tip you?
Now, ideally, I do agree with EcoShadox. I would prefer if most jobs, I mean, some things that are like you can get tips for, I would be fine with still. Like if there's a complimentary, a lot of places have complimentary valet. I think, yeah, that's fine. Give the guy a couple bucks or $5 or whatever. But I would prefer if restaurants if we got rid of tipping and they just paid fucking waiters and the staff and the cooks what they should be getting paid. and not have to do tips. And if you're at a fancy restaurant, you can still do tips because they make a shit ton of tips. But
look,
I hate it. It's so
even
obnoxious.
even if we up to like $40 minimum wage, they would still ask for tips. They'd still strong arm you into tips because it's culturally
But
the norm.
Okay. When I say we get rid of it, I mean that we get rid of the cultural idea of having to give waiters and waitresses tips because they're getting paid more or whatever they should be getting paid anyway.
Now that
That's
there's
what I'm
no
saying.
tax on tips.
Now it's the opposite. Yes.
I
It's crazy.
figure since you usually pay 20 to 30% in taxes, I just take 30% off my tip.
Right.
You're like, okay, you get 70%.
What's 30% less of 20%? Yeah, I don't know what's the math of that. That's 30% less of 20%.
Well, 15% that's like 25% off. 15% is a good thing. So just go back down to 15. It used to be 15%. So just drop it back down to 15. Like some places in LA, they're like 35%.
What the fuck?
And whenever you pay with a credit card and they do the credit card thing, they're like, the tip thing automatically populates and it gets obscenely insane now. Now it seems like it's 20% is the low one, and then it's like 35%.
I fucking hate that. Yes.
And then it's like 45%.
It used to be you would look at the little thing and it have the preset things and it'd be like 10, 15, 20, right?
Yeah.
And now you're right. It's like 18 or 20 is the lowest denomination.
Yes. They
and
don't
the
even
highest
go
is
down to 15.
Yeah, and the highest is like 35. I'm like, who the fuck is tipping 35%? What is happening?
I just go other amount and then I put in 0. No, I don't. I'm kidding. I don't do that.
So 30%,
I don't stiff people on their tips, but
30% less of 20% is 14%.
I do think 45% on a tip is a little excessive.
That's
or
much.
38%. I don't think they actually hit into the 40. But they go, it's like seriously criminal, some of them I see.
Right.
You're like, I'm buying a cookie at Mrs. Fields. So what the fuck?
I'm not giving you a tip because you handed me a cookie at Mrs. Fields. Okay.
Yeah. Are you Mrs. Fields? Is this cookie signed? Is this cookie a work of art?
Right. Patrick Mulga for 5 Canadian says, Wick. Wick has been doing some great debates you guys should participate in. There's a time I thought Sitch and Adam would host these kinds of debates. Yes.
I mean, I guess we could. It's interesting. A lot of times when we have people on, there's a dedicated cohort of people who are like, no, we don't want Sitch and Adam to have guests on. I'm here for Sitch and Adam. Sitch and Adam have smart things, interesting things to say. They have good chemistry. I don't want a guest. Fuck you. And then there are some people that always want us to get other people on and us to interact with other people. So
the Cisco.
Go ahead.
Yes. The Cisco for $5 says Connor was super cringe with the hand raising, yelling, and repeating himself. Low key, the worst part of the debate, and added nothing. So
I thought it was funny, at least.
I'm going to, and if Connor's still in the chat, I'm going to agree only on the hand raising. I thought the hand raising was cringe. Don't do the hand raising in the future, Connor. But everything else, you're wrong, Cisco. Connor did bring up, I think, some of the best points in the conversation, and definitely was speaking the hard truths that the commie cucks were running away from.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Bear for $5 says combating power grabs for the quote greater good is why the constitutional republic versus the democracy semantics has value and why the right does it. I think it has value in a conversation. I completely disagree that has anything to do with why the right does it whatsoever. The average, it's kind of like in the conversation where PissCo is trying to say, oh, how's the average American differentiate socialism versus communism? Like, does the average American differentiate democracy versus a constitutional republic? And the answer is no. And it seems very bizarre that certain people spurg out about it. But obviously, in in very specific autistic terms, yes, constitutional republic is more important and better.
It's pointless what the general public thinks about a policy. The policy is either good or bad. You should be debating that.
Oh, look at this. Keaton Kitsune, I should have read this earlier. For $5 says, sorry, it was, I guess so it wasn't straight rate. It was Vivian Wolf who had the docs list and PissCo derailed it. Well, there you go.
Oh.
Epicureum for $5 says, while America shouldn't have any ethnic policy, historically ethnic. Wait, while Americans shouldn't have any ethnic policy, historically ethnic nations have a right to maintain a majority culture and ethnicity. Yes, well, as I've already talked about this a lot, I do think countries 100% have a right to maintain a majority culture. Ethnicity gets a little bit spottier. So.
Right.
Gingimus Prime for 5 Aussie bucks says Destiny lost this debate but could have won if he just conceded AOC, Bernie, and co. are socialists and shouldn't be part of the party. That is true. Duke of Savilax for €5 says first modern progressive income tax was done in the UK in 1798 during the French Revolution wars to fund war against the French proto-socialists. That's kind of hilarious and ironic, isn't it? The first progressive income tax was created to fight the socialists, not by the socialists.
Yes. Good to bring it up.
The Shogun for $5 says that's $10. I mean, so the dono is drained. Shame 5 should have been a 50. Sitch 4, Adam 6 in 1.5 hours. Ah, well, the scourge continues all in fun. Oh, wow. 10 times. I don't think so. I don't believe you. Fake news. Ace for $5 says the socialists have been in the Democrat big tent since the 60s. This is an argument that's been had a billion times. Carl Ghosn is being proven correct.
You're cutting out again.
Says, by the way,
you said you were here. Yeah.
By the way, the joke here is Destiny is now centrist.
So did you read Brian already? I guess you did.
By the way, the joke here is Destiny is now centrist. I did not. I jumped ahead because I thought I didn't understand Ace's super chat, and I thought that maybe the second one was connected, but it wasn't. So, Brian for $10 says, to be fair to my right-wing brothers and sisters who call a lot of left-wing ideas as a move to socialism was the fear of people like Accountable who wants to get us socialism like one step away.
Yes.
No. Fuck that. No, the right has to eat shit on that. Okay. And that is not true. That is not true. It was a completely dishonest, intentional campaign by the right in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s to call any advocation of any social program or any welfare-esque program socialism just to hit it with the stink of socialism and make it politically not favorable. There was the same thing. You literally had this. We had this so insanely with Obamacare. Okay. Obamacare, a fucking program created by a Republican conservative think tank, was labeled socialism by the Republican Party just because it was associated with Obama. So no, I'm sorry. Republicans have to eat shit on this the same way the left has to eat shit on making the term racist so ineffective by calling everyone racist. The right made the term socialist completely ineffective by calling everyone socialist until no one believed them anymore. It's entirely their fault.
Yeah.
Electro for $10 says, don't mind me here, just want to be above Adam in the XP list.
I think everyone pretty much ends way above me because I don't interact. I don't chat a lot when I'm on the show. So,
Sitch, you're specifically talking about American conservatives. Yes, I'm talking about American. Whenever I talk about politics, I'm generally talking about American conservatives. I don't pay attention to whatever the rest of the non-American world is doing. It's unimportant. So, Poboxy for €5 says probably cheaper to go on such a panel than to hire a dominatrix. Interesting. Harrison
is
Dill.
that saying PissCo likes to get dominated? Is that what's
maybe
happening there?
Harrison Dill for $2 says, "Is Social Security socialist?" No. Ben Riley for $5 says, "Did you guys read Econoboy's Substack? He outlines his model of views on things and actually seems to want more democracy than we already have." So that is always the hyper dishonest framing that socialists give. Remember, this was the Vosh argument back in the day before Vosh got outed as a weirdo who likes horse lolly porn. Was he would always be like, "Oh, I just want to make you like democracy, right? You like voting and democracy, right? Well, I just want to democratize the workplace. I just want more democracy in all aspects of life, right? That means it's good because you like democracy." So that's always the very dishonest frame.
You introduced a veto component. I sent you a video a long time ago about some of the problems of too much democracy. You remember that? On property rights?
No.
Oh, okay. Why is, just for clarity's sake, why isn't Social Security socialist? I don't think it's socialist either. Because obviously when we're talking about socialism, we're talking about the abolition of property rights, and how is Social Security taking away anybody's property rights?
Yeah, How is it socialist?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Socialism is about taking property rights away from people, making it so people can't engage in private businesses, and the government controlling the means of production.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
It is not saying, well, the government's going to use tax money to create social programs that benefit all Americans. That's not socialism. And that's never been socialism. And if people on the right keep trying to advocate that that's socialism, they're going to have the problem again, like they did with Crying Wolf with socialism, where they're actually going to make socialism sound good. This is why Richard Wolff, the socialist, lied and adopted that framing as what socialism is, because he
it's
knows
popular. Yeah.
that it's popular. People do want the government to spend money on social programs. So I don't know why there are still some people on the right who are so brain broken about this that they don't understand that they're just giving socialists more power when they make these insane kind of arguments about social programs. Any sort of social program is socialist just because it has the word social in it.
Well, people are paying taxes, so they perceive it as my money is being spent on social programs that benefit me. And that's really kind of a market framework even. Yeah. People conceptualize it that way.
Yeah.
As government is a service provider and you are the customer. How is that socialist?
Paying taxes is not socialism.
Progressive taxation.
Any form of well, not any form, but progressive taxation is not socialism. Paying taxes is not socialism. Having a government that provides services and welfare is not socialism.
If taxes get up to where
I know
it's
if they're too
like
high, yes, I know.
It's very specific, but
Samuel Jones for $5 says, "I'm embarrassed that I used to take Crystal Ball even remotely seriously." Yeah, I don't know what happened to her. She definitely seemed to get more crazy, as people always seem to do nowadays on the internet.
I mean, she's obviously very upset about the children in Gaza that are being killed in a war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
M8566 for $10 says, "Striving for equality in a social state by reformist means, democratic socialism aims to abolish or mitigate the effects of capitalism with public mandates." True. Liz in Deswall, specifically for $5 says, "WIC should actually look into the talking stick functionality that mutes everyone who isn't holding it. Break it out when they act like children." Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes them yelling at each other is kind of fun, though. But yes, sometimes it's horrible. Boboxy for €10 says, "Most co-ops I see are smaller villages and towns living off growing and selling coffee. Bad empirical example, I reckon, but I guess the long-standing community bond makes running a co-op easier."
If it does, obviously people get into business with family members and people that they trust. That's the situation. But a lot of people start businesses that don't have those opportunities, and you're basically shutting them out of the ability to even start a business or be an innovator. That's bullshit. Fucking bullshit. You're limiting people's freedom, not expanding it.
Dan Richards, thanks so much for being 8 months of Free Will Seeker. Says social programs are not socialism. True. Universal health care is not socialism. Doctors in Canada run their own offices as businesses within a single payer. Yes. In Canada, yeah, it's that way. I believe in the UK, the government runs, I think all the doctors who work for the medical system that are not private do work for the government. So it's a little bit more that way. But I guess Canada is different.
So there are competing businesses, but if you have a single payer, how are they competing? You only have one customer, right? The government. How are they competing for customers?
Because the Canadian government, doctors in Canada do not work for the government the way that UK doctors do.
Mm-hmm.
They're independent contractors who bill the government.
But the idea that one doctor is like a lazy piece of shit who does a terrible job, and one doctor who is a great doctor and always does an amazing job will get more clientele.
Yeah, that would still happen in the Canadian system.
Okay.
So my understanding, if you're Canadian, can weigh in here, is that if you're a Canadian, you go to the doctor, you go find a doctor that I guess is in your area who's part of the government system, and you go see them, and then they bill the government, and the government pays them. So it's still there's still competition because the doctors that perform better are going to get more patients and going to be able to bill the government more. Where in the UK, my understanding the difference is the doctors all work directly for the government, and they just get, I guess, paid a salary by the government directly. I don't know if it's based on patients or something. So, Lucius Doman for 2 Canadians says Tards fighting is hilarious.
True.
It's true. Equishitox for $2 says, "Hey, look, a panel of Vinny Dobermans."
That's
terrible.
Pretty good.
Paul Watson for $5 says, "We need to make communism illegal, similar to how it was during the 40s and 50s. That's the only solution to addressing socialism in our country, in our society." So, I do have very mixed feelings about this because I am very pro free speech, but I am starting to wonder if the government should say that we will no longer fund colleges that teach these classes that hate America and are pushing socialist critical theory slop. I think that stuff is just so destructive. Like, I think that's where my position has changed to. I think this stuff is so destructive and bad for our society. I don't think the government should be giving any money to any college that offers these classes. I would not be in favor of colleges teaching the Jewish
fascism or
ethno-nationalism
or the JQ. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, any of these things. So yes, I think if you have college classes, now you can talk about the history and the movement, all these stuff, that's fine. But these like sociology classes and these woke critical study classes that are teaching kids to be activists and trying to get them to subvert our country. Yes, I think our government should say we will not give a single cent to any college that offers a class like that.
They can teach it, but they can't be publicly funded. They can't get money from the government.
Yeah.
Right?
They can teach it, but yes, you have to just be entirely a private institution.
You want to start your own public or private white nationalist
right.
college. I mean, we can't we can't really do anything about that, right?
Paul Watson says he wants to arrest these people and send them to prison.
Does he say that again, or you just?
He said in the chat. I'm not there yet.
I look, Sitch just like talk to me in 6 months.
We'll see. We'll see how the next election goes when AOC is president. I might be there then. Red 473 for $10 says, "What stops individual states from offering a public option for healthcare? California alone is one of the largest economies of the world and hasn't been able to develop its own alternative healthcare program." Isn't that what Mitt Romney tried to do? I don't know what the success of it was.
The problem is that states don't control. They don't have a printing press for the dollar, which they have to function as a normal business. So it's easier for the federal government to subsidize things because they have a printing press. So it doesn't matter how much. Well, obviously, it does matter how much debt they get in. Insofar as if it causes inflation, that's bad. We don't want inflation.
The financial constraints on states versus the federal government is completely different.
Yeah. The states are currency users and the federal government is a currency issuer.
Right.
Which means,
exactly. Most people think it's just a size of scale because the federal government is larger, but it's not. I mean, it is larger, but that's not the thing. It's
categorically
the federal government.
Different. Yeah.
It's a completely different relationship. They create and issue the money and the states use the money.
Everyone just assumes that because the money supply increases that causes inflation and is bad. We should never have the money supply increase, but that's actually functionally incorrect. Yeah. As productivity goes up, you want to increase the money supply in concert with the productivity, and productivity generally goes up. So yeah.
Liz and Deswell Silly for $5 says those comparing this panel to Vinny are doing him dirty. Vinny possesses greater eloquence. Wow. Look at that.
Oh, look, a lot of Vinny defenders here.
Look at that. I don't know if that's a defense of Vinny or just a criticism of the panel.
It's both.
Brian Schultz for 22 months says socialized does not equal socialism. Socialized ideas can exist in a capitalist society. Socialism draws power from the autocrat. Socialized ideas from society. True.
Well, the socialists are always saying the only reason why socialism doesn't succeed on a wide scale is because capitalism cheats. They always snuff out the socialist stuff because they're so afraid of it. And it's interesting because this is projection, confession by projection, because that's exactly what they want to do to the capitalist stuff, right? They're like, we have to make all of these capitalist institutions illegal so socialism can thrive.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely backwards.
Yes. Stan Lee for $5 says, Adam, do we sweep for Trump if he throws Hassan in the gulag?
I answered yes, but I was only kidding. So,
I mean,
I know it's a tough one, isn't it?
I mean,
that's a moral quandary.
Maybe I'd be willing to forgive a lot of the bad Trump policies for that.
Even firing his stats person, his jobs reporting stats person.
Val Van Gogh for $5 says, you guys should warn Ace about becoming the chat villain. Our last chat villain doomer went insane.
Yes.
Ace, be careful, Ace. Be careful. Harrison Dill for $5 says, I think socialism is welfare, and when a business is bailed out, that is corporate welfare. Well, I already explained why I don't think that's true, and I think it's actually incredibly damaging for the right to even put that idea forward. They're going to lose on that one.
There is a lot of business subsidies, but I mean, you are falling into the framing of socialism as whenever the government does anything, right? If you think of it as property rights are foundational, when the government interferes with property rights, that's when you're talking about socialism. So.
Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, you don't destroy communism and socialism by using illiberal means. All you end up doing is empowering his arguments by playing by their rules. I think that's generally true, but I'm starting to get to the point where I don't think philosophies or ideologies or people that are promoting them, I don't think people that are promoting illiberal philosophies, I'm sorry, I think maybe should not be getting liberal protections to some extent. I'm wondering what the benefit of that is at the end of the day. I'm starting to think that maybe there isn't a benefit to giving liberal protections to people that want to destroy liberalism. That cringe for two.
Are you on wireless internet right now?
Does it keep kidding out? If you just want to start reading it, I'm not on wireless. I mean, I'm on wireless internet, but I've been on wireless internet for the last year. So,
okay.
Including this entire stream.
I'm not judging.
So, well, you are judging.
Well, I mean, it's only happened like 15 times. Oh,
you said it's only been happening since I've been reading super chats.
Well, look, sometimes it happens and I just let it go.
Okay.
Chat can weigh in.
I will buy a long cable and plug it in and see if it makes a difference.
You need help? You need help? Just give me your address and tell me how far you are from the internet.
I don't need help. You could just say, Sitch, I really think it's very simple. Okay. And it would not annoy me at all if you would just say, Sitch, I think it cuts out.
Annoyed.
No. When you bring it up on stream, it's the most annoying thing I've ever experienced. Okay. You can just say in a DM off stream, Sitch, I do think it cuts out a lot. When you do wireless, I would like for you to do an experiment where you get a cable and plug it in to see if it still has an effect. And I would say, okay, Adam, that sounds completely reasonable, but you don't do that. And you never brought it up. You only bring it up on stream in a very annoying way.
Well, look, the reason is because we talked about this forever ago, and I just assumed that you were using a wire. So if I assume that you're using a wire already, then I'm thinking, oh, well, it's got to be something else because he's already wired up.
You shouldn't have assumed that because every time I've asked, every time I've asked, I've said, I'm not using a wire because there were problems where the internet would blink out itself. And so being on the wire wouldn't help whatsoever. But right now, the internet's not blinking out. So if you're telling me there's a problem, then maybe if I was plugged in, it would help.
When my internet goes out, it's like a plane crash or something because I'm wired all the way to the cable
And I
company.
did see earlier in the stream, I was getting the YouTube thing telling me that the connection was spotty at some points, which is not me. So.
Oh, yeah, that's YouTube fucking with you. I actually, look, I have 8 hours here and it's got 0 dropped frames.
Okay, I'm just telling you what YouTube told me. So.
Pumping out 4,000 kilobytes per second, and it's using, get this, 1.7% of my CPU.
Amazing. That cringe for 24 months says, hey guys, there was this VTuber called Nyara TV that is using John Money as a possible for trans people, saying he was anti-trans. What the fuck? We gotta look into this.
John Money was anti-trans?
I
mean, John Money was anti-trans, wasn't he?
No, John Money was the
guy that
John Money was
forcibly transition. Oh no, John Money was the doctor, right?
Yeah, that was a guy who believed that who really promoted the idea that gender was not biological. Yeah. That it was all social construct. And you could just change someone's gender through forcing them, essentially.
And he did that to a kid, but I can't remember his name.
David Reamer.
David Reamer, yeah. Horrible story.
Very bad story. I actually think me cutting out, and this is my fault, 100% is not the internet. I think it's the RAM. And I still never got RAM.
Oh my God.
I think that's what's causing the problem. So you can yell at me for that. I'll take the
Look,
L
I'm not going to yell
RAM.
about anything.
Okay. And if I cut out, you can just pick up. You can start reading instead of complaining.
It's more fun to complain. I'm better at complaining than reading. You have to admit that. That is 100% correct.
That is a fair point. Nomad for $5 says Sitch is AI exposed. There you go.
Oh yeah.
You got me. Messy Tenant for $5 says, is there a point where healthcare could become a human need to prevent the expiration of the individual, such as a cancer or organ failure? Just curious. Yeah, well, I've said this in the past. I think it's going to be weird if they're able to create cures for cancer or organ failure, or to make people functionally immortal. If they can do those sorts of things, or if they have if we can gene edit babies, there's going to be if that procedures are very expensive. it's going to very quickly become a conversation about, is that a human right to have these sort of years?
Healthcare is a human
So-
need among the elderly, and this is why we have Medicare.
Well, you're right.
Because
He said
those-
human need. I assume he meant human right, because obviously it's a human need. Like it's a
Right.
need. So I
On-
assume he meant human right, but yes.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's both a need in elderly people and a right because of Medicare, right? As soon as you're 65, you get Medicare, and those people are voters. So the politicians are like, we need to keep these people alive as long as possible, and hopefully they'll vote for us.
How's it a RAM? So the reason it's a RAM issue, and I don't know why. It was about 6 months ago or a year ago, YouTube did something and they completely changed how live streams operated, where now the open window on YouTube just requires insane amount of memory.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know why.
crashes all the
It
time.
crashes constantly. And it used to never, ever do this. So I don't know what the fuck they did. And they've never changed it back. It worked perfectly fine for our entire like streaming career. And then about 6 months or a year ago, they changed it. And it has all these problems now. Where that like one tab itself will get up to like 5 gigs of RAM or something insane.
My computer is a fucking power horse, and it still crashes. That window still crashes constantly. When I was building this computer, I thought, okay, there's no way that window's going to crash anymore.
Yes.
This fucking computer is a beast.
Yes.
It's a beast. I literally got OBS down to, I mean, it barely ever hits 2% CPU use, right? Which, that's incredible. Still, that window constantly crashes. Fuck.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Wick, what's up? Glad you put on this.
Did you invite Wick on?
No, you just see him in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Just glad you put on this shit show for us to enjoy.
Look, Dev doesn't even want to come on now. He's like, it's okay
We'll see.
if it's too late.
We signaled that we were tired, which was a good thing.
I'm exhausted, man. But
I
that's
know.
usually what happens. People commented last time that when we went in for the research stream when we were tired, they were like, oh my God, this is boring as fuck. Don't do research while you're tired, guys.
The Good White for $5 says, point of personal privilege, I'm retarded. There
Yep.
you go.
That's
Thank
what
you.
they should
That's a
all
good one.
say.
He's got the fat
At the
JD Vance
DSA.
avatar too.
I love that.
Pig Venus for $10 says, I'd like to give some credit to Wick and Ecom Soy for keeping their composure in a room full of screeching baboons. Sitch foot reveal when you can keep your face hidden. I want to see those tootsies.
Wow. Wow.
That's disturbing.
Is
That's
it?
disturbing. Yeah. Listen, if you want the foot reveal, I'm gonna say it's like the dress. Okay, the dress reveals 100,000. The foot reveals 100,000.
That
pay
seems a
big.
little excessive just for feet.
I mean, if you're gonna be jacking to them, yeah,
You know that's what's happening too.
yeah. That's why I want 100K.
I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You run to the bathroom. Risu no Kairu for $5 says communish. I like that. Communish. Oh, this isn't good. Sign in the chat says RAM upgrades are surprisingly headache inducing. I tried to get a RAM upgrade and ended up bricking my PC because apparently different models don't work. Oh, yeah, actually, I forget what it was. I downloaded some program that supposedly you just download it and you click it, and then it scans your computer and it's able to tell you what specific type of like brand and RAM you're supposed to use. So hopefully whenever I do eventually buy RAM, I won't brick my computer and then yell at him. Slate King for $10 says the entire argument about whether PissCo can clout farm with Hassan and crew, everything else is a deflection. True. M8566 for $10. Thank you so much. Says socialists are dumb. They hate people but want to help them, think humans are selfish but will work for each other. I think powerful are greedy but are happy to give all their power to government. You're right. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. It's a complete The entire philosophy is just a complete shit show of contradictions. Joe the Make for $2 says Wick was the world's worst moderator in this. Oh, look at that. Sorry, Wick. Joe the Meg was not a fan of your moderation. Pig Venus for $5 says, I take back what I said about Ecom Soy staying composed. I absolutely do not take back what I said about Sitch's feet. Terrible. Squeeze Her in this economy for 5 months says, I hate tankies. That's all. Have a nice day, everyone, but not you, tankies. Thank you. Butter Framed in Gold for $5 says, I don't care if you call yourself a progressive, a socialist, a leftist, or a feminist. They're all communists to me. There it is.
Wow.
Chachi McSwag for $10 says, Econoboy is just trying to jettison Maoist from the label of socialism in order to use label of socialism to defend Maoist. Snake really eating its own tail here. Yes, 100%.
Mao was the bad guy.
Mao was, in fact, the bad guy.
That guy was crazy.
Yes. M8566 for $5 says, socialists are like battered housewives. This time it'll work. He won't hurt me again.
That's so true.
Very true. English at Ox for $5 says, with those perfect with those can't even say it. With those perfect chubby cheeks, PissCo's like a twitchy, smug little chipmunk gathering L's for the winter.
Oh my God. That is hilarious.
That's a great image. That's a great image. I do like that. Contrast for 40 months of being a free will seeker. Thanks so much. Says Wick gives off school counselor vibes. I don't even know what that means. Sitch, you need to expose Sammy to the ultra violent anime of the 80s and 90s and get off this gay weeb shit. Well, it's funny that you say that. She's literally trying to force me to watch the gayest anime ever. This really weird anime where this guy, like the two guys are friends, and then like one of the friends dies and is possessed by an alien, and he keeps like doing weird gay shit with him, like going inside of his body or something, but he's an alien, so it's not like human. I don't know. It's fucking weird, and she keeps wanting me to watch it, and it's disgusting.
Why?
She's
so
fucking
bizarre.
likes all this horrible shit. She likes the torture, man. That's why. But she's also, she's biased against old stuff. I don't know if she doesn't, anything that has like that 80s, 90s art style, she just turns off on. She doesn't even want to watch Fooly Cooley. She's never seen Fooly Cooley, the original.
What?
She's like, it looks too old. I'm like, what are you talking about?
What? How is that? What's different?
The art style changes every 10 years or so in anime.
Fooly Cooley is amazing.
Fooly Cooley is very good.
The art style is incredible.
Yes. It's true. What is that anime called, Sam? What is that weird fucking anime called? Okay. Everyone needs to shame you on this one. Wick says, we'll have a much more productive show on Thursday with Destiny versus Econoboy 1v1. So if you don't like the yelly screaming, that should be more today. Okay, Wick, you have to make sure that Econoboy explains what the fuck his weird fucking version of socialism is. Because it seems like he has some wacky version of socialism that does not fit like 99% of every other socialist version of socialism if you read his Substack article. And so if he has his own stupid, hyper-specific, autistic version of it that doesn't apply to anything else, and he's using it in this conversation, it's like a complete nonsensical argument. He should have to, if he's going to debate capitalism versus socialism, he should have to actually debate the common usage of the term socialist and what majority of socialists mean when they say that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Wick said that'll be the first step. Okay, perfect. Wonderful.
He's going to defend this niche definition of socialism that nobody ever uses, nobody ever talks about, nobody ever thinks about.
So the anime is called The Summer Hikaru Died. So do not watch that anime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Unless you, in fact, are gay and like a lot of gay stuff in your anime, then you knock yourself out.
Then you go crazy. Yeah. If you like gay anime, go for it. EcoShodox for $5 says, quote, it's not that our leftist friends are ignorant. It's just that they know so much that isn't so. Reagan adapted. There it is.
Yep. It's a good quote.
The Oceanist for $5 says, if all these tankies and socialists just want worker cooperatives like they claim, what's stopping them from opening them? Yes. And I said this.
Again and again. Yeah.
I said this to what's his face in our conversation. Who's that socialist guy?
Sock down left.
No. I can't think of his name. Whatever.
We've talked to every socialist on the internet.
We have. I always say this is how I always end with the socialists. If worker co-ops are so good, why don't you just fucking form one? Stop bitching about it.
It's funny that they kept saying that Connor was being a conspiracy theorist, because they're the ones that always come out and say, oh, well, so the co-ops can't compete in a capitalist marketplace because they fucking cheat. Oh my God, they do horrible things. That's a conspiracy, right?
How dare he say Hunter x Hunter sucks? But you're right. The entire communist ideology is based on a conspiracy about capitalism. How the evil capitalists are doing all these conspiratorial things to just prevent socialists from actually being effective.
Yes. They in their heart of hearts believe it's a better system, but for the sneaky capitalists who keep undermining them.
Right. And that's the thing. Yeah. If Convoy, other people bring up this conspiracy theory, you're like, bitch, please. PC for $5 says, my favorite form of socialism is using money to invest in public companies from capitalist countries. Exactly. Exactly.
That's so bizarre.
Exactly. An alien, thank you so much for the 10 Aussie bucks. Says, God, I just started the stream, and in one breath, Destiny is implying that Sargon is a white nationalist, and then in the very next breath, saying he doesn't think PissCo and Convoy are tankies. Who is covering for the extremists in their party now? Destiny. Returning Sasquatch for $5 says, look at gun buyback program statistics. People tend not to give the government their stuff willingly, even if it breaks the law.
I know. That's exactly right. Would you take your company public if you knew the government was going to buy 100% of the shares? You just say no, right? Amazon would never go public.
What would be the point of even taking a company public?
There wouldn't be any point. Well, I mean, the reason why they do take companies public is because it's a huge influx of cash from the public that they're going to use to expand, right? And make more money. But that huge influx of capital will be coming from the government. I think people would be like, okay, well, if the money's coming from a bunch of anonymous shareholders that are going to be hands off and just let us continue to do what we do, that's one thing. But if you're basically turning your company over to one shareholder, the federal government, yikes.
Yes. Yikes is right. Equishadox for $2 says the Zohan Mommy Salami, played by Adam Sandler.
I'd see that movie.
Don't mess with the Zohan. That was a weird movie. That was a very weird movie.
Yeah, it was funny though.
It was. Very strange in retrospect. Should watch the new I think it's out, isn't it? The new Police Squad movie.
Naked Gun, is that it?
I'm sorry, Naked Gun, yeah.
Yeah. Police Squad was the
TV
offshoot in the same vein as Naked Gun, right?
It was a TV show version that
I think they made some movies too.
The movie was Naked.
It's not me, chat. An alien for $5 Aussie. PissCo, you agree?
Yeah, no, I'm saying Police Squad was a TV show. There you go. Continue.
Okay.
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm waiting for you. You were reading. You were doing the right thing. You were reading.
Yeah, but you were coming in the middle of my reading. And I don't
Well,
know
no,
if
that's
it was.
probably me
I don't know if
catching
it was
up.
a delay.
Internet catching back up.
Yeah.
It was the delay. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just let you. You're a better reader than me, obviously.
Okay.
I do thumbnails. You read super chats. It's a match made in heaven.
Okay. Alien for $5 says, PissCo, you agree that the socialist is at the top of the ticket. We should support them. Yes, Destiny. Yes, I agree. And Alien for $5 says, man, statements like this that make me think Destiny is just hiding his power level and he thinks it's just optically bad for the socialists to be on the open. Imagine the right wingers saying that about a white nationalist. They'd never hear the end of it rightfully. So
True. Yeah.
yeah, I think I don't think Destiny's hiding his
said
power
that,
level.
too.
I think he's just being debate brain retarded on that topic. He should just not support that.
Well, he knows he's got a bunch of Reddit socialists in his audience anyway that he doesn't want to piss off. So,
Well, I think it's because he's trying to primarily make arguments about voting tactics and everything. So, which is important, but at the end of the day, what you're supporting is more important than the voting tactics. You shouldn't support socialists.
I mean, look, in fairness, I have seen Destiny go after the socialists and tell them to fuck off and go hang out in Hassan's chat and stuff. So, Destiny has been pretty outspoken against the socialists.
Yeah, well, that's what this whole conversation was for the most part.
Yeah.
Potato for 50 knock knock says, hour and a half behind. I'd say China's more of an actual fascist country than a socialist communist, or capitalist, more socialist than capitalist, though. Interesting.
Yeah, I'd say fascist is a good. Any sort of authoritarian regime. The Chinese do not have secure property rights. I mean, if you're in the Communist Party and you own a business or something like that, your property rights are pretty secure. But as soon as you get kicked out of the Communist Party or do anything they don't like, they're going to take your business.
Mr. Schnitzel for $10 says, if you guys are serious about hosting a debate about the Nintendo pricing, I'd like to throw another name in the ring. Xavier VT, old friend of Devs, has a great video saying why big Nintendo's pricing is BS.
I got to look into this Nintendo thing.
Yes. Burger Dan for $2 says, could give away a painting as a prize. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Do
That's
like
actually
a raffle.
like a lottery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Mongolian Leprechaun Superman from Saturn for $5 says, also, I recommend. Oh, no, it's Alex and Joe from Seattle for the anti-console fanboy video. Check it out. And thank you so much, Risu no Karu, for joining Discipline Equals Freedom and talking more about the Hydrox cookies.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Wow. No, Oreos are actually off-brand of Hydrox cookies and don't taste as good. But wow, they're saying Hydrox tastes better than Oreos. Look at that.
Really? Well, I remember it being completely opposite. In all fairness, I am not an Oreo fan or a Hydrox fan. I don't know about you, Sitch, but I don't really like Oreos much.
I don't like Oreos either. And usually when I say that, people go, oh, you don't like Oreos? What's wrong with you?
Really?
Yeah, I always felt like Oreos were the beloved cookie, and I just never understood the appeal.
Yeah. I think chocolate chip is the most popular cookie.
Chocolate chip is the best basic cookie, yeah. Though I'm more preferable to like double chocolate chip.
Oh, really? You really like a lot of that chocolate in there, huh?
It's funny. As a kid, I used to hate chocolate. And then as I got older, I fucking love me some chocolate.
Oh, yeah, me too.
So,
this will obviously infuriate you, but I am technically allergic to chocolate. It gives me it gives me migraines. Like if I eat a piece of chocolate cake, I will just have a fucking screaming migraine.
Oh my God.
But
it's so awful.
I know. I can eat chocolate in moderation though.
Yes.
Like if I have a chocolate bar or if I have it in small amounts, if I have a chocolate chip cookie, I'm fine, right? If I eat like 5 of them, I'll probably not so good. So
that's so sad. I mean, listen, at least you don't get eye boils.
No,
like shellfish.
I don't do that. Yeah.
But that is unfortunate. God, that sucks so much. That's so unfortunate.
Nintendo price. Oh, look. Increase.
I thought I had it rough with my milk intolerance, but at least they have pills that you can take for that. That work
It's
mostly.
just chocolate and shellfish. I mean, it's not
Those
that
are like the
bad.
two best things.
I know.
Yeah.
But look, I just have to keep it in moderation. I can't.
Okay. Well, not
I
the
just can't go
shellfish.
crazy. Yeah, I can't. I just got to stay away from the shell part of the shellfish.
The Mongolian left for Concert Man from Saturn for Vadar says, I also have a question for you guys. What is your opinion of circus peanuts, candy corn, Japanese candy, and Korean candy? So circus peanuts and candy corn are a disgusting blight on society and should be purged.
Circus
great
peanuts
candy
are a
wars.
lot worse than candy corn, though. Candy corn is, in a pinch, kind of acceptable, but
That is not true. You should be purged along with the candy.
circus
That is-
peanuts should
no,
be
you're-
burned and and
You're
buried in the
fucking
backyard.
crazy. This is an insane take. Candy corn never satisfies, never serves in a pinch. Candy corn is essentially just eating trash and wax out of a garbage can.
It is basically high fructose corn syrup in a wax form. So- So yeah, look, I said in a pinch.
No.
I have never had Japanese candy or Korean candy, so I can't really comment. Maybe they're
Yeah,
great.
I haven't had a bunch either, except for Pocky, which is whatever. I'm not a huge Pocky fan, so. But I haven't had a bunch of it.
Is it good?
No, I mean I haven't had a bunch of. I haven't had. There's like a
Right.
million different Japanese candies. I haven't really partook a bunch of candy and shit, but that's fine. I was going to Japan to buy some candy.
That's a long way to go just to get some candy. You don't have candy in
Yeah.
Florida?
Yeah.
Don't you have like a 7-Eleven
No,
or something?
No. They have a Japanese candy store. Well, not a candy store. They have a Japanese store that sells a bunch of candy. So there you go. What Toast says, candy corn is like eating soap. That's very true.
Soap?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here. If I did a side by side, if I cut off a piece of a bar of soap and I said, here's some candy corn.
Japanese Kit Kats are great. I've never had a Japanese Kit Kat. I don't know what it tastes like. The Mongolian Leprechaun Man from Saturn for $10 says, also one last thing. I used to be a huge importer of trying Japanese gum and Korean gum. Both countries absolutely destroy American gum in terms of taste and quality, especially the mint gum. I've never ever had.
I will have to try that. I like gum. I used to chew gum all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Gum is great.
I mean, I love red bean paste. So there's some sort of red bean paste candy. I would be on board with that.
Interesting.
An
we're doing
alien
pretty
for
good. Look
10
at
Aussie
this.
bucks says, Sammy says, Sitch, I sent you Japanese Kit Kat. Did you? I guess I didn't eat it. You did send me a bunch of Japanese candy. That's right. And Destiny, an alien for $10 says, Destiny, Bernie AOC aren't socialists. I know he's having this debate, but there's so many statements where he's covering for socialists. It is sus. Like Destiny just seems to be mad socialist shit on Dems, not that they are socialists. And also an alien says, as much as I hate Connor, he's at least seems to be anti-socialist, which I can at least respect.
Yeah. There's only one thing Connor agrees with the socialists on.
What's that?
The TDS, obviously. Come on. What are you talking about?
Adam
that was a freebie.
Yeah, exactly. Adam refriended in the chat says that I'm a psychopath because I don't like Pocky. And Sam agreed. There you go. Okay, read all these. Neil Johnson for 25 months says, the more PissCo interrupts, the more I dream of being deaf.
That's pretty good.
The Oceanus for $5 says, what do you guys make of the argument that socialists are for personal property, not private property? Also, S-Class is best class time.
Oh, look at that. Nobody ever says that anymore.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Whenever someone says this, whenever a socialist says this, I just think, you insufferable twat. They think that this is the first time that you're ever encountering that, when it's really the 10 billionth time you've heard that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, yeah, I'm like, fuck you. What is your response when you hear this?
That's exactly my response.
Okay, same thing.
Yes.
But I think you could have a toothbrush. That's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't have a toothbrush factory.
That makes the toothbrush.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you get the grocery store, the socialist grocery store that only has one version of every product.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's the grocery store's personal property.
You get the picture of the Russian president in America, like looking at all the variety in the grocery store, like, wow, look at all this stuff. Sodos for 2 hours says, I already DM'd Adam the perfect meme for this.
Did he?
There you go. Check out your DMs. Loser Domin for 5 Canadian says, using Adam and Sitch clip to prove a point in a Tard fight deserves a chef's kiss. I can't believe I got to see it. It was.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Equal for $2 says, PissCo would lose in a semantic argument to a sock puppet.
Oh, bad.
M8566 for $5 says, oh, look at this horrible choice. Who would you vote for, Stalin or Hassan?
Stalin all the way. Stalin.
Terrible. Terrible.
Look, Stalin would get rid of Hassan first, at least, right?
Yeah, I like that. At least Stalin would purge Hassan too. JMac for $5 says, loud noises. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I think I read all those. Cameraman 502 for 2 says, what's a convoy doing during this? Wrong answers. Wrong answers only. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Malik for $5 says, Sitch and Adam free will comedy tour? ?
Sitch would have to finally do his face reveal.
That's true.
You should just do that on the Tim Pool show. Everyone wants you to go on Tim Pool anyway.
No, they don't.
And you don't have an excuse. You're so close. You're right there.
No.
It's like a hop, skip, and a jump from where you are.
What do you mean? Tim is not in Florida. He's in like West Virginia or something.
It's on the East Coast. I mean, it'd be like a 5-hour flight for me.
I think it's still like I mean, it's less, but it's still like probably like 3-4 hours.
Ah, that's nothing.
Okay.
I fly up and down California all the time.
The Good White for $5.
Uh-oh. The good white.
The Good White for $5 says, I did not grape a dog. That's funny.
So hold on. Here it is. Where's the water meme? What? He's gonna look so innocent.
Mm-hmm. Ox for $2 says his name is Matt and Even. Love his channel on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
I looked up some videos on the Nintendo controversy, so.
And he says no face reveal unless Sitch wears a suit. She's very, very, very big on that, on me wearing a suit.
Oh, this guy. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Joe the Make for $10 says, because Dev wouldn't do it earlier on record. For the record, Dev, do you denounce Econoboy, seeing he is repeatedly an actual anti-private property socialist? Dev, do you denounce? Denounce Dev. EcoShocks for $2 says, look for the clip with Matten trolling Hassan.
Okay. Matten is a guy who's asking fuck. I'm so tired.
Oh,
right
that
now.
was the guy that was asking
Asking
whether
PissCo if he was a
Yeah.
dog fucker. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, maybe he hires this guy to come stand behind him because he's got the weird meth head guy in one of his thumbnails.
So anyway. Losing Dev's possibility for 2 hours says have Dev on looks to be profitable. That's true. If we have Dev on, it would generate another $100.
Well, I mean,
in
we can
super
have
chats.
Dev on Tuesday. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. And yeah, Joe, send me some of his Econoboy videos. I'll have Dev react to them. The one guy Toe for $5 says, "What is up with Econoboy? I thought he was just a further left liberal. So why is he now saying real communism never has been tried?" Yeah, I think that's what he became a socialist. I think he didn't start as socialist, though, but he's definitely moved way further off now.
When I debated him, he was a reasonable liberal.
Right.
Reasonable progressive who liked market economics and all that good stuff.
Interesting.
And he was saying MMT was, he did a video debunking MMT. And I was like, hey, you got a bunch of shit wrong in your video.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we should talk about it. And then I destroyed him, completely eviscerated him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Soldoge for $5 says, new competition idea, Sammy versus Adam, live painting on stream of Sitch X Dev Yahweh.
Oh, no. No. I mean, I don't really want to compete, but look, Sammy can just do that.
Look at this. Sammy says, Sitch actually dresses good for a man. I was quite surprised. He isn't totally inept at dressing himself.
Wow.
Thank you, I guess. Thank you. That's pretty funny. I appreciate the compliment, even though it's a surprise. Though I guess it's a surprise when any man can dress himself nowadays, right?
I mean, I guess.
Mm-hmm. M8566 for $5 says, Sitch says to Sammy, quote, Sammy, paint me like one of your hentai characters. Exactly.
You guys are loving this way too much.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to do that. It always does this thing where it looks like you're right at the end and then
nope.
Like 5,000 super chats come up.
Kristen Brandon for George says, what are your thoughts on PBS, NPR defunded and CPB shutdown? So I think PBS and the CPB, which I think is like the kids version of it, if that's what it was, I think those being defunded are terrible and stupid, and that shouldn't be defunded. NPR
should definitely be defunded. Yes.
NPR does, I would think, need to either be defunded or completely resituated, because the fact that NPR was so insanely one-sidedly biased politically, to me, means it shouldn't be government, like a government thing. Though I'm confused because, I mean, I didn't really read into the whole defunding thing, but I do remember when this first came up years ago, all the talking points was that, like, well, actually, NPR gets a very tiny amount of its funding from the government. So I'm not exactly sure I understand. Was that just, is all that just not true, or like what happened?
Who knows?
So Don St. Louis $5 says, I'm frustrated with the liberal definition. How would Sitch and Adam define liberalism and how it fits on a U.S. political spectrum? So there could be some confusion here. When I say liberal in this conversation, I don't mean liberal like the Democrats or on the left. I mean liberal like liberalism, which is the political philosophy that emphasizes liberty and individual rights and limited government and rule of law, which is the foundation of American democracy / constitutional republics, which is the foundation of all Western capitalist governments. and both the Democrat and Republican Party are liberal parties. So,
Yeah. Individual rights encompasses freedom of speech, freedom of movement, property rights, all
free
those
markets,
things. Yeah.
democratic institutions, things of that nature. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
It's all about maximizing individual rights.
Yes. Andrew Bayer for $5 says, glad to see Sitch being reflexively dismissive of FBI conspiracy despite literally a century of continuous FBI malfeasance and shady acts. What conspiracy?
Did you do that?
I don't even know what
I don't
conspiracy you're
remember
talking
that.
about. What conspiracy what FBI conspiracy came up in this conversation that you're even talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Andrew Bear for $2 says, unless like SS Adam doesn't have good genes. Okay. Listen, that's Wall Street for $2 says, Pocky is mid. I agree. It's not bad. It's just very mid. I do agree with that.
Never tasted it.
Dr. Adam Refriended, Brigadier General for 31 months. Thanks so much. Says, unacceptable. You don't like Pocky, Sitch. What's your P.O. box? We'll send some good flavors ourselves. Bonus points if we get a hand reveal.
Oh, look at this. I think Sitch has had the hand reveal before.
I have.
We all know his white, his lily white hand.
We've all seen the hand reveal. Yes. It exists out there.
Digital black facing us all.
I don't have a P.O. box, but if there's some specific flavor Pocky you think I should try, just tell me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very boring when it comes to flavors. I like chocolate, and then I like the citrus flavors. I don't like the fruit flavors generally, like strawberry and berries and all that other stuff. Arithmus for $4 says, as a small business owner, the idea of socialism is completely disgusting to me. I do electrical design, mechanical design, firmware development, prototyping, and testing for all my products, as well as provide capital to do this. But if I hire some guy to help me pack and ship boxes, that guy deserves to own half my business. Fuck off with that shit. In the scenario, my business and products never simply exist, and I am not alone. That is completely true. 100% true.
Oh my God.
So.
Yeah. It's just so crazy. People have no idea. Comes out of inexperience.
True. Dr. Diller for $2 says, I have a lot of suspicion of people like Econoboy and PissCo softening socialism because it's one or the other. You either believe in selling labor for money or you don't. Downplaying it is dishonest. True. Dr. Diller for another $2 says, yes, there are various kinds of socialism. Unfortunately, there are a ton of Trotskyites running around because they get trampled by the Stalinist. Well, there aren't a ton of Trotskyites running around because they get trampled by the Stalinists, just as they did historically. That's why socialism always fails. Also true. Dr. $2 says fascism isn't Nazism, isn't whatever homoerotic strain Evola ran, etc. But the second another Mussolini comes around, all other sects are going against the wall. It's pointless to differentiate from a liberal perspective. True. Hello. And Dr. Lou for another $2 says, you notice how the topic shifted from should the mainstream left pander the socialist to actually here's why socialism isn't all that bad. We definitely don't support it, but we'll do anything to defend it. Funny how that tends to work, huh? Fondue for $2 says, Econoboy might radicalize me into banning foreign investment. There you go.
Good.
Fondue for $6 says, Sitch's ability to ask the perfect questions to clarify people's belief is why I'm S-class. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You do a good job of asking questions.
I'm just asking questions.
Although it was my questioning of Straighter Aid that got the ball rolling.
There you go. It's a team effort. Fondue for $2 says PissCo isn't a socialist, but he has certainly collectivized his colon for it. Terrible. Fondue for another $6 says, quote, my socialism is not like other socialisms. Mine is quirky and relatable. Econoboy, probably.
I know. That's exactly what was happening, wasn't it?
That's hilarious. That's the perfect quote for Econoboy. Fondue for $2 says, please, for God's sake, stop covering Destiny's relationship with literally everyone else. But it's so much fun to watch it all burn down, Fondue. Okay? So much fun. Doctor live for $2. Wow, holy shit! It says word on the street is that Mr. Medicare died on the 15th of June, and his death announcement is coming soon. No post on X since then. Your thoughts? Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's super sad, and
yeah.
I heard he was battling cancer for a long time. So
yeah.
I have no ill will towards Mr. Medicare. I know he was well liked, and he was obviously a very, very smart guy and a very, very entertaining guy.
Very entertaining troll.
Just it sucks. Life is too fucking short. It really is.
Yep. Solo for $2 says just came back from Fantastic Four and I loved it. Much better than the piece of shit Superman. I'm now excited for the future of the MCU. Jonathan Majors punching his girlfriend might be the best thing that happened to the franchise. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Me and Adam were kind of meh on the whole thing. So
yes, yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Solo for $2 says also my in real life best friend has an encyclopedic knowledge of both DC and Marvel and loves the Fantastic Four. Back when the 2015 movie came out, he said the best movie was the 1994 Roger Corman film. The actors from that movie made cameos here.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I'm aware of that existing, but I have not seen it outside of like memes and stuff. So, was it actually released, or was it, or does someone just have it on the internet somewhere?
Not sure.
Sammy G for $2 says, I'm taking Sitch's ass to the Asian market this week. There you go. She's going to buy a bunch of Japanese snacks and candy.
We have great Asian markets in Los Angeles, obviously.
Right.
Chinatown is like loaded with them.
Andrew Bear for $5 says, the FBI thing was a few streams ago in relation to Epstein. Bro, wait, you gotta put the subject matter. If you're talking about a stream from like 2 weeks ago, you got to put the subject matter in the super chat. No fucking clue what you're talking about. So, but thank you. Yes. Can only super on Sunday. You used to be reflexively dismissive of all FBI conspiracies before Epstein. I'm reflexively dismissive of conspiracies that don't make logical sense. The Epstein thing did make sense, so I was always open to it being possible. The fact that we learned that the government both administrations, Trump twice and the Biden administration, seem to cover it up or intentionally not investigate it, to me confirms the conspiracy elements of it being not true. So now look, Econo Boys in the chat. I was told I should talk to you guys about my socialist model. Yes, but not tonight because me and Adam are about to go to sleep because it's 1 a.m. and we've been streaming for 9 hours. So if you want, we'll talk during the week sometime to get to the bottom of what the fuck you're talking about.
That'd be great.
It doesn't make any sense to me. It sounds crazy.
DM me on Twitter. We've talked before, Econo Boy, and you were much more of a lib last time we talked, I believe. So
before the darkness came.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened? Fell to the dark side. Yes.
Who molested you?
Show us on the doll where capitalism touched you. Anyways.
Hold on. I have this. Have you seen this clip where Tim Pool takes off his beanie?
Oh, yes. It was in front of the same guy, isn't it? Is it in front of Madden?
Yeah. What's the context here? I don't know. I've just seen.
I don't know what the context is.
Matin confronts Tim Pool for promoting Russian propaganda. Is that a joke or is this really serious or comedy?
I don't know. That'd be nice.
Let's see.
I never saw their whole interaction. So
he's not going to copyright claim us, right? He's not one of those nasty people. He's not Jubilee, is he?
No, I hope not.
Are we safe?
Can you stand right there for a second, please? You hold the see?
No.
I'll hold your beanie and he holds my money. Let's make it even.
Put the money on the table right there. No. Put it close.
How much is he paying him?
Move it closer.
No, I'm not retarded. I'll give you.
Just put the money right there.
Take your hat off.
I will. Put the money right there.
Do you give me a verbal agreement?
I'll give you a verbal agreement. If you put the money in mine, I'll take my hat off.
Yeah.
Yep. Contract. Sworn. Pinky.
You're gonna take a different hat off. You're gonna tell me you didn't tell me when you took
He's
the
got a hat
I
under
know
his
this
hat.
game. There's no way you're gonna do
I
it.
will take my hat off in this chair right now within 10 seconds if you put that money in my hand.
Oh,
Wow,
look
I
at
can't
that.
believe that happened. Hold on. You have to. Can you leave it off?
For a little bit.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There it is.
Tim Pool's like, I've reproduced. No more beanie. It's done. My son has been born.
Do you think
I
if,
get
if
some-
Tim would have just been shaved his head, been bald from the beginning, like no one would care?
No.
Right. It's only
I
because
think-
like the hiding it is like strange.
Strange. No, I think it's smart. He understands branding.
So okay, so you think it would impact if he would like because he
He
tried
just
to
look,
be
he
the
just
young
aged 10 years when he took his hat off. What are you talking
right.
about?
You're okay. That's a good point. Yeah, because he does look a lot younger with the beanie.
He does. Yeah,
Interesting,
incredibly young.
interesting. Yeah.
He went from a guy in his 20s to a guy in his 40s in like 2 seconds. I mean, it
Right.
is what it is. I got no hate for bald guys. I got no hate for Tim.
Mhm.
It is what it is. It totally is. So
I got like a special.
I'm greasy right now too, though.
I just look. I honestly have mad respect for him doing this. It is a little. It's baller. It's pretty cool, and it's completely unexpected. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, this clip is totally gonna go viral."
You do actually have more hair than I thought you would.
Do I?
Can I have the Pepto-Bismol?
Why?
I have a sudden stomach ache.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
That's funny.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, good on you for doing that.
You know what? That was for you, Matan.
I was.
I'll tell you the truth. You did my show.
Yeah.
You were very good. You were very
Yes.
funny. Everybody really enjoyed it. And so
That's my
that was
reward.
for you. That was for you. I'm gonna give you your money back.
This is a payback for the PissCo. Oh my God.
There you go. Oh, you're right.
You earned it.
You're
earned
right.
this.
You're right. He's like, you got the clip. Wait, is this after the dog fuck
It's
clip?
gotta be.
Or before?
It's gotta be after.
He's like, you
Oh,
did
maybe
the,
no, maybe he did a different show and
well, it could have been that clip was from, because I think that clip came out recently, but maybe it was like taped a while ago or something.
I think both these came out recently. This is the last video on his channel. When was the date on this?
This is
This is
July
7 days
27th.
ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it could have been taped.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but that's baller. That's totally baller. Mad respect for Tim Pool.
Because it says that other video, the dog rape one, was 2 days ago. So,
Yeah, but obviously it could have been recorded or
Could have
just
been
gone
recorded.
viral. Yeah.
or maybe Madden did it because Tim Pool did it, right? It's reciprocal.
Yeah.
That's reciprocal altruism. He's like, you show me your bald head. Now I get PissCo to look like he raped a dog. That's reciprocal altruism. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. Right there, baby.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
The world is healing.
The world is healing.
Now let's just see how much the stock market is down tomorrow morning.
Right.
Because the
right.
economy is cratering. But oh my God, if the economy tanks over the tariffs, oh,
Mhm. It'll be interesting because so much like the MAGA base is very like doing victory laps that nothing bad happened because of tariffs. So, and I'm like,
yeah,
we'll
look,
see.
I've
We'll
been
see.
agnostic on. I've been agnostic on tariffs. I don't think taking a strong position on tariffs, especially when Trump is willing to do anything to save the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
It is kind of funny that Powell is going to be forced to lower interest rates now.
Right.
There's no question that they're going to lower interest rates at the next Fed meeting. They might even come out, if it gets desperate in the market, they might come out and say, well, we're lowering interest rates right now. We're not even going to wait till the next meeting. That jobs report was terrible.
Right.
And we're hearing murmurs that they're going to say that it was rosy, even though it sucked. We're lowering 2.5 basis points right now. We'll see.
Andrew Bear for $2 says FBI did conspiracy stuff for its entire existence. Well, I mean, obviously, especially with Hoover, not exactly a good track record for the FBI there. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Wick, for putting on this wonderful train wreck of a debate. And thank you, you've made it to the end of the stream. You are the true hero. You are the true freedom fighters. You are the true enlightened individuals who will never ever let retarded ideas like socialism creep into our society. You are the true isekai protagonists. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. You also would always answer the question that you, in fact, did not rape a dog with a definitive no.
Good night, all. Bye-bye.
Bark, bark.